million years. The final half hour. Only half an hour remains until the completion of the million-year disciple-collecting task issued by the system. In the boundless abyss of the void, amid a turbulent space woven by the laws of the great Tao, a black-haired man clad in dark garments hovers above shattered Tao patterns, gazing into the depths of the void. Behind him, countless dark purple spatial lines, formed from the condensation of temporal and spatial turbulence, stretch infinitely. This is the ancient tomb of the wilderness. A million years ago, Qin Yuan traversed to this realm, believing he could rely on the system to kick saints and trample emperors. However, upon activating the disciple fortune system, the very first task that emerged was to collect disciples in the ancient tomb of the wilderness for a million years before he could emerge. The ancient tomb of the wilderness is a space woven from various powers, including spatial turbulence, the laws of the great Tao, the essence of Tao patterns, the primal energy of all things, and the primordial purple energy. Today marks the final half hour of Qin Yuan's million-year disciple-collecting endeavor. After this half hour, he shall be free. As he senses the passage of time, a word that had been pent up in Qin Yuan's heart for a full million years finally escapes his lips. Damn, merely a single word. It sends ripples through the entire ancient tomb of the wilderness, causing the shattered Tao patterns beneath his feet to flicker in and out of visibility. Observing the spatial fractures he has caused, Qin Yuan feels no surprise. Merely shaking his head, everything within the ancient tomb is remarkable. Various forces, the essence of Tao patterns, primordial purple energy, and more abound. Yet the most commonly found spiritual energy is conspicuously absent. He had inquired of the system and learned that such trivial substances as spiritual energy do not deserve to exist within the ancient tomb. This peculiarity renders Qin Yuan's cultivation somewhat anomalous. For instance, his soul power, infused with the primal energy of all things and the essence of Tao patterns over a million years, has reached an unfathomable level. There are also numerous formidable laws at play. However, the absence of spiritual energy has confined Qin Yuan's cultivation to the Qi gathering realm. Yet, that is hardly significant. As for cultivation levels, such matters have become irrelevant to Qin Yuan. For he, in this Qi gathering realm, can instantaneously defeat emperors. As he is on the verge of emergence, he finds himself nostalgic for his disciples. Qin Yuan gazes at the ruptured temporal space, silently counting down the final moments. Remembering his disciples brings a faint smile to his face. During the million years spent in the ancient tomb, the initial period was arduous. However, the tomb connects with various spatial points of lesser realms, triggering random activations. Thus, every few thousand years, external cultivators would step into this place. For those on the path of cultivation, it is indeed a treasure trove. With a mere flicker of his Tao power, Qin Yuan has become the legendary master of the tomb, revered across the myriad realms for possessing unparalleled might. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the system's tasks. Over this million-year span, he has gathered not fewer than 800 disciples. Moreover, all of these disciples have been meticulously selected by the system, leaving Qin Yuan exceedingly satisfied. He has previously restored the supreme bone of his disciples, enhanced their dual pupils, and bestowed upon them the essence of the most potent elixirs and the core of swordsmanship, alongside various elite martial techniques. As time progressed, he even took under his wing any being capable of attaining intelligence, be it flora or fauna, as long as they could awaken their spiritual consciousness. This included entities from other races as well. In summary, the more disciples, the better. After all, upon emerging from seclusion, he would rely on the realms established by these disciples to exert his influence. A sudden crackling sound of space fracturing echoed in Qin Yuan's ears. Gazing at the widening rift, a smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. At last, he was free. Previously, due to the constraints imposed by the system, he could not depart even when the spatial breach opened. However, now that the task spanning a million years had been fulfilled, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward. The moment his figure entered the spatial passage, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a ripple of profound inscriptions. Is this not the Beast Mountain Range? What is a being of the Qi gathering realm doing here? judging by his innate qualities. He appears to be around 20 years of age. Is he unconscious? Should we inform the Grand Elder? In the central region of the Jiushuan realm, deep within the Beast Mountain range, an endless expanse of mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Several disciples clad in the azure robes of the Qin Yuan sword sect curiously gathered around a man with long black hair, dressed in dark robes, who lay in the grass. This man had striking features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes captivating the attention of the female disciples among them. "Leave 2 disciples here. I will inform the Grand Elder," one disciple declared. As he departed, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, it seemed as if stars were swirling within them, containing boundless power. "So, this is spiritual energy?" Qin Yuan calmly straightened up, savoring the thin spiritual essence, and shook his head. No wonder such things were absent in the ancient tomb of heaven. Is this meant for human cultivation? Casting a glance at the 2 female disciples left behind, he noted their mediocre innate qualities and appearances, which paled in comparison to the female disciples he had previously gathered. However, the sect's emblem embroidered on their attire sparked a flicker of contemplation within Qin Yuan. The swirling cloud pattern, with a gracefully flowing azure sword, was intricately stitched across their chests. Wasn't this the design he had created for a disciple named Li Qingyun 3,000 years ago? "Do you know Li Qingyun?" Qin Yuan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the 2 women. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 female disciples slightly shifted. "Outsiders must not speak the name of our esteemed ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect." One disciple hastily replied, "The esteemed ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect?" Just as Qin Yuan was taken aback, a new system task was unexpectedly triggered. Ding! A new system task has been activated. As the host has completed the million-year disciple collection task, a critical reward is now unlocked. Upon encountering disciples, one may receive corresponding system rewards of critical significance. The stronger the disciple, the greater the benefits the host shall reap. Current task activated. Meet with disciple Li Qingyun. At long last, I have come face to face with a prodigal. Qin Yuan gazed upon the newly assigned task, a smile gracing his features. "Young friend, you now stand within the boundaries of the Beast Mountain, under the auspices of my Qin Yuan sword sect. Though I am uncertain how you managed to enter, since you are within our jurisdiction, you shall accompany us. We shall ensure your safety until you depart the Beast Mountain." At that moment, an elder clad in azure robes approached Qin Yuan. Such courtesy, Qin Yuan mused, taking in the elder, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect, with astonishment. "Our sect adheres steadfastly to its regulations. Even the most ordinary of cultivators are treated with equal respect," the Grand Elder of Qin Yuan sword sect remarked with a smile. "Young friend, our sect's reputation is renowned far and wide. Are you truly unaware?" Qin Yuan regarded the elder's expectant gaze and shook his head indifferently. "I have not heard of it at all." The Grand Elder of Qin Yuan sword sect. Chapter 2. It turns out, little friend, you are extraordinary. In the Beast Mountain range, along a winding forest path, the question arose, are you truly venturing deeper into the territory to slay the formidable 7-rank Qingming swordmane beast? In a mere thought, Qin Yuan perceived the entirety of the Beast Mountain range. Indeed, within the depths lay a beast of exceptional prowess. However, this creature was not merely of the 7th rank. It was undeniably an 8th-rank beast. An 8th-rank beast corresponds to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm among human cultivators. The cultivation levels ascend from the foundational stage of Qi drawing, progressing through the foundation establishment, acquired, and innate stages. Upon reaching the innate stage, one may commence the spirit convergence. After successfully completing this, one enters the spirit convergence realm, followed by the spirit ascendance realm. Beyond the spirit ascendance lies the divine concealment realm, wherein a cultivator corresponds to a 7-rank beast. Ascending further, one reaches the Purple Mansion, and upon perfecting the Purple Mansion, one can aspire to the Yuan spirit realm. Upon achieving a consummate Yuan spirit, one may enter the Void spirit realm, and beyond that, the realm of Profound Void. Achieving the state of Profound Void. Upon attaining complete Profound Void, one faces the Divine Calamity, thus entering the Divine Calamity realm. Above the divine calamity is the transcendent realm of supreme. At present, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect possesses the strength of a nascent purple mansion cultivator, and his prowess is, frankly, quite mediocre. Qin Yuan had silently assessed this. Indeed, young friend, rest assured, I possess the cultivation of the second layer of the purple mansion realm, and slaying a 7-rank beast is as effortless as plucking a flower. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with confidence. He continued, I must say, young friend, your celestial appearance is striking, and there's an aura of the stars about you. What do you think? Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of our Qin Yuan sword sect? To become a disciple of the Qin Yuan sword sect? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, bemused by the audacity. Indeed, the Grand Elder coaxed, should you display exceptional talent, you might even catch the attention of the sect master and ascend to the inner sect, where you would have the opportunity to receive guidance from our esteemed ancestor. At this, his eyes gleamed with reverence and yearning. And what is the cultivation level of your esteemed ancestor? Qin Yuan inquired, intrigued. Surely, they have reached the supreme realm? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the Grand Elder was immediately seized by a fit of violent coughing. Regaining his composure, he looked at Qin Yuan and replied, Ah, young friend, the supreme realm is a level we dare not even dream of. Even if our ancestor possesses remarkable talent, it is unlikely they have reached that realm. Not at the supreme realm? Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. What about the divine calamity realm? Cough, cough, cough. No. The void spirit realm? Well, just a tad short. I encountered our ancestor half a year ago, and they seem to be at half a step into the void spirit. Such weakness. Observing the incredulous expression on Qin Yuan's face, the Grand Elder was nearly driven to exasperation. Suppressing the urge to eliminate the disrespectful individual before him, he slowly remarked, to reach the realm of half-step Dongshu already marks one as a formidable force within this world. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan's attention had long since drifted away from the Grand Elder. He recalled that Li Qin Yuan possessed considerable talent. After 3 millennia, one would expect him to at least attain the pinnacle of the divine tribulation stage, if not ascend to the supreme level. Yet here he was, merely at the Dongshu stage. Where had his cultivation gone astray? Half a day later, within a naturally formed canyon, the pitch-black entrance loomed before the crowd. This was the lair of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Once I slay it and procure its 7th-tier magic crystal, I shall return to the Qin Yuan sect, the Grand Elder confidently declared, sweeping his sleeve. With that, he launched himself towards the dark cave, leaving trails of purple light in his wake. Behind him, a dozen disciples gazed enviously. When shall we reach the Grand Elder's level? They pondered. We are merely at the spiritual realm, while he is at the purple mansion stage, with 2 major realms still to traverse. They resolved to observe the Grand Elder as he vanquished the Qingming sword-maned beast. Witnessing his prowess would undoubtedly aid their own cultivation. These disciples seized every opportunity to learn, intently focusing their gazes upon the canyon below. Only Qin Yuan remained nonchalantly leaning against an ancient tree. Suddenly, the roar of a beast reverberated throughout the canyon, igniting excitement among the Qin Yuan sect disciples. The Grand Elder must be engaged in battle. Listen, that is the anguished cry of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Indeed, the Grand Elder should be able to dispatch that beast in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Incorrect. I wager it will take no more than 15 minutes. Just as their words fell, the canyon erupted once more. From within the dark cave, azure sword energy burst forth. The Qin Yuan sword art. The Grand Elder has unleashed the Qin Yuan sword art. The outcome is already determined. The surrounding disciples clamored. Yet, Qin Yuan merely dug at his ears. Is the outcome truly settled? Indeed, it was clear that the result was imminent. In the next instant, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect transformed into a flash of purple light, hurtling from the cave's entrance, visibly marked by several wounds. Run. The information was incorrect. The strength of the Qingming sword-maned beast is not at the 7th tier, but the 8th. Flee. The Grand Elder shouted in a frenzied tone. Suddenly, the cave erupted violently. The Qingming sword-maned beast emerged slowly, its body enveloped in a grayish-green armor, with sword energy crystals protruding approximately 3 inches from each scale. Its tail had grotesquely transformed into 7 segments of sword-like bone, with the terminal segment exceptionally sharp. As it moved, the sword energy crystals along its spine erupted like a mane, exuding an overwhelming aura. At this moment, the creature's amber-hued, sword-like pupils were coldly surveying the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect and the disciples gathered by the canyon. Eighth rank. Does that not equate to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm? Hurry, we must retreat. Upon hearing the mention of the 8th rank, the disciples were momentarily stunned. However, among them, a few resolute souls stepped forward, declaring, "The Grand Elder possesses the strength of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Without our assistance, it would be even more challenging to confront that 8th rank beast. We shall remain to aid the Grand Elder. Indeed, we shall stay." Several disciples echoed in agreement. Within the canyon, high above, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sect was visibly moved. After managing to fend off one claw strike from the Qingming sword-maned beast, he shouted, "Do not concern yourselves with me. You must flee. No, Grand Elder, we will stay to assist you." In this life-and-death moment, the Grand Elder felt even more touched. At that instant, Qin Yuan finally made his move. He stepped forward, observing the poignant scene, and remarked, "In situations where the disparity in strength is not vast, remaining might provide an opportunity for a desperate counterattack. But the gap between you and that 8th rank beast is nearly 2 or 3 entire tiers. Those who choose to stay, I shall refer to as fools." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples who opted to remain turned crimson. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan lifted his gaze toward the Grand Elder in the air, saying, "You are also of the Purple Mansion. Why the panic? Utilize the 3rd strike of the Qin Yuan sword technique to attack the 4th segment gap of its tail vertebra." The Grand Elder, taken aback at first by the words, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm upon noticing the flicker in the eyes of the 8th rank Qingming sword-maned beast. That was the look of a flaw being exposed. Gasping sharply, the Grand Elder's gaze toward Qin Yuan transformed entirely. It was no wonder he could traverse the depths of the Beast Mountain alone, it seems. This young friend is quite extraordinary. In the next moment, he hesitated no longer. Channeling the 3rd strike of the Qin Yuan sword technique within him, he launched a fervent assault on the tail vertebra region of the Qingming sword-maned beast. Chapter 3. Today, one of you must perish. Shall we target the scales atop its spinal column? Are you not observant? Have you not noticed how it guards the scales in the center of its back? Utilize the 7th stance of the Qin Yuan sword technique, will you? And then, you inquire of me, can you not discern the beast's vulnerabilities? Such a blatant flaw, and yet you remain oblivious? How is it that you are the esteemed elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect? Is your position merely a product of favoritism? Furthermore, dismantle its caudal vertebra. Remove the 7 sword bones from its tail. You assert that your sword cannot pierce the scales on its back. Then why not use its own sword bones to thrust? Are you attempting to drive me to madness? In that moment, an uncanny scene unfolded within the gorge. There stood Qin Yuan beside a great tree, imparting the most practical guidance. Yet, with each piece of advice, the elder engaged in battle managed to vanquish the 8th tier Qingming sword-maned beast with minimal cost. As time progressed, signs of collapse began to manifest in the formidable beast, which sought to retreat to its lair. Pursue it. Why do you linger? Do you intend to wait for it to recuperate and counterattack? Your kindness is truly disheartening. Listening to Qin Yuan's words, the elder in the air appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet I am only at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Qin Yuan trembled, pointing his right hand at the elder, incredulous that one could not slay foes of a higher tier. Today, one of you must die. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this subtly threatening statement, the elder's expression shifted from confusion to clarity. Although he could not gauge Qin Yuan's true strength, the ability to instantly exploit the Qingming sword-maned beast's vulnerabilities suggested that Qin Yuan was not weaker than himself. It was precisely this concealment of aura that had eluded his senses, for the most adept often cloaked their presence. Determined, the elder gritted his teeth and charged into the cave, engaging in a fierce battle. This was more like it. Noticing this, Qin Yuan nodded in approval. Meanwhile, the disciples nearby were left in stunned silence. What had they witnessed? A youth of the Qi manipulation realm had reprimanded their elder, striking at all the vital points. Furthermore, he audaciously proclaimed that only one of their elder or the beast could survive. Who was this man in black? After a short while, the commotion within the cave gradually subsided. At last, a beam of purple light erupted from within, revealing the elder, drenched in the blood of the beast, clutching an 8th-tier magic crystal tightly in his right hand. I cannot believe I have truly slain a beast of the 8th tier, comparable to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Even now, the elder remained incredulous. Yet, the way he gazed at Qin Yuan had irrevocably changed. The prior guidance he received had already propelled his stagnant Qin Yuan sword technique forward by several degrees. This is a master, undoubtedly a master. Senior, allow me to pay my respects. Ignoring his own injuries, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sect bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan. The disciples behind him, though initially slow to comprehend, quickly followed suit, showing their reverence to Qin Yuan. Very well, their etiquette is indeed commendable. Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Senior, do you know the sect master? The Grand Elder inquired cautiously. The ability to so adeptly grasp the nuances of the Qin Yuan sword technique and point out its flaws surely indicated familiarity with the sect master. Otherwise, how could he possess such knowledge? I do not, Qin Yuan replied candidly. This answer left the Grand Elder momentarily astonished, and he then whispered, would you have the time to visit our Qin Yuan sect? We would certainly extend our utmost hospitality. Indeed, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. He was also curious to ascertain whether Li Qin Yuan's stagnation was due to negligence, halting at the threshold of the void realm. Cough, cough. If I may inquire, what is the extent of your power, senior? The Grand Elder, sensing Qin Yuan's aura of the Qi gathering realm, wiped the sweat from his brow. No matter how meticulously he sensed, the energy emanating from Qin Yuan still seemed to align with the Qi gathering realm. He realized that it was his own cultivation that fell short, unable to perceive the other's concealment. Qi gathering realm, Qin Yuan answered truthfully. The Grand Elder choked slightly, then tentatively continued, the distance to our Qin Yuan sect is considerable. Allow me to summon the wind to carry you aloft. It will expedite our journey significantly. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, one can traverse the skies and harness the power of the Purple Mansion to draw in the spiritual energy of the air, enabling the transport of up to 100 lower-tier cultivators simultaneously, albeit at a greater consumption of spiritual energy. No need, just proceed at your fastest pace. I can keep up. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The Grand Elder nodded, hastily consuming 2 pills to restore his injuries and spiritual energy. With a flourish of his hand, a violet aura enveloped the disciples, lifting them into the air. We are ready to depart. The Grand Elder gestured toward Qin Yuan, standing at the edge of the valley below. Very well, Qin Yuan nodded, stepping forward with his right foot. However, as he did so, the surrounding space rippled inexplicably, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace, reappearing in mid-air, standing before the Grand Elder with his hands clasped behind his back. This is the Qi gathering realm? The Grand Elder's lips twitched violently. He had just witnessed a spatial shift, a manipulation of space itself. This is beyond the void realm, a formidable being. This individual is a powerful entity of the void realm. Then, the Grand Elder of the Qin Yuan sword sect soon realized that no matter how fast he accelerated, Qin Yuan maintained an effortless pace beside him. And yet, he claimed to be merely in the Qi gathering realm. Indeed, the thoughts of masters diverge significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Half a day later, the Qin Yuan sect is nestled within the mountain range of the Jiushuan realm, where the essence of spiritual energy is most concentrated. Here, 79 majestic sword peaks rise prominently, and within each peak, countless disciples traverse the ethereal jade steps, perpetually in motion. Occasionally, the resonant sound of sword energy can be heard echoing through the air. At this moment, within the grand main hall of the sect, Qin Yuan sits elevated at the head of the assembly. Opposite him stands Li Feng, the sect master of Qin Yuan, who has just finished listening to the elder's account. Upon concluding, Li Feng immediately rises and approaches Qin Yuan, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Senior, do you know our ancestor?" "Indeed." Qin Yuan replies with a smile. "Where is that young fellow now?" At this inquiry, Li Feng's pupils flicker slightly. He swallows hard and responds. "The ancestor is currently in the Sword Tomb secret realm, in seclusion as he strives for the Dongxi realm. I shall notify him at once. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Qin Yuan," comes the reply. Chapter 4. Meeting the Master. In the Qin Yuan sect, within the secret realm of the Sword Tomb, lies a small expanse of heaven and earth, suffused with an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy. A veil of ethereal aura envelopes the surroundings, swirling and tangible to the touch. The undulating mountains and sword peaks rise majestically like colossal dragons. The Sword Tomb's secret realm is a self-proclaimed world, the very foundation upon which the Qin Yuan sect was established. Ordinary mortals are utterly incapable of entering this domain. At this moment, atop the sword's peak, there are only two individuals seated across from each other. On the left sits a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, while on the right is an elder whose gaze towards the man is infused with admiration. Old ancestor of Qin Yuan, the battle from 500 years ago has severely depleted your foundation. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have stepped into the void realm long ago. The green-robed elder's voice is deep, his fists clenched with fury. If it weren't for my hindrance, you would have certainly enough. Do not blame yourself, Li Qin Yuan interjects, waving his hand. Now, I am but a mere step away from the void realm. As he speaks, a glint of ferocity emerges on his face. Once I enter the void realm, I shall rise against the Qin Yuan sect once more. Old ancestor, I have heard that the supreme leader of the Qin Yuan sect entered the void realm a century ago. And after 100 years of cultivation, he has most likely reached the third heaven of the void realm. The green-robed elder replies through gritted teeth. Only the third heaven. Even if he were at the ninth heaven, I would still confront him. Li Qin Yuan snarls. My master once advised me, if one must act against those stronger than oneself. The green-robed elder swallows hard. He has often heard the old ancestor speak of this master figure. Yet the specifics of their name and background remain a mystery. The old ancestor's silence forbids further inquiry. At that moment, the jade pendant at the elder's waist jingles softly. Old ancestor, is Feng seeking an audience? The elder looks towards Li Qin Yuan. Very well, Li Qin Yuan nods. After a brief moment, a rift in space manifests, and Li Feng appears atop the mountain within the Sword Tomb secret realm. I pay my respects to the supreme ancestor and the esteemed elder. Li Feng bows respectfully to the two men. What brings you here? The green-robed elder inquires. Stroking his beard, it is as follows. Within the monster beast mountain range, our leading elder discovered an individual who is very likely a powerful being of the void realm. Li Feng succinctly recounts the events that transpired in the monster beast mountain range. You mean to say that a formidable being, potentially of the void realm, is currently a guest at our Qin Yuan sect? The green-robed elder exclaims in astonishment. A powerful being of the void realm in this continent is akin to a towering giant anywhere else. We cannot afford to offend him. At the very least, we must seek to befriend him. You just mentioned he offered guidance to the elder in the monster beast mountain range. How did he provide such guidance? At that moment, Li Qin Yuan's voice suddenly resonates, and in an instant, he appears before Li Feng. The guidance provided by the eminent figure of the void realm was rather peculiar. It exuded a sense of. Li Feng cleared his throat twice. Was it a look of exasperation at unfulfilled potential? Did he even utter some reprimands? Li Qin Yuan quickly interjected. Indeed, the ancestor spoke rightly. It was precisely that. Li Feng nodded up vigorously. At this moment, Li Qin Yuan's breathing had grown rapid, his tone intensifying. Did this esteemed individual reveal his name? I inquired about his esteemed appellation. Li Feng turned to Li Qin Yuan, earnestly stating. He introduced himself as Qin Yuan. Boom! In that instant, Li Qin Yuan felt as though his mind had been struck by a colossal force. No longer hesitating, he tore through the spatial ripples of the Sword Tomb's secret realm, vanishing without a trace. What has transpired? Li Feng stood dumbfounded, The usually composed ancestor had exhibited such unexpected behavior, leaving him bewildered. Could it be? Meanwhile, the eyes of the Grand Elder nearby suddenly quivered. As if struck by a revelation, he immediately asked, "Have you treated this esteemed individual with the utmost respect? You must not let your guard down. Rest assured, Grand Elder, our entire sect adheres to the teachings of our venerable ancestor. There's been no negligence whatsoever." Li Feng swallowed hard. Who is this esteemed individual? I can hardly ascertain at this moment. Let us proceed to the main hall, the Grand Elder proclaimed gravely. Having said that, he departed with Li Feng from the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Concurrently, at the main peak of the Qin Yuan sword sect in the Great Hall, numerous disciples had gathered. Among them were both external and internal disciples, along with various elders. They had all congregated here without exception, seeking to pay their respects to the esteemed individual. However, upon witnessing Qin Yuan's visage, astonishment swept over them. He appeared exceedingly youthful, no more than 20, with striking features and a dignified presence. Is he at the Qi gathering realm? Am I sensing incorrectly? One elder murmured. Indeed, you are mistaken. The Grand Elder admonished at that moment. This is a method of concealing one's strength, and with our meager cultivation, do you think we can discern the true power of such an esteemed figure? What are you thinking? Have you ever encountered a Qi gathering realm practitioner capable of utilizing spatial maneuvers that can only be executed in the Void Realm? That is indeed true. The aforementioned elder suddenly appeared enlightened. In the Great Hall's upper section, Qin Yuan surveyed the figures below with a demeanor of ease. The next moment, a faint smile graced his lips. He then fixed his gaze ahead, where a streak of azure light was rapidly approaching the entrance of the hall. The first disciple to encounter him upon his emergence has arrived. Whoosh! The azure light was intertwined with an overwhelming sword aura. The half-step void realm prowess sent shivers down the spines of the elders and disciples within the hall. Is the Grand Ancestor? The Qin Yuan ancestor has arrived. Who is this young man? Could he be an extraordinary genius born from seclusion? Just moments ago, the Grand Elder asserted he was an esteemed figure. Yet, he appears younger than me. The disciples and elders of the Qin Yuan sect held their breath, bowing towards Li Qin Yuan, who was floating above the Great Hall, exclaiming, "Salutations to the ancestor of Qin Yuan." At that moment, two radiant figures appeared, Li Feng, the sect leader, and the Grand Elder, who had arrived in haste. They gazed upon Li Qin Yuan and Qin Yuan on the platform, noticing that Li Qin Yuan paid no heed to the bows of the elders and disciples below. Instead, his unwavering gaze was fixed upon Qin Yuan, his eyes gradually reddening. He took deliberate steps until he stood merely 3 meters away from Qin Yuan. It was then that Li Qin Yuan seemed to awaken from his reverie. Before the assembled disciples and elders of the Qin Yuan sect, he knelt resolutely before Qin Yuan, who sat upon a jade throne. Disciple Li Qin Yuan pays homage to the master. Immediately, the sound of 3 resounding thuds reverberated through the hall, as if shattering the fabric of time and space. Each bow struck with tremendous force, causing the entire hall to tremble, and fissures appeared on the ground beneath. In an instant, the air felt as though it had solidified, plunging the great hall into a profound silence, where even the sound of breathing vanished. Only the echoes of the kowtows lingered, resonating against the dome of the hall, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 5. Is it forbidden to kill beyond one's rank? Then one is unworthy of being a disciple of the master. Hey, senior brother, did I just experience auditory hallucinations? What? Did you hear? It seems I heard. Our ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect addressing that young man as Master? I think I heard it too. All the disciples and elders in the grand hall held their breath. When they turned their gaze back to the platform, they were astonished to see their ancestor of the Qin Yuan sect kneeling before Qin Yuan. In other words, Qin Yuan was the master of their ancestor. Below the platform, the sect leader and the Grand Elder, who had just arrived, froze in shock. Their eyes were filled with unmistakable astonishment. In fact, at the moment they witnessed their ancestor kneeling, their own internal energies became slightly disordered. Rise. Qin Yuan gazed at Li Qin Yuan before him. Though his appearance had changed somewhat, the soul imprint remained unchanged. Thank you, Master. Li Qin Yuan slowly stood up his eyes slightly reddened. He was an orphan, without parents, cultivating through adversity. After revealing his talent, he fortuitously entered the ancient Tomb of Wonders, where he received teachings from Qin Yuan, took on disciples, and, after 30 years, emerged from the secret realm to showcase his skills. Now, in the central continent of the Nine Xian realm, he had founded the illustrious Qin Yuan sword sect. Yet, no one knew that all of his achievements stemmed from the blessings of his master. What are you all dawdling for? Why aren't you paying your respects? After Li Qingyun stood, he glanced at the stunned disciples and elders below, suddenly raising his voice. The sound reverberated in everyone's ears, snapping them back to reality. They dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, bowing to Qin Yuan on the platform. Disciples of Qin Yuan sect, elders of Qin Yuan sect, sect leader of Qin Yuan sect, we pay our respects to the ancestor master. Qin Yuan smiled gently, nodded, and waved his right hand. A gentle breeze lifted everyone from below the platform. Please rise. He then turned his gaze back to Li Qingyun. Ding. Task completed. Ding. Current disciple status. Name: Li Qingyun. Age: 3,100 years. Strength: half step into the void realm. Root bone: Azure Luo sword embryo, shattered. Can break through to the divine calamity realm when cultivated to perfection, but stops there. Ding. Based on the disciple's performance post-graduation, cultivation, fortuitous encounters, number of enemies slain, and other comprehensive factors, this disciple can provide the host with 5 billion points of fortune. Note: fortune points can directly enhance cultivation or be used to elevate others' cultivation. Points can be exchanged for cultivation methods, root bones, etc. in the marketplace. 5 billion disciple fortune points. Not too much, yet not too little. After all, previously in the ancient tomb, redeeming a sacred level cultivation method required 10 billion fortune points. In other words, this disciple was worth 5 sacred level cultivation methods. With a soft exhale, Qin Yuan gazed intently at Li Qingyun and slowly spoke. Qingyun, pray tell, how did your Qin Luo sword embryo come shatter? With this singular inquiry, he directly addressed the gravest cultivation peril that weighed upon Li Qingyun. Master, Li Qingyun's hands clenched into fists. The Qin Luo sword embryo I bestowed upon you was theoretically capable of allowing you to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy within 3 millennia. Even if you did not attain the utmost supremacy, you should have at least possessed the strength of a half-step supreme. Yet now, you find yourself merely at the half-step Dongshu stage? Qin Yuan shook his head, raising his right hand to extend 5 fingers. You are currently worth no more than 5 sacred-level cultivation techniques. Do you comprehend? Witnessing this, Li Qingyun's lips twitched slightly. His master remained ever enigmatic, speaking with an air of unpredictability while maintaining an endearing childlike demeanor. Truly, he was the epitome of a master. Li Qingyun wished to explain, yet found himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, unsure of where to begin. Old man, come forth, Qin Yuan beckoned, gesturing towards the grand elder beside the sect leader. You possess a fragment of the Qin Luo sword embryo's essence within you. You ought to be aware of the circumstances. The grand elder's pupils quivered, and without hesitation, he swiftly approached the grand hall. Esteemed elder, it transpired thus. 500 years ago, I accompanied the revered ancestor Qin Yuan in search of a 9-turn sword-heart herb. However, upon acquiring this divine herb, we fell prey to a treacherous scheme orchestrated by the elite sect of Central Continent, the Qian sect. At that time, ancestor Qin Yuan had already reached the half-step Dongshu stage, yet they dispatched 2 grand elders and their sect leader against us. Though the sect leader was also a half-step Dongshu, ancestor Qin Yuan was undeterred. However, the 2 grand elders had already transcended to the Dongshu stage, becoming formidable beings of the 3rd tier. Ultimately, in a bid to save me, ancestor Qin Yuan was compelled to forcefully break through, imparting a fragment of the Qin Luo sword embryo's essence to ensure my survival. Thus the essence was depleted and I bear a heavy heart. As the grand elder recounted his tale, his eyes grew red with emotion. Stop, stop, cease this theatrics, Qin Yuan interjected, interrupting the poignant sentiment the grand elder had been cultivating. Your wounds are insufficient to impact the Qin Luo sword embryo I have gathered for Qin Yuan. Now, Qin Yuan, you elucidate the matter." Seeing the situation unfold, Li Qingyun cleared his throat and scratched his head, saying, "Well, upon my return to the sect, and after settling in, I infiltrated the Qian sect. When I clashed with those two grand elders, they spoke ill of my master, which irked me. I thought to eliminate them both before making my escape." Qin Yuan's face broke into a smile. "Now this is the disciple I have trained." Meanwhile, the elders, sect leader, and grand elder within the grand hall were left bewildered. "This incident transpired back then?" Qin Yuan inquired with a chuckle. "And what followed?" "Well, shortly after I dispatched their grand elder, I was discovered," Li Qingyun confessed. "Then, the entire sect pursued me relentlessly, even employing the protective formation of the Qian sect." Li Qingyun cleared his throat lightly. "With no other choice, I had to ignite the essence of my sword embryo and carve my way out. However, rest assured, Master, at that moment, I managed to slay more than half of their elders, ensuring I did not bring shame to you. Moreover, the news about the Qian sect has likely been suppressed by them, so very few are aware of this incident." The sect leader of Qin Yuan and everyone present broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. It turns out their ancestor was so formidable back then. A mere half-step into the void could dare to infiltrate the Qian sect and even slay one of their supreme elders. In the end, after exhausting the sword embryo's essence, he actually managed to escape. Ancestor Qin Yuan, this was exceedingly perilous. At that time, you were merely at half-step into the void and in a wounded state. The opposing Supreme Elder was at the third level of the Void Realm. The Supreme Elder gulped hard. As a disciple of the Master, one must possess the ability to slay opponents beyond their level. Otherwise, they are unworthy of being the Master's disciple. Li Qingyun stood tall, filled with pride. As a disciple of the Master, he felt immense pride. Chapter 6. Let us first ascend to the realm of void. Well done. Now, this is what a disciple of mine should look like. Qin Yuan rose and approached Li Qingyun. "I had wondered why your strength was so limited, but fret not. Now that your master has emerged from seclusion, I shall help you reclaim your standing. Yet you, my dear disciple, are merely at the half-step void realm. It is somewhat lacking." As his words fell, Qin Yuan lifted his right hand and gently placed it upon Li Qingyun's shoulder. In an instant, the essence of the great Tao began to circulate, as if the profound forces of creation were permeating the void. At that moment, a brilliant stream of light erupted from Qin Yuan's fingertips, shining like the stars and embodying supreme power. Within it also mingled the purest essence of the Qin Luo sword's original force, as if it could rend the heavens and reshape the cosmos. Li Qingyun felt a warm current spreading through his entire being, nurturing all that it touched like a spring breeze bringing rain. In that instant, all of his hidden injuries vanished without a trace. Even the most minute meridians sprang forth with vibrant vitality. Upon careful reflection, Li Qingyun astonishingly realized that the Qin Luo sword's essence had entirely restored itself in that fleeting moment. Within the sword's core, a golden light flickered, seemingly harboring boundless sword intent. With each flicker, he felt the sword intent within him solidifying further. Moreover, with every breath Li Qingyun took, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius rippled in waves. In that moment, tens of thousands of strands of spiritual energy surged toward his body. After a brief while, Li Qingyun surveyed his surroundings and discerned fine ripples in the fabric of space. Taking a step forward, he instantly traversed the distance, arriving atop a mountain 1,000 miles away. Then, with another step, he returned to the Great Hall. This was the ability to traverse distances with but a thought, such as the hallmark of a master in the realm of void. Although one may initially grasp spatial power upon entering the void spirit realm, it is merely a rudimentary application. Only by becoming a true master of the void realm can one claim to have a measure of control over spatial forces. The void realm, the third heaven. As Li Qingyun withdrew his consciousness, he discovered 3 radiant stars within the vast expanse of his mind's sea, representing the third heaven of the void realm. Li Feng, the supreme elder, and other disciples in the sect gazed on in astonishment. At that moment, they realized that Qin Yuan's strength and capabilities far surpassed their expectations. Why the excitement for merely reaching the third heaven? Qin Yuan doused Li Qingyun's moment of pride with a splash of cold reality. One might think you had ascended to the supreme third heaven. Ahem. Indeed, master. Your teachings are invaluable. Li Qingyun's brief sense of pride dissipated instantaneously. Below, the elder who had first encountered Qin Yuan could not help but be taken aback. This was strikingly reminiscent of how Qin Yuan had previously reprimanded him in the valley. Truly, a figure of great wisdom. Master, you have emerged from seclusion, yet you remain in the Qi induction realm? Li Qingyun quietly inquired of his master regarding the cultivation of their revered master. The disciples of Qin Yuan are well aware that their supremely powerful mentor seems to disdain the conventional practices of spirit energy cultivation. Instead, he delves directly into the primordial essence of the great Tao, the maternal energy of all things, and the primordial purple aura, resulting in no apparent manifestation of his cultivation level. Naturally, this leads to Qin Yuan remaining at the Qi gathering realm. Your reminder is timely. As Qin Yuan approached the steps of the Grand Hall, the persistent presence of the Qi gathering realm would inevitably attract some puzzled glances. Therefore, he decided to elevate himself to the Void Realm. Within the hall, all eyes converged upon Qin Yuan. Particularly, the sect leader and the elders appeared to have discovered an unfamiliar dimension of this world. Was it true that the master of their ancestor was indeed at the Qi gathering realm, in the ninth heaven of the nine profound realms? Qin Yuan elegantly flicked his dark robe, the fabric swirling as if resonating with the void itself. With a single step forward, the air beneath his feet rippled like water. Simultaneously, his cultivation surged dramatically, transcending 3 realms from the Qi gathering realm to the post-heaven realm. With the second step, his momentum escalated once more, advancing from the post-heaven realm into the pre-heaven realm. The third step followed swiftly, shattering the barriers of the spirit realm beneath his feet as if they were mere parchment, utterly incapable of resistance. Each step was a leap toward immortality. Qin Yuan's voice harmonized with the rhythm of his steps, and his cultivation continued to ascend. With the fourth step, he entered the spirit ascension realm. The fifth step propelled him into the divine storage realm. The sixth step brought him into the purple mansion realm. All paths converged into one. His voice resonated like the grand sound of the Tao, reverberating through the expanse of the hall. With the seventh step, he reached the primordial spirit realm. The eighth step elevated him to the void spirit realm. Upon the descent of the ninth step, his power settled firmly within the first layer of the void realm. The oppressive aura of the first layer of the void realm loomed like a collapsing firmament, enveloping the surroundings. This pressure was far more terrifying than the 3-layered void realm of their ancestor. At this moment, Qin Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back in the air of the Grand Hall, his gaze shimmering as brightly as the stars. He intoned the final proclamation, "In heaven and earth, I am the pinnacle." Thus, his cultivation was firmly established within the first layer of the void realm. Inside the Grand Hall, all disciples of the Qin Yuan sect wore expressions of profound astonishment. The recent spectacle had entirely surpassed their comprehension and imagination. Faces were etched with disbelief as all eyes focused on the towering figure standing in the air, their hearts swelling with overwhelming shock, which surged like a tidal wave, refusing to subside. From this moment forth, if anyone were to inquire how long it takes to ascend from the Qi gathering realm to the void realm, they would have previously answered that it requires at least several millennia of accumulation and cultivation, coupled with significant fortuity, to embark upon such a journey. However, now they would respond that they had witnessed a person who, with merely 9 steps, could step into the void realm, in the 9th heaven of the 9 profound realms. Each step is a leap toward immortality. All paths converge into one. In heaven and earth, I am the pinnacle. The sect leader of Qin Yuan murmured these words, his pupils filled with an astonishment that was difficult to digest. Their respect for the ancestors' esteemed master only deepened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 million faith points. These faith points can be equivalently exchanged for fortune points. Qin Yuan gazed at the disciples of the sect, a smile gracing his face. He then turned to Li Qingyun and inquired, Where is the Qin sect? I wish to visit for some tea and to admire the scenery." Upon hearing this, everyone in the grand hall gasped in shock. Tea and scenery? Surely, he meant to annihilate the sect. "Master, I have devised a new strategy to deal with the Qin sect. Li Qin Yuan swiftly bruaka Qin Yuan." You once said, Master, that when confronting a jester, one must strike at the height of his revelry. In a few days, the centennial Zhongzhou Trisect Grand Assembly will take place. At that time, our Qin Sword sect, the Qin sect, and the Julie Witch Hall will convene in the mystical realm of Yunxiao Illusion Valley. With your support, Master, I have broken through to the 3rd level of Dongxiu, and I am confident that I can leave the members of the Qin sect trapped within the secret realm. Qin Yuan nodded approvingly. "Very well, you shall proceed. I will lend you my support. In the path of cultivation, resolving conflicts oneself will naturally facilitate future breakthroughs in one's mindset." His interest was piqued by the Julie Witch Hall. The Julie Witch Hall? I once took on a disciple from there a millennium ago. That little rascal had an unquenchable fascination with witchcraft and sorcery. Now, I find myself quite intrigued. Chapter 7. The Fiercest of Opponents. In the heart of the Yuxiao mountain range lies the Yuxiao Illusion Valley, a secluded gorge perpetually shrouded in thick mist. Its entrance remains concealed throughout the year, revealing itself only at specific moments. Within this mystical realm, abundant spiritual energy flourishes, creating a picturesque landscape adorned with an array of exotic flora. In the central continent, 3 formidable sects stand at the zenith of power. The Qin Yuan Sword sect, a righteous order, upholds its tenets with unwavering discipline. Any disciple found to be abusing their position is met with strict punishment according to the sect's regulations, earning a reputation that resonates over vast distances. The Qin sect, primarily composed of practitioners of the earth lineage, possesses a fiery temperament and often resorts to bullying the weak. However, their intense cultivation renders them nearly unmatched among peers, compelling ordinary cultivators to endure their tyranny in silence. The final sect, the Julie Witch Palace, inspires trepidation and hushed whispers. Its disciples practice the arcane arts of witchcraft, and the enigmatic palace master appears and disappears without a trace, capable of slaying adversaries of equal rank with but a single witch insect. Nevertheless, due to the peculiar nature of their cultivation, the Julie Witch Palace boasts fewer than 100 disciples. At present, the 3 sects have converged before the Yuxiao Illusion Valley. The air before the tranquil gorge ripples with spatial distortions. Before these distortions lies a vast square paved with azure stones, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. "Master, that figure in red is the Qin sect's leader, Lai Wufeng," whispered Li Qin beside Qin Yuan. Upon glancing in that direction, Qin Yuan beheld the Qin sect leader. "Ahug de figure manatigne astoniora." Lai Wufeng, a practitioner of earth attributes, stand at the 3rd level of the void realm. After a mere glance, Qin Yuan lost interest. Such a pawn was hardly worth his effort. Though Lai Wufeng was flanked by 2 elders, both sensing to be at the 5th level of the void realm, they still paled in comparison. With the Qing Luo sword embryo, Li Qin could effortlessly eliminate opponents of levels 5 or 6. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay a Qin sect elder of the 3rd level of the void realm during his half-step in the past. "Master, that man in black robes is the palace master of the Julie Witch Palace, Lu Julie," Li Qin continued. As soon as the introduction concluded, a smile graced Qin Yuan's lips. Indeed, his dear disciple. Notification, task triggered, encounter with disciple Lu Julie. Lu Julie, a natural vessel for myriad insects, was once hunted to near death by the very world that shunned him. By a twist of fate, he entered the ancient celestial tomb, where he was rescued by Qin Yuan and taken as a disciple. Due to the unique nature of his body, he could only thrive for a millennium before being consumed by the very insects he commanded. Yet, Qin Yuan was never stingy with his disciple. He directly transformed Lu Julie's myriad insect body into the celestial insect emperor body, the ultimate evolution of the myriad insect vessel. The limits of growth are virtually boundless. To Qin Yuan's astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered 2 disciples here. However, his gaze turned towards the figure of Lu Julie, shrouded entirely in a black robe, deep in contemplation. The sect master, the prowess of that Qin Yuan elder has actually transcended. Moreover, he too has reached the third level of the Void Realm. On the side of the Qin sect, an elder whispered, accompanied by a young man whose strength also resided at the first level of the Void Realm. What is there to fear? Although Lai Wufeng was astonished, his face remained replete with confidence. I am also at the third level of the Void Realm. Furthermore, we possess a Supreme Elder at the fifth level of the Void Realm. Moreover, isn't there still, as he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lai Wufeng's eyes. 500 years ago, we failed to retain Li Qin Yuan within the Qin sect. This time, we will ensure that he and his disciples meet their demise within the Yunsha Illusion Valley, as long as we assist that esteemed individual in obtaining the Qingluo sword embryo. Our entire Qin sect shall be bestowed with immense fortune. The elder immediately nodded in agreement. After eliminating Li Qin Yuan, his Qin Yuan sect will be completely exterminated. Not a single one shall remain, Lai Wufeng declared with ferocity. Indeed, sect master. Meanwhile, at Qin Yuan sect, Li Qin Yuan addressed a group of disciples with a resonant voice. Upon entering the secret realm, your sole task is to spare no effort in slaying the disciples of Qin Yuan sect. Yes, Elder Qin Yuan. The disciples of Qin Yuan sect responded in unison. Both sides exhibited their ruthless resolve. When the time comes, I shall take on Lai Wufeng and their elders. Your only responsibility is to ensure the safety of our sect's disciples. Li Qin Yuan turned to the Supreme Elder and remarked. However, the Supreme Elder displayed a worried expression. For Lai Wufeng was also at the third level, accompanied by a Supreme Elder at the fifth level. Do you lack faith in me? Li Qin Yuan Smirka, glancing at Qin Yuan with profound respect. Moreover, I have my master. In Li Qin Yuan's eyes, his master was invincible, a superlative being with transcendent abilities, capable of vanquishing all enemies across the past, present, and future. If one cannot prevail, one need only call out. Qin Yuan smiled with contentment. Although it would be splendid if his disciple could resolve matters independently, it would be sheer folly to stubbornly press on if unable to succeed. Since his emergence from seclusion, although less than 10 days had elapsed, Qin Yuan had yet to stretch his muscles. At that moment, the once tranquil air within the valley began to tremble. In that instant, it felt as though the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was being disturbed by an invisible force. In the center of the valley, the fabric of space rippled, resembling a mirror being kneaded by an unseen hand. In a heartbeat, a vortex of space materialized. The edges of the vortex shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling the gathering of clouds, splendid yet emanating terrifying spatial fluctuations. At the core of the vortex lay a profound darkness. In the valley, the flora danced gracefully, while above, the clouds churned incessantly, illuminated by the resplendent twilight, casting the entire valley in an ethereal glow. It was evident that the cloudy twilight illusion valley had been unveiled. Within the illusion, numerous disciples from various sects and a multitude of solitary cultivators gathered, for this was the grand assembly of the three sects. Furthermore, the valley was rich in rare treasures and precious herbs, which promised significant enhancement to their cultivation upon acquisition. Disciples of the Qin Yuan sect, heed my command. Advance. With a sweeping gesture, Li Qin Yuan led hundreds of disciples from the Qin Yuan sect as they transformed into streaks of light, swiftly entering the portal to the illusion before them. Meanwhile, all disciples of the Julie Witch Hall, under the guidance of Lu Julie, stepped into the illusion as well. Observing that everyone had already crossed the threshold, the members of the Qin sect remained silent, following Lai Wufeng as they hastily entered the illusion. As the fabric of space rippled, waves of distortion cascaded outward. In the next moment, Lai Wufeng led over 200 disciples of the Qin sect into the cloudy twilight illusion valley. What greeted them was not the expected plane of the illusion, but rather a colossal azure sword. The blade extended for hundreds of feet, its surface crystalline and translucent, radiating an azure brilliance, with an aura of sword intent that was both chilling and formidable, suffused with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Lai Wufeng momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically. Li Qin, you lack martial ethics. The response that met him was Li Qin thunderous retort. I care not for your ethics. Chapter 8. You are worth no more than 5 imperial techniques. In the plains of the mysterious realm of Yunxiao Illusion Valley, numerous wandering cultivators had not ventured deep into the secret domain in search of opportunities and treasures. When they witnessed the sudden action of the ancestral elder of the Qin Yuan sect, they were left utterly astonished. At that moment, the air around them was violently sliced apart by the sword Qi, carrying the Qing Luo sword embryo, emitting a piercing hum that resonated in the air. There was no time for contemplation. Lien Wufeng let out a low roar. Stone shield. The stone attribute spiritual energy within him surged and poured forth, coalescing before him into a colossal shield resembling a mountain. Bang! Boom! In the midst of the collision, it seemed as if the entire space of the secret realm trembled. Kill. The first stance of the Qin Yuan sword technique. The second stance of the Qin Yuan sword technique. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect, still airborne, found themselves surrounded by the disciples of the Qin Yuan sect. The intent of the Qin Yuan sword began to envelop the plains of the Illusion Valley. The scene descended into chaos. What on earth was happening between the Qin Yuan sect and the Qi Yuan sect? No one knew. How did they start fighting the moment they entered the secret realm? You ask me? The wandering cultivators around were all bewildered. Not only that, even the disciples from the Jili Witch Hall appeared somewhat confused. At this moment, Lu Jili, shrouded in a black robe, slowly removed his hood. His complexion was slightly pale, and his eyes were exceedingly strange, as if countless worms were writhing within. A chilling aura surrounded him, sending shivers down one's spine. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a character from ancient times was engraved upon his neck. Lu Jili's gaze fell upon a man in dark robes among the forces of the Qin Yuan sword sect. When he discerned the familiar face, his entire body trembled violently. The familiar visage and aura caused Lu Jili's breath to quicken. Hall Master, what is wrong? Beside him, the eldest disciple noticed the Hall Master's unusual demeanor and stepped forward. No matter. Lu Jili shook his head. You all wait here. With that, he soared alone towards Qin Yuan's direction. Lu Jili? The Hall Master of the Jili Witch Hall? What is he approaching us for? Upon noticing Lu Jili's movement, the Grand Elder and Elder of the Qin Yuan sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Could it be that the Qin Yuan sect and the Jili Witch Hall are colluding? Just as their expressions changed, Lu Jili had already approached within 10 meters of Qin Yuan. Gazing at the familiar face and the affectionate aura, he took a deep breath and knelt straight before Qin Yuan. Disciple Lu Jili, I pay my respects to Master. His trembling voice, though not loud, caused the fierce battle in the distance to pause for a moment. What on earth is happening? The tension-stricken Grand Elder and Elder of the Qin Yuan sect were left in utter disbelief upon witnessing Lu Jili kneeling before Qin Yuan. In the distance, Li Qin, engaged in combat with Lai Wufeng, trembled with shock, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. Although my master had informed me of the existence of many senior brothers, I never anticipated that the Lord of the Jili Witch Hall would also be a disciple of my master. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan gazed at the figure of Lu Jili before him and shook his head, saying, Rise, my dearly. It seems you still prefer to manifest as a witch puppet. His words unveiled Lu Jili's true state in an instant. This was all in strict adherence to my master's teachings. My master had once advised me to avoid direct confrontation with enemies when employing witchcraft and gu techniques. With a sinister smile that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding Lu's cultivators and even the elders of Qin Yuan's sect, Lu Jili stood up. My true form is in seclusion in the eastern continent. This is merely a witch puppet with strength equivalent to the 5th level of the Void Realm, he stated, suppressing his excitement. And what is the strength of your true self? Qin Yuan inquired. Perfected divine calamity realm. Half a step into the supreme realm. Lu Jili replied proudly. Since his departure from his master, he had traversed through countless epochs and had already stepped into the realm of half supreme. Such a cultivation speed had far surpassed that of his contemporaries. That means you are worth at most 5 imperial grade cultivation techniques. Qin Yuan calculated silently, delivering his words without mercy, I had thought you had reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Cough, cough. I have brought shame upon my master. Lu Jili coughed lightly. Their conversation had already revealed their relationship. In the distance, in the air, Lai Wufeng was momentarily taken aback. That lad was actually Lu Jili's master? I'll measure the password. Who are you calling, lad? In the next moment, a colossal azure sword, infused with overwhelming fury, descended, accompanied by the tumultuous sword energy of the azure Luo. Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled with sword intent. How dare Lai Wufeng address his master in such a manner? At that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: destroy him. Crack! Even though Lai Wufeng summoned a stone shield to defend himself, he could not withstand the furious strike from Li Qingyun. Crimson blood erupted from Lai Wufeng's mouth. Had it not been for the intervention of the elder from the Qin sect, he would have perished beneath that azure sword energy. Behold, Jili. Qin Yuan pointed toward Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, a junior brother from 5,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Jili's insect-like eyes, formed from goo worms, flickered slightly. He then produced the witch insect command from within his robes, his voice devoid of any emotion. All disciples of the Jili Witch Hall, heed my command. Annihilate all disciples of the Qin sect. Those who could become disciples of the Jili Witch Hall were all formidable individuals. Although they were astonished that the young man in the dark robes was the master of their lord, the command of their lord was akin to a sacred decree. In an instant, over 100 disciples adept in witchcraft began to lick their lips, employing their goo techniques and joining the fray. With their participation, the scene was utterly horrifying. The sight of the parasitic worms gnawing at flesh sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. At this moment, Qin Yuan also realized that the task triggered by the system could only be completed upon encountering the true body. This meant that the current incarnation of Lu Jili, a puppet of sorcery, was utterly worthless, yielding not even a single point of fortune. How dare you call me your master, you insolent wretch? I shall decipher the password. The first form of the Qin Luo sword embryo. Qin Luo 10,000 manifestation sword. Li Qingyun Ruarat Fierseli. Drawing upon the essence of his Qin Luo sword embryo to condense the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming myriad swords into a singular blade. It surged forth like an explosion of phenomena, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Countless sword energies surged towards the Grand Elder of Qin sect and Lai Wufeng, piercing through the air with no avenue for evasion. The myriad sword shadows were lethal with every strike. I will not tolerate your disrespect toward my master. The second form of the Qin Luo sword embryo. Qin Luo heaven-splitting slash. The third form of the Qin Luo sword embryo. Qin Luo annihilation as one. Kill. It is indeed the commendable teachings of the master. All that I have learned stems from the master. The Qin Luo sky-breaking slash. The sword emerges like a rainbow, enveloped in an indomitable might. It transforms into a colossal beam of sword light, directed towards the esteemed elders of the Qin sect and the formidable Lai Wufeng. Even though they are formidable figures in the realms of Dongshu 3rd layer and Dongshu 5th layer, they find themselves unable to withstand this onslaught. Upon impact, their spirits instantly wither. Blood has already stained their robes. Following this, they are met with the third stance of the Qin Luo sword embryo, the Qin Luo annihilation of unity. Countless sword energies converge into a singular point, forming an exquisitely pure and terrifying intent of the Qin Luo sword. It possesses a tendency akin to the convergence of myriad swords into one essence. While visually it may not be as grand as the previous two strikes, it harbors the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Moreover, it can directly pierce through the very essence of the enemy. A strike that is destined to hit. A hit that is bound to wound. A wound that is sure to bring death. Will you not make a move? Sensing their utter inability to withstand this blow, Lai Wufeng suddenly roared towards the void behind him. Just as his voice fell, a cracking sound echoed. The space itself fractured. In an instant, a chilling essence, almost tangible, erupted forth from the shattered void. Two figures stepped forth, treading upon the air with deliberate grace. They were two gaunt old men, donned in flowing black robes, adorned with silver sword patterns at the edges. Their faces were lined with wrinkles, cheekbones prominent, and eyes sunken deep. Yet, a fierce, sword energy emanated from their gazes. The elder on the left bore an ancient long sword upon his back, its sheath as dark as ink, with a silver thread entwined around the hilt. The other wielded a slanted, supple sword, its blades serpentine, glimmering coldly, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Their presence was restrained, yet their sword intent surged like a tempest. They were two powerful sword cultivators. The Yiming twin swords? The two esteemed elders of the dueling sect from the eastern continent. The identities of these elders were instantly discerned by Lu Jiuli. The surrounding rogue cultivators also underwent a drastic change in expression upon hearing this revelation. So, it was indeed someone from the eastern continent. Moreover, from the dueling sect. It is over. We shall all perish here today. Elders, what do you mean by this? The disciples and elders of the dueling sect are notorious for their mercilessness. Among them, the most ruthless are indeed these two esteemed elders. The Yiming twin swords symbolize that wherever they tread, it will transform into a realm of shadows. Both are formidable beings at the goddess calamity realm. If they join forces, they can slay their foes across 2 layers of the heavens. A being at the goddess calamity realm? In the central continent, for rogue cultivators like them, encountering a being at the goddess calamity realm is as rare as 100 years. At this moment, with merely a wave of their hands, the Yiming twin swords shatter the offensive of the Qin Yuan sword embryo. Elder Ming, witnessing their seemingly fatal predicament being alleviated, Lai Wufeng and the esteemed elder of the Qin sect swiftly approached them, bowing respectfully. As for the wailing disciples of the Qin sect below, they seemed oblivious to the unfolding events. As the cries gradually subsided, after the last disciple of the Qin sect was slain, all the disciples of the Qin sect and the Jiuli Witch Hall returned to Qin Yuan's side. The first layer of the divine tribulation realm, Qin Yuan squinted, gazing at the 2 elders near the spatial rift in the distance. Master, shall I self-destruct to take these 2 old dogs with me? Lu Jiuli licked his lips at that moment. Although he had spent over 1,000 years crafting this witch puppet, he would spare no effort for his master. The elders and disciples of the Qin Yuan sect beside him swallowed hard. They initially believed their ancestors' methods were ruthless enough, only to discover that there were even fiercer ones. A self-detonation right off the bat? Norus. Qin Yuan lightly brushed his sleeves and smiled leisurely. Julie, your junior brother Qin Yuan has ideas. Indeed, as soon as the words fell, Li Qin Yuan in the air began to condense a stronger intent of the Qin Luo sword. Despite possessing only the strength of the 3rd layer of the Void Realm, he showed no fear towards the 2 divine tribulation realm experts. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Is this the Qin Luo sword that the sect master has been desperately seeking? The fighting spirit and demeanor are truly exceptional. Li Qin Yuan, if you willingly sever the Qin Luo sword from within you, we may spare your life, the 2 elders of the netherworld stated coldly, their tone commanding. Here it comes. Damn, it's finally here. Below, after 1,000,000 years of silence, Qin Yuan finally felt exhilarated. It was so familiar. After all, having been in the fantasy world for 1,000,000 years, he had not encountered any tricks until now. Just look at the expressions, the attire, the words, and the appearance of these 2 elders from the netherworld. Truly, a villain meets their end due to their own verbosity. And then there's Li Qin Yuan, the 3rd layer of the Void Realm challenging the divine tribulation. A perfect protagonist template. Of course, every disciple Qin Yuan cultivated is a protagonist template. Spare my life? I'd rather let out a fart. Li Qin Yuan laughed heartily. You 2 old dogs one-teeth think that just because you are in the divine tribulation realm, you have everything under control, will you? The divine tribulation realm? I embody the divine tribulation realm. The Luo sword. The sword of all things returning to one. Grasping the blue sword in his hand, Li Qin Yuan charged towards the 2 elders of the netherworld without hesitation. This, the old ancestor's demeanor, is truly so carefree and unrestrained. Li Feng observed the battle above, Such a level of combat was beyond his reach as a void god. All thanks to our master's teachings. We all learned from him, Lu Jili said, beaming with pride. Upon witnessing his disciple unveil the truth, Qin Yuan grinned and remarked, "What I taught you back in the day was to articulate eloquently, not to speak foully. Can this really be blamed on me?" Those around him understood, for they knew. After all, he was a superpower. What was wrong with having a carefree personality? Must one be overly pedantic to be considered a sage? Truly, it is the Qin Luo sword. The realm of Dongshu's triple heavens surprisingly withstands our combined assaults. The two elders of Yuming wield their twin swords in perfect harmony, a blend of fierce and gentle techniques that are nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to counter. Yet, as the battle rages on, both combatants grow increasingly astonished. Despite the visible wounds upon them, they become ever more formidable, even seizing opportunities for counterattacks. Although they cannot penetrate each other's sword intent, this alone attests to the terrifying nature of their opponent. It is crucial to note that, even when united, the strength of the two of us might not suffice against a formidable adversary of the divine catastrophe's triple heavens. In other words, this Li Qin can, with the Qingsoa sword embryo, boldly confront an early-stage divine catastrophe without succumbing. It is no wonder that the sect master chose to dispatch us here. You are indeed beyond the resolution of an ordinary elder within the sect. A chilling light gleams in the eyes of the two elders of Yuming, as their strikes become increasingly cunning and vicious. "Julie, do hasten to assist your junior brother," Qin Yuan remarked, discerning the intentions of the adversaries. "Yes, master." Lu Jiuli swiftly nodded, transforming into a specter that ascended into the sky in an instant. "Do not panic, junior brother. Your elder brother is here to assist you." Chapter 10. Disciple, retreat behind your master. In the plains at the entrance of the illusionary Cloud Valley's secret realm, the sky was riddled with fissures in space. With the arrival of Lu Jiuli, dark purple runes began to manifest around these spatial rifts. "Lu Jiuli, are you also going to oppose our absolute cold sect? We respect your status in the imperial continent, but that does not mean we fear you. If you meddle once more, we shall show no mercy. Should you be defeated, do not blame us." The two elder Yuming, feeling the power of the runes surrounding them, furrowed their brows, their voices laced with displeasure. After all, Lu Jiuli, known for his mastery of witchcraft, had garnered a notorious reputation in the imperial continent. Moreover, his true form was at the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, making most sects reluctant to confront him. "You dare strike my junior brother, yet do not allow me, as his senior brother, to restore his honor?" Lu Jiuli chuckled menacingly, continuously unleashing the secrets of witchcraft in his hands. In that moment, the two elder Yuming found themselves straining against the tide. The situation on the battlefield was poised for a significant turnaround. The witch puppet Lu Jiuli possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Void Realm, while Li Qinyan was at the 3rd level. Remarkably, a combination of a 3rd and a 5th level could force back two individuals at the 1st level of the Divine Calamity Realm. The onlookers on the plain were left in stunned silence. The imbalance of the battle led them to question whether they were truly part of the same cultivation system as these formidable combatants. "We have shown restraint time and again. Lu Jiuli, do not hold us accountable. The Qin Luo sword embryo is of great significance." Their purpose in coming here was to seize the Qin Luo sword embryo from Li Qinyan, even if it meant offending Lu Jiuli. With the Qin Luo sword embryo in their possession, they would not fear a single Lu Jiuli in the imperial continent. 10,000 worms devouring the soul. Lu Jiuli wasted no time with idle chatter, directly invoking his most potent sorcery. In an instant, the space around him erupted with brilliant purple light, as countless runes and witchcraft insects surged forth from the rifts. Li Qinyan was equally resolute, wielding his blue sword and channeling the power of the Qin Luo sword embryo to unleash his swordsmanship. Yuming's sword technique. The two elder Yuming ceased any pretense of restraint, unleashing their full strength in a frenzied display of their mightiest attacks. The clash of their combat was a fierce exchange, with the shockwaves strong enough to shatter distant mountains. After all, this was a battle at the level of the divine calamity realm. The so-called divine calamity signifies the transcendence one undergoes after enduring the tribulation of lightning, marking a qualitative ascension from the void realm. However, for those lacking resolve or seeking shortcuts, the fatality rate during the lightning tribulation significantly increases when reaching the pinnacle of the void realm through other means. In summary, those who could ascend to the divine calamity realm would be considered titans in any corner of the nine mystic realm. These two elders indeed possessed formidable skills. Although Qin Yuan could contend with a powerhouse of the divine calamity realm due to the Qin Luo sword embryo within him, he was still only at the third level of the void realm. Beside him, Lu Juli, although at the fifth level of the void realm, was merely a puppet, unable to fully unleash the power of his true form. After a fierce battle lasting over 100 rounds, both Qin Yuan and Lu Juli began to show signs of retreat. "Junior brother, you should return to our master. I shall engage him in self-detonation." At that moment, a fierce glint flickered across Lu Juli's face. After all, it was merely a puppet refined over a millennium. If it were to explode, so be it. If a puppet at the fifth level of the void realm could take down two from the divine tribulation realm, as our master would say, it would not be a loss. One taken would be a break even. Two would be a tremendous gain. "Senior brother," Qin Yuan gritted his teeth. Just as Lu Juli was about to reverse his technique, a clear voice resonated in their ears. "Disciples, retreat behind me." It was Qin Yuan. The mere thought of their supremely powerful master stepping in caused both Qin Yuan and Lu Juli to tremble. They had witnessed their master annihilate those who dared to invade the ancient heavenly tomb without adhering to the rules. The shocking images of that day remained deeply etched in their memories, impossible to erase. "Yes, master." Without hesitation, Lu Juli and Qin Yuan swiftly moved to the plains below. The recent battle had been observed by their master. "The power of the Qin Luo sword body. You have only unleashed 1/10 of its potential." Qin Yuan gazed at Qin Yuan and imparted, "If you could harness even half of its power, these two from the divine tribulation realm would not last 3 exchanges in your hands. I shall heed the master's teachings and strive doubly hard in my cultivation." Qin Yuan respectfully bowed to Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Juli, eagerly awaiting his master's guidance, began to feel anticipation build within him. "What are you looking forward to?" Qin Yuan shot a glance at the puppet. "Have you grown too bold? Do you think to fool me with a puppet? Once I arrive at the imperial continent and find you have not stepped into the supreme realm, you shall witness how I discipline you." Upon hearing this, Lu Juli's expression fell, and he could only stand by, silent and dejected. "The first level of the void realm? Master? Ha ha ha." One would be laughed at for uttering such words. In the air, the two elders of the netherworld observed as Lu Juli and Qin Yuan retreated behind a man in a dark robe, instantly activating their soul perception. Upon discovering Qin Yuan's strength, their withered faces were filled with astonishment. On the plain, the gazes of Qin Yuan and Lu Juli towards the two elders of the netherworld transformed, akin to gazing at two corpses. For those who dared to speak to their master in such a tone had all perished. At this moment, the Qin Yuan sword sect, the Jili Witch Hall, and all nearby rogue cultivators focused their attention on Qin Yuan. After a breath, Qin Yuan moved. He maintained a level gaze, his sight not directed at the sky, but rather slowly uttered 3 words, "Too high." At the very moment he uttered the words "too high," the space surrounding the two venerable elders of Xianming abruptly transformed into a transparent crystalline cluster, extending 100 feet in every direction. Furthermore, the void beneath their feet shattered, revealing a structure reminiscent of a spider's web. They scarcely had time to utter a word before they felt an overwhelming force cascading down upon them, akin to the weight of 100,000 mountains. The elder on the left had just raised his right hand when he was met with the sound of cracking bones. The other elder, poised to defend with his sword, witnessed the blade shatter instantaneously. Under the immutable laws of space, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Not only that, but their bones began to fracture inch by inch, their forms transforming into fiery meteors, entwined with ripples of spatial distortion as they plummeted into the plain below. The ground erupted, creating a deep pit over 100 feet wide. Life essence and blood were offered in sacrifice. Within the depths of the pit, the two elders of Xianming sensed the pervasive aura imbued with the intricate engravings of the great spatial laws surrounding them, and without hesitation, they expelled their vital blood, sacrificing their lives to extract their latent potential, all in a desperate bid to escape this dire situation. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. Chapter 11. Kneel. This singular scene sent shivers down the spines of the scattered cultivators within the mystic valley of cloud and twilight. The once haughty Elder Yumming and Elder Ming, who had soared imperiously in the skies, were abruptly cast down by a mere utterance from Qin Yuan. At that moment, they were even compelled to expel the essence of their own lifeblood. What a terrifying force of spatial law! How mistaken they were! The might of that individual was utterly formidable. In the depths of the pit, Elder Yumming, who had summoned forth his life essence, clenched his teeth in fury. Beside him, Elder Ming was equally distraught. The two of them were frantically exhausting their lifeblood just to stave off the imminent collapse of their bodies. Yet if this continued, they would inevitably be consumed by the very fabric of space. Realizing this, the duo of Yumming and Ming dared not delay any longer. They hastily retrieved a verdant jade talisman from their spatial rings and shattered it. In a haze of mist, a ripple of spatial energy erupted from the air. Yumming and Ming, could there truly be matters in this diminutive central continent that you two cannot handle? Before their arrival, a voice echoed, and, in an instant, a pitch-black crack appeared in the space. An aged figure, bearing a countenance marked by time, emerged with a deliberate stride. Though his hair was as white as snow, the terrifying aura emanating from him rendered the scattered cultivators below breathless. Elder Tsang, please save us. In the depths of the pit, the bodies of the two elders began to show signs of bloodletting. The power of spatial forces was already surging within them, inflicting excruciating agony. At this moment, in the air, Elder Tsangyun swiftly discerned that the depths of the pit below were inscribed with intricate spatial runes. Instantly alert, he unleashed his spiritual consciousness, spreading it wide across the area. Yet he detected no presence of any formidable experts surpassing his own cultivation level. Elder Tsangyun, has this old man also arrived? Junior brother, it appears that the sovereign of the Absolute Frost sect truly covets your Qing Luo sword embryo. Lu Julie's eyes narrowed, his voice chilling. Elder Tsangyun, at the 5th level of the Divine Calamity Realm. He is one of the 2 supreme elders of the Absolute Frost sect, specializing in the Absolute Frost Sword intent. If he were to unleash the full extent of his sword techniques, even most 5th-level Divine Calamity cultivators might find themselves outmatched. Li Qingyun scratched his head, remarking, "The gifts from my master are indeed exceptional. Please save us." Elder Tsang, the 2 elders of Yumming emitted a chorus of agonized wails. The twisting power of the spatial runes pressed inexorably upon the depths of their very souls. It was the man standing before Li Qingyun. He was Li Qingyun's master. Make him stop. In an instant, Elder Tsangyun focused his spiritual consciousness on Qin Yuan below. However, he was soon taken aback. Don't you? 1st level? No. This is merely a fade. He must have employed some arcane technique to conceal his true cultivation, having lived for over 10 millennia. Elder Tsangyun's discerning eye was exceptionally keen. He cupped his hands towards Qin Yuan below, stating, "Our Absolute Frost sect has never harbored any grievances against you. Since Li Qingyun has become your disciple, we shall no longer interfere. Release the spatial confinement, and our people will depart from the central continent immediately. What say you?" Qin Yuan paid no heed to Tsang Yunzi, instead turning to Lu Julie and Li Qingyun, remarking, "Observe how he speaks without the slightest hint of shame. An enmity of life and death can be dismissed as having no grievances. Take note of this." Li Qingyun and Lu Julie nodded in unison, acknowledging their master's teachings. Before the spatial rift, Tsang Yunzi's expression darkened. "Your strength must be at the mid-stage of the divine tribulation realm. Yes? Surely you have heard of the dueling sect from the eastern continent? It is wise to resolve enmities rather than forge new ones. I suggest you reflect carefully." With a flick of his robe, Tsang Yunzi's voice turned icy. "The eastern continent? Zhueling sect. Rest assured, I shall investigate, Qin Yuan responded, a gentle smile gracing his handsome visage. Yet his voice sent shivers down the spine. Moreover, regarding your notion of resolving enmities, I hold a differing perspective. As long as one annihilates all adversaries, is that not a resolution? The crowd felt a chill at his words. Upon further contemplation, they begrudgingly acknowledged the logic. Do you truly wish to oppose our Zhueling sect? Song Yunzi's face flushed with anger. His patience had worn thin. He found it infuriating to be treated as though he were powerless. Qin Yuan slightly shook his head and uttered 2 words, kneel. In an instant, the power of the spatial laws twisted once more. Song Yunzi realized with horror that the spatial nodes he had set for escape were utterly obliterated. At that moment, the rifts around him writhed like living creatures, transforming into slender silver threads that ensnared his body. Following this, a surge of transparent gel-like substance erupted from the rift. The essence of space crystallized as though sculpted from ice. Song Yunzi could only watch helplessly as his form plummeted downward, utterly powerless. All his methods as a 5th-tier divine tribulation expert proved ineffective. Bam! The entire plain within the Yuxiao illusory valley quaked. When the onlookers turned their gaze again, they beheld Song Yunzi, his legs shattered, kneeling before Qin Yuan at a distance of about 10 zhang. You dare oppose our Zhueling sect? He felt the excruciating pain in his knees, his expression twisted in terror. He was a formidable presence in the divine tribulation realm. When had he ever endured such humiliation, especially before someone at the 1st tier of the Void Realm? How tiresome. Qin Yuan shook his head, having lost interest in further inquiries. The void fell silent. Raising his right hand, he slowly clenched it before him. In that moment, Song Yunzi and his companions were granted no further opportunity to speak. Their bodies disintegrated inch by inch. The moment blood gushed forth, it was deconstructed into shards of crystalline space. Every blood-red ice crystal reflects the terrifying remnants evident in the pupils of the 3 individuals. Ultimately, the trio was utterly obliterated. Such a horrifying and transcendent technique sent chills down the spines of all present within the secret realm, leaving them paralyzed with dread. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 first-layer cultivators of the Divine Calamity Realm and 1 5th-layer cultivator, earning a feedback of 50 million fortune points. Upon hearing the feedback regarding the fortune points, Qin Yuan displayed no surprise. However, it was not merely a matter of indiscriminately taking lives to acquire such points. The slain must be enemies connected to his disciples. Otherwise, Qin Yuan would have long invited those who ventured into the ancient tomb of desolation to be guests at the 10,000 Souls banner. Almost forgot about you too. Qin Yuan suddenly turned, a warm smile adorning his face. In the distance, the sect master of the Red Rock sect, Lai Wufeng, and the Supreme Elder were instantly struck with terror, kneeling upon the ground and repeatedly bowing to Qin Yuan. Senior, I was blind to your greatness. Before they could finish, Qin Yuan waved his hand, and the 2 exploded into a mist of blood. At that moment, all the wandering cultivators, as well as the elders and disciples of the Qin Yuan sect, along with the disciples of the 9 Liwich Hall, finally comprehended why their ancestors and the Hall Master were so ruthless. It turned out that their master was even more merciless. What are you waiting for? Why the days? Qin Yuan gestured toward the pools of blood in the distance. Have you forgotten the teachings? Lu Jiuli and Li Qingyun immediately nodded, their thoughts drifting back thousands of years, vividly recalling the scenes within the ancient tomb of desolation. It was a time they deeply cherished. Chapter 12, when he beheld Qin Yuan. It was as if a drifting creature had glimpsed the vast heavens. In the ethereal landscape of clouds and mist, a bizarre scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. There stood the venerable ancestor of the Qin Yuan sword sect and the lord of the Liwich Hall, joyfully rummaging through pools of blood as if they were mere children. Eureka! The spatial ring. Li Qingyun, having discovered the opponent's spatial ring amidst the sanguine waters of Kanjiunzi, jubilantly approached Qin Yuan. Despite his millennia of existence, in the presence of his master, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, he felt no more mature than a 3-year-old child. Lu Jiuli, on the other hand, felt akin to a 4-year-old. Master, I have found it too. Lu Jiuli, shedding his previously enigmatic demeanor, hurriedly stood before Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, waving his hand to directly erase the soul restrictions on several spatial rings. The medicinal pills and treasures are somewhat lacking, yet I have always held a fondness for collecting such items. With a mere thought, the treasures within the spatial rings, pills, weapons, techniques, spirit herbs, materialized in the air before him. Observing these items, he shook his head and sighed. The quality was indeed mediocre, far inferior to what he had collected in the ancient tomb. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan relished gathering such artifacts, regardless of their merit, preferring to grasp them firmly. This item possesses some intrigue. Among the levitating objects, one caught Qin Yuan's attention, prompting him to raise his gaze slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze key emanating an ancient, subtle glow appeared in his palm. Measuring 3 inches in length, the bronze key was adorned with 9 serpentine crimson grooves. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be fashioned from the trachea of a primordial beast. Curiously, the top of the key seemed to be missing a segment. Qin Yuan's fingertip lightly grazed the key's uneven surface, instantly setting off a cascade of dark golden ripples. This is the first of the 9 underworld knocks, used to unlock the tomb of the Empress Respect. Upon witnessing this artifact, Lu Jiuli's expression transformed with excitement. The tomb of the Empress Respect. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, within the imperial continent of the Joshuan realm, there exist 3 ancient secret realms. Lu Jiuli quickly elucidated. Among these, the most enigmatic is the tomb of the Empress Respect. It is said to harbor a great opportunity for those who aspire to the supreme realm. My own body has reached the pinnacle of the divine calamity realm, and this 9 underworld knock key is what I have tirelessly sought. Although rumors suggest that the Zhu Ling sect possesses 2, I never anticipated that one would be found on Kanjianzi. Master, we have struck gold. After discerning the significance of the 9 underworld knock key, Qin Yuan casually waved it toward Lu Jiuli. Here, take it. Master, Lu Jiuli exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. This treasure is invaluable. Do you not want it? Qin Yuan tilted his head. I do. Lu Jiuli replied without hesitation, swiftly securing it within his spatial ring, then breaking into a silly grin. This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly astounded, especially those disciples of the Jiuli Witch Hall. Had they ever witnessed their lord in such a demeanor? However, regarding such a precious artifact, Master, do you truly believe I require this trinket? Qin Yuan's retort left Lu Jiuli utterly speechless. It was a valid point. His master was none other than the sovereign of the ancient heavenly tomb, a superpower possessing transcendent abilities. Such a chance to ascend to the supreme realm was indeed unnecessary for Qin Yuan. Yet, at this very moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The pool of blood that was once Song Yunzi suddenly quivered. A radiant blue light surged upward from the ground. Tiny fissures in space abruptly manifested. The soul. Just wait. Li Qingyun, Lu Jiuli, and your master. Upon my return to the Absolute Ling sect, I shall undoubtedly repay today's humiliation 100-fold. This scene caused the expressions of the Qin Yuan sect members to drastically alter. The life-preserving trump card of the God Tribulation Realm. When a cultivator steps into the God Tribulation Realm and endures the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, they can condense their soul. This is precisely why Lu Jiuli could spare a fragment of his soul to forge a witch puppet. Upon entering this realm, even if the physical body is obliterated, a wisp of the soul can remain, allowing for an escape by tearing through space. Moreover, if one can find a top-tier alchemist, they can entirely refine a new corporeal form and be reborn. If the path of alchemy is not available, one could directly possess the body of a weaker cultivator, annihilate their consciousness, and usurp their form. However, this would equate to starting anew in another life. If circumstances allow, the former option is typically preferred. Ancestor, Hall Master, the members of Qin Yuan sect and the Jiuli Witch Hall all exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, the faces of Li Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli remained composed. Escape? Who could possibly flee? With master present, who could evade? Derisive words flowed from their lips. Indeed, in the next moment, the blue soul in the sky emitted an unprecedented, heart-rending wail. The power of the soul? Qin Yuan smirked. No one understood the power of the soul better than he did. The so-called soul is the spiritual force of the consciousness sea. And Qin Yuan? He possessed the soul power of 1,000,000 years. Could a soul body that is cultivated for at most 10,000 years escape before 1,000,000 years? Moreover, although Qin Yuan had only lingered in the ancient heavenly tomb for 1,000,000 years, it is essential to recognize that the strength of his 1,000,000-year soul was honed through various grand principles and laws within the tomb. Additionally, the fortuitous points Qin Yuan had acquired from his disciples, aside from not being able to enhance his cultivation, had fully augmented other attributes, such as laws, principles, space, and soul. In this moment, the transformed soul body of Tsang Yunzi was struck with terror, realizing how utterly misguided he had been in underestimating Qin Yuan's strength, believing it to only be at the late stage of the God Tribulation realm. After merely sensing Qin Yuan's soul intensity, a sense of dread erupted into two explosive words in the air. For the first time in 10,000 years, the usually composed Tsang Yunzi could no longer contain himself. Only the essence of the soul could truly perceive the sheer terror of Qin Yuan. Tsang Yunzi's spiritual form trembled violently, and even the core of his soul began to fracture, a manifestation of the primal fear emanating from his very essence. The consciousness he projected was instantly subdued, transformed into the fundamental forces of the universe. From the perspective of Tsang Yunzi's soul, he beheld Qin Yuan, surrounded by a tumultuous surge of soul power that spanned countless realms. This terrifying force had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, a truly formidable entity. This was a being that had transcended the boundaries of a single realm. A shattered sound of despair escaped Tsang Yunzi's lips. In that moment, encountering Qin Yuan was akin to a mere wisp of vapor gazing upon the vast sky, akin to a fleeting breath glimpsing the lofty, celestial gates of the 99 heavens. His own soul power, cultivated over millennia, paled in comparison to a single droplet on the verge of extinction within the vast ocean of the opponent's soul. Life? Can justificar no ilusiones. He sought only that death might come without excessive agony. Chapter 13. The Great Wilderness's Eye of Annihilation. The Rainbow Bridge of the Imperial Continent. Within the illusory valley of clouds and mist, Qin Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at the soul form of Tsang Yunzi. In that instant, the celestial dome of the secret realm abruptly split into 3,600 violet fissures. Through these rifts, one could behold Qin Yuan's divine soul, entwined with the cosmic rivers, descending like the primordial beginnings of the universe. As the soul's shadow magnified, the entire sky transformed into a colossal eye of divine essence. The deep azure eye, forged from the convergence of countless eons of divine spirits, emitted tendrils of primordial soul energy that rippled through the void. Within the secret realm, the vast expanse of azure morphed into a singular eye. This spectacle caused the multitude of cultivators below to feel an overwhelming terror, their very souls trembling. What unfathomable power is this? Even the Supreme would be hard-pressed to match such might. At this moment in the heavens above, Tsang Yunzi's soul form began to disintegrate inch by inch. How fortunate Tsang Yunzi truly is. Beside Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli sighed. To perish at the hands of his master is the greatest honor of his life. His demise is incredibly worthwhile. To the side, Li Qingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, those behind them twitched their lips in disbelief. Is this even sensible discourse? In the next heartbeat, Qin Yuan's soul voice resonated, shattering the rolling clouds above the secret realm. The eye of annihilation of the great wilderness. The mightiest force of divine soul unleashed. As the ethereal azure giant eye emitted an otherworldly glow, Tsang Yunzi below found his soul form growing increasingly transparent, until it vanished without a trace. In that moment, the world fell silent, and Tsang Yunzi was utterly obliterated in soul. 1 billion miles away, on the imperial continent, in the Tianshu mountain range. Here lies the stronghold of the Zhuling sect. This sect has stood for countless millennia within the imperial continent, established amidst the naturally formed Sword Tomb mountain range. Every midnight, violet sword qi descends from the heavens, transforming into supreme sword intent for cultivation. At this moment, within the main peak of Zhuling sect, a palace entirely crafted from cold jade, several figures flickered. Report to the sect. Sect Master, the sole imprint jade slip of Elder Song Yunzi has shattered. Moreover, the jade slips of the two elders of the netherworld have also been destroyed. Within the Green Jade Palace, a duty elder, responsible for guarding the sole imprint jade slips, knelt on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, unable to bear to look up at the two figures above. How dare someone assassinate my brother? I shall ensure that the one who killed my brother meets a fate worse than death. Above in the palace, an elder clad in green robes bore a frail visage filled with unprecedented fury. The shattering of the soul imprint jade slip signified death and obliteration. He had never anticipated that his brother, possessing the strength of the fifth heaven of the divine catastrophe realm, could be slain by another. A cruel aura instantly pervaded the entire palace, instilling a profound fear of death in the kneeling elder. Song Yuzai, brother of Song Yunzi. The strength surpassing that of Song Yunzi is truly terrifying, as he has reached the formidable 8th level of the divine calamity realm. Not even a trace of his soul has managed to escape. Opposite Song Yunzi, a man narrows his eyes. Clad in opulent attire, he emanates an overwhelming aura of supremacy. He is Ling Ju-Tian, the master of the absolute cold sect, possessing the might of a half-step sovereign, ruling over the empire continent. It is precisely due to his formidable prowess that the absolute cold sect can stand toe-to-toe with the ancient clans of the empire continent. It appears that he possesses the means to annihilate souls. Song Yunzi, temper your aura. It seems there exists a formidable entity in the central state. Ling Ju-Tian lightly touches a spatial ring with his right hand, causing an ancient bronze key to materialize in the air. Regrettably, we are left with only one key to the 9 underworlds. Song Yunzi. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, sends a chill down Song Yunzi's spine. Master, it was my oversight. I thought those who possessed the other keys to the 9 underworlds would remain vigilant of both you and me. Naturally, your strength is formidable. But I foolishly placed the key within Song Yunzi's possession. Please punish me, Master. Song Yunzi clenches his teeth, speaking in a low tone. No matter. Ling Ju-Tian smiles faintly, a hint of coldness lacing his grin. Whoever slays Song Yunzi will undoubtedly acquire the key. It won't be long before the tomb sovereign descends. At that time, we shall uncover the identity of the one who vanquished your brother. It is truly unfortunate. I had intended to devour the Qin Luo sword embryo before entering the tomb sovereign's domain. However, it appears time is insufficient. Master, shall I personally venture to the central state to capture the one with the Qin Luo sword embryo? A sinister expression fills Song Yunzi's face. Better not, for now. Those possessing the 9 underworld's keys are keeping a close watch on us. Ling Ju-Tian shakes his head. Let us remain still for the time being. Yes, Master. Song Yunzi can only clench his fists and bow his head. Meanwhile, in the Empire continent, at the Miasma Bone Gorge, a perilous location amidst the treacherous Wushan Mountains, ordinary cultivators steer clear of this place, avoiding it at all costs. At this moment, deep within a valley in the core of Miasma Bone Gorge, lies the skeletal remains of a witch beast. Above the bones sits a man cloaked entirely in black robes. He is currently utilizing witch insect secret techniques to receive all intelligence from the witch puppets. After a brief moment, he suddenly opens his eyes. Within his violet pupils, twisted and writhing insect-like entities can be discerned. Master, Lu Julie's eyes brim with delight and excitement. Just then, a figure clad in green attire gracefully approaches from behind the witch beast skeleton, holding a portion of cooked food. Qing Fenglan. Now, we can all enter the tomb sovereign's domain. I have also obtained the 9 underworld's key. Lu Julie rises abruptly, gazing at the green-clad man with a smile. With his mastery of witch insect techniques, he finds few willing to befriend him. Before them stood Qin Yuan, a dear friend forged over millennia. With a carefree disposition and a mastery of nature's arts, he often found companionship among flowers, grasses, and creatures. Their bond was kindled eons ago within a secret realm, where he encountered Lu Jiuli. He paid little heed to Lu Jiuli's cultivation methods. Rather, their differences complemented one another, leading to a profound friendship. "Where did you acquire this?" Qin Yuan inquired, astonished. "A few words cannot convey the full story. I must depart now to the Rainbow Bridge in the eastern continent to meet someone. Let us converse on the way," Lu Jiuli exclaimed, brimming with excitement. From the intelligence relayed by the shaman puppet, his master was already en route to the eastern continent. The Rainbow Bridge in the eastern continent served as a spatial conduit connecting the eastern continent of the Nine Mysterious Realm to other great continents. Constructed over a century by formidable beings of the Divine Tribulation Realm, it could be activated simply by embedding a spirit crystal into the teleportation array. After all, the ley lines of the Nine Mysterious Realm are vast, and some cultivators may spend their entire lives unable to traverse even a single continent. As two radiant beams, one black and one green, emerged from the Miasma Bone Gorge, the two friends set forth, soaring towards the Rainbow Bridge of the eastern continent. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Imperial Continent. Qin Yuan, your Qin Luo sword embryo has reached great perfection. Your cultivation speed now allows you to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. In the future, when your master is not present, should you cause any trouble, do not implicate me. In the main hall of Qin Yuan's Sect Master Li Feng and others anticipated an emotional farewell between master and disciple. However, the scene felt peculiar. "Master, I understand." Although Qin Yuan's eyes shone with reluctance, he recognized that his current level of cultivation was utterly insufficient in the Imperial Continent. Accompanying his master would only lead to chaos. "I have nothing of value to offer you. This advanced Imperial-level sword technique shall be your gift." Qin Yuan gently caressed the spatial ring, and in an instant, a golden radiance erupted from within. Imperial-level technique. The others in the hall felt their breaths grow heavy. It had been thousands of years since such a technique had graced the central region. The hierarchy of techniques ascends from the lowest to the highest, beginning with the levels of earth, heaven, mystery, and yellow. Above these lie the sacred-level techniques. At the pinnacle of these is the imperial level. A single imperial level technique, if cultivated properly, could give rise to an unparalleled master at the peak of the divine calamity realm. Do not mistake me for stingy. This advanced imperial level technique is the most suitable for your Qin Luo sword embryo. Once you reach the half-step sovereign realm, I shall bestow upon you a sovereign level technique. Qin Yuan remarked with resignation. "Yes, master." Li Qingyun was overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples in the hall held their breaths in astonishment. How could one deem it stingy to casually present an advanced imperial-level technique? What did it mean to wait until one reached the half-step sovereign realm to receive a sovereign-level technique? Just how formidable was Qingyun's master? Sovereign-level techniques. Above the imperial level, even in the imperial continent, there were likely few such texts. Enough. Have you secured the Void Jade Pendant? Master, I have secured it. Should you find yourself in a life-or-death situation, shatter the Void Jade Pendant, and I shall come to your aid. Yes, master. Very well, I must take my leave. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly, for he had yet to acquire the critical feedback points from Lu Jiuli. Did this young man think to dismiss him with a mere puppet? A glance at the puppet beside him sent shivers down Lu Jiuli's spine. As the fabric of space tore apart, Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli vanished from their location. In the grand hall, Li Qingyun stood in place for a long while, before finally regaining his composure. Turning around, he resumed the image of the ancestor. He spoke coldly. Notify the entire sect. Annihilate the Qi sect. The sect master of Qi and some inner disciples perished within the Yunxiao Illusion Valley, yet the external Qi sect still exists. Since we have forged enmity, we must eradicate them entirely. This is the lesson imparted by my master. In the Jioshuan realm, the imperial continent. This is the core area of this realm, the sacred place for all beings to pay homage. The 9 mystic realms serves as the convergence point for the entire fortune of its realm. This vast expanse is boundless, with mountains and rivers crisscrossing in every direction. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly dense, coalescing into spiritual springs and lakes nestled within the mountain ranges. Thus, practitioners who cultivate in this sacred place experience remarkable efficiency in their endeavors, making it a coveted destination for countless prodigies. Moreover, the imperial continent is replete with various sects, as well as many secluded ancient clans. In summary, the imperial continent is indeed a grand stage for the talented. At this moment, we find ourselves in the Rainbow Bridge realm of the imperial continent. This area serves as the central hub for the teleportation arrays connecting the imperial continent to other realms. The Rainbow Bridge is governed by an unwritten rule. Regardless of the magnitude of enmity, one must refrain from engaging in combat here, particularly those of the Divine Tribulation realm. Should a conflict cause the collapse of the spatial array, it would incite great displeasure among various sects, as many regularly send disciples and elders to other continents for training. In their travels, they often discover talented individuals to bring back, enriching their sects with fresh blood. On the Rainbow Bridge platform, constructed from billions of star steel blocks to withstand the tearing forces of space, Lu Jiuli strides back and forth, his demeanor fraught with tension. Though his puppet has already met with his master, it is merely a puppet, not his true self. Beside him, Qin Yuan observes Lu Jiuli's anxious state, astonished at his uncharacteristic unease after millennia of familiarity. During their conversation, Lu Jiuli reveals that his master is en route to the imperial continent. Qin Yuan has heard Lu Jiuli speak of his master before, though the specifics remain undisclosed. Nevertheless, in Lu Jiuli's words, his master is described with 2 formidable characters: invincible. To elaborate, he is invincible in the world. This only heightens Qin Yuan's curiosity. Suddenly, the spatial rainbow bridge before them begins to shimmer and pulsate. The passage from the central continent to the imperial continent is about to open, and Lu Jiuli's tension escalates. Moments later, 2 figures emerge gracefully from the shimmering portal. Upon catching sight of his master, myriad emotions surge within Lu Jiuli. Many years ago, he was pursued due to his innate 10,000 worm body and fortuitously fell into the ancient heavenly tomb. There, he gained the favor of his master and became his disciple. His master taught him to control the myriad worms within him and, through immense transformative power, enhanced his 10,000 worm body, breaking the curse and achieving the celestial transformation Worm Emperor body. It can be said that everything he possesses is a gift from his master. Now, upon laying eyes on Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli can no longer contain himself. With a swift stride, he rushes to Qin Yuan's side, then straightens his body and kneels heavily upon the Rainbow Bridge platform. Disciple Lu Jiuli pays respects to master. Notification: task of meeting with disciple completed. Current status of the disciple. Name: Lu Jiuli. Age: 11,000 years. Strength: 9th layer of Divine Calamity Realm. Great Perfection, Half-Step Sovereign, Root Bone, Heavenly Transformation, Gu Emperor Body. Ding. Commencing the acquisition of disciples' critical feedback luck points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 billion luck points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Yuan finally revealed a smile. The 5 imperial grade techniques are now in hand. Who is this? Qin Yuan pointed at Qin Yuan. Immediately, Qin Yuan approached Qin Yuan, bowed respectfully, and said, "Junior Qin Yuan, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." "Master, this is my good friend." Lu Jiuli introduced Qin Yuan. He is also at the 9th layer of Divine Calamity Realm's Great Perfection. We intend to enter the Burial Sovereign Abyss together to seek potential breakthroughs to Sovereign. However, he possesses only 1/9 Underworld key, which he originally intended to give to me. Now we have 2 keys. We can both enter the Burial Sovereign Abyss. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jiuli summoned the witch puppet into his spatial ring, while the 9 Underworld key fell into his grasp. Excellent. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. It seems you have chosen a good companion. Isn't that right, young brother from the Qin Feng clan? With a single glance, he peers through Qin Yuan's true bloodline. Deep within Qin Yuan's pupils, A ripple of azure flickered as the clan's formidable beings employed celestial techniques to completely conceal the essence of the Qingfeng clan. Even a sovereign-level powerhouse would find it impossible to discern at a glance. Yet, Lu Juli's master was able to see through it instantly. Could it be that his strength surpasses that of sovereign? At this thought, a cold sweat began to bead down Qin Fenglan's spine. Chapter 15. I considered you a brother, yet you're not a comrade of mine. Are you of the Qingfeng clan? Lu Juli paused, momentarily taken aback as he reflected on the millennia that had passed, during which he had remained utterly oblivious to Qingfeng Lan's true identity, merely perceiving him as a cherished friend. Senior, Lu Juli, I did not intend to conceal my identity, Qingfeng Lan stammered, suddenly flustered, hastily explaining. I harbor no ill will. I simply, Qingfeng clan, so what of it? Lu Juli remarked, somewhat taken aback. Surely you do not believe that the events that transpired 30,000 years ago between your clan and the human race would sway my opinion of you? Qingfeng Lan appeared somewhat uneasy. Back then, before he could finish, Qin Yuan interjected, Hold on. This is not about you, Juli. Are you really going to leave me standing here while you explain yourselves? Cough. Gome. Master, within the imperial capital's Hongxiao realm, there exists a first-class celestial residence. The cuisine there comprises an array of exquisite delicacies, and I have reserved the most luxurious floor in advance. Let's go. I shall treat you to a warm welcome. Lu Juli exclaimed, slapping his forehead with a sheepish smile. Now that is more like it. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, finally feeling that he had a disciple who resembled a proper student, one capable of treating him to sumptuous feasts and delightful pleasures. During the 1,000,000 years spent in the ancient heavenly tomb, everything had been satisfactory. It had enabled the extraordinary enhancement of his soul, laws, and Tao rhythms. Yet, there was one deficiency, the scarcity of wild delicacies. This craving had led Qin Yuan, despite no longer requiring sustenance, to retain a fondness for culinary delights. Drinking and feasting on delicacies, he welcomed all that came his way. A moment later, at the upper level of the first-class celestial residence, an array of mountain treasures was laid out. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan seized a drumstick of the renowned San Yuan free-range chicken. Here we go. After taking a bite, Qin Yuan's taste buds were thoroughly satisfied. The San Yuan free-range chicken, a celebrated dish of the imperial continent, could enhance longevity and invigorate the spirit upon consumption. At this juncture, Qingfeng Lan, seated across the jade table, took a deep breath and began to speak in a hushed tone. 30,000 years ago, our Qingfeng clan engaged in a fierce battle with the human race, known as the Calamity of Feathered Flames. At that time, a human coveted our clan's immortal secrets and entangled himself with our third princess. It was only later that we discovered this human practiced the 9 transformations of life technique, a brutal method that allowed him to assimilate the powers of other races. The third princess was trapped in the chasing sunset abyss, where she was refined by him until the last of her feathers remained. In her final moments, she ignited the immortal blood of the Qingfeng within her. That feather broke free from the chasing sunset abyss, conveying everything to our Qingfeng clan. Consequently, we declared war on that human and his family. Later on, that individual actually allied with numerous formidable experts among humanity, slaughtering over half of our clan's elders, and even turned against us, accusing our Qingfeng clan of intending to use the essence of immortal blood to refine the human race. Following this war, our Qingfeng clan retreated into our clan's secret realm, declaring an unending enmity with humanity. Conversely, humanity harbors an everlasting disdain for our Qingfeng clan. After Qin Yuan finished his last bite of food, he nodded slightly. Lu Jili, I did not intend to conceal this from you. I merely... Qingfeng Lan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that revealing his identity might cost him this cherished friendship. This implies that Lu Juli took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Qingfeng Lan shifted. Meanwhile, Qingfeng Lan's heart sank. Just as he awaited Lu Juli's resolute response, Lu Juli spoke. So, your true form is actually a Qingfeng? Huh? Qingfeng Lan paused momentarily, nodding in confusion. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? A Qingfeng, How majestic would it be to ride one? Lu Julie's face lit up with anticipation. Qin Yuan was taken aback for quite a while before he finally managed to swallow hard. I consider you a brother, and yet you wish to ride me. So that means, Julie, you do not hold it against me? Qin Yuan suddenly came to his senses, his face slightly flushed. Hold it against you? Why would I? Lu Julie replied, his tongue in cheek. My master once said, true friendship requires sincerity. If you bore me ill will, we could never become good brothers, right? Indeed, Qin Yuan rose, his expression filled with excitement. Therefore, since we are all good brothers, it is not unreasonable for a brother to ask another for assistance. Is it? Lu Julie chuckled, approaching Qin Yuan. What matter? Having lived for 10,000 years, I have yet to ride a Qin Yuan. This is such a trivial request. You wouldn't deny me, would you? Qin Yuan's face twitched slightly. I am male, masculine male. I am aware. My esteemed master has taught us that one must strive against difficulties. Lu Julie replied. Qin Yuan, witnessing this scene, clicked his tongue. Enough, Julie, cease your jesting. Let us discuss the matter of the Zhuling sect. Lu Julie cleared his throat and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He approached Qin Yuan, took a seat, and began to speak. The Zhuling sect is located in the Tianshu mountain range. The entire sect primarily cultivates the Zhuling sword intent, led by the sect master Ling Zhu Tian, who possesses the Zhuling sword body. His strength is comparable to mine at the half-step supreme realm. The other elders within the sect should not be a cause for concern. Previously, the Tsang Yunzi you defeated has an elder brother named Tsang Yuzi. Tsang Yuzi's strength is at the 8th level of the divine calamity realm. Currently, the Zhuyin is seeking the keys. We possess 2 on our side, while the Zhuling sect has only 1. The remaining 6 keys are held by various hidden sects and other top-tier sections. Calculating the days, the Zhongzun Yuan will open in less than a month. The entrance lies in the Jilin plains of the Empire continent. This plain is quite peculiar, filled with an aura of dusk. Moreover, the spiritual energy cannot coalesce in this place, which is why no cultivator has been willing to venture here for an extended period. Only when the grave respect abyss is opened will some cultivators dare to enter for a chance at glory. After listening to Lu Jiulie's explanation, Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Yuan, I sense the presence of the primordial blood of the Qin Yuan within you. Your standing in the Qin Yuan clan must be quite significant. Am I correct? Qin Yuan suddenly turned to Qin Yuan and inquired. Senior, I am the son of the current clan leader of the Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan confessed, unable to conceal the truth. The elders within the clan have calculated that my opportunity to achieve supremacy lies within this grave respect abyss. Thus, they bestowed upon me a 9 netherknock. In that case, should I become your clan leader, for the sake of prudence, it would be advisable to have at least 1 clan member accompany you into the grave respect abyss. Qin Yuan remarked in astonishment. So, who from your clan will accompany you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan broke into a cold sweat, as if the arrangements of his entire clan were laid bare before the other. To answer the senior, it would be my clan leader father. What is his strength? Qin Yuan queried. Supremacy, 2nd heavenly layer. Just barely adequate, Qin Yuan replied. Very well, knowing that there is an ally is sufficient. Let's depart, Qin Yuan stated, rising and stretching lazily. Where to? To the absolute cold sect. Chapter 16. The performance of my disciple fills me with gratitude. In the 9 Xian realm, on the imperial continent, lies the Tianshu mountain range, an area of formidable natural defenses. This mountain range resembles a myriad of colossal swords thrust into the heavens. Within this vast expanse, sporadic sword path markings emerge, generating gusts of wind that cleave through the cloud sea above. The Zhuling sect, perched precariously upon a sheer cliff, boasts a sword gate crafted from 9 layers of profound iron, emanating a chilling radiance. The gate's threshold bears numerous sword scars. The air is thick with various sword energies, each exhibiting an overwhelming fierceness, suffused with an aura of absolute dominance. The Zhuling sword embryo, while not as elevated as the Qin Yuan sword embryo, possesses rapid cultivation speed in its nascent stages for its bearer. In the skies above the Tianshu mountain range, space ripples open as Qin Yuan, Lu Jiuli, and Qin Fenglan arrive. Suspended in the void, Qin Yuan gazes upon the expansive Tianshu mountain range, momentarily taken aback. However, in the next instant, his steps falter slightly, and a hint of astonishment graces his features. The power of Shumi? Although exceedingly faint, it unmistakably resonates as the power of Shumi. The existence of such a phenomenon within the Tianshu mountain range is astonishing. How intriguing. At this moment, Qin Yuan's gaze seems to penetrate through the mountains below. He then steps forward, twisting and turning, and suddenly finds himself hovering above the Zhuling sect. At that moment, the disciples and elders within the Zhuling sect sense the intrusion of outsiders and promptly heighten their vigilance. Simultaneously, the sect's protective array commences its activation. Is that Lu Jiuli, the individual skilled in the art of witchcraft? Beside him stands an unfamiliar youth, but the man in green is indeed Qin Fenglan, adept in natural techniques. His prowess rivals that of Lu Jiuli, being a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe realm. What brings them to our Zhuling sect? Quickly, activate the protective array. The elders from both the inner and outer sects of the Zhuling sect become increasingly alert. Lu Jiuli's name has resounded throughout the millennia. After all, his mastery of witchcraft is notoriously ruthless. Those who have crossed him have met untimely ends, often leaving no trace behind. Under the spiritual energies of these elders, who possess cultivation at the 5th level of the divine catastrophe realm, the protective array begins to slowly activate. In an instant, the heavens above the Zhuling sect are shrouded in a blood-red dusk. It seems as though the entire Tianshu mountain range has suddenly fallen silent. From the peaks of the sword mountains surrounding the Zhuling sect, streams of purple radiance surge into the sky. Obscure runes swirl, gradually forming a colossal phantasm of a sword in the air. At this moment, the sword intent of Zhuling becomes tangible, resonating with the sword patterns manifested on the foreheads of all disciples and elders below. The Zhuling protective array, the esteemed elder of the inner cabinet, possessing the 5th level of the divine catastrophe realm, leaps into the air. Hiding within the grand formation, he clasped his hands toward Lu Jiuli outside the array and proclaimed, "Lu Jiuli, our Zhuling sect has always maintained a stance of mutual non-interference with you. What brings you to intrude upon our Tianshu mountain range?" Lu Jiuli glanced at his master, then at the grand elder of the inner sect. A sinister smile flickered across his otherworldly visage. "I have come to assist my junior brother in making a scene." The grand elder of the Zhuling inner sect was taken aback, frowning as he replied, "Our Zhuling sect is, after all, a top-tier sect of the Emperor continent. In these 10,000 years, I have never heard of you, Lu Jiuli, having any siblings. We have no enmity with you. I hope you will reconsider and avoid damaging our cordiality." Lu Jiuli smiled, and at that moment, dark purple witch patterns began to emerge around him. "What I can hardly tolerate is your duplicitous demeanor. You have done what you have done, yet refuse to acknowledge it. The guardian formation of Zhuling, is it?" With a sinister grin, Lu Jiuli began to weave hand seals. The purple witch patterns behind him instantaneously transformed into swarms of densely packed witch insects, which started to gnaw at the guardian formation of the Zhuling sect, which grew devouring heaven. The multitude of which insects blotted out the sky, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of the elder members of the Zhuling sect below. "Hold your ground. Second elder, go to the Zhuling hall and inform the grand elder and the sect master." The grand elder of the inner sect, sensing the troublesome insects overhead, underwent a dramatic change in expression. "Your sect's guardian formation is indeed delectable. My witch insects have taken quite a liking to it." Lu Jiuli offered a candid assessment, his hand seals accelerating in intensity. After all, every disciple wishes to make a good impression before their master. "Give me 10 breaths of time. I shall certainly breach this grand formation," Lu Jiuli declared with utmost confidence. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded in appreciation. He could easily discern that this guardian formation of Zhuling possessed considerable merit. With the natural sword intent of the surrounding Tianshu mountain range, coupled with the continuous enhancement from the owner of the Zhuling sword embryo, This guardian formation could withstand at least 3 strikes from a supreme realm practitioner. Thus, witnessing the formidable strength of Lu Jiuli's witchcraft brought him genuine relief. My disciple has set forth. As a master, he naturally felt a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, observing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, for the master and disciple, this was quite a commendable spectacle. However, are you truly unaware of your disciple's reputation within the Nine-Xian realm? It could be said that everyone speaks ill of him behind his back. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the illusory sword shadows of the guardian formation. Hold your ground. Channel your spiritual energy with all your might. The Grand Elder of the inner sect, witnessing the situation, frantically infused his own spiritual energy into the guardian formation. At this moment, within the dueling hall, the second elder of the inner sect hurriedly arrived. Where the sect master and the Grand Elder? The second elder inquired of the attending elder. The second elder informed me that the sect master and the Grand Elder have just entered the secret realm of the absolute cold sword tomb, instructing that no one should disturb them for the next month as they prepare for the emergence of the burial sovereign abyss. The elder in charge promptly replied. Upon hearing this, the second elder wasted no time and swiftly retrieved 2 communication jade slips from his spatial ring. With 2 crisp snaps, the slip shattered. In the secret realm of the absolute cold sword tomb, having arrived here for less than 10 hours and just settling into a state of comprehension, Ling Juetian furrowed his brow. This time, he had delved into the sword intent of absolute cold in only 10 hours, marking the swiftest entry into such a meditative state in several centuries. However, what was the outcome? An elder within the sect had shattered the communication jade slip, which was only meant to be broken in the direst of situations. Reluctantly, he exited his meditative state. Before him stood Song Yuzi, who wore a similarly displeased expression. "Let us go and see," Ling Juetian said, his brow still knitted, as he effortlessly tore through the fabric of space. In the next moment, both he and Song Yuzi arrived within the absolute cold hall. "Second elder, what could be of such urgency?" Ling Juetian inquired, his voice tinged with irritation. "It's dire. Sect master, Grand Elder," the second elder exclaimed, pointing towards the hall's entrance. "Lu Jiuli has gone mad. He is clamoring for an explanation regarding his junior disciple and is currently breaching the protective array of our absolute cold sect." Chapter 17. Arriving early to ambush you. Aren't you going to explode? Shitty? Lu Jiuli? What does this mean? Ling Juetian furrowed his brows. There had always been no connection between the dueling sect and Lu Jiuli. So how could his junior brother be involved? Let us go and take a look. Glancing at the accompanying Song Yuzi, he waved his hand, tearing apart the space before him, stepping forward. In an instant, he appeared before the protective array of the sect, with Song Yuzi closely following. Upon their arrival, they beheld the protective array of dueling, now marred by numerous dense cracks. If this continued, it would be breached within 3 breaths. "Lu Jiuli, the dueling sect has no dealings with you. What is your intent?" Ling Juetian's expression turned cold as he gazed at Lu Jiuli, who was casting spells. "I have stated my purpose, to provide a stage for my junior brother." Outside the array, Lu Jiuli smiled faintly at Ling Juetian, simultaneously unleashing his sorcery upon the protective formation. Crack! With the array torn open, it shattered, dispersing into countless streams of spiritual energy, vanishing into the cosmos. The protective formation, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a supreme realm, had been broken. Even the essence of the formation suffered irreversible damage. A peak 9th level of the divine calamity realm. A half step into the supreme realm. Such terrifying power. Your junior brother? Ling Juetian's countenance darkened. What? Coveting my junior brother's Qin Luo sword embryo, yet refusing to acknowledge it? In Lu Jiuli's right hand, a worm writhed incessantly. "It is you," Ling Juetian suddenly realized, connecting the dots regarding the failures of the 2 elders and Song Yuzi. "It was you who intervened." Beside them, Song Yuzi erupted in fury. The surrounding dueling sword intent began to surge uncontrollably. "It is you, Lu Jiuli. You killed my brother." Behind Song Yuzi, a colossal ethereal sword began to coalesce. The sword intent of the divine calamity realm instilled an unprecedented sense of murderous intent among the disciples of the dueling sect below. You, an 8th level of the divine calamity realm, dare to unleash your aura before me? Lu Juli's expression remained indifferent. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure of half-step supreme realm descended upon Song Yuzi. Boom! The murderous intent that had just been gathered was shattered in that instant. Cold sweat beaded on Song Yuzi's forehead, and his mind regained some clarity. He nearly forgot. Lu Juli was indeed a terrifying figure at the peak of the 9th level of the divine calamity realm. His own strength at the 8th level was truly insufficient in comparison. Lu Juli, what is it to bully those beneath your level? Ling Juetian frowned, releasing his half-step supreme aura, dispersing Lu Juli's pressure, then coldly remarked, "How shameless can you be? You send a 5th level of the divine calamity realm, accompanied by 2 at the 1st level, to Zhongzhou, to bully someone who has yet to reach the void realm. Do you have no shame?" Lu Juli showed no signs of yielding. "Perhaps we were somewhat mistaken in the past. Now your junior disciple is safe and sound, while our Supreme Ling sect has suffered the loss of several esteemed elders." Ling Ju Tian suppressed the fury that surged within him. The burial respect abyss would soon be opened in a month's time. He must enter the abyss. That individual had promised him that once he stepped into the abyss, he would undoubtedly ascend to the supreme realm. Thus, at this moment, he only wished for this matter to come to a halt. Once he emerged from the abyss and attained the supreme status, he would then exact vengeance upon all those who had wronged him. And then, what is it you wish to convey? Lu Jiuli tilted his head. What I intend to say is, Ling Ju Tian clenched his fists. Since your junior is unharmed, we of the Supreme Ling sect shall bear our losses ourselves. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jiuli recalled the words of his master, marveling once again at the master's extraordinary foresight. Previously, Qin Yuan had informed him that the intent behind their pursuit of the Qin Yuan sword embryo was to devour other sword embryos prior to entering the burial respect abyss, thereby ensuring a steady and secure entrance to ultimately achieve the supreme realm. It appears that he was indeed correct. Very well. However, I have one condition. Promise me, and I shall depart with Qin Feng Lan and my master. Lu Jiuli stepped forward, offering a slight smile to Ling Ju Tian. Master? Ling Ju Tian's gaze swiftly locked onto the figure clad in black beside Lu Jiuli. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the void realm. There are no concealed auras or artifacts on him. Is this truly his master, or merely an avatar? Ling Ju Tian took a deep breath and nodded, inquiring, "What is your condition?" "Hand over the Juyin knock in your possession, and we shall take our leave," Lu Jiuli stated. You, in an instant, a palpable aura of sword intent and murderous energy coalesced above Ling Ju Tian's head. What? Lu Jiuli grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You cannot possibly think that once I obtain the Juyin knock, I would patiently await the arrival of the burial respect abyss and then meet you again after you have entered? The murderous intent within Ling Ju Tian's gaze began to intensify. What? Is that not the case? Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the expression in his opponent's eyes, Lu Jiuli burst into boisterous laughter. Indeed, master is a master of strategy. My master anticipated your thoughts long ago. Thus, we have come today. To quote my master, if we were to arrive early to thwart you, would you not explode in rage? Ha ha. Listening to the unrestrained laughter of his adversary, Ling Ju Tian felt an overwhelming torrent of absolute sword intent begin to coalesce around him. Indeed, the ethereal image of the absolute Ling sword embryo appeared behind him. Lu Jiuli, you are merely at the 9th level of the divine calamity realm, fully realized. Even if you and Qin Feng Lan were to join forces, you cannot hope to gain any advantage over me in a short span. Moreover, with my absolute Ling sword embryo combined with the absolute Ling sword technique, I could contend with even those of the supreme realm. Have you truly thought this through? Should we engage in battle, I shall undoubtedly leave you grievously wounded. In such a case, a month hence, it is likely that the esteemed Zhang Zun Yuan will be beyond your reach. With a flick of his right hand, a silver longsword materialized in Ling Ju Tian's grasp. In that moment, the surrounding space began to resonate with an oppressive sword intent. Furthermore, esteemed elder, I perceive you are at the void realm. You must be a manifestation beyond the law, correct? I am acquainted with numerous venerable figures of the supreme realm. Perhaps you might recognize them as well. In truth, there exists no profound enmity between us. Why not? Before Ling Ju Tian could finish his sentence, Qin Yuan had already interjected. Stop your rambling. I did not come here to listen to your incessant prattle. After clearing his ears, Qin Yuan turned to the side and addressed Lu Julie, saying, Julie, I have previously instructed you, when confronted with such verbose individuals, do not engage in idle chatter. Strike directly. A horizontal line and a vertical line is all it takes. With force and precision, make your move. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Julie was invigorated, his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. In an instant, a torrent of witchcraft surged forth from within him, and he charged towards Ling Ju Tian with fervor. Chapter 18. The Elegance of the Azure Luo Sword. The might of a single strike. Julie, I shall lend you my assistance. Upon witnessing Lu Julie charging forth, Qing Fenglan no longer hesitated. The art of nature commenced its manifestation. The flora and fauna of the entire Tianshu mountain range served as instruments of his assault. In an instant, the two formidable beings at the ninth heaven of the divine tribulation realm joined forces, swiftly suppressing Ling Juetian, the avatar at the first heaven of the void transformation realm. Then I shall strike you down first. With remarkable swiftness, Song Yunzi, a cultivator at the eighth heaven of the divine tribulation realm, lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Qin Yuan's chest. Just as his sectmaster had said, the supreme beings of the sovereign realm were indeed numerous. Moreover, those capable of manifesting avatars at the void transformation realm possess strengths typically ranging from the first to the third heaven of the sovereign realm. Furthermore, the man in the dark robe before him was merely at the first heaven of the void transformation realm. This indicated that his true form was at most at the first heaven of the sovereign realm. There was no reason to fear. Sharing the same sword intent as Song Yunzi, Qin Yuan felt an inkling of familiarity and chuckled. This works out well. I could send both you brothers down for a reunion. Song Yunzi's expression abruptly changed. What do you mean? My brother, Song Yunzi. Is he the one you killed? Qin Yuan chuckled again. Congratulations, you answer correctly. Your reward is a chance to meet your brother. Absurd. You, an avatar at the first heaven of the void transformation realm. Before Song Yunzi could finish his sentence, the ethereal image of the Azure Luo sword embryo began to materialize within Qin Yuan's gaze. Naturally, he would employ the techniques all his disciples had mastered. After all, his body was suffused with the primal force of the great Tao, allowing him to condense the Azure Luo sword embryo instantaneously. You desire my disciple as Azure Luo sword embryo, do you? You even spoke of devouring it? Qin Yuan shook his head, his expression growing somewhat colder. In this moment, the ethereal image of the Azure Luo sword embryo began to unfurl upon his back. The space rippled, and the overwhelming pressure of the sword path began to coalesce. The master is about to strike. Excitement surged. Lu Julie continued to engage Ling Juetian in combat, leaving his opponent with no opportunity to divert their attention. In an instant, beside Qin Yuan, the space shattered as if struck by a mirror. From within the fissures, one could almost hear the mournful wails of ancient sword patterns emanating from the sword tomb. Such strength, such potent sword intent. Even Ling Juetian, at that moment, found his sword attacks slowing ever so slightly. The mere release of sword intent caused the eighth heaven of the divine tribulation realm Song Yunzi to feel his scalp tingle. His long sword shattered in response, as his so-called ultimate strike failed to breach Qin Yuan's sword momentum. Is this the sword intent that a being of the void transformation realm can wield? Song Yunzi seemed ensnared in midair, his pupils filled with unprecedented dread. For in his gaze, it appeared as though he could see his own reflection within Qin Yuan's eyes. And that reflection was disintegrating inch by inch. It seemed as if the dual pupils of Qin Yuan had transcended the realm of humanity, transforming into two terrifying whirlpools capable of devouring souls. This is impossible. You cannot possess such formidable sword intent. The Qin Luo sword intent cannot be this potent. No, just as the thought lingered, Song Yunzi beheld the heavens above the Tianshu mountain range, where countless azure lights suddenly pierced through the dense clouds. A magnificent sword, forged from the essence of the Qin Yuan sword, descended from the sky, tilting ominously towards the ground. At that moment, Qin Yuan leisurely raised his right hand. At the hilt of the colossal azure sword, a gigantic hand as dark as ink materialized from the void, seizing hold of the immense blade. Qin Luo Sword Essence. First form, slash. A straightforward attack, devoid of any finesse. The colossal azure sword began its slow descent, infused with a rhythm reminiscent of celestial retribution. The sword's edge did not even make contact with Song Yunzi, yet the onslaught of the sword's aura had already approached with ferocity. Song Yunzi found himself utterly unable to retaliate. His entire being froze in midair, as the oppressive force of the sword's aura initiated his gradual annihilation. Moments later, the right half of Song Yunzi's body, flesh and bone, along with his internal organs, turned to ash. When he abruptly regained awareness, he beheld the remnants of his disintegrated form. The agonizing sensation of his soul being torn asunder elicited a scream from the depths of his being. Ah! Song Yunzi's wail echoed throughout the entirety of the Zhuling sect. Yet, shortly after, his cries were suppressed by the resounding clang of the sword. When the azure giant sword pierced through Song Yunzi's body, the fragments of space reflected the torment his soul endured under the crushing weight of the sword path. And this slash was not yet concluded. After obliterating Song Yunzi, the terrifying momentum continued its descent upon the Zhuling sect. Boom! The prominent sword peaks of the Zhuling sect began to collapse in that instant. Such was the cataclysm of mountain and earth. The Tianshu mountain range, stretching for miles, trembled in response. The very ground seemed to lament at that moment. Bang! The azure giant sword fell upon the mountain range. The entire Tianshu mountain range was as if pressed down by invisible colossal hands into the boiling magma below. The strata beneath the earth began to fracture. A cacophony of breaks resonated from the fissures, echoing to the surface and plunging the Zhuling sect into despair. The aftershocks continued to ripple outward. Retreat! Quick retreat! In the air, Ling Zhutian's eyes were filled with fury. Witnessing his sect, cultivated over thousands of years, crumble before him pushed his spirit to the brink of collapse. Yet, the residual force of the Qin Luo sword aura surged towards him. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended the terrifying divinity that Song Yunzi had just faced. Unassailable, immovable, even the thought of retreat dared not arise. Every inch of his being was firmly ensnared by this Qin Luo sword aura. Crack! That was the sound of a soul shattering. Following closely are the veins, bones, and internal organs within the body. In Ling Zhutian's form, the Zhuling sword embryo seemed to sense its master's peril and began to protect him. However, the newly formed essence of the Zhuling sword was instantaneously devoured by the opponent's supreme sword rhythm. In that fleeting moment, the Zhuling sword embryo, which Ling Zhutian held in high esteem, was utterly shattered and dissipated. The elders of the Zhuling sect were gripped by an even greater terror. The sword strike from the man in the dark robe appeared to sever space itself. It cleaved through the stars. Such formidable power was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Not even a supreme could evoke such dread. The Qin Luo sword rhythm gradually dissipated. Lu Jiuli and Qin Fenglan, who had retreated behind Qin Yuan, turned their gaze towards the Tian-Su mountain range. What remained of the Tian-Su mountain range? Before them lay only a vast chasm, sunk hundreds of feet beneath the fractured rock layers. In that moment, the Tian-Su mountain range had been rendered utterly non-existent. In the air, a lingering trace of Ling Zhutian's vitality faded. His face turned ashen, and his pupils dimmed to an extreme. At this moment, he finally realized that his meager strength was nothing more than a farcical joke in the presence of this enigmatic man. Chapter 19. The Shumi Koi. Do you truly believe your absolute sword embryo is formidable? In the presence of my bestowed Azure Luo sword embryo, it is utterly insignificant. With a mere gesture, Qin Yuan summoned Ling Ju-tian, who appeared before him. Ling Ju-tian, pale-faced, gazed at Qin Yuan, clenching his fists. Even if you have managed to refine my disciple's Azure Luo sword embryo, it will trigger the Tao source imprint I left within it. When that occurs, the Azure Luo sword embryo will self-destruct in a reversal, and you shall still meet your demise. Qin Yuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. After all, how could he not have left a contingency for his own disciple? Do you comprehend? Lu Jiuli looked at Ling Ju-tian and said, "Allow me to elucidate. To put it plainly, from the moment you dare to strike at my junior's Azure Luo sword embryo, your fate was sealed." Ling Ju-tian's face twitched as he beheld the vast expanse of ash before him. He was engulfed in despair. He even realized that his opponent could have annihilated him outright just moments ago. The only reason he was still alive was to answer questions. "I perceive a trace of energy within you that rivals the absolute sword embryo, akin to a type of restraint. Allow me to employ the soul-searching technique to investigate." As soon as Qin Yuan's words fell, Ling Ju-tian felt as if he had been rendered numb. Is this truly how it unfolds? Typically, one would inquire directly at such a juncture. Senior, you may ask me anything. I shall speak without reservation." Ling Ju-tian hastily implored. "What is faster than inquiry?" Qin Yuan smiled warmly, forming seals to execute the soul-searching technique. In the fleeting moment before Ling Ju-tian lost consciousness, he cursed himself for provoking such a formidable being. Moreover, a being who does not adhere to conventional methods. Moments later, a spectral image of the soul appeared before Qin Yuan. Within the illusion, an elder clad in a black robe, whose visage remained obscured, addressed Ling Ju-tian, saying, "Once the soul calamity imprint is inscribed, you shall be counted among the ranks of my soul refining hall. We await you in the burial respect abyss. As long as you step within, I shall ensure your ascension to the supreme realm." Ling Ju-tian immediately replied respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed Elder Ku Gu. I must also express my gratitude for enabling me to acquire the Shumi Koi." The elder, referred to as Ku Gu, smiled in return, albeit with an odd undertone. "Upon my return to the soul refining hall, I shall remember your significant contribution." Thus, the projection of the soul's memory dissipated, and in that instant, Ling Ju-tian was utterly obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying an 8th-layer Divine Calamity Realm Cultivator and a 9th-layer Divine Calamity Realm Cultivator, earning 300 million fortune points as a reward. As for the meager rewards for slaying those beneath the Divine Calamity Realm, they were nearly negligible. It is no wonder that within the Earth's veins here, there exists a faint trace of Shumi power. It turns out to be the Shumi Koi. Qin Yuan gazed upon the ruins of the Tian-Su mountain range below. This corresponded to the Shumi power he sensed upon his initial arrival here. The Shumi Koi. "What is it?" Lu Jiuli inquired. Qin Yuan glanced at his disciple. "Initially, he had advised you to delve deeper into ancient texts, but you refused to heed his counsel. Now, I suppose you find yourself at a loss for comprehension." Lu Jiuli scratched his head sheepishly. "I have heard from the clan leader, my father, that within the 3,000 realms, each realm was formed at the dawn of creation from the primordial forces coalescing into the Shumi Realm Pearl." Qing Fenglan stated earnestly, "The Shumi Realm Pearl is nearly impossible for mortals to find. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to transform into all things. It can manifest as mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, or even as objects of any kind. There are no traces to pursue. However, as the primordial forces birthed the Shumi Realm Pearl, 3 Koi were simultaneously born. These 3 are the Shumi Koi. They do not transform, yet they can be scattered across any location. They might appear in the depths of a desolate desert or on a solitary island in the ocean. In summary, obtaining a Shumi Koi is as challenging as scaling the heavens." Qin Yuan nodded, looking at Lu Jiuli, and remarked, "Jiuli, observe others." Lu Jiuli cleared his throat twice and inquired, "So, what purpose does the Shumi Koi serve? For instance, if one were to stew it, would it enhance cultivation?" Qin Yuan, Qin Fenglan. "Consuming the Shumi Koi will not significantly elevate one's cultivation. Its sole purpose is to swim towards the Shumi realm pearl upon awakening. After Qin Yuan's explanation, Lu Juli finally understood. Using the Shumi koi, one could locate the Shumi realm pearl, correct? Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded. If one could discover the Shumi realm pearl and refine it, to what terrifying heights would one's power ascend? Such an existence is beyond my imagination. Qin Yuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "In truth, it is rather ordinary. However, it can indeed enhance one's cultivation. Overall, the Shumi realm pearl is considered a valuable asset." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's breath momentarily caught. The fact that Qin Yuan regarded the Shumi realm pearl as merely ordinary was indicative of his power. Had he not transcended an entire realm? Even though Qin Yuan currently exhibited only the first level of the Dongshu realm, the vast chasm before them was no illusion. There would no longer be the Tianshu mountain range. Only the remnants of the Tianshu mountain range would remain. In the imperial continent, the silent spirit plain, this was a desolate expanse forgotten by time, devoid of any living beings. Only silence and desolation intertwined within. The boundless wasteland, barren and lifeless. Even the wind could not form here. The sky was low and oppressive, with dark clouds resembling a heavy curtain, blocking the light of the sun and stars above. There was no distinction between day and night, only an eternal dusk. In a flat area, an elderly man clad in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils were no longer those of a human, but instead flickered with an eerie, ghostly flame. The old man's visage was withered to an extreme, seemingly devoid of any flesh, resembling nothing more than a desiccated skeleton. He lowered his head, revealing a faint and obscure black imprint on his palm. The soul-snatching seal. How could it have been broken? The old man murmured to himself, astonishment filling his ghostly eyes. The soul-snatching seal, as its name implies, once implanted within a cultivator's body, would capture their soul at the moment of their demise, subsequently transferring the essence of that soul to the one who placed the seal. Yet here he was, discovering that the soul-snatching seal he had inscribed upon Ling Jueqian had indeed been shattered, without any soul essence returning to him. This revelation left him utterly astounded. The most formidable technique of the soul refining hall. Could it truly be undone? This encounter in the burial sovereign abyss was proving to be rather intriguing. A sinister smile crept across the old man's face. If one could slay Ling Jueqian, they would undoubtedly acquire the 9 Nethernock from him. Naturally, they would also venture into the burial sovereign abyss. Excellent. Marvelous. Once you all arrive at the burial sovereign abyss, you shall become the prime sustenance for my soul. He. Chapter 20. Do not venture into the valley of life and death. When will you ascend the pinnacle? In the vast expanse of the Jiushuan realm, particularly in the majestic imperial continent, one finds an endless terrain where certain regions stand alone, distinct in their essence. Among these is the Tianhua mountain range, forged by celestial flames, located in the southern reaches of the imperial continent. Since the ancient epochs, when a heavenly fire descended upon the world, it has intertwined with these mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The Tianhua mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, its peaks rising and falling in a harmonious dance. However, these mountains are not merely composed of ordinary rock. They are constructed from an array of crystals, refined by the power of the heavenly flames. Crimson, deep blue, and golden hues dominate this surreal landscape. The earth has been reshaped by ancient fire, imbued with both mystery and fervor. Moreover, atop every peak within the range, an enigmatic flame burns brightly. These fierce flames seem to caress the heavens, painting the skies above in gradients of scarlet and gold. Almost every mountain boasts a grand waterfall of flames, which does not ascend towards the sky, but cascades downwards, transforming into glimmering, glass-like fire crystals as they fall. At the base of the mountains, these sinuous rivers of fire weave through the earth's crevices, ultimately converging in the abyss of heavenly fire. In this abyss, the very air is distorted by the power of the heavenly flames. Waves of heat ripple through the atmosphere, and it feels as though time itself has slowed. For humans, demons, and magical beasts alike, this place is akin to a purgatory of blazing flames. Within a lake of fire, amidst this infernal paradise, a man rises slowly from the flames. He possesses striking features, exuding a fierce aura, with a mark resembling a fire lotus gracing his brow, akin to an undying flame. His eyes are deep and fervent, with golden fire patterns shimmering faintly within his pupils. It seems that wherever his gaze falls, the very air ignites. He gently raises his hands, and a subtle crimson glow flows beneath his skin, as if flames are surging through the veins within his body. Truly, the burning heaven technique bestowed upon me by my master is formidable, he declares, his voice calm yet distorting the surrounding air. His long hair cascades down, with tiny sparks flickering even among the strands. The intricate patterns of fire lotus, woven in gold and red, along the cuffs and hem of his robe, signify his esteemed identity. Xiao Jin, a prodigy capable of devouring and refining heavenly fire. His mastery of the fire lotus fusion technique is unparalleled, rendering him a force to be reckoned with, an invincible presence among his peers. Now, I have refined 48 types of heavenly fire. According to the teachings of the burning heaven technique from my master, I need only to refine one more to ascend to the supreme realm. Xiao Jin opens his right hand, and a glimmer of light dances within the spatial ring. An ancient key, the Juin knocking key, materializes in his palm. Within the abyss of the burial sovereign lies a heavenly fire waiting for him. With a deep breath, Xiao Jin exhaled, igniting the celestial flames and ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy, striving to bring glory to his master. He soared into the sky, transforming into a comet of fire as he reached an altitude of 10,000 miles. After discerning the direction of the burial sovereign abyss, he began to stride forward, each step manifesting a blossoming fire lotus beneath him, propelling his form across the vast expanse in an instant. A month later, in the imperial continent, at the burial sovereign abyss in the silent spirit plane, Qin Yuan, Lu Juli, and Qing Fenglan had arrived. Here, even the air was permeated with a suffocating aura. The unmistakable scent of death, thick and palpable, as if it could solidify and consume every inch of space. The landscape was devoid of life. No creatures stirred, not even the faintest sound of insects. Everything seemed stripped of vitality, leaving only an endless void and silence. Even the spiritual energy was alarmingly thin, mingled with a sense of decay, rendering it nearly impossible to refine. The silent spirit plane lived up to its name. Qing Fenglan swallowed hard, taking in the lifeless scene before him. The burial sovereign abyss opened but once every millennium. Though it was not their first exploration, they had delved deeper than ever before. The ground was marred with cracks resembling desiccated veins, stretching endlessly. Along the way, numerous skeletal remains lay exposed, mere remnants of existence, easily turned to dust by the slightest breeze generated by their passage. It was no exaggeration to call this place a forbidden zone for cultivators, a grave for living beings. Yet this so-called forbidden zone, this grave, also contained unimaginable treasures. For instance, the burial sovereign abyss, which opened once every millennium within the silent spirit plane. Even though the cultivators understood that this expedition was fraught with peril, many were still drawn to it like moths to a flame. Along the journey, Qin Yuan and his companions occasionally encountered scattered cultivators, adding a hint of vitality to this desolate land. Master, the burial sovereign abyss opens once every millennium. Only during this time can one seek the 9 underworld key to enter the innermost core of the abyss, where the secrets to ascending to supremacy lie. Lu Juli's voice brimmed with excitement. Once a cultivator breaks through to the divine calamity realm and endures the baptism of the thunder tribulation, aspiring to ascend to the next level akin to their prior realm requires more than mere cultivation. It necessitates the convergence of timing, location, and personal fortuity, along with a great opportunity to elevate further. For instance, to transition from the void realm to the divine calamity realm, one must withstand the trial of the thunder tribulation. Similarly, to reach the supreme realm from the divine calamity realm, one must face the supreme tribulation. Without extraordinary means, An ordinary person is likely to remain forever confined to the divine calamity realm. The supreme realm represents the pinnacle of existence within the 9 mysterious realms, where cultivators abound in the trillions. How many can reach this supreme threshold? Qin Yuan gazed at the excited Lu Jiuli, nodding with a smile. Indeed, as his disciple, one must act decisively, slay enemies without hesitation, and seize opportunities without remorse. One cannot ascend to the pinnacle without traversing perilous paths. Just then, Qin Yuan abruptly halted. Ding! A disciple of the host has been detected nearby. System task initiated. Ding! The attributes of the disciple are as follows. Name, Xiaojin age, 12,000 years. Strength, half-step supreme. Constitution, innate fire affinity, body of 10,000 fires. Mastery of the burning heaven technique is nearly complete. Upon encountering this disciple, a fortune backlash will be triggered. Expected fortune value feedback, 150 billion points. Qin Yuan finally smiled with contentment. Though he and Lu Jiuli possessed comparable strength, just look at the fortune feedback points Xiao Jin would bring. An astounding 150 billion. At this moment, Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards the direction of the burial supreme abyss. It goes without saying that being here at this time must surely relate to the burial supreme abyss. Come, let us quicken our pace. Chapter 21. The Soul Refinement Palace stands as my greatest adversary. The burial abyss is unlike any other secret realm. While the openings of other realms are grand and imposing, the emergence of the burial abyss is silent, as if it has always existed in this very location. Ah! Master, we have arrived. After half a day's journey, we finally reached the entrance of the burial abyss. Its entrance lies in the darkest heart of the silent spirit plane, a gaping fissure that seems to span the entire expanse of the plane, presenting itself before us. It appears as though it has been cleaved by the blade of divine retribution. Moreover, the edges of the fissure are interlaced with various charred rock layers, adorned with patterns reminiscent of weathered bronze. From a distance, they resemble the desiccated veins of an ancient creature. At the edge of the abyssal crack, a thick azure mist lingers. This mist rises to a height of nearly 10 zhang above the fissure, where it transforms into azure crystal cores, only to plummet back into the depths below. Qin Yuan stepped cautiously to the brink of the abyss, peering down. The inner walls of the abyss were not smooth, but rather filled with azure crystals jutting outward like jagged spikes. A relentless gale howled within the chasm, echoing the cries of lost souls. Around us, other cultivators from different sects had arrived as well. Upon seeing Qin Yuan and his companions, they showed no interest in conversation, instead brandishing their artifacts and leaping into the abyss. With each successive jump, the fissure of the burial abyss resembled a fearsome beast lying in slumber, gaping wide in anticipation of its prey. The continuously swirling azure light seemed to be consuming the souls of those who plunged into the depths. According to the ancient texts regarding the burial abyss, jumping down would lead one to the true entrance. Qing Fenglan took a deep breath, acknowledging the anxiety that coursed through him. After all, the very name burial abyss suggested that even the mightiest of sovereigns might find their demise within its confines. Qin Yuan gazed at the abyssal entrance, his spiritual sense detecting that his disciple, Xiao Jin, was already within the chasm. Furthermore, it appeared that Xiao Jin was employing the flame heaven technique. This technique, bestowed upon him by Qin Yuan, made the fluctuations of its use unmistakable. Was there a battle occurring below? In other words, was his disciple in danger? How could he endure such a thought? If he were absent, it might have been bearable. But now, he declared, "Fear not, my disciple. I shall come to your aid." With this resolve, Qin Yuan turned to Lu Jiuli and Qing Fenglan, commanding jump. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuli leaped into the abyss, while Qing Fenglan swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and followed suit. Qin Yuan fixed his gaze upon the entrance of the burial abyss, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the burial abyss was far from ordinary. With a flick of his hand, a palpable surge of spiritual power erupted forth. In the distance, he could discern a disturbance in the space above the burial abyss, where a talisman inscribed with ancient soul characters materialized. under the formidable might of Qin Yuan's soul power. The talisman transformed into a stream of light, landing gracefully in his hand. The intricate array symbols in the air slowly dissipated, while the talisman bore 11 profound ripple engravings, each one deeply enigmatic. An 11th tier formation, perhaps? Once Qin Yuan stowed the talisman into his spatial ring, a warm smile lingered on his face. This journey was becoming increasingly intriguing. Securing the formation talisman took but a fleeting moment. Subsequently, Qin Yuan took a light step, following the descending Lu Jiuli and Qing Fengwan. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the burial abyss, light could no longer penetrate from above, replaced instead by clusters of ghostly flames flickering in the air. These flames emitted an eerie green glow, casting a strange hue throughout the depths of the burial abyss. At this moment, numerous cultivators had already gathered here. Representatives from the top sects across the imperial continent had all arrived. Although they had not knelt before the Nine Nether, there were still many other opportunities within the burial abyss. If they could not seize the strongest, then the second most powerful resources would suffice as their target. Those from the soul refining hall. Do not attempt to escape. A voice resonated loudly within the crowd. A man clad in black soared through the void, causing the surrounding space to fracture, erupting into an endless blaze of fire. Various hues of flames encircled his body, exuding an otherworldly allure. It was Xiao Jin. Hiss! Xiao Jin, that prodigy with a penchant for fire. Upon recognizing him, the faces of the other sect members filled with astonishment. The name Xiao Jin resonated like thunder among the premier sects of the imperial continent. Born with a fire affinity, he possessed an extraordinary resilience to flames, capable of absorbing innate fire seeds into his body for refinement. Each refinement significantly augmented his strength, without any adverse repercussions. Look, the person opposite him is from his soul refining hall. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed by alerting them? What is there to fear? Who in the imperial continent is unaware that the greatest nemesis of the soul refining hall is Senior Xiao Jin? With him present, I doubt they would dare to act recklessly. At that moment, two men clad in the robes of the soul refining hall were seen fleeing in all directions. Xiao Jin, do not be overly tyrannical. We bear no grudge against you. Why do you persist in opposing us? Both of them were at the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm, though they had not achieved perfection or stepped into the semi-supreme realm. Their cultivation techniques were particularly effective against the soul, allowing the two guardians to collaborate and sufficiently contend with the semi-supreme. The left guardian, cold and fierce, shouted at the distance where Xiao Jin stood. Your methods in the soul refining hall are far too heinous. If we were to cross paths, I shall undoubtedly vanquish you. Moreover, you have long since forged enmity with me. Our conflict has reached a point of no return. Xiao Jin stood aloft, enveloped in celestial flames, resembling a deity of fire. His gaze, frigid and piercing, fell upon the two guardians of the soul refinement temple, brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. 4. Since emerging from the ancient tomb a millennium ago, he has practiced the fiery heaven technique bestowed upon him by his master, forever cherishing his master's teachings. Xiao Jin cast his eyes downward, fixating on his palm, and with an expression devoid of warmth declared, In days of yore, my esteemed master imparted wisdom that any foe who emits a sinister cackle must be eradicated without exception. Thus, your soul refinement temple stands as my greatest adversary. Chapter 22. Let you escape, I am this. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, the heart of the cold protector sank to an icy chill. No, Xiao Jin, have you lost your mind? Our penchant for laughter, that sinister cackle, is merely a mimicry learned from the Lord and the elders. You cannot condemn us to annihilation for this. Another protector by Cold's side chimed in, Indeed. Xiao Jin shook his head. I apologize, but my defining trait is strict adherence to my master's commands. You shall perish. In an instant, an overwhelming force of heavenly fire erupted from within Xiao Jin, purging much of the malevolent aura at the bottom of the burial sovereign abyss. Cold Protector and the other soul refining hall guardians' faces twitched uncontrollably. The identity of Xiao Jin's master was a topic well known throughout the soul refining hall. However, the specifics, who they were, their name, and their cultivation level, remained shrouded in mystery. Consequently, the entire hall harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the figure Xiao Jin referred to as his master. They even doubted the existence of such a master, suspecting that Xiao Jin had fabricated this pretext out of sheer disdain for their sect. The enmity between Xiao Jin and the Soul Refining Hall was indeed a matter of life and death. 8,000 years prior, the hall had dispatched numerous protectors to eliminate Xiao Jin, yet he managed to escape, albeit gravely wounded. Remarkably, within a few centuries, he rose from the ashes, breaking through several cultivation realms. From that moment onward, whenever he encountered a protector or elder from the Soul Refining Hall, his sole response was one of lethal intent: kill. Though both Cold Protector and his companion were at the 9th level of the Divine Calamity Realm, they dared not confront Xiao Jin head-on. The only prudent course of action was to flee. They began to channel their internal powers, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of dark spiritual energy, the cries of tormented souls echoing within it. This was precisely why the Soul Refining Hall was shunned by most sects. Their cultivation was predicated on the consumption of other souls. The more they devoured, the mightier they became. It was unfathomable how many lives these two 9th-level guardians had ravaged. Escape? A cold smile crept across Xiao Jin's face. Before mastering the heavenly fire technique bestowed upon him by his master, allowing you to flee was not an option. He gestured with his thumb towards the two fleeing protectors. Now, let you escape, I am this. With a deliberate motion, Xiao Jin inverted his thumb. Suddenly, the terrifying heavenly fire began to coalesce, and a searing heat enveloped the depths of the abyss. Raising his right hand, his eyes shimmered with the ever-shifting hues of 48 types of heavenly fire. The overwhelming aura of terror instilled a palpable sense of impending doom among those from various sects surrounding him. Heavenly Fire Creation Palm, en impérialité martiale technique. To ascend from a sacred level technique to a higher martial art, one must possess profound comprehension of their cultivated method. Otherwise, one would be unable to unleash more formidable martial techniques. At this moment, Xiao Jin initiated his attack with the most potent imperial-level martial skill, the Burning Heaven Creation Palm, as the immense fiery palm imprint, stretching 1,000 inches, instantly coalesced above the two guardians of the Soul Refinement Palace. It shimmered with countless hues of flames that swirled within. Each complete rotation could release a devastating aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. As the Burning Heaven Creation Palm descended, the very fabric of space began to collapse and fracture in its wake. Even the malevolent energy that had coalesced in the abyss for millennia was incinerated to nothingness. Witnessing this despairing scene, the two guardians of the Soul Refinement Palace cried out in anguish, "Xiao Jin, our Soul Refinement Palace shall forever be at odds with you." After their lamentation, they began to spout blood, channeling all their spiritual energy to withstand Xiao Jin's strike. Yet, their seemingly formidable defense crumbled before the Burning Heaven Creation Palm, akin to mere paper, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. A piercing wail echoed through the abyss as the peculiar flames swiftly consumed their bodies, and the sounds abruptly ceased. Thus, these two guardians, possessing strength at the 9th level of the Divine Catastrophe Realm, were reduced to ashes in the heavenly fire, their very souls extinguished. Such horror! The onlookers from other sects gasped in shock at this spectacle. This young man is truly terrifying. The Burning Heaven technique, so overwhelmingly powerful. Master, I have not shamed you. Xiao Jin exhaled softly, surveying the aftermath of his strike. Although the members of the Soul Refinement Palace believed that his reference to a master was merely a fabricated excuse, Xiao Jin understood that his ascent to such heights was indeed due to his master's guidance. The Burning Heaven technique. It devours the seeds of heavenly fire, refining and merging them to achieve breakthroughs. This extreme and fearsome cultivation method has granted Xiao Jin an overwhelming advantage over his peers. His ambitions are clear: to eradicate his cackling enemies while consuming all heavenly fire in the world, thereby achieving the supremacy of all fires. In the depths of the burial sovereign abyss, at a depth of 3,000 zhang beneath the surface, lies the true entrance to a secret realm. An elderly figure cloaked in black suddenly lowered his gaze to his palm. To his astonishment, two soul catastrophe marks emerged, erupting in intense flames before being reduced to ash. The withered old man chuckled hoarsely, surprised that my soul catastrophe marks were so easily dispelled by an outsider. It seems that Xiao Jin has also arrived here. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sinister laughter escaped his lips. Kikik. This Xiao Jin indeed possesses some strength. Born with a fire affinity, he has absorbed dozens of kinds of heavenly fire within him, managing to fuse them without rejection. Had it not been for the retreat of our soul refining hall's master, he would have surely perished at our hands long ago. The elder of the withered bones gazed at the dark cliff before him, upon which were inscribed several arcane and obscure ancient characters. These inscriptions bore the same lineage as those on the 9 nether key. His gaze then shifted to another elderly figure beside him, clad in identical garb. However, this time, even Xiao Jin must meet his demise here. Were it only me, I would indeed hold some trepidation towards him. Yet now, the elder of the withered bones emitted that bone-chilling laughter once more. Xiao Jin could never have anticipated your presence here. Could he, senior brother? Nearby, a figure shrouded in a black robe seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. The elder, addressed as senior brother by the elder of the withered bones, slowly opened his eyes. His left pupil was as black as ink, devoid of any white, while his right eye shone pure white, akin to a silver moon. The inky black gaze exuded a chilling and eerie aura, while the silver eye radiated an air of transcendent aloofness. The two distinct pupils, so contrasting, yet curiously harmonious in their coexistence. As the black-robed elder opened his eyes, he slowly nodded. His voice was hoarse yet remarkably powerful. Fear not, junior brother. This time, none of them shall escape. The grave of respect, at the depths of the abyss. The residual heat in the air still serves as a testament to the terrifying methods of Xiao Jin. At this moment, an overwhelming sword aura suddenly rent the fabric of space. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged slowly from within, clad in flowing white robes, surrounded by an intimidating sword energy. Upon seeing this newcomer, the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was the master of the Flying Sword sect, Li. It was said that he had broken through to the Supreme Realm 500 years ago. Who would have imagined he would also arrive at the Grave of Respect? In the next instant, another rift in space appeared. Streams of starlight refracted from within, casting an ethereal glow that imbued the surroundings with a sense of celestial magnificence. As the brilliance faded, an elderly figure in purple robes materialized in the air. The purple fabric seemed to pulsate with the power of the stars, radiating an exquisite luster. That was Elder Mu Xing of the Star Observation Pavilion. What was happening? Hadn't Elder Mu Xing reached the Supreme Realm a millennium ago? Why is he here as well? Unbeknownst to them, this Grave of Respect was a place meant for those cultivators who had yet to break through to the Supreme Realm. The various sects gazed at the master of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing, their expressions filled with confusion. At this moment, both Li, the master of the Flying Sword sect, and Elder Mu Xing could not help but draw a sharp breath as they beheld the aftermath of this one-sided battle. Xiao Jin, indeed, is formidable beyond measure. Given time, I believe your accomplishments will surpass those of my Flying Sword sect. Li regarded Xiao Jin with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Beside him, Elder Mu Xing stroked his beard and remarked, Xiao Jin, you truly live up to the acclaim of others. You are indeed terrifying. If we were of the same realm, even we would not stand a chance against you. Despite Elder Mu Xing possessing the strength of the second layer of the Supreme Realm, he did not dare claim he could defeat the Xiao Jin before him at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe realm. Xiao Jin gazed at the master of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Mu Xing, a slight smile gracing his lips. Merely luck. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd bore an odd expression. Xiao Jin was a figure who discerned clearly between good and evil. If one did not provoke him, one could even share a drink with him. He treated others with considerable politeness, and after a battle, should someone commend him, he would invariably respond with his catchphrase, merely luck. Thus, behind his back, Xiao Jin had earned the moniker Brother Luck. Young friend Xiao Jin, I recall you have a close friend. Why has he not come? Elder Mu Xing inquired with curiosity. You mean Lin Chong? Xiao Jin replied. He is my junior brother. He is currently in seclusion, honing his great wilderness finger technique, and will not be emerging for the time being. Ah, I see. Elder Mu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps ordinary people were unaware, but those from the top sects understood well. Thousands of years ago, two terrifying geniuses emerged from the south of the imperial continent. One wielded the heavenly fire as if he were the supreme master of flames. The other, however, cultivated the power of the great wilderness, his finger technique reaching an unparalleled level of mastery. When two geniuses encounter one another, a clash is inevitable. In that battle, two prodigies at the eighth heaven of the divine tribulation realm unleashed the might of the third heaven of the supreme realm. The space spanning 1,000 miles is shattered into nothingness, and the mountains stretching for 10,000 miles bore no life. Particularly at the climax of their confrontation, the collision of the fire lotus and the giant finger techniques was such that even a supreme would retreat, wounded. However, it was precisely because of that epic duel that these two talents forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. They even publicly declared allegiance to the same master. From that moment on, their names began to resonate throughout the southern domain of the imperial continent. Yet, I did not expect you both to arrive at the grave of the ancients. Xiao Jin gazed thoughtfully at the two figures in the sky. In other words, the perils here are even more terrifying than the legends suggest. To put it differently, there must be something within that even those at the supreme realm covet. Upon contemplating this, a smile returned to Xiao Jin's face. He directed a grin towards the leader of the Flying Sword sect and the Grand Elder of the Star Observation Pavilion. Should we uncover any grand fortuity in the grave of the ancients, then it shall be a contest of skill. The implication was abundantly clear. If a great opportunity were to be found, it would belong to whoever seized it first. Faced with a formidable adversary at the first and second heavens of the supreme realm, Xiao Jin displayed no trace of fear. Rather, he exuded an eagerness to engage. In the air, sect leader Li and Elder Mu exchanged glances and cleared their throats, reluctant to oppose such a formidable figure as Xiao Jin. As for the great opportunities within the grave of the ancients, they would simply have to proceed step by step. At the depths of the grave of the ancients, Qin Yuan descended and immediately sensed something amiss. It was quite intriguing. Along the way, guided by the grave of the ancients, they had activated two spatial shifts. In other words, there are several entrances to the secret realm of the grave of the ancients. Qin Fengluan nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed, senior. There are 3 entrances to the secret realm of the grave of the ancients. Each can only be accessed through 3 Nine Nether Knocks. Should someone be unfortunate, even if they possess the 9 Nether Knock, they might miss this opportunity due to an inability to locate the entrance. Qin Yuan nodded. This entrance bore few traces of life. Furthermore, his senses revealed no sign of Xiao Jin. It was evident that Xiao Jin had entered through a different entrance. Lania. At that moment, a voice resonated behind Qin Fengluan. A man, appearing as a middle-aged human, swiftly approached her. His ice-blue eyes seemed to reveal his identity, the current patriarch of the Qin Feng clan. His strength resided in the second heaven of the supreme realm. With a mere glance, Qin Yuan discerned the man's identity and prowess. Qin Fengluan quickly introduced her father to Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli as the patriarch of the Qin Feng clan. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned upon touching Qin Fengluan, as if struck by a powerful blow, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. In his ice-blue eyes, an expression of incredulity filled his gaze. How could this be possible? Lania, your blood essence. My dear father, what is the matter? Qin Fengluan was momentarily taken aback, hastily channeling the Qin Feng technique to inspect his own body, as his consciousness delved into the sea of awareness. Even Qin Fengluan found himself bewildered. Within the crimson essence of his blood, strands of golden filaments intertwined. Though exceedingly faint, those golden blood threads were imbued with the more ferocious power of the Qin Feng. My father, did you not once proclaim that our Qin Feng clan could not possibly condense golden phoenix blood without external aid? Exiting the sea of awareness, Qin Feng Lan appeared perplexed. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded emphatically, then continued. Observing the time it took for the golden phoenix blood to coalesce, it cannot have been long, at most. Half a day's duration? Lania, what have you consumed or imbibed during this half-day? Qin Feng Lan remained utterly confounded, pondering before responding. During this time, I have remained by the side of my esteemed senior. However, upon entering the silent spirit abyss, I did partake of a vial of dew presented by my senior. Witnessing this, Qin Yuan trembled with anticipation. Where's the vial? Is it still with you? Show it to me. Qin Feng Lan, not daring to hesitate, promptly retrieved the dew vial from his spatial ring. The moment Qin Yuan laid eyes upon the vial, he was rendered completely speechless. As he regained his composure, an exclamation of astonishment escaped his lips. This is the spring of all living beings. Chapter 24. Taste my wrath. The fiery lotus of wrath. The essence of all beings. Each drop is a culmination of the power of countless beings. Regardless of the race, consuming this essence can nourish the internal spiritual meridians, leading to a transformation. In other words, this essence of all beings can significantly enhance a being's innate roots. No wonder, Leonard, you managed to condense the ancient golden blood of our Qin Feng clan in merely half a day. This is a tremendous fortune, an extraordinary boon indeed. It surpasses the fortunes found in the burial of the ancients by 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Indeed, 10,000-fold. At this moment, Qin Yuan's demeanor was bordering on madness. Their entire Qin Feng clan could only manage to obtain a single drop of this essence. Yet, what was the outcome? That revered elder presented an entire vial? Realizing this, Qin Yuan hurriedly approached Qin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply before Qin Yuan. Respected elder, on behalf of our entire family, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your nurturing of Leonard. Such a grand gift shall be repaid with the full strength of our clan. At this moment, Qin Feng Lian finally grasped the true value of the due Qin Yuan had casually bestowed upon him. He swiftly approached Qin Yuan and, following his father's example, bowed deeply. It was merely a vial of dew. Since he's a close companion of my disciple, such roots are truly insignificant. Qin Yuan waved his hand, speaking candidly. The essence of all beings, a treasure of heaven and earth, he possessed not less than 8,000 in his spatial ring, if not 10,000. Moreover, it could also be exchanged from his system. Thus, to Qin Yuan, this item was merely a means to quench his thirst on the journey. As for the roots of Qin Feng Lian, they were indeed trivial. Lu Jioli's Tiandigu Emperor physique has an exceedingly high limit. True strength can only be realized upon reaching the supreme level. Since he is a close friend of my disciple, I, as his master, can afford to be a bit generous. Respected elder, I have heard from Leonard that you do not possess the 9 Underworlds bell. I present you this. Qin Wei respectfully retrieved a 9 Underworlds bell from his spatial ring and presented it with both hands before Qin Yuan. Do you think I need this trinket? Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He then stepped forward towards the black cliff. On the cliff, ancient dark purple engravings occasionally surfaced, resembling those etched upon the 9 Underworlds bell. Clearly, there was a restriction that only 9 individuals could enter. Let us proceed, Qin Yuan declared as he advanced towards the black cliff. The moment he made contact, the cliff rippled as if disturbed by water. Subsequently, the entire cliff erupted with a surge of ominous light. A terrifying force surged toward Qin Yuan in an instant. It was evident that without the 9 Underworlds bell, he would be attacked by the burial of the ancients. Such formidable power, this power, even I, at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, would not dare to claim I could withstand it. Qin Yu swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming sacred resonance emanating from the cliff, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Qin Yuan sensed the sacred resonance within the cliff and shook his head. Such a primitive and trivial sacred resonance attack, he mused. One could only wonder how it had been cultivated. It seemed that all these years of cultivation had been wasted. As soon as the words left his lips, An unparalleled force of sacred resonance erupted from within Qin Yuan, surging forth with tremendous might. In the mere span of half a breath, the sacred resonance rippling from the cliff vanished without a trace. Qin Yuan's figure also disappeared in tandem. Clearly, he had already entered the secret realm of the burial of the sovereign. The words of my master are as sharp as they were in the past. "Huh, master, I have arrived too." With the 9 underworlds knock in hand, Lu Jili followed Qin Yuan into the black cliff. Behind them, Qing Fenglan looked at his dazed father and immediately said, "Father, we should hurry in as well, lest we fall behind our seniors." Qin Yu, just regaining his senses, trembled all over, his body shaking uncontrollably. The pressure of the sacred resonance. It could not be mistaken. This is the pressure of sacred resonance. Incredible. This truly astonishing. Qin Yu trembled greatly, his voice quivering. For only at the pinnacle of the supreme realm could one comprehend the earthly power of sacred resonance. In other words, that master of Lu Jili, who casually summoned the spring of all spirits, must possess a minimum strength at the peak of the supreme realm. Let's pursue our seniors swiftly. Qin Yu's aura flickered beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished into the black cliff. Behind him, a fierce wind surged, leaving Qing Fenglan in disarray. He then wasted no more time, grasping the 9 underworlds knock, and entered the core area of the burial of the sovereign. As the 4 of them fully stepped into the core secret realm of the burial of the sovereign, the moment they arrived in this space, a faint golden ripple spread through the air, revealing an endless expanse of grassland. The prairie stretched infinitely, merging seamlessly with the distant horizon. Looking down, one could see a peculiar plant with diamond-shaped leaves covering the entire expanse of grass. Qingwu grass. It contains deadly poison. Even cultivators at the divine calamity realm could fall victim to this poison if they lacked proper protection. Recognizing the grass, Qing Yu's expression changed. Indeed, the toxic Qingwu grass swayed gently in the absence of wind, and a barely perceptible purple miasma continuously emanated from it, resembling tiny serpents slithering across the ground. Looking up at the sky, there were no celestial bodies, only a canopy of various mica stones casting a soft light, illuminating the entire space as if it were day. In the air, faint strands of sacred resonance drifted about continuously. As Qin Yuan stepped into the realm, he immediately discerned the essence of everything surrounding him. This place served as the resting ground of a semi-saint. It is no wonder that it could be deemed a sacred land for those aspiring to transcend to supremacy. After all, the lingering remnants of saintly resonance that drifted through the air, if absorbed and refined by a cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe realm, could lead them to ascend to supremacy. Furthermore, should one attain supremacy here, the formidable energies of the supreme catastrophe would also be drawn to the ethereal, saintly resonance above, nourishing and replenishing it with new vitality. Thus, it is indeed a remarkable opportunity for cultivators in the divine catastrophe realm. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "Old Bailai, do not attempt to flee. I never expected to find you here. Taste my wrath." Burning anger lotus. Before the voice had fully faded, a fire lotus of azure and crimson hues began to expand in the distant sky. Ultimately, an explosive sound reverberated across the entirety of the Qingwu plain. Chapter 25. Whose flame is mightier, his or my sorcery? The blazing fury lotus had become Xiao Jin's signature move. In that moment, he hurled the conjured blazing fury lotus towards the fleeing elder Bailai in the distance. The lotus erupted with a terrifying temperature, intertwining azure and crimson flames that formed a vortex stretching 1,000 feet around it. The demon lotus in shades of blue and red began to bloom in midair, even disturbing the clouds above into a spiraling formation. The veins of the lotus surged forth with uncontainable celestial fire, gradually expanding to a magnitude that could obscure the sky. As it swelled, every inch of the lotus began to crack, and in an instant, it detonated with a resounding explosion. The fearsome azure and crimson celestial flames swept outward, incinerating the Qin grass below before the flames even reached them, turning them to char and obliterating them entirely. Even the soil began to evaporate, melting into glass-like translucence. At the core of the lotus, a spherical corona emerged, resembling an ancient divine gaze suspended in the air, relentlessly consuming everything around it, including the very fabric of space itself. Shout Jin, do you truly wish to engage in an endless feud with our celestial fire sect? In the aftermath of the blazing fury lotus, a charred silhouette swiftly emerged. His form bore the golden supreme mark, a symbol of having entered the supreme realm. The power of these marks allowed one to transmute their cultivated system into the strength of the supreme marks, thereby enhancing their own abilities. Both offensive and defensive capabilities would become significantly more formidable under the influence of these marks. Balai, you old cur, who gave you the audacity to contend with me for celestial fire daily? Before the first layer of the supreme realm, Elder Balai exhibited no fear in the face of Xiaojin. Instead, he continued to coalesce the fire lotus. It appears you two have learned of the eternal heart-burning flame hidden within the abyss of the fallen monarch. Allow me to clarify, this eternal heart-burning flame is mine to claim on this journey. I doubt anyone else will contest me for this celestial fire. The only threat comes from your celestial fire sect. My master has taught me that the first step in extinguishing a threatening flame is to stamp it out. Therefore, Elder Balai, receive another dose of my blazing fury lotus. Upon hearing these words, Elder Balai's aged visage twitched violently. Even with his supreme realm strength, he dare not confront Xiao Jin's lotus head-on. He hastily condensed his supreme marks, retreating rapidly as the fiery patterns materialized. Old cur, do not flee. Feast upon another couple of my fire lotuses. Xiao Jin's thunderous shout nearly caused Elder Balai's supreme marks to dissipate as he attempted to escape. Not far away, in the Qin grassland, Qin Yuan squinted at the blossoming fire lotus in the distant sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Xiao Jin, the disciple he had taken in a millennium ago, was endowed with a natural affinity for fire. He had generously bestowed upon him the most suitable cultivation technique, the blazing heaven art. Moreover, this celestial fire technique differs from previous martial arts in that it possesses the ability to evolve. However, to undergo such evolution, it must consume other celestial fires. It appears that Xiao Jin, this young man, has indeed matured considerably. His master's teachings have been etched into his heart. Indeed, Xiao Jin has arrived. Upon witnessing the iconic fire lotus, Qin Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Xiao Jin, even though he currently possesses only the strength of a half-step sovereign, has already earned the title of Sovereign of Fire. In the most climactic battle, he was targeted by the members of the Soul Refining Hall, facing 3 first-level sovereigns and 1 second-level sovereign sent to capture him. That battle sent shockwaves throughout the southern region of the Empire continent. Alone, Xiao Jin vanquished the 3 first-level sovereigns and, at the cost of his own injuries, also defeated the second-level sovereign. Following that battle, he rightfully claimed the title of Sovereign of Fire, even though he is not yet a true sovereign. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, yet his expression relaxed. Fortunately, he encountered a senior. Loner has already gained great fortune from this elder, and even the opportunities within the burial of the sovereigns pale in comparison to the grand creation bestowed by the elder. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, at the moment another fire lotus exploded, the one known as Balai was on the verge of collapse. You are indeed formidable. Just you wait. This time, the heart-burning flames from the burial of the sovereigns will undoubtedly be ours. Elder Balai of the Celestial Fire sect gritted his teeth. Crimson flames began to manifest amidst the sovereign inscriptions surrounding him. With a loud roar, he exclaimed, "Sovereign escape technique." Instantly, his figure vanished without a trace. Following closely behind was a pair of enormous hands. After Xiao Jin missed his target, he could not help but curse under his breath. These sovereign inscriptions are truly useful. Upon stepping into the sovereign realm, one gains several life-preserving techniques unique to that level. The sovereign inscriptions are but one of them. The sovereign escape technique is indeed one of the most effective means of survival. allowing one to utilize sovereign power to delineate space and directly perform spatial leaps without the need for spatial transmission. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin began to adjust his aura in the air, a scene that did not go unnoticed by Qin Yuan and others in the distance. At this moment, Lu Jili narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the fire sovereign. Xiao Jin, I have heard whispers of his exploits in the southern region of the Empire continent. Faced with such a formidable individual, my first thought is not fear or retreat, but rather a desire to test my strength. I wonder whose flames are stronger, his or my witchcraft. Lu Jili licked his lips, a glimmer of eager anticipation reflecting in his eyes, constructed of which insects. Want to try? Qin Yuan smiled as he looked at his disciple. Indeed, Master, I wish to test my mettle. Lu Jili nodded. Very well. Let us see. Jiu Li, do you still possess the identity wooden plaque I bestowed upon you? Indeed, the plaque is imbued with my formidable magical power. Should you find yourself in a losing battle, simply brandish it to ensure your safety. Very well, Master. I shall take my leave now. Lu Jiuli's eager heart could no longer be contained. In the next moment, dark purple mystical patterns materialized beneath his feet. Instantly, he transformed into a violet meteor, soaring toward the distant fire lotus. Perfected divine tribulation realm. Half-step to sovereign realm. Moments later, Xiao Jin, who was recuperating in midair, slowly turned his gaze. Observing Lu Jiuli, who stood resolutely 100 feet away, a glimmer of contemplation sparked in his eyes. In this otherworldly space, only those who possess the 9 underworlds knock may enter. It was evident that his opponent also held such a capability. Witchcraft? Upon noticing the aura of witchcraft enveloping Lu Jiuli, Xiao Jin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You are Lu Jiuli, the one with the myriad of worms? Your strength is indeed formidable. I am curious to see whether your myriad fire body surpasses my myriad worm body. The spark of anticipation shimmered in Lu Jiuli's eyes. Witnessing this, Xiao Jin began to display a smile tinged with danger. Very well, let's test our might. In all his encounters, he had seldom met a genius of equal caliber. Kulme, let the battle commence. Chapter 26. Whoever dares to seize it becomes my mortal enemy. At this moment, on the Qingshui plain, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli stood locked in a fierce gaze, radiating an indomitable spirit of combat. This immediately attracted the attention of other possessors of the 9 underworlds knock, who hastened to the scene. Who could Xiao Jin be clashing with now? The air shimmered, and the elder of the Star Observation Pavilion, Elder Mu Xing, materialized not far from Qin Yuan and the others. Upon seeing Qin Yu and Qin Fenglan, he was momentarily taken aback. The members of the Qin Feng clan had also arrived. Although the Qin Feng clan had severed ties with the human race since the calamity of the Feather Flame, as a supreme of the second heaven, Elder Mu Xing, equipped with his stargazing technique, deduced their identities. Acknowledging their presence, he offered a respectful salute. Qin Yu responded in kind. Elder Mu Xing of the Star Observation Pavilion, a supreme of the second heaven, represented one of the most formidable forces in the southern region of the imperial continent. Even the Qin Feng clan could not claim to rival them. Qin Yu spoke with measured formality. Beside him, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Just then, another figure emerged, clad in white and enveloped in a sharp aura of sword intent. It was Li, the master of the Flying Sword sect, a supreme of the first heaven. Qin Yu felt a flicker of unease, sensing something was amiss. This was clearly an opportunity for breakthroughs into the supreme realm from the divine calamity realm. Why were there so many supremes gathered? Thus far, several possessors of the 9 underworlds knock had appeared. The elder by Lai from the Heavenly Fire sect, Qin Yu, his son Qin Fenglan, Elder Mu Xing from the Star Observation Pavilion, and Li from the Flying Sword sect, together with Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli. A total of 7 possessors had emerged, leaving 2 others unaccounted for. Could that be Lu Jiuli? It was said that a terrifying genius skilled in witchcraft had emerged in the central region of the imperial continent. Upon witnessing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Elder Mu Xing's eyes began to discreetly invoke his piercing technique. Li, the master of the Flying Sword sect, could not help but gasp at the scene. At that moment, the fabric of space tore open once more, and Bai Lai, previously driven away by Xiao Jin, reappeared, making his way directly to Qin Yu and the others. The Qin Feng clan? I did not expect you to have obtained the 9 underworlds knock as well. No matter. My purpose here is singular. Since the founding of the Heavenly Fire sect, we have always had one objective: to gather and refine the heavenly flames of this world. We learned of the heart-burning flame within the burial sovereign abyss thousands of years ago, yet we have never had the opportunity to acquire it. Initially, this endeavor was to be a secure undertaking for our sect, but who could have anticipated that the accursed Xiao Jin would also arrive? Moreover, this individual has set his sights on the cataclysmic heartburn flame. Elder Bai Lai is recounting his sorrows, while Qin Yuan observes him with curiosity. Is it not the case that the flames of heaven and earth belong to whoever seizes them? Upon hearing this, Elder Bai Lai's expression grew fervent. Indeed, listen to this. This is the language of humanity. However, do you know what Xiao Jin has declared? He asserts that the heavenly fire he covets is not to be taken by anyone. Whoever dares to seize it shall become his mortal enemy, and he will pursue them relentlessly. Even if the heavenly fire he desires has been acquired by us, it remains unclaimed by us. Pray, be the judges of this matter. Is this just? Elder Bai Lai's face resembled that of a bitter melon. They at the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect have never encountered such an unreasonable individual. Not far off, the leader of the Flying Sword Sect, Master Li, and Elder Mu Xing exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of resignation. Fortunately, their cultivation techniques bore no relation to heavenly fire. Otherwise, they too might have faced Xiao Jin's wrath. Observing this, Qin Yuan retained a smile upon his face, one imbued with greater satisfaction. His disciple has indeed proven worthy of his guidance. Furthermore, that scoundrel Xiao Jin has already pilfered 3 heavenly fires from our sect. This time, the cataclysmic heartburn flame shall not be allowed to slip from our grasp. Elder Bai Lai ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, it seems you're no match for Xiao Jin, are you? Qin Yuan remarked pointedly. Can this be blamed on me? Elder Bai Lai nearly collapsed under the weight of despair. Casting a glance at Qin Yuan, he forced a smile and said, I truly cannot fathom what kind of person Xiao Jin's master is. After seizing our sect's heavenly fire, he often speaks of not disappointing his master's teachings. He even claims that his master always tells him that as his disciple, he must possess the ability to slay opponents of a higher realm. As it turns out, Xiao Jin has indeed acted upon this advice, and more crucially, he possesses the strength to do so. I am genuinely astounded. I am a dignified supreme realm cultivator at the 1st level. What am I to do against someone at the 9th level of the divine calamity realm? Qin Yuan discerned the helplessness in the elder's words and chuckled softly. And what do you believe Xiao Jin's master to be like? Is that even question? He must also be a treasure thief, as evidenced by his disciple. Elder Bai Lai grinned. However, I do not know who it is specifically. Xiao Jin has stated that we are unworthy of knowing his master's name, making it sound as though his master is an otherworldly being. That is indeed a possibility. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. An otherworldly being? Perhaps that is an understatement, for he has transcended the myriad realms. Let them fight. I have heard that Lu Jili possesses considerable strength, capable of contending with supremes. Would it not be splendid if Xiao Jin and Lu Jili were to engage in a fierce battle, leaving neither of them with the upper hand? In such a case, there would be no one to vie with me for the cataclysmic heartburn flame. Wait, you are not also here for the cataclysmic heartburn flame, are you? Elder Bai Lai suddenly regarded Qin Yuan and the others with heightened vigilance. No, Qin Yu shook his head. With a sigh of relief, Elder Bai Lai felt reassured. In the distance, Lu Jili was already engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Jin. Upon the verdant expanse of Qingwu Plain, beneath Xiao Jin's feet, golden fire lotuses began to materialize. The instant these fire lotuses appeared, all the Qingwu grass within a 10-mile radius was instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, dark purple flames began to entwine around Xiao Jin's left palm, while his right hand erupted with ghostly blue fire. It was evident that these were 2 distinct heavenly fires. Subsequently, before the onlookers, Xiao Jin drew his hands together. He glanced towards Lu Jili not far away and warned, Be cautious. After uttering these words, he forcefully brought his palms together. The ghostly blue flames and dark purple flames began to merge wildly. In an instant, they formed a dark blue-black fire lotus. Simultaneously, several fiery rings materialized in the air above the plane, each one seemingly scorching the void and creating cracks akin to a spider's web. The wrathful, celestial lotus. Born from the fusion of two supreme heavenly fires, it surpassed even the wrathful fire lotus in strength. Chapter 27. The Identity Token, a true lifesaver. As the wrathful heavenly lotus emerged, even the very fabric of space began to sear with heat. Beside Qin Yuan, Elder Bailai's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Such ferocity. This move could not only threaten Lu Jiuli, but it was likely beyond even Elder Bailai's capacity to withstand unscathed. However, the relationship between Xiao Jin and the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect was not one of mortal enmity. It was merely a conflict over the dominion of the Heavenly Fire. Thus, when confronting Elder Bailai, Xiao Jin had already restrained himself as much as possible. Comme fort. In the high skies, Lu Jiuli exhibited no fear. His dark attire billowed as dark. Serpentine patterns began to manifest upon his neck. In the next moment, he swiftly formed hand seals. Countless crimson threads materialized from the air, coalescing into a vast blood net, the 10,000 Gu heavenly net. At this instant, the fire lotus clashed with the Gu net, producing a crackling sound that reverberated through the heavens. Following a violent explosion, the blossoming fire lotus burst forth like a radiant sun. The Gu net, consumed by flames, fractured into streaks of fiery crimson. Yet, in an instant, they reformed. A colossal spectral handprint began to materialize above. The wrathful, celestial creation palm. Xiao Jin, understanding that the fire lotus capable of slaying a supreme being of the first layer could not inflict effective harm upon his opponent, acted without hesitation. The wrathful, celestial creation palm was immediately unleashed. In that moment, amidst the torrential rain of flames, a peculiar smile graced Lu Jiuli's face. Come, let my Gu insects savor the essence of your wrathful, celestial creation palm. The instant Lu Jiuli's voice resonated, black witch patterns ignited upon his form. The space behind him shattered, revealing a projection of a terrifying ancestral witch from ancient times. Subsequently, a colossal, bizarre creature, stretching hundreds of feet in length, emerged. It began to gnaw at the enormous hand, a creature capable of devouring spiritual energy, the devouring spirit Gu. At that moment, the flames within the wrathful, celestial creation palm were being consumed. Observing this scene, Xiao Jin's expression transformed from shock to exhilaration. Upon witnessing his wrathful, celestial creation palm being devoured and torn into spectral fragments, his face brimmed with elation. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's form surged upward, rising thousands of feet. His pupils ignited with a golden, glass-like radiance. The manifestation of the 10,000 fires coalesced behind him, forming a massive fiery silhouette. 3 types of heavenly fire blossomed forth from his being: ethereal blue, dark purple, and glassy gold. The tricolor, wrathful lotus. It had been ages since anyone had compelled him to wield such a technique. Xiao Jin felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The 3 flames began to meld with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fire lotus imbued with the brilliance of 3 heavenly fires took shape. Below, Elder Bailai's scalp tingled with dread at this sight. Indeed, Xiao Jin was a madman. The fusion of 2 types of heavenly flames is already an arduous task, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic self-destruction. Yet this individual managed to seamlessly blend 3 types of heavenly flames together. Truly extraordinary. As the tricolored flame lotus formed, immense cracks began to appear in the Qingwu plain below, revealing the molten chasms beneath. The residual shockwaves alone were sufficient to distort the very ground beneath. It was my turn. A gleam of obsidian light ignited in Lu Jiuli's eyes. Faced with the tricolored flame lotus, far surpassing the angered heavenly lotus, he exhibited no hint of trepidation. With his hands, he formed arcane seals, and a spectral silhouette of shaman ancestor gradually emerged behind him. In an instant, chains erupted from the apparition. The chains shimmered in an eerie dark purple, intricately adorned with a myriad of shamanic runes. These chains swiftly coiled around Lu Juli's neck and joints, and he revealed a spine-chilling smile. The mark of the shaman ancestor. Suddenly, the clouds above Lu Juli ruptured. A shamanic seal, reminiscent of primordial projections, descended from the heavens. Within the bizarre patterns, it seemed as though the wails of spirits echoed. Even Elder Mu Xing, possessing the might of the second realm, broke into a cold sweat upon sensing this. Faced with such overwhelming celestial power, even he dared not confront it head-on. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Jin exclaimed just in time. He then raised the flame lotus high and hurled it towards the heavens with all his might. The flame lotus collided with the shamanic seal in an instant, and at that moment, it felt as if time itself had been severed. First, there was an absolute silence, followed by the two forces beginning to devour each other, forming a strange vortex. Ultimately, this culminated in the creation of a dark green orb of light, whose surface began to exhibit a web-like pattern of cracks. In the next moment, boom! A violent tremor resonated, ripping apart the firmament above. The searing flames and shamanic seal shattered the space they traversed, revealing an expanse of boundless void. The sky was painted with bizarre four-color patterns due to this explosion. However, as the spiritual energy erupted, Lu Juli realized that his shamanic powers were beginning to falter. After all, shamanic insects are naturally at a disadvantage against flames. In the distorted space before him, as the residual twisted light patterns flickered, Lu Juli noticed that Xiao Jin was soaring towards him from the aftermath of the explosion. Still unable to stabilize his breath, he recalled the words of his master. If he were to falter, he should produce the wooden token gifted by his master to dispel the threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Juli swiftly retrieved a uniquely shaped wooden token from his spatial ring. The token bore his name, Lu Juli, intricately carved in a blade-like script. This wooden token appeared profoundly ancient, even somewhat rudimentary, yet it radiated a brilliant sheen, as though it had been polished for ages. As he produced the identity token, which his master had proclaimed to be imbued with great magical power, he discovered that the surrounding space and even the spiritual energy remained unchanged, as though it were merely a piece of wood. However, in the next instant, a sharp intake of breath echoed before him. With a swift motion, Xiao Jin retracted all his attacks, appearing as if he had encountered something truly extraordinary. His gaze was fixated on the wooden token held by Lu Juli. Observing the incredibly familiar design of the token and the somewhat worn inscriptions, he realized with certainty it was indeed his master's handiwork. Lu Juli, you are my junior brother. Through his perception of the token's age, Xiao Jin deduced that Lu Juli must be the disciple his master had taken after him. His expression filled with excitement as he produced his own identity token, which prominently bore the name Xiao Jin. Lu Juli, somewhat dazed, gazed at the unique script of his master, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are my senior brother?" "Indeed, I am your senior brother." Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Lu Juli's identity token, Xiao Jin was overwhelmed with joy. He was well aware that his formidable master's disciples were scattered across the world. Yet he also understood that most of his senior and junior brothers were not operating within the same realm. In the years that had passed, he had only encountered one junior brother, Lin Chong. Thus, the appearance of another junior brother filled him with immense delight. So, this is what my master meant when he instructed me to reveal the token at a crucial moment. Lu Juli finally grasped the significance. "Master." Xiao Jin instantly seized upon the key word. His pupils began to tremble, and his voice quivered as he asked, "Where is master?" Lu Juli immediately cast his gaze downward. Following his line of sight, Xiao Jin looked as well, and the moment he laid eyes on Qin Yuan, his body trembled uncontrollably. In the next second, a lotus blossomed beneath his feet, transforming into a radiant arc as he surged downward. Chapter 28. This is how we do things. How can we stop at such a critical moment? Is it that I've been discovered again? Elder Bai Lai, standing beside Qin Yuan, was struck with terror as he witnessed the radiant light above suddenly alter its course, hurtling directly towards him. His very soul seemed to quiver in fear. Just as he swiftly evaded, retreating 100 paces, preparing to employ the supreme escape technique once more, he realized that Xiao Jin had not followed, but was instead moving towards the members of the Qingfeng tribe. This piqued his curiosity, compelling him to halt. At that moment, not only Elder Bai Lai, but also Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Mu Xing of the Star Observation Pavilion were equally intrigued. Could it be coming for us? Qin Yuan had begun to discreetly gather supreme power, ready to act without hesitation should anything seem amiss. Despite possessing the strength of the second layer of the supreme realm, Qin Yuan could not guarantee his victory over the approaching Xiao Jin. No, it is coming for me, Qin Yuan declared. The others nearby were once again taken aback. Meanwhile, the radiant light had reached Qin Yuan, and Xiao Jin finally stood before his master. Upon seeing his master's visage, his eyes reddened with emotion as he staggered forward, for it had been over 10,000 years since their last meeting. This scene left Qin Yuan, Elder Mu Xing, and the others bewildered. In the next moment, Xiao Jin knelt 3 paces before Qin Yuan, causing the ground beneath to tremble across 1,000 miles. Disciple Xiao Jin, I pay my respects to my master. His voice rang out like a resounding bell. And then he bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. Ding! System task completed. Meeting with disciple Xiao Jin accomplished. Triggered disciple fortune critical rebate. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 150 billion fortune points. A smile graced Qin Yuan's face as he slowly nodded, saying, Rise. Yes, master. Xiao Jin, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet and darted to Qin Yuan's side, recounting his experiences over the years. In that moment, he seemed far from the revered figure known as the Supreme of 10,000 Flames, more akin to a child. Nearby, Qin Yuan, Elder Mu Xing, Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, and Elder Bai Lai, who stood not far off, all widened their eyes in astonishment, their pupils constricting as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. After a lengthy pause, Elder Mu Xing of the Star Observation Pavilion was the first to regain his composure. Xiao Jin, is this his master? Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect gasped sharply. Despite his own strength in the first layer of the Supreme Realm, he had failed to discern any extraordinary qualities in the man clad in black robes, whose cultivation level was merely at the Void Realm. Wait, the Void Realm? Suddenly, everyone realized the mysterious figure's cultivation was indeed only at the first layer of the Void Realm. Xiao Jin's master? He is the one referred to as the master by Xiao Jin. I am utterly astounded. Elder Bai Lai suddenly recalled that he had been speaking ill of Master Xiao Jin right in front of him. In fact, he had even dared to accuse him of being a notorious robber, and more audaciously, he had incited his 2 disciples to quarrel in public. If there was ever a moment to flee, it was now, the supreme escape. Just as the incantation had yet to resonate in the air, Elder Bai Lai realized that the space around him was shifting. In an instant, as the hem of his robe was lifted, golden spatial inscriptions began to coalesce around him. These patterns intertwined like living vines, albeit originating from the void itself. Threads of golden spatial inscriptions continuously emerged, transforming into one golden sacred resonance, space rune after another. At that moment, Elder Bai Lai felt utterly immobilized, as his body had been pierced by tens of thousands of golden spatial threads. Interwoven within those golden threads were countless sacred resonances. Simultaneously, the space surrounding him crystallized, reflecting innumerable phantoms of Elder Bai Lai. This was the sacred resonance space seal. The well-informed Elder Bai Lai trembled violently, for he beheld the sacred power coalescing before him into a colossal chain. At its center lay an ancient and enigmatic seal inscribed with the character for lock. Beside him, Elder Mu Xing and Sect Master Li were equally tense, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of inciting the wrath of Master Xiao Jin. The sacred resonance power. This was a force of heaven and earth that could only be initially grasped at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. The mere ability to wield the sacred resonance space seal indicated that Master Xiao Jin's teacher likely surpassed the pinnacle of the supreme realm and had entered the semi-saint level. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of both Elder Mu Xing and Sect Master Li. Fortunately, they had not offended this formidable being with their words earlier. Otherwise, they might have already met their demise. Simultaneously, they cursed their misfortune in their hearts. Was it merely a burial ground for the esteemed? A place of great opportunity yearned for by practitioners of the divine catastrophe realm. How could a semi-saint like you come to meddle here? Senior, I was wrong. I truly did not realize you were semi-saint. Elder Bai Lai found himself suddenly standing before Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, on the verge of collapse. Master, did this old dog Bai Lai just disrespect you? I shall slay this old dog. A cold, murderous intent filled Xiao Jin's eyes, though there had been skirmishes between him and the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect over the years. They had always maintained a sense of restraint, for they were not mortal enemies. But now everything had changed. Daring to speak of one's master signifies a profound enmity. Remaining composed, Qin Yuan bore a smile and gently shook his head. Strolling leisurely, he approached Elder Bai Lai. You hail from the southern region of the imperial continent, correct? Indeed, esteemed Elder, Bai Lai replied, trembling in fear. From the Divine Fire Sect, I presume? Qin Yuan's smile remained unwavering. Yes, came the response. Then it follows that your Divine Fire Sect possesses numerous flames of divine fire, does it not? Qin Yuan inquired, his smile blossoming. Bai Lai hesitated for a moment. A glint of danger flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. Yes, esteemed Elder. We do possess divine fire within our sect, Bai Lai hastily asserted. And how many flames are there? Qin Yuan's smile reemerged. There are 13 flames, Bai Lai confessed, unwilling to deceive. For in the presence of a semi-holy figure, any pretense would be easily discerned. How fortuitous! Qin Yuan exclaimed, patting the shoulder of his disciple, Xiao Jin. My student practices the art of divine fire. If you could bestow upon him all 13 flames from your sect, I, as his master, shall ensure that my disciple refrains from troubling your divine fire sect in the future. What say you? Bai Lai stood dumbfounded for a considerable time before finally lifting his head, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that the other party might request a few flames, yet the entire collection was demanded instead. Was this reasonable? Bai Lai instinctively remarked. Before him, Qin Yuan's smile grew ever brighter. Yet, this very smile jolted Bai Lai back to reality, nearly causing him to forget. He was in the presence of a semi-holy being. At that moment, Qin Yuan chuckled, addressing Bai Lai's bewilderment with a smile. This is simply how we conduct our affairs. Chapter 29. I hold 2 tomes of cultivation techniques. Esteemed Elder, as you are aware, I am merely an elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect, possessing the strength of only the first level of the Supreme Realm. My influence within the sect is indeed limited. It is truly a monumental task to gather all 13 heavenly flames, which have taken us millennia to collect. Even I lack the authority to command such a feat. I must return to the sect to confer with the sect leader and the venerable elders. Before Bai Lai could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of the slight displeasure reflected in Qin Yuan's smiling gaze. Rest assured, esteemed Elder, I will endeavor to persuade the sect to fully relinquish all the heavenly flames without hesitation. Bai Lai Elder shivered, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The master of Xiao Jin before him was indeed a true semi-saint. While the semi-saint realm may not be the pinnacle of the southern region, it was certainly not an existence that their heavenly fire sect could provoke. If the other party truly desired the heavenly flames collected by their sect, acquiring them would require little more than a mere flick of the wrist. Thus, Bai Lai Elder came to a realization. While the heavenly flames are indeed precious, one must also possess the life to enjoy them. That sounds about right, Qin Yuan replied with a smile, waving his hand as the intricate markings of the sacred rhythm space once again concealed themselves in the void, leaving behind a slender golden thread coiling around Bai Lai Elder's wrist. Do not be alarmed. This is the sacred rhythm mark. With this, I shall be able to know your whereabouts at any moment, no matter where you go. Once all 13 heavenly flames have been bestowed upon my disciple, I shall retract this mark. Though Qin Yuan's expression bore a smile, to Bai Lai Elder, he appeared almost demonic. Indeed, they were akin to thieves. However, such thoughts were kept strictly to himself. At that moment, the raging flames and chaotic magical currents across the plain settled into calm. Lu Juli swiftly appeared before Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin. Master, what is the situation? Julie, allow me to introduce you. This is your senior brother, Xiao Jin. Qin Yuan said with a gentle smile, formally introducing the two. Greetings, senior brother, Lu Juli exclaimed, immediately performing the customary greeting of their sect upon realizing the relationship. Greetings, junior brother, Xiao Jin reciprocated with a respectful nod. The two exchanged smiles, both astonished to discover that the renowned Xiao Jin, holder of the title of the Supreme of 10,000 Flames in the southern region, was indeed his senior brother. I never expected that a genius from the central region, proficient in the art of Gu, would turn out to be my junior brother. Xiao Jin chuckled. Senior brother, junior brother, senior brother, junior brother. Stop. Qin Yuan could no longer bear the exchange of flattery. The commercial banter had reached its limit. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Xing, masterly of the Flying Sword sect, and Bai Lai Elder all gasped in astonishment. This truly was a remarkable turn of events. The practitioners of fire and poison, astonishingly, are fellow disciples. It seems that the imperial continent is in for quite an uproar. Master, I find myself perplexed by a matter. Lu Juli suddenly approached Qin Yuan, his expression filled with confusion. What troubles you? Master, you previously mentioned that should I find myself at a disadvantage in battle against Xiao Jin, I could simply present my identity token to resolve the issue. Lu Juli produced the wooden token, examining it from all angles. Yet he felt no trace of the formidable power that Master had spoken of. But, Master, where is this great power you mentioned? Seeing this, Qin Yuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Julie, your current cultivation is insufficient. You are unable to sense the power contained within the token. Furthermore, allow me to elaborate. This token was crafted during my moments of leisure, personally sculpted by me, drawing upon the essence of the heavens and the earth. And, most importantly, it is a product of my own meticulous handiwork, a labor of millions of years. Even I am uncertain how many disciples I have taken under my wing. Thus, in the rare moments of idleness within the ancient tomb of the wilderness, I would personally select the materials and carve the identity tokens for my disciples. Admittedly, the tokens may appear peculiar and the inscriptions less than elegant. Yet it is precisely this uniqueness that renders them impossible for others to replicate. In the grand scheme of all realms, these tokens are indeed unparalleled. I see now. It is my lack of cultivation that prevents me from perceiving the immense power within the token. Lu Juli exclaimed, finally enlightened. I wholeheartedly believe in your words, Master. Junior brother, you are well aware of Master S' immense strength. Xiao Jin interjected, stepping forward with profound gratitude. When Master accepted me as a disciple, he presented 2 scrolls of cultivation for me to choose from. I shall forever hold Master S' kindness in my heart. Were it not for Master S' guidance and nurturing, I would not be the Xiao Jin I am today. At this moment, Lu Juli's curiosity was piqued. Senior brother, you mentioned that Master presented 2 scrolls of cultivation. How did you ascertain which one was most suited to you? Xiao Jin gazed at Lu Juli, his eyes drifting into the distance, as if the scene from that time resurfaced vividly in his mind. At that moment, Master sat cross-legged upon a jade platform, each hand holding a scroll of cultivation. Master S' words remain etched in my memory. He said to me, in my hands, I hold 2 scrolls of techniques. The one in my left hand is the Burning Heaven technique, possessing the power to consume all flames and seize creation. The one in my right hand, too, is the Burning Heaven technique. Then he instructed me to choose. Xiao Jin understood that this was merely Master S' unique approach, regardless of how he chose. It would always be the Burning Heaven technique that was most suited to his cultivation. Nearby, Qin Yuan and the others wore somewhat stiff expressions upon hearing this. The left hand holds a scroll of the Burning Heaven technique, and the right hand also holds a scroll of the Burning Heaven technique? It seems that the thoughts of the exalted are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. By the way, Master in the southern region of the Imperial Continent, I have also found a junior brother, Lin Chong. Xiao Jin spoke quickly. However, Lin Chong has recently reached a critical juncture in his cultivation of the Great Wilderness technique. Therefore, he did not join us. Once the matters within the Burial Lord Abyss conclude, I shall take Master to find Lin Chong. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. Master, based on my deductions, this Burial Lord Abyss was originally a place where only cultivators of the divine catastrophe realm, like us, would actively seek to explore breakthroughs to the supreme opportunity. Yet now, an elder of the second tier of the Supreme from the Star Observation Pavilion has arrived, and the leader of the Flying Sword sect has personally come as well. Additionally, the 100 Flames from the Heavenly Fire sect has also shown up. Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes slightly as he began to analyze. Previously, before the entrance to the secret realm, I annihilated 2 enforcers from the Soul Refinement Hall. This indicates that aside from the 8 of us, there is another person possessing the 9 Underworld Knock, likely affiliated with the Soul Refinement Hall. No, Qin Yuan shook his head. I did not rely on the 9 Underworld Knock to enter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin slapped his forehead. Right. I almost forgot. This modest secret realm cannot possibly hinder Master. This means that including myself, my junior brother, the 2 from the Qingfeng tribe, the elder Mu Xing from the Star Observation Pavilion, along with the old dog Bai Lai and the leader of the Flying Sword sect. We have 7 possessing the 9 Underworld Knock. Elder Bai Lai's lips twitched violently at this revelation, while Qing Yu and Qingfeng Lan exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Their identities seem to require no further concealment. There are still 2 others. Based on my understanding of the Soul Refinement Hall, they must be well prepared. It is highly likely that they are also from the Soul Refinement Hall. As Xiao Jin's words fell, an eerie laughter echoed from the distant sky. Well done. Xiao Jin, you've truly deduced it. Chapter 30. Can it really be refined in half an hour? You must be joking. On the Qingwu plain, a flicker of eerie black mist emerged. A gaunt old man, resembling a skeletal figure, stepped forth with deliberate slowness. His sunken eyes gave him the appearance of a withered corpse, and the sound of his cackling laughter echoed ominously from his lips. The Supreme Incarnation? It appears he has become timid, no longer daring to show his true form. Upon catching sight of this black mist, Xiao Jin could not help but scoff. Around him, celestial flames ignited, capable of incinerating soul energy. With a single glance, he discerned that this figure was merely the supreme incarnation of the skeletal elder, possessing strength comparable to that of an early-stage divine calamity realm practitioner. Master, he is the skeletal elder from the Soul Refinement Palace, one of the core elders. His strength is at the second tier of the supreme realm. He may prove somewhat troublesome, Xiao Jin explained to Qin Yuan in a calm tone. Qin Yuan nodded in understanding. The mere incarnation of a supreme being held no intrigue for him. The only thing that piqued his interest was the Shumi Koi, naturally nurtured. There are only 3 in existence. Possessing a Shumi Koi would grant access to the Shumi Pearl of the subrealm, which is truly valuable. Rest assured, skeletal old dog. No matter how many of you from the Soul Refinement Palace come, I will find a way to keep you here. You had best pray that your true form does not encounter me. As Xiao Jin raised his gaze, resplendent golden flames erupted forth. Instantly, the skeletal elder's supreme incarnation was reduced to ashes, unable to even utter a cry of despair. Meanwhile, in another part of the Qingwu wilderness, the space was continuously generating black soul energy. The skeletal elder, suspended in midair, suddenly furrowed his brow. Damn Xiao Jin. However, I have a general understanding of the situation over there. Swiftly, the skeletal elder relayed the intelligence gathered by his supreme incarnation to a similarly suspended figure, cloaked in black. This was his senior brother, the twin soul elder, who was born with dual souls. After joining the Soul Refinement Palace, he advanced through extreme violence, even resorting to the slaughter of his fellow enforcers to achieve breakthroughs. Ultimately, he reached the Supreme Realm and became a central figure within the Soul Refinement Palace. At this moment, the Twin Soul Elder's robe billowed gently, revealing his aged visage, where deep-set wrinkles resembled grooves carved by a blade, and his skin appeared exceedingly shriveled, akin to desiccated bark. The corners of his mouth turned downwards as he slowly opened his eyes. His left eye, dark and filled with a savage aura, contrasted sharply with the tranquil depths of his right. The duality of his souls imbued him with an extreme calmness. Having grasped the general situation regarding Xiao Jin, the twin-soul elder spoke softly. At most, he possesses the strength of a second-tier supreme. He is not to be feared. The Qingfeng clan presents a slight complication. Their immortal feathering technique may risk leaking our information. Leak? Impossible. We shall simply suppress them by force. If we prevent their clan from having the opportunity to utilize their abilities, we need not fear them. Indeed, that is a valid point. The Elder of Dual Souls appeared to be conversing with himself. However, the skeletal elder understood that it was the dual souls within him that were engaged in dialogue. Subsequently, the Elder of Dual Souls turned his gaze toward the skeletal figure and declared, "Let's commence. We must not allow those from the Xiao clan to hinder our progress. After all, they are already as good as dead." At this juncture, a chilling malice flickered within the dual-colored pupils of the elder, intertwined with an unprecedented exhilaration. Currently, we have located the core region of the burial abyss. We merely need to construct the focal point of the 11th Order Soul devouring rotation array here, and we shall be able to refine all living beings within this realm. A sinister cackle escaped the elder's lips as he continued. I have concealed the array symbols of the 11th Order Soul devouring rotation array 1,000 zhang above the outer realm of the burial abyss. Even if they become aware of our deployment of the soul devouring rotation array, it will be of no consequence, for unless they find the array symbols, they will never breach the Great Formation. As he spoke, the elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of vital blood, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the supreme fourth heaven. Skeletal 1, begin constructing the soul devouring rotation altar. Once the altar is completed, we can harness the sacred resonance and soul power left behind by the semi-saint within this burial abyss to fully activate the 11th Order Soul devouring rotation array. At that time, those who have entered the burial abyss with the 9 Nethernock will be transformed into the purest essence of life's source soul power, to be refined and devoured by him. His strength will then surge to unprecedented heights, ascending to an even higher echelon. Before him, the skeletal elder revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Indeed, master. The two then began to weave intricate hand seals. On the Qingwu plains, the ground resonated with a series of thunderous roars, as if some demonic entity were about to break free from the earth. Indeed, in the next moment, a colossal altar, as if summoned from the depths of hell, violently tore through the ground and began to rise slowly. This altar was forged from the bones of an ancient behemoth, emanating a ghostly bluish-gray phosphorescence from its base. Each inch of its surface was etched with arcane runes capable of devouring souls. In this moment, the Elder of Dual Souls fixed his gaze upon the bronze giant python at the apex of the altar. It seemed to be infused with life, its bronze eyes swirling with dual colors of yin and yang. The patterns of light and darkness began to manifest around its body, continuously emerging around the altar. Beside him, the skeletal elder began to retrieve thousands of human bones from his spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, all these were remnants of humanity. Under the skeletal elder's command, these stark white bones began to shatter inch by inch, coalescing in the air into new forms, such as the steps surrounding the azure altar, the bony pillars encircling the altar, and more. At the very center of the altar loomed a massive pillar, with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang, appearing all the more grotesque and fearsome. It is forged from the bones of hundreds. Within the crevices of the compressed bones, one can discern the souls ensnared by the art of soul refining. These are the spirits of cultivators who have only recently passed away. At the base of the altar, a dark, ethereal energy continues to proliferate, ultimately coalescing into tangible chains amidst the obsidian mist. The chains envelop the entire altar, resembling a prison that eternally confines the souls of those cultivators who construct the soul-devouring rotational formation. It is nearly complete. Just one more hour is required for its finalization. After this hour, the demise of Xiao Jin and his associates will be upon them. The elder with dual souls and the elder of the withered bones exchanged glances in the air, and then they erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Qin Wu plain, the crowd followed behind Xiao Jin, finally arriving before a white mountain range. Before them lay not the boundless Qin Wu grasslands, but rather the daunting peaks of the mountains. The elder by Lai's expression fell instantly, for within the mountains lay the very reason for his journey, the everlasting heart-burning flame. Master, the everlasting heart-burning flame is here, Xiao Jin announced as he approached Qin Yuan. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded and inquired, how long will it take to refine? After attuning to the energy, Xiao Jin responded, at most half an hour. The elder by Lai, upon hearing this, twitched at the corners of his mouth. This was a fearsome flame, ranked 47th on the heavenly fire list. To refine it in half an hour? What audacity! Chapter 31. Who says there are only 3 or 4 heavenly fires within me? Elder by Lai, do you hold a different perspective? Elder Muxink, observing the expression on Elder by Lai's face, felt a surge of curiosity. Their understanding of heavenly fire was, at best, superficial. They only knew that such flames were not easily obtainable by ordinary individuals. Xiao Jin's talent, when viewed across the entirety of the Nine Xian realm, was undoubtedly exceptional. His myriad flames were indeed formidable, a fact I do not dispute. Elder by Lai inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. However, one must understand that this is heavenly fire. It is a creation of nature. For an ordinary fire-attributed practitioner, obtaining even a single flame and refining it could lead to a profound breakthrough in strength and realm. But, as he spoke, Elder by Lai turned his gaze towards Elder Mu Xing and Sect Masterly. You both know that this heavenly fire is no ordinary treasure. The danger of ingesting it is almost akin to facing death. Even our heavenly fire divine sect requires protective formations and other aids to have a slight chance of refining a heavenly fire. Even if one could refine it, the process would take at least several months. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing, Sect Masterly, and Qin Yu began to grasp a rough understanding of the refining process of heavenly fire. Their eyes, when they turned towards Xiao Jin, reflected even greater astonishment. The heavenly fire that even the heavenly fire divine sect could refine only with significant precautions was said by Xiao Jin to require at most half an hour. Was he even human? By Lai, your words bear some truth. However, Xiao Jin did not refute By Lai's statement, but instead smiled gently, saying, if the person attempting to refine it already possesses some heavenly fire, the difficulty of the process is naturally diminished. By Lai nodded in acknowledgement. While that may be the case, you possess at most 3 or 4 heavenly fires, correct? Even with the enhancement of 3 or 4 heavenly fires, refining the 47th ranked myriad calamity burning heart flame would still require at least a month, wouldn't it? Xiao Jin shrugged and replied, indeed. If one were to refine another heavenly fire while possessing 3 or 4, it would certainly take a month or even longer. Seeing this, By Lai slowly nodded. That is more like it. But, By Lai, who told you I possess only 3 or 4 heavenly fires? Suddenly, Xiao Jin's tone shifted, and a smile graced his face. This left By Lai momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked, then how many heavenly fires do you have within you? Not too many. Just a total of 48. Xiao Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. By Lai fell silent. Elder Mu Xing and Sect Masterly beside him also remained quiet. After a moment, Elder By Lai suddenly raised his head, his face flushed with disbelief, his voice laced with incredulity. 48. Even his tone changed. Indeed, 48, Xiao Jin stated plainly. Upon confirming that he had not misheard, Elder By Lai staggered backward several steps, his gaze fixed with unbridled fury upon Xiao Jin. Damn it, act like a human. He could no longer contain his emotions. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Xing and sect leaderly exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching and an unsettling chill creeping down their spines. If the possessor of heavenly fire were to be cornered, they had a formidable trump card, the ability to self-destruct the heavenly fire within them. With 48 flames inside him, Xiao Jin could obliterate anyone he desired in a single detonation, should he choose to do so. Julie, take notes. Observe how your senior brother displays his prowess. Qin Yuan remarked, his eyes filled with pride as he watched Xiao Jin. Noted. Lu Jiuli nodded vigorously, etching the technique into his memory. Hee. I learned all this from my master. Xiao Jin scratched his head, grinning, my skills pale in comparison to my master's. He then addressed the White Mountain, saying, Master, I shall proceed. Yes, go ahead, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. In an instant, Xiao Jin transformed into a stream of flames, vanishing into the looming White Mountain. The eternal devouring heart flame, indeed a terrifying fire ranked 47th on the celestial fire list, was simply inadequate when faced with Xiao Jin, who wielded 48 flames. Half an hour of refinement was already considered slow. 48. Unfathomable. Absolutely unfathomable. Elder Bai Lai snapped back to reality, muttering incessantly. Senior, your disciple possesses 48 kinds of heavenly fire already. Why must we rely on the heavenly fire of the divine fire sect? Qin Yuan, observing his reaction, shot a glance at Bai Lai, saying, only 48. It's not 480. Is that excessive? Bai Lai promptly shut his mouth. How could he have forgotten that with such a master, one must expect an extraordinary disciple? 480 kinds? Good heavens! The total number of heavenly fires on the celestial fire list does not even reach 400. At this moment, Bai Lai could only lament that the divine fire sect had the misfortune of coexisting in the same era as such a master-disciple pair. Thus, Qin Yuan exhaled softly, waving his hand as a shimmering spatial ring materialized. A jade chair, entirely crafted from flowing jade, appeared behind him, followed by a jade tea table, also made of flowing jade, which displayed intricate amber patterns that contained the essence of heaven and earth. Above the tea table, moisture coalesced in the air, forming tiny droplets that cascaded into the azure jade pot below. Behind him, Lu Jiuli observed his master's actions and promptly stepped forward, skillfully retrieving an unknown tea leaf from beneath the tea table and preparing the brew with practiced ease. All of Qin Yuan's disciples knew that he had a penchant for tea. Is this Lingyun jade crystal essence? With a gasp, Elder Mu Xing, well-versed and knowledgeable, found himself utterly astounded upon encountering the jade chair and tea table before him. Within the stargazing pavilion, it was inconceivable to possess such a substantial piece of spiritual jade crystal. This exquisite jade crystal harbored ethereal resonance, a treasure fervently sought after by supreme beings. In the entire southern region of the empire, even a piece the size of a fist could command an exorbitant price. Elder Mu Xing had only ever seen a piece half that size in the pavilion, safeguarded as a precious relic by the elders. And yet, here stood Qin Yuan, who had audaciously transformed such a large piece of spiritual jade crystal into a chair and tea table. What a flagrant waste! Moreover, the water. It was the essence spring of all spirits. Both Master Li of the Flying Sword sect and Elder Bai Lai of the Heavenly Fire Divine sect were rendered speechless upon witnessing the dew coalescing in mid-air. The essence spring of all spirits was a heavenly treasure capable of elevating one's very foundation. It was said that after the birth of a realm, several spiritual springs would emerge, one of which was this essence spring. All beings in this realm thrive from a nourishment of these waters. In this day and age, acquiring even a single drop was a nearly impossible feat, yet, astonishingly, there rested an entire pot upon the jade tea table. Calm down. It's not that remarkable. Qin Yuan shook his head, thinking that they, as the pinnacle forces of the Southern Empire, ought not to display such naivety. At that moment, Master Li, Elder Mu Xing, and Elder Bai Lai fell into a profound silence. Seated upon the jade chair, Qin Yuan noticed that Lu Jiuli was still preparing tea, and thus he offered a slight smile to Elder Mu Xing and the others. Let us talk. What could possibly compel you, esteemed supreme beings, to gather here over a mere opportunity in the divine catastrophe realm? Please, I wish to hear your honest replies. Qin Yuan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight that silenced any thoughts of deceit in the hearts of Elder Mu Xing and the others. Chapter 32. The Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Ascending to Supremacy. To speak candidly, esteemed elder at the Jade Table. Elder Mu Xing exchanged a glance with Sect Master Li and shared a wry smile. 5 centuries ago, our star observation pavilion, through the art of divination, discovered that a half-saint had attained nirvana in the depths of the burial respect abyss, located in the central region of the imperial continent. Elder Mu Xing inhaled deeply, as the other elders within the pavilion surpassed my own strength. They feared that deploying an overly powerful elder would raise suspicions among other sections. Thus, I was dispatched for this task. Furthermore, Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect was recruited to accompany me. Sect Master Li nodded, his expression filled with resignation. What? A half-saint has indeed reached nirvana here? Elder Bai Lai's face revealed astonishment, clearly unaware of this revelation. Elder Bai Lai, are you truly oblivious to this matter within the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect? Elder Mu Xing queried, slightly bewildered, completely unaware. My sect sent me solely to retrieve the heart-burning flame of 10,000 tribulations. Elder Bai Lai replied in confusion. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing could only manage a series of bitter smiles. He continued, moreover, where a half-saint has achieved nirvana, there will undoubtedly be remnants of their sacred bones. The sanctity contained within these bones, if absorbed and refined, could propel our sect's strength to unprecedented heights. However, to absorb the sanctity from the half-saint's bones, one must possess at least the strength of the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Perhaps this is the reason I was chosen for this task. Elder Mu Xing lamented. Even if I were to acquire the half-saint bones, I would still be unable to absorb the sanctity within. The half-saint's remnants, indeed. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. It is true. Once cultivators reach the Supreme Realm, without exception, their singular goal becomes clear: to attain sainthood. That is the realm that transcends the Supreme Realm. Only upon achieving the status of a saint can one truly traverse this continent with authority, regardless of ancient families or so-called top sects. They are utterly insignificant before a saint. Beneath the saint, all are but ants. This statement is not mere rhetoric. Even the half-saint realm possesses enough power to dominate an entire continent. Suddenly, a crisp sound of cracking echoed from the distant, undulating white mountains. It was as if the mountains had erupted like a volcano, unleashing torrents of fiery flames that surged skyward. Boom! Above, the firmament manifested streaks of golden lightning. The Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Those who had experienced this scene, including Elder Mu Xing and the others, raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. They were all too familiar with the Supreme Thunder Tribulation. It was the inevitable path for those at the 9th level of the Divine Tribulation Realm to ascend to the Supreme Realm. Clearly, at this moment, Xiao Jin had refined the heart-burning flame of 10,000 tribulations and was officially invoking the Supreme Thunder Tribulation, embarking on his journey to supremacy. Why does it feel like this Supreme Thunder Tribulation is even more colossal than the one we triggered during our own ascent to supremacy? Elder Bai Lai, though pained by the loss of the heart-burning flame, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing the overwhelming Supreme Tribulation above. The might of the Supreme Thunder Tribulation is directly proportional to the strength of one's innate talent, Elder Mu Xing explained, taking a deep breath. At that moment, the heavens above had been torn asunder, revealing a vast rift in the sky. Initially, tens of thousands of lightning bolts, resembling golden serpents, emerged from this breach, tearing through the clouds. They devoured and fused with one another, ultimately coalescing into 9 magnificent Supreme Tribulation dragons that coiled around the cosmos. Each scale of these dragons shimmered with the terrifying power of celestial thunder. Their whiskers danced vividly, erupting with fierce flashes of lightning. Typically, when a Supreme Cultivator breaks through, they summon forth mere bolts of lightning. It is only those exceptionally gifted prodigies who possess extraordinary talents that might conjure a Supreme Tribulation dragon upon transcending into the realm of the Supreme. Even Elder Mu Xing, despite his vast experience, was left utterly astonished. The ancient texts within the Star Observation Pavilion had only recorded that their most prodigious genius managed to summon a single supreme tribulation dragon at the time of their breakthrough. Yet now, Xiao Jin had summoned an astounding 9. What does this imply? In other words, it is but a matter of time before Xiao Jin attains sainthood. Merely 9? TSK. Xiao Jin, your cultivation has been rather lackadaisical. Qin Yuan gazed at the 9 supreme tribulation dragons overhead, shaking his head slightly, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. As his disciple, endowed with the innate fire affinity coupled with the burning heaven technique he had bestowed, how could he only summon 9 supreme tribulation dragons upon reaching the supreme realm? He should have summoned at least 99. Is this what one would call being lackadaisical? Hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the expectations of a master for their disciple are exceedingly rigorous. In the sky, the supreme thunder tribulation commenced. The 9 supreme tribulation dragons radiated golden luminescence as they descended towards the mountains below. Each impact was equivalent to the full force strike of a supreme-level cultivator at the 3rd tier. Any ordinary cultivator faced with such a terrifying supreme thunder tribulation would likely perish upon the arrival of the first dragon. Yet from the mountains, a fiery figure suddenly soared skyward. He showed no fear, even in the face of this overwhelming pressure from the supreme thunder tribulation. Boom! 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 The supreme thunder tribulation roared to life as Xiao Jin withstood the onslaught of 2 supreme tribulation dragons. The remaining 7 seemed to realize the difficulty of their target, becoming even more frenzied. In an instant, all 7 dragons surged forth simultaneously. The heavens and earth were engulfed in a blaze of scorching golden light. This scene caused Elder Mu Xing and the others to feel a tightness in their chests. Could such a terrifying supreme tribulation truly be endured by Xiao Jin? Moments later, as the golden brilliance faded, a figure remained steadfast in the distant sky, flames entwined around him, resembling a supreme entity amidst fire. Simultaneously, golden supreme inscriptions continuously manifested on Xiao Jin's body, only to gradually fade away. At this moment, Xiao Jin officially stepped into the supreme realm. He exhaled softly, and in that instant, the surrounding space seemed to become several degrees hotter. So, this is the supreme realm. He slowly clenched his fist, and an overwhelming aura of the supreme realm began to spread in all directions. Xiao Jin also realized that his strength had surged several dozen times compared to before. The supreme realm truly lives up to its name. In the distance, Elder Bai Lai and others sensed the oppressive force of the supreme realm and broke into a cold sweat. This was merely the beginning of his journey into the supreme realm, yet he could wield such formidable power. If given time, to what heights would he ascend? The thought alone was terrifying. Xiao Jin sensed the direction of his master and took a step into the void before him. In the next moment, the supreme space inscriptions appeared beneath his feet, and his figure shifted like the stars, arriving instantaneously before Qin Yuan. Master, your disciple has entered the supreme realm. Chapter 33. Master, do you still require disciples? Xiao Jin gazed at his revered master, his eyes brimming with excitement. Please, have a sip of tea and take a moment to compose yourself. Qin Yuan smiled at his disciple, gesturing towards the teacup resting on the jade table before them. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin approached the table, seized the teacup, and drank it in one swift motion. Instantly, the once surging aura within him became contained, and at that moment, his supreme realm cultivation was thoroughly solidified. This scene left Elder Mu Xing and the others in a state of astonishment. However, when their gazes shifted to the teacup, their pupils trembled in unison. Staring at the lingering essence remaining in the cup, Elder Mu Xing stammered, Master, may I inquire, is this the Calamity Sea Viewing Tea? Indeed, Qin Yuan replied with a nod. The mention of Calamity Sea Viewing Tea caused Elder Mu Xing to tremble anew, murmuring to himself, Calamity Sea Viewing. When one first enters the supreme realm, a single sip of Calamity Sea Viewing tea can stabilize all the energies within one's body. The tea flows through the belly, creating a celestial circuit. This tea is renowned as the supreme tea, Regardless of the heavenly tribulations, I shall remain steadfast. Elder Mu Xing found himself repeating sentiments of envy in his heart countless times. Just look at this master. He possesses all the exquisite treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple Xiao Jin for entering the Supreme Realm. The disciple fortune system has begun receiving critical feedback. Congratulations to the host for receiving critical feedback. 100 billion points of fortune value. As Qin Yuan listened to the system's notifications, a broader smile spread across his face. He also keenly sensed 3 pairs of envious eyes fixed upon him. Elder Mu Xing, along with Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Bai Lai, were all staring intently at him. This caused Qin Yuan to slightly grin. "We've 3 plotting." Cooing lightly, Elder Mu Xing cautiously inquired, Master, do you still need disciples? Just look at me, before he could finish. Elder Bai Lai interjected, Master, look at me. I have been in the Supreme Realm for over 20,000 years. My talent is quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree, Master? Stop. Qin Yuan interrupted, raising his hand decisively. I am a person of principles. If one were an unparalleled genius, I might consider it. However, as for the 3 of you, let us forget it. At that moment, the once blue sky suddenly darkened, coalescing into ominous clouds stretching for miles. Within the clouds, black mist writhed ominously. As it churned, thick chains entwined, clashing against one another, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The methods of the soul refining palace. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jin was not particularly surprised, as he and the soul refining palace had been rivals for ages. They had engaged in battles with them no less than 800 times. Such tactics were instantly recognizable. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Elder Mu Xing lifted his gaze towards the ominous clouds above, his brow furrowed in concern. Behold, he exclaimed, in the space above, faintly, there appears to be an inscription manifesting. This is a formation. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of robust black chains, as formidable as ancient trees, began to hurtle downwards towards the gathered crowd. From the chains, a dark mist swirled, echoing with the wails of tormented souls. Simultaneously, 11 violet formation glyphs began to materialize in the sky. These glyphs, profoundly intricate, contained within them the terrifying power of the cosmos, unleashing an immense force of binding energy that cascaded down from the heavens. This is madness. The Soul Refining Hall has truly lost its senses. They have summoned an 11th tier formation. Are they intent on refining us all right here? Elder Mu Xing's countenance darkened with fury upon witnessing the 11 violet glyphs. His Star Observation Pavilion, a premier sect in the southern region of the Empire, had not directly confronted the Soul Refining Hall in millennia, yet that did not imply they feared it. The Soul Refining Hall was courting death. Elder Bai Lai, equally incensed, wondered whether they feared the retribution of the Heavenly Fire God sect. My Flying Sword sect will not hesitate to engage, remarked Master Li of the Flying Sword sect, his brow knitted in thought. Enough, enough, Qin Yuan interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Let's not waste time with threats. If you possess any formidable techniques, now is the time to unleash them. We must act before the formation fully materializes, lest we find ourselves trapped for eternity. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others ceased their bickering and began to exert their supreme powers. Yet, to their bewilderment, no matter how fiercely they struggled, the formidable chains seemed perpetually able to pursue them. This is dire. The one empowering this formation possesses strength surpassing our own. Elder Mu Xing realized, finding even his 2nd-tier supreme state insufficient to escape the chains. Is that not obvious? Qin Yuan scoffed. Since the Soul Refining Hall dares to deploy an 11th-tier grand formation here, they have accounted for everything. Does your 2nd-tier supreme state truly intimidate anyone? Elder Mu Xing's face contorted with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the flames of heavenly fire ignited around Xiao Jin. With the enhancement of the celestial flames, he enveloped Qin Fenglan, Lu Juli, and his own master, shielding them completely. As the colossal chains made contact with the heavenly fire, they began to dissolve. For the time being, those gathered around Xiao Jin remained unaffected by the iron chains. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a shadow gradually emerged. This shadow did not traverse the space in a conventional manner. Instead, it utilized spatial leaps. In a mere breath, it had surged forward several thousand miles. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an altar. At this moment, upon the black altar in the sky, stood two figures. Ha ha ha! Did you not anticipate this? The skeletal elder stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the throng entangled with the soul-locking heavenly chains, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. At that moment, the altar in the sky began its slow descent. With a thunderous crash, the altar landed firmly 100 paces away from the crowd. As the altar of the 11th Order Soul, devouring formation, drew nearer, the binding force of the soul-locking heavenly chains intensified. The leaders of the Flying Sword sect, including Master Li, were beginning to show signs of strain. Do not waste words with them. Focus on refining, the dual soul elder remarked coldly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It is you, exclaimed Elder Mu Xing, his face paling upon recognizing the dual soul elder. Inherent dual souls. Since joining the Soul Refining Hall, his despicable methods have allowed him to rapidly elevate his power. He even resorted to the ruthless slaughter of fellow enforcers in a desperate bid for advancement. Elder Mu Xing's voice trembled with indignation as he declared, "Have you members of the Soul Refining Hall forgotten the rules of the southern domain of the Imperial Continent? Those below the fourth heaven, including those at the fourth heaven, are forbidden from stepping into the central region of the Imperial Continent. This decree was established by the Domain Lord of the Southern Region 2 millennia ago. Do you dare to violate the rules set by the Saint?" Chapter 34. The Surplus 10th Person. Upon hearing the name of the Southern Domain Lord of the Empire, the old man with dual souls trembled slightly before regaining his composure. In a low voice, he remarked, "The mountains are high and the rivers long. Even the Lord of the Southern Domain cannot oversee every corner of the Empire at all times." Moreover, his voice was hoarse, and his eyes, one black and one white, exuded an indescribable eeriness. "I possess the 11th Order Soul Devouring Rotation Array. It has now reached its peak. It can refine all beings beneath the cultivation level of the array holder or those of equal power. You shall all perish here, and since you are to die, no news shall leak." A chilling laughter accompanied by his dark robes unmistakably identified him as a member of the Soul Refining Hall. Within the encirclement of heavenly fire, Qin Yuan observed the two enforcers of the Soul Refining Hall upon the altar, feeling an indescribable excitement. The Soul Refining Hall, Xiao Jin, heavenly fire, coupled with that sinister laughter, everything aligned perfectly. Qin Yuan struggled to contain his exhilaration. He had always sensed a striking resemblance between Xiao Jin and a dear friend from his past. Indeed, everything fell into place. "Ah, Master? What do you mean by everything aligns?" Xiao Jin, curious upon hearing his name called by his master, inquired. "You are still young and do not comprehend." Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Xiao Jin could only lower his head, somewhat tongue-tied. Indeed, in his master's eyes, he would forever remain a child. However, Xiao Jin relished this feeling. After all, having a protector is truly wonderful. At the very least, regardless of the chaos he might create, his invincible master could always resolve it for him. "Old man with dual souls, have you forgotten that my stargazing pavilion possesses a secret technique? Even if I were to perish here, the technique would activate, and my pavilion would surely detect the anomaly. At that time, the other elders of my pavilion will report this matter to the Domain Lord. Just wait and see how you, Soul Refining Hall, will respond." Elder Mu Xing's tone brimmed with fury. It was one thing to come here and not acquire the half-saint skeletal remains, but to risk his life as well? That nearly shattered his composure. "Stop invoking the Domain Lord." The old man with dual souls chuckled coldly. "I have already stated, the mountains are high and the sun far. He cannot oversee the entirety of the Empire. Furthermore, my 11th Order Soul Devouring Rotation Array possesses the ability to negate heavenly secrets. I have long been aware of your stargazing pavilion secret techniques, and I have already taken precautions against such tricks. In summary, All of you present here today shall perish. With that, the old man with dual souls began to channel the power of the altar, focusing all his attention on Xiao Jin, whom he deemed the most troublesome among them. TSK. It appears to be a critical juncture indeed, where one must navigate treacherous waters to carve one's own path in the martial world. Qin Yuan remarked. Beside him, Lu Juli inquired with curiosity, Master, what does this mean? Ah, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. It suggests that the inhabitants of the Soul Refining Hall are akin to the grassroots forces within this imperial continent. After consuming a few bowls of strong liquor, they seek to establish themselves as kings in remote lands. At the altar, the elder of the twin souls, upon hearing this analogy, slightly altered his expression. He then quickly focused his dual black and white eyes on Qin Yuan. Wait, a first level of the Void Realm? In the next moment, he was taken aback. Isn't this the burial of the respectful sovereign? How could someone at the Void Realm intrude here? Hold on. The elder of the twin souls suddenly realized that the numbers seemed rather peculiar. Kugu, count how many individuals have entered the burial of the respectful sovereign. The elder of the twin souls urged hastily. Brother, have you lost your wits? Kugu responded, his brows twitching. Count. The elder's tone was laced with growing displeasure. I'll count. Kugu's emaciated visage quivered slightly as he began to survey the crowd before him. My brother and I won too. The master of the Flying Sword Sect, 3. Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, 4. Elder Bai Lai of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect, 5. 2 from the Qing Feng clan, 6, 7. Xiao Jin, the 8th person, and that lad skilled in witchcraft. Lu Jili, the 9th. There's one more. Upon reaching this point, Kugu paused momentarily, his gaze swiftly locking onto Qin Yuan. A first level of the Void Realm? The 10th person? Brother? What is this situation? Was it not stated that the burial of the respectful sovereign is restricted by a half-saint's prohibition, allowing only those with 9 infernal knocks to enter? How could there be a 10th person? At this moment, both of them finally discerned the anomaly. A secret realm that evidently permits only 9 individuals had inexplicably welcomed a 10th. Truly foolish, Xiao Jin scoffed. So they only just realized the presence of our master? At that moment, Qin Yuan yawned. Finally, the discrepancy has come to light. With such dull senses, how could you possibly assume the role of a villain? He then lifted his foot and began to stride toward the heavenly fire shield before him. Beside him, Qin Yu promptly cautioned, Elder, beware of the heavenly fire. However, in the next second, he witnessed Qin Yuan casually step into the searing flames capable of incinerating both body and soul. Astonishingly, Qin Yuan remained unscathed. Heavenly fire? In the presence of my master, such flames are merely insignificant sparks. Xiao Jin gazed at his master's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with reverence. At that moment, as Qin Yuan emerged from the heavenly fire shield and approached the altar, he declared, Kugu, this individual is no ordinary foe. Let us combine our strengths and activate the 11th Order Soul devouring rotating formation. We shall exert our utmost to vanquish him. The elder of the twin souls stared at Qin Yuan in the distance, acknowledging that despite his opponent's mere first level of the Void Realm, the situation was far from simple. However, due to his innate possession of dual souls, his sensitivity to spiritual energies far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He could sense that the person before him was undoubtedly a formidable and terrifying figure. The skeletal elder dared not be negligent. Both individuals began to fervently manipulate the soul seals with their hands. At that moment, the sky above suddenly began to fracture, revealing within it countless crimson chains. In an instant, those blood-red chains, entwined with myriad vengeful spirits, cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Each chain bore the haunting visages of dark phantoms. The cacophony of the wailing souls was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The 11th Order Soul devouring rotating array. The soul devouring hell-binding multitude of chains. Upon the altar, both the dual souls and the skeletal figure uttered a low chant, and the multitude of blood-red chains surged toward Qin Yuan with a fearsome howl, their speed rivaling that of a fully drawn arrow. This array held some merit, yet it was but a mere trifle. As Qin Yuan gazed upon the overwhelming tide of crimson chains rushing toward him, he shook his head slightly. Just as the blood-red chains were about to encroach upon his Tianzhong radius, Qin Yuan gently raised his hand, gathering the power of sacred resonance within his palm. In that instant, the space surrounding him crystallized into a translucent ripple. At that moment, the ink-like crimson chains were abruptly ensnared in midair. Chapter 35, Am I Not Capable of Driving This Formation? In that moment, the haunting cries of myriad ghosts in the Qingwu wilderness vanished without a trace. Observing the chains, it became evident that, unbeknownst to anyone, these chains surrounding Qin Yuan began to transform into an eerie, translucent hue. It seemed as though a force, transcending the comprehension of all present, was infiltrating these chains. Almost instantaneously, the once inky sky transformed into a brilliant white. As the first chain began to show deep fissures, it triggered a chain reaction, causing all the blood-colored chains to become riddled with profound cracks. With a gentle step forward, as Qin Yuan exhaled, all the translucent chains in the sky disintegrated in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. They shattered. The mightiest blow of the 11th tier soul-devouring rotation formation. It was powerful enough to obliterate a supreme-level warrior at the 5th tier and severely injure one at the 6th tier, yet before Qin Yuan, it crumbled to dust. The wraiths, as if sensing an unspeakable power, retreated back into the rifts of the heavens. The sky once again settled into tranquility. What? On the black altar, laden with vengeful spirits, the dual soul elder and the bone elder stood in stunned disbelief at this scene. How could this be? The strongest strike of the 11th tier soul devouring rotation formation. The bone elder appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his withered visage filled with incredulity. They had indeed unleashed the formation's most formidable attack. And yet, this man, merely at the 1st tier of the void realm, appeared utterly unscathed. Bone, did you sense anything just now? The dual soul elder's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Yuan, not far away. What? The bone elder paused, caught off guard. It seems. The power of Saint Rhythm, the dual soul elder expressed, albeit uncertainly. Saint Rhythm. At this utterance, the bone elder's pupils constricted violently. Only those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm could perceive the existence of the Saint Rhythm in this world. Could it be that this individual before them was a supreme peak powerhouse? Brother, that individual is approaching us. The bone elder swallowed hard. Do not panic. The dual soul elder managed to regain some composure. Gazing at Qin Yuan, he whispered, The 11th tier soul devouring rotation formation was personally crafted by our esteemed hall master of the soul refining hall. Even if that individual possesses unfathomable strength, he cannot defy the power of the heavens. Once our formation takes shape, it has merged with the entire secret realm of the burial of the ancients. He cannot breach our altar. Rest assured. The dual soul elder once again harnessed the power of the formation, preparing to summon the next attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin observed the confident dual soul elder and shook his head. Regardless of how the formation merged with the heavens, the power of this realm is unworthy of my master's consideration. Behind him, Elder Mu Xing, along with Bai Lai and others, swiftly arrived at Xiao Jin's side. However, the formation had already taken shape, just as the Elder of Dual Souls had stated. The altar they occupied was the heart of the formation. In other words, should the Elder make a move against the altar, it would be tantamount to disturbing the very fabric of this realm. Fear not, Xiao Jin declared, brimming with confidence in his master. Such a scene is merely encapsulated in 4 words from my esteemed master. Turning his head, Xiao Jin grinned, a firm grip on the situation. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others directed their gazes towards Qin Yuan, who was steadily approaching the dark altar. My lord, you bear no great enmity with us. Should you choose to depart, I can, on behalf of the Soul Refining Hall, assure you that your actions will not be pursued. What say you? The Elder of Dual Souls intently observed Qin Yuan, who had now arrived beneath the altar. Qin Yuan merely raised an eyelid and took a decisive step forward, ascending the steps of the dark altar. Witnessing this, the Elder of Dual Souls sneered. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame others. Not being the holder of the formation, nor an enhancer, should one rashly step into the heart of the formation. They would inevitably be obliterated by the very forces of heaven and earth. Contemplating this, the elder of dual souls could hardly suppress his smile. Brother, do not celebrate just yet. Something feels amiss. Why has our 11-tier soul, devouring rotating formation, not reacted? The elder of withered bones observed in astonishment, as the figure in black ascended the steps without encountering any resistance. In fact, the entire formation did not even ripple. The smile on the elder of dual soul's face vanished instantly. He turned to gaze at Qin Yuan, only to discover that the latter had effortlessly stepped onto the altar, without suffering any backlash from the formation. What was happening? The elder of dual souls was bewildered. How did you manage to enter? With a hint of exasperation, Qin Yuan replied, did you not see? I simply walked in. Impossible. This is an 11-tier. The elder of dual souls was nearly struck dumb. Stop. Enough with the boasting. Qin Yuan interrupted, revealing a formation talisman inscribed with 11 black lines upon his palm. A talisman? The elder of dual souls' pupils contracted. Is that not the talisman of our soul-devouring formation? Where did you acquire it? He had specifically concealed the talisman outside the tomb's sovereign abyss, confident in its security. At this moment, he was genuinely flabbergasted. You mean to say that if I can activate this formation, you would be obliterated? Qin Yuan disregarded the elder's inquiry, playing with the talisman in his hand, and offered a slight smile towards the elder of dual souls atop the altar. Impossible. Even if you possess the talisman, you cannot possibly control the formation in such a short time. The elder's brow furrowed, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Shall we put that to the test? Qin Yuan smiled. Then, with a gentle wave of his left hand, the entire black altar began to tremble. The black chains encircling the altar emitted a cacophony of intense friction and collision sounds. In the next moment, they lashed out like dark tendrils, mercilessly striking towards the withered bones and the two souls. Can it truly be controlled? Who are you? The elder of the dual souls gazed at the black chains, his expression shifting dramatically. The assault of the 11th tier soul, devouring rotating array. Even he, possessing the strength of the 4th level of the supreme realm, would not dare to withstand it head-on. Senior, this is truly terrifying. Beneath the altar, Elder Mu Xing and the others stared at Qin Yuan, who was manipulating the array in reverse, their minds rendered numb. In this brief encounter, the methods exhibited by Qin Yuan had completely shattered their understanding. Could it be possible that this array technique is merely one among the myriad skills possessed by my master? A proud smile adorned Xiao Jin's face, for his master is invincible, capable of traversing heaven and earth. Nothing is beyond their reach. In the entire realm of power, there is no skill that his master does not possess. Chapter 36. Can you endure the consequences within? The elder Mu Xing swallowed hard, while Elder Bailai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bang, bang, crack. At this moment, the sacrificial altar array began to emit the sounds of fracturing, clearly under the tremendous strain exerted by Qin Yuan. The 11th tier array could ultimately not bear the burden. Eventually, it shattered into countless fragments. The array, renowned for its ability to slay those at the pinnacle of the 5th heavenly layer, was utterly dismantled at this very moment. Who exactly are you? The elder of dual souls gazed at the collapsing array, nearly spitting blood from rage. Qin Yuan looked down at the broken black altar. As the intricate patterns of the array, forged from the forces of heaven and earth, began to slowly dissipate into the void, he lowered his head. His eyes, reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm, were filled with tranquility. Do you truly wish to know who I am? Since his emergence from seclusion, Qin Yuan had always presented himself as a master. Aside from his disciples, none were privy to his true identity. The elder of dual souls inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to fixate upon Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled. He regarded both the elder of dual souls and the elder of withered bones. I can reveal it to you. However, can you withstand the consequences entwined within? Upon hearing this, the elder of dual souls' pupils trembled violently. The power of causality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No soul on the entire Jiushuan continent had ever witnessed the power of causality. This individual before him dared to utter such fantastical words? He vigorously shook his head. Do not indulge in your cryptic games. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhaling softly. In years past, many awaited the bearing of causality, much like you. Yet in the end, they all perished. His gaze drifted beyond the elder of dual souls and the elder of withered bones, for in his eyes, they were already as good as dead. His thoughts wandered back hundreds of thousands of years, as scenes from the ancient tomb began to materialize in his mind. It felt as if a fleeting moment had passed. It also seemed like an eternity. Qin Yuan murmured, "How the world refers to me is unknown to me. I only know that they call me the master of yin and yang, the entomber of heavens, shattering causality, suppressing the 8 desolations." As these 12 words escaped his lips, the elder of dual souls shuddered, his murky pupils narrowing suddenly. His entire being felt as though struck by a bolt of thunder. His mind racing back to tens of thousands of years ago. He recalled perusing an ancient tome, long since sealed away, within the ancient pavilion of the Soul Refining Hall. It was a time during the chaotic epochs of antiquity. The myriad realms appeared to be engulfed in a dark and tumultuous era, when a towering figure descended, shattering the void. It was merely a shadow, and the people of the realms could not discern his visage. He appeared to be ensnared within a barrier, his true form seemingly unable to traverse beyond it. He had once uttered that he had reversed time to arrive, and thus could not linger for long. Subsequently, it seemed he had taken action. The source of the dark turmoil was utterly subdued. At that moment, the magnificent phantom that loomed between heaven and earth dissipated. Simultaneously, the legend of mastering yin and yang, burying the gods and demons of the heavens, shattering causality, and subduing the 8 desolations began to circulate throughout the myriad realms. The figure recorded in ancient texts truly existed, the elder with dual souls murmured, his voice laced with unmistakable awe. From the depths of Qin Yuan's gaze, he understood. The elder must have recalled him from some ancient tome. He then proclaimed aloud, "I wield the inscriptions of the yin and yang realm, burying all divine beings and demons. At the stroke of midnight, the ancient path is shattered, and causality is incinerated, the first among men." As these ancient prophecies escaped Qin Yuan's lips, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The entire space of the burial respect abyss shattered into countless fragments. Below, the elder with dual souls had already lost all hope of escape, his eyes filled with terror. In the fragmented, inky void, chains imperceptible to the naked eye began to entwine around him. This power was ineffable, indescribable. Is this the force of causality? The elder's visage contorted in anguish, the instinct for survival compelling him to escape this force. Yet it was futile. In a fleeting moment, his body abruptly disintegrated, transforming into myriad motes of light. He vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. The formless web of causality enveloped the elder completely, refining him in an instant. With his death, he departed from the cycle of reincarnation, leaving nothing behind, as if he had never graced this realm at all. Simultaneously, the elder of withered bones, too, began to fade into transparency under the unspeakable force of causality. His countenance solidified in the final moment, his eyes filled with profound unwillingness and deep-seated fear. Yet, he ultimately could not withstand this overwhelming force. He transformed into nothingness. The black altar shattered completely. With a mere thought, Qin Yuan summoned 2 black spatial rings, which slowly floated before him. Although the force of causality had been unleashed, one must not forget their origins. After all, one should never forget their roots. These 2 black spatial rings belonged to the elder of withered bones and the elder with dual souls. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the seals on the rings and retrieved all their contents. He then began to examine each item floating in the air. After all, only items of true worth could be deemed worthy of Qin Yuan's collection. The surrounding world had returned to tranquility, as though the web of causality had never manifested. As if nothing had transpired at all. Beside Xiao Jin, whether it was Elder Mu Xing from the Star Observation Pavilion, Elder Bai Lai from the Heavenly Fire sect, or Master Li from the Flying Sword sect, or even Qin Yu, the chief of the Qing Feng clan, they all gazed in astonishment at Qin Yuan in the distance, their expressions filled with an ineffable shock. Mastering the dualities of yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering the fabric of fate, and stabilizing the 8 desolations. Oh my heavens! I have always believed. That was merely a legend from the chaotic ancient era? Elder Mu Xing's scalp tingled as he gazed at Qin Yuan, his entire being resonating with the surge of thunderous energy. Words of astonishment trembled forth. The tales of the chaotic ancient era speak of a singular individual, wielding the monument of yin and yang, who traversed the river of time, arriving from the realm of the living, enveloped in unparalleled might. This being extinguished the very source of turmoil from the chaotic ancient era. That region is also known as the grave of celestial deities and demons. Furthermore, this individual shattered the eternal heavenly path. He incinerated all the forces of fate that pursued him through the river of time. I command the monument of yin and yang, burying the celestial deities and demons. The midnight bell shatters the ancient path, incinerating the first among fates. Merely reciting these verses sent Elder Mu Xing into a frenzy. Qin Yu mirrored his astonishment, their eyes brimming with unprecedented reverence and shock. Elder Bai Lai, too, felt the chill of terror, his words stumbling forth. I truly seek my own demise, to dare speak thus to a senior, let alone asking for the 13 flames of the Heavenly Fire sect. Even if he demanded the entirety of the Heavenly Fire sect, it would be granted. Moreover, this could very well be our sect's fortune, a monumental fortune. Upon witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli were filled with immense pride. Indeed, their master is that fearsome. However, at that moment, the Qingwu plain began to tremble violently. The ground beneath Xiao Jin and the others cracked open, fissures intersecting wildly. It seemed as though something beneath was on the verge of breaking through the earth. Chapter 37. The Supreme Puppet. The means of a half-saint. Is this the supreme mark? No, it cannot be. The supreme mark should be teeming with vitality. Yet these are all suffused with deathly energy. Xiao Jin and his companions stood suspended in the void, gazing down upon the continuously fracturing Qingwu plain. They beheld strands of black engravings proliferating ominously, casting an inexplicable aura upon the entire expanse. At this moment, Qin Yuan had thoroughly searched the spatial rings of the 2 souls and the skeleton. In his right hand, he held a translucent fish tank suspended in midair. Within it, a koi lay in slumber. Its scales were markedly different from those of ordinary koi, not merely showcasing a singular vibrant hue, but instead radiating a peculiar luster. To the left of this koi, a shade as dark as ink was manifested. It was as profound as the starry night sky, seemingly harboring boundless yin energy. Conversely, to its right, the scales gleamed as white as snow, exuding an overwhelming brilliance. Each scale emanated a pure yang essence. The interplay of yin and yang hues intricately wove together upon its scales, forming a harmonious Tai Chi motif. Such a marvelous sight captivated Elder Mu Xing and the others. As the yin and yang blended, the koi swam gracefully, while the Tai Chi pattern emerged fluidly in the water. The interplay of ink and snow revealed profound mysteries, embodying the essence of a universe in a single tale. This is a Shumi koi, Elder Mu Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Elder Bai Lai and Qin Yu could not help but swallow hard at the revelation. This is indeed a rare treasure. At the very least, within this 9 Xian realm, is an unparalleled gem. With it, one could locate the Shumi World Pearl. Remarkably, there are only 3 Shumi koi in the entire 9 Xian realm, and here stand one before us. Qin Yuan carefully stored the Shumi koi within his spatial ring, then glanced at Elder Mu Xing and the others, and surveyed the cracked earth below. Be mindful of your footing, Xiao Jin and Jiuli. This time, I shall not intervene. Yes, master. Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli nodded earnestly, as they gazed upon the deathly aura emanating from below. Their eyes were filled with a fierce resolve. Suddenly, from a gaping chasm, a shadow clad in black surged forth. The surrounding supreme engravings underscored its formidable strength. It was the third tier of the supreme realm. However, it bore no trace of vitality, only a pervading stench of decay. A supreme puppet. Elder Mu Xing's forehead broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. How could there be a puppet of such caliber within this forbidden domain? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, from the fissured earth, an array of puppets suffused with deathly energy emerged. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 27 of them. What in the world is happening? Elder Bai Lai was thrown into a panic at the sight before him. After a moment of contemplation, his terror deepened as he realized 27 supreme-level puppets? Among them, there are 3 at the supreme level of the 5th heaven, 2 at the 4th heaven, 13 at the 3rd heaven. The remainder are all at the 2nd heaven. This. If these supreme puppets were brought to the outside world, they would undoubtedly dominate the imperial continent. Wait, Elder Bai Lai noticed that one of the red-clad supreme puppets was continually emitting green flames. The attire and adornments of this figure immediately caused Elder Bai Lai's pupils to tremble. Montak Shan Eda? You are the former second elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect. You. At this point, Elder Bai Lai ceased his call, for within his supreme, divine soul perception, he discerned that it was merely a soulless corpse. Among them, there were also some familiar faces. They had all, to varying degrees, set foot here tens of thousands of years ago and then vanished from the imperial continent. Elder Mu Xing gazed at the supreme puppets, inhaling sharply, his eyes filled with contemplation. So, you have all been buried here, refined into puppets by someone. But how could you, at the supreme level, resign yourselves to being turned into puppets? Therefore, the one who refined you must possess strength far surpassing yours. Furthermore, it is unlikely that anyone stronger would arrive in this burial abyss, as there is simply no need. In other words, the strongest presence here may only be the fallen semi-saint within the burial abyss. As he reached this conclusion, Elder Mu Xing felt his throat grow parched. Thus, Xiao Jin surveyed the surrounding supreme puppets, then glanced at the cracked ground below. This burial abyss might contain some rare treasures. However, these are merely illusions created by that semi-saint. This place is not the so-called treasure ground for ascending to the supreme realm from the divine calamity. Rather, it is a sacrificial platform constructed by that semi-saint to resurrect himself. Indeed, Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. He also felt a sense of relief as he said, "Fortunately, we have a senior with us on this journey. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss as to how to navigate this situation." In the air, Qin Yuan held a greenish-blue teacup, savoring the sweetness within before waving his hand. "I just said, I will not intervene. Besides, it's just a semi-saint, isn't it? Just do it." Elder Mu Xing twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Just a semi-saint? Do you hear the words of others? He only possesses the strength of the 2nd heaven. Merely fighting these supreme puppets might lead to his demise here. Exactly. Just a semi-saint? I truly wish to test just how strong a semi-saint can be. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Meanwhile, Lu Julie's gaze was firmly fixed on those puppets. After a moment, he licked his lips, noting that these puppets share a striking resemblance to my witch puppets. If I could delve a little deeper, perhaps, I might ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. Excellent. Xiao Jin nodded immediately, then with a graceful gesture, declared, "Junior brother, leave those 3 puppets of the supreme 5th heaven to me. Splendid. The rest shall be entrusted to me." The witchcraft energy emanating from Lu Julie could no longer be contained and surged wildly. "Then let the battle commence." Xiao Jin laughed heartily. "Truly, a worthy disciple of our master, my junior brother. The tribulation of the 9th realm meets the supreme. Fear is utterly absent. Senior brother, I shall take the lead." Lu Julie focused intently on several supreme puppets, his hands radiating with potent witch light. Around him, formidable witch symbols began to coalesce. Excellent. At this moment, in our master's words, it is indeed a matter of who quails and who is the coward. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jin laughed thrice. Immediately, flames burst forth from beneath his feet, propelling him to stand before the three supreme fifth heaven puppets in an instant. Heaven-burning transformation palm. With a swift motion, he initiated the attack. The heaven-burning transformation palm paved the way. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Lai, along with Elder Mu Xing and Qin Yuan, felt their countenances twitch in unison. What a splendid expression of who quails is the coward. Elder Bai Lai bellowed in fury. Damn it, let us fight to the end. Following this, he too charged towards the remaining supreme puppets. Concurrently, Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, Elder Mu Xing, along with Qin Yu and Qin Fenglan, also commenced their assaults. The battle for supremacy erupted with a resounding roar. At this moment, at the very edge of the abyssal rifts, a skeletal figure, entirely alabaster, sat solemnly within the depths, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. Within the hollow sockets of its skull, two eerie azure flames suddenly flickered to life, an extraordinarily unsettling sight. Chapter 38. The saint has finally resurrected. The fiery lotus of anger. The fire lotus erupted in the sky, unleashing a dazzling radiance. Though the supreme puppets possessed the strength of the supreme realm, they were incapable of fully harnessing the true power of that realm. In fact, the supreme markings surrounding these puppets were tinged with black. Thus, in a certain sense, the celestial fire within Shao Jin was their natural nemesis. Although Lu Jiuli was at the 9th tier of the divine tribulation realm, his shamanic arts were exceedingly formidable. During the battle, he was even able to resonate with the techniques of these puppets, exerting significant restraint over them. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Xing and his companions found themselves increasingly astonished as they fought. Initially, they had anticipated a one-sided confrontation against the 27 supreme puppets. However, the tides of battle had indeed turned in their favor. They had just vanquished another puppet. How terrifying. The two disciples of their predecessor were truly formidable. Elder Mu Xing swallowed hard as he gazed at the fallen supreme puppets, unable to believe that they could dismantle these puppets in such a short span of time. Even managing to hold back those of the 2nd tier of the supreme realm was already pushing their limits. Just as the majority of the supreme shamanic puppets began to fall, the shamanic markings on Lu Jiuli's body surged with fervor. He seemed to enter an enigmatic state. Behind him, Elder Mu Xing and the others were left in awe as they recognized this familiar scene. Supreme comprehension. It was evident that Lu Jiuli had attained supreme understanding of his path during this battle. At this rate, it would not be long before he stepped into the supreme realm. Surrounding Lu Jiuli, the essence of supreme comprehension began to manifest. This was uniquely his own enlightenment. Threads of shamanic markings began to emerge as Lu Jiuli murmured. Shamanic script shatters and swallows the dantian. Blood sacrifices the stars to exchange for the bone text. The winds of the 9 e'en shatter the life contract. 1,000 mountains bonfires boil the yellow spring. Astrology points leak and alter the heavenly tone, feeding the heart of the goo to control life and death. Do not inquire where the shamanic path leads. The shamanic soul shatters the great celestial realm. Supreme comprehension. Thus, it took shape. Suddenly, crack. The heavens above once again coalesced into a supreme thunder tribulation. 9 supreme tribulation dragons, mirroring Shao Jin's, began to descend. Below, Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai were left dumbfounded once more. Good heavens! Just moments after witnessing the rare supreme 9 tribulation dragon, another appeared. They had come as a group. Shao Jin gazed at his junior brother, unable to suppress his astonishment. Truly, he is my junior brother. The remaining supreme puppets were instantly obliterated by the first descending supreme tribulation dragon. At that moment, a breathy voice echoed across the expanse of the Qingwu plain. Who? This presence seemed to have been building for an eternity in the abyss's deepest depths. The skeletal fingers of the semi-holy remains suddenly emitted a series of cracking sounds. Its skull began to turn slowly, as if awakening from a long slumber or having remained motionless for tens of thousands of years. It was adapting to its corporeal form. With each resonating crack, it finally propped itself up and stood erect. Lowering its head, It cast a glance at its own palms. In the next moment, its form became enigmatic and elusive. Upon closer inspection, it had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, above the Qin plain, a skeleton appeared abruptly in the sky. The surrounding atmosphere remained unchanged, as if it had always been present. At that moment, the supreme puppets transformed into a torrent of blood, incessantly pouring towards that skeletal figure. The semi-holy remains. Not far away in the air, Elder Mu Xing's expression changed drastically upon seeing the white bones. His perception could not be mistaken. The power of the holy rhythm was stirring. Though it paled in comparison to that of his predecessors, it unmistakably bore the aura of a semi-holy being. Countless cultivators, upon reaching the supreme realm, could already dominate a territory. Yet, even the supreme beings have their days numbered. If they wish to escape this fate, there is but one path forward: continue to ascend. Even if one exhausts their life without reaching the saintly realm, they must strive onward. For once one steps into the semi-holy realm, they can transcend all supreme beings. The pinnacle of the supreme 9 heavens and the semi-holy realm are worlds apart. A semi-holy being might only need to exert a fraction of their power to easily annihilate a supreme 9 heavens cultivator. Moreover, upon entering the semi-holy state, one gains access to the most profound and mysterious force in this realm, the holy rhythm. Holy rhythm is a power of enlightenment, a force of creation. Furthermore, holy rhythm transcends spiritual energy. The threat posed by spiritual energy to holy rhythm is almost imperceptible. Conversely, attacks infused with holy rhythm are utterly devastating to spiritual energy. However, these aspects are not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that upon entering the semi-holy realm, even in death, one's semi-holy remains can still harness the forces of creation. By absorbing the life essence of others, one can restore themselves from death, flesh from bone. Thus, resurrection is achievable. It can be said that once you enter the semi-holy state and refrain from self-destructive actions, you are nearly invulnerable to death. Of course, they're not entirely without weaknesses. Should you encounter another semi-holy being or a saint, they could undoubtedly deal irreversible and devastating blows to you. In summary, the supreme realm is not the terminus for cultivators, but rather the beginning. Oh no, the semi-holy remains have absorbed the blood essence of those in the supreme realm, and it is on the verge of resurrection. What to do? What to do? Elder Mu Xing was truly at a loss. The 9 Underworld's bell could no longer be used. Damn, we cannot escape. Elder Bai Lai had initially intended to use the 9 Underworld's bell to flee the secret realm. Yet he discovered that the 9 Underworld knocks in his hand no longer responded to the spiritual energy. This provoked a torrent of curses from him. How on earth are we to fight? The leader of the Flying Sword sect, Li, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. When all was accounted for, their fighting strength consisted solely of him, a singular supreme of the first heaven. Elder Mu Xing, Elder Bai Lai, and Qin Yuan were all supremes of the second heaven. Additionally, there was Qin Fenglan, a 9th heaven of the divine tribulation realm, and Lu Jiuli, who was in the midst of a breakthrough and counted as a supreme of the first heaven, alongside his senior brother, Xiao Jin, also a supreme of the first heaven. 3 supremes of the second heaven, 3 supremes of the first heaven, and 1 9th heaven of the divine tribulation realm. Yet their adversary was a half-saint on the verge of resurrection. How could they possibly contend with that? In the air, the corpse of the half-saint began to sprout flesh and blood. Moments later, pupils appeared in those pure white eyes. The ghostly flames flickered out. In the next instant, the oppressive aura of the half-saint surged forth. The entire secret realm was suffused with the thick essence of the half-saint. Then a voice echoed, as if from tens of thousands of years ago. After enduring countless millennia, this saint has finally been resurrected. Thus, the half-saint returned to life. Chapter 39. Is it you, the heartless beast that kills without a flicker of an eye? Flesh and blood breed, turning the living into mere bones. At this moment, on the vast and boundless Qin plain, the winds surged and the clouds roiled. A tremendous pressure shattered the millennia-long silence of the secret realm. Suddenly, A colossal crimson cloud materialized in the sky. Dark lightning, entwined with the power of sanguine energy, cascaded relentlessly from above. Tens of thousands of crimson threads gradually coalesced from the blood mist, descending from the heavens. They then clung to the half-saint's body as if they possessed life. The spiritual energy within the secret realm began to transform into tangible spiritual liquid, flowing towards the half-saint. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a hoarse laughter reverberated throughout the entire world. The mere sound of laughter reduced the torrential blood rain to dust. At this moment, the half-saint was completely revived. With each breath, even the surrounding spiritual energy stagnated. He opened his eyes, revealing a blue-hued, ghostly light. Gazing down upon the earth, he absorbed the last remnants of supreme blood energy, gradually stabilizing his aura. It was an essence that transcended the supreme. It was a half-saint. He exhaled softly, and suddenly he spread his arms wide. His long hair danced without wind. With just a mere glance, the pressure of the half-saint forced Elder Mu Xing and the others to retreat several steps. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Jili, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, as well as to Xiao Jin and the others. Thousands of years felt but a fleeting moment. The half-saint spoke, his voice akin to that from the netherworld, chilling to the bone. "Are you the Qiming half-saint?" Elder Mu Xing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, staring at the azure figure in the sky and the distinctive azure eyes. Suddenly recalling something, he cautiously spoke. The Qingming half-saint, upon hearing this, looked at Elder Mu Xing. "Is it truly you? The Qingming half-saint from 50,000 years ago, whose strength surpassed all under heaven?" Elder Mu Xing swallowed hard, suppressing his fear, and continued, "But then, you mysteriously vanished from the empire. It turns out, however now, you, the Qingming half-saint, have once again descended to the world. It is indeed our fortune." At the side, Elder Bai Lai's pupils trembled violently upon hearing this. Qingming half-saint? The very slaughterer from 50,000 years ago. Surely, we cannot offend him. You, it seems, possess quite the silver tongue. The Qingming half-saint stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of sanctity. "Today, I have reconstituted my corporeal form. It is a day of celebration. Here is the deal. You shall slay the one who refined my eternal heart fire, standing before you. I will allow you to leave the secret realm." The Qingming half-saint pointed at Xiao Jin with a finger. Elder Mu Xing and the others felt their faces twitch in disbelief. "Kill whom? Xiao Jin? Are you out of your mind? The esteemed master before us is likely at least a semi-saint." The presence of semi-saints on both sides has left Elder Mu Xing and the others nearly speechless. "Your eternal calamity, burning heart flame? Huh." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin couldn't suppress his laughter. "What is the matter?" The semi-saint Qingming seems intrigued. He remarked, "This eternal calamity, burning heart flame, is a celestial fire I have procured, which I then arranged within this burial sovereign abyss. Naturally, there are other rare treasures as well, all to entice others to come forth." Xiao Jin chuckled again. "Do not jest with me. When I refined this eternal calamity, burning heart flame, it was indeed an unclaimed entity. In other words, you have merely confined it here. It does not truly belong to you." Upon hearing this, the expression on Qingming's face began to harden. Furthermore, Xiao Jin continued with a cold sneer. "Even if it were yours, what of it? Your celestial fire has caught my eye. Hence, it is mine." He then added, "I just heard them refer to you as the semi-saint Qingming, correct? I have perused some ancient texts. 50,000 years ago, a notorious killer named Qingming emerged from the imperial continent. This individual was ruthless, slaying without a second thought, and would even annihilate entire cities for the sake of his own breakthroughs. This heartless beast, this wretched cur is you, is it not?" In the air, as Qingming listened to Xiao Jin's words, his countenance darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Lai and Elder Mu Xing beside Xiao Jin were drenched in cold sweat. To directly call a semi-saint such vile names in their presence? How audacious! To slay them is their fortune, providing me with a modicum of vitality, a fragment of sustenance. How could that not be their blessing? Qingming's voice was chilling, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Blessing? I have a message for those you have slaughtered. Xiao Jin, now infuriated, laughed in anger, his fiery gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Qingming. What message? The hair of those behind Qingming began to rise, the murderous aura within him now completely unleashed. He aimed to eradicate everyone before him. A pox on your so-called blessings. Xiao Jin howled, his fury no longer containable. The supreme engravings surrounding him immediately manifested, and in an instant, his form vanished. When he reappeared, he stood directly before the semi-saint. So swift, even Qingming could not help but narrow his pupils. However, he showed no intention of retreating. Sacred engravings emerged around him, profound like ancient script, a defensive measure that surpassed the defenses of supreme engravings. Heavenly flame krisishunpon. In a heartbeat, Xiao Jin's right hand struck forth with ferocity. A massive phantom handprint of hundreds of feet appeared, crashing towards the semi-saint Qingming. The moment the heavenly flame creation palm collided with the sacred engravings, the heavens and earth trembled violently. A crisp crack echoed through the air, causing the countenance of the semi-saint Qingming to shift dramatically. In an instant, he employed the sacred spatial maneuver, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. My sacred inscription has been breached by that young lad. The semi-saint Qingming gazed incredulously at the sacred inscription before him. That boy is merely at the first level of the supreme realm. Could it be that I have yet to regain my original strength? Yes, that must be it. Taking a deep breath, the murderous intent of the semi-saint surged anew. He resolved to spare no effort. Everyone who dared to step into this grave of the revered must be exterminated. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended before the semi-saint Qingming. The heavenly palm, another powerful attack from the supreme realm. The sacred inscription before the semi-saint cracked further. What? You are the one who just broke through to the supreme realm. The semi-saint Qingming retreated swiftly, the aura of sacred power swirling around him. So, this is what it means to be a semi-saint. The newly ascended supreme, Lu Jiuli, regarded the enraged semi-saint from a distance. At that moment, Xiao Jin also flashed to Lu Jiuli's side. Junior brother, to celebrate your ascension to the supreme realm, our master has entrusted this semi-saint to us. Xiao Jin proclaimed with a resounding voice. Lu Jiuli licked his lips, nodding indeed. Senior brother, I just heard it. This old dog is nothing but a beast. Semi-saint? What does he have to merit such a title? To quote our master, he is simply a scoundrel. Hearing this, Xiao Jin laughed heartily 3 times, exclaiming indeed, he is nothing but a scoundrel. Subsequently, both turned their gazes toward the grim-faced, wrathful semi-saint Qingming. Semi-saint, I shall deal with you, semi-saint. In the next moment, Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli took the initiative to strike. Stepping upon the sacred inscription, they charged towards the semi-saint Qingming. Chapter 40. The most powerful move of the sky-burning technique. Insanity. Madness. This world is utterly chaotic. 2 newly ascended supreme realm practitioners, one after the other, charging recklessly toward a formidable half-saint. Moreover, the opponent is a ruthless half-saint. Upon witnessing this, elders Mu Xing and Bai Lai, along with their companions, felt their mental states teetering on the brink of instability. Can you believe it? 2 individuals who have just stepped into the supreme realm, hurling insults at that half-saint? This world has indeed descended into madness. Helvenburning krisishunpon. Myriad goo-devouring soul palm. At this moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Xiao Jin and Lu Jiuli's bodies. Their singular aim was to eradicate the unworthy half-saint before them. Fear? They were utterly devoid of it. After all, their esteemed master was present. What was there to panic about? The 2 joined forces, unleashing their ultimate techniques upon the half-saint. These 2 brash individuals. The half-saint Qingming inhaled deeply. He had just completed the reconstruction of his physical form, and the power of the saintly resonance within him was not yet fully stabilized. Nevertheless, he could easily vanquish those at the 9th level of the supreme realm. However, the techniques being wielded by the 2 newly ascended supreme realm practitioners seemed to embody the majestic might of the heavens and earth. This was no ordinary skill. After evading their attack, the icy voice of half-saint Qingming echoed. Indeed, anyone capable of entering the burial ground I personally arranged is no ordinary foe. As it happens, I find your techniques quite intriguing. Therefore, the tone of half-saint Qingming grew increasingly frigid, and the resonance of the saint within him began to surge. The river of the underworld. In the instant his voice fell, the surrounding space shattered into countless crystalline fragments. At that moment, the half-saint Qingming slowly raised his hands, palms facing downward. Instantly, the already fractured earth of the Qingwu plain began to churn like the waves of an ocean, roiling violently. His eyes shimmered with an eerie azure hue. With a flick of his fingertip, the fissure in the ground expanded to hundreds of thousands of zhang. Beneath the unfathomable depths, something ominous stirred. Meanwhile, the air around them was thick with a foul, ghostly odor. From the cracks in the earth, black waters converged, eventually forming a vast river. This was not true water, but rather a manifestation of countless vengeful spirits and curses coalescing into the waters of the river of the underworld. One could even glimpse the decayed bones of corpses within its depths. This river was devouring all living beings in its vicinity. Upon the emergence of the river of the underworld, Elder Mu Xing's pupils constricted once more in terror, according to records. Half-Saint Qingming relied on his river of the underworld to annihilate hundreds of cities, refining ordinary people and common practitioners alike. In the distance, in the sky, upon witnessing the formation of his own river of Hades, the semi-holy Qingming let out a sinister laugh, exclaiming, "Now you know. Today, you shall all prepare to enter my river of Hades and become my sustenance." Ha ha ha! His raucous laughter rendered his visage even more grotesque. At that moment, he regained his confidence as a semi-holy. With a flourish of his hands, countless black spears materialized within the depths of the river of Hades, each imbued with the power to corrode the soul, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. Under the semi-holy Qingming's command, these spears surged towards the airborne Xiao Jin and Lu Juli with lethal speed, leaving only faint dark trails in their wake. Xiao Jin and Lu Juli fought valiantly to deflect the onslaught, yet they began to sense the strain. Exhaling, Xiao Jin released a plume of heated breath, his eyes alight with a frenzied glint. "Junior brother Juli, can you hold for a quarter of an hour? I have a move. That requires some time." Xiao Jin's tone turned grave as he sensed the 49 flames of heavenly fire within him. "Not a problem." Lu Juli, surrounded by swirling witch runes, licked his lips, resolute in his determination. "Holding for a quarter of an hour is no issue. It's just a matter of perseverance. As a disciple of our master, I fear not the struggle. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of being his disciple." With that, Xiao Jin settled into a cross-legged position midair, beginning to channel the heavenly fire within him. At that moment, it felt as though dozens of volcanoes were boiling within him. As the burning heaven technique activated, the 49 flames began to erupt from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. The flames seemed to resonate, roaring with wild abandon. Within him, some heavenly fires blazed as fiercely as the sun, while others raged like thunder, and some were as frigid as frost. These heavenly fires intertwined and surged through Xiao Jin's body, enveloping him in a rising mist. The burning heaven technique entrusted to me by my master contains the most formidable and perilous move. If unleashed, what can a semi-holy do? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin opened his eyes, flames bursting forth from his pupils. "Come fort!" He suddenly rose, shouting as he spread his arms wide. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrential flood, while the multicolored heavenly fires danced upon his palms. "Merge for me!" In that moment, even with Xiao Jin's prodigious talent and his unique fire constitution, he dared not be complacent. He immersed his entire being in the fusion of heavenly fire, controlling his soul power to guide each flame, compressing and merging their internal forces. In the distance, Elder Bai Lai witnessed the frenzied spectacle unfolding in the sky, and in an instant his scalp felt as though it had exploded. Insanity. That fellow Xiao Jin had truly lost his mind. He intended to merge all 49 celestial flames within him into one. Elder Bai Lai's body trembled, nearly causing him to lose his footing in the air. Hearing these words, Elder Mu Xing also began to break into a cold sweat along his spine. The nearby Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect and Qin Yu, the leader of the Qing Feng clan, both swallowed hard. Perhaps, possessing the strength of the Supreme Realm, they would not fear a single celestial flame. However, that was a total of 49 celestial flames. Moreover, Xiao Jin intended to fuse them into one. Should he fail, the mere explosion of these 49 flames would be sufficient to obliterate the entire secret realm. Senior, please say something. This is utterly madness. Elder Bai Lai and the others were on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Qin Yuan swayed the jade teacup in his hand, took a sip of tea, and under the earnest gazes of Elder Bai Lai and the others, he called out to Xiao Jin in the distance. Keep it up, Elder Bai Lai and the others. Chapter 41. Behold the supreme lotus of 49 colors. At this moment, shouldn't you be urging your disciples to cease their reckless actions? The elders, Bai Lai and others, were left utterly dumbfounded, encouraged by his master's words. Xiao Jin felt a surge of determination. The speed at which the heavenly flames merged in his hands intensified dramatically. Meanwhile, the semi-saint Qing Ming appeared to have noticed the heavenly flames wielded by Xiao Jin, causing his attacks to grow ever more ferocious. The waters of the Nether River began to manifest various weapons, relentlessly piercing towards Xiao Jin. However, all these attacks were deftly neutralized by Lu Jili. The opposing sorcery seemed to be countered by his nether power, significantly diminishing the semi-saint Qingming's offensive capabilities. Damned ants! I shall exert my utmost to annihilate you. The semi-saint Qingming, witnessing his inability to breach Lu Jili's defenses, was on the verge of losing patience. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The first heavenly flame, as scorching as the sun, transformed into a golden blaze, dancing fervently between his palms. The second heavenly flame, cold as frost, morphed into a silver flame, intertwining with the golden one. The third heavenly flame, as tempestuous as thunder, manifested as a purple blaze that merged into the ensemble. Then came the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. One by one, the heavenly flames, guided by Xiao Jin's formidable spiritual power and the operation of the burning heaven technique, began to fuse continuously. Before him, a colossal fireball, exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, began to boil and blaze. 49 heavenly flames intertwined, devouring one another in a fierce rivalry. Sweat began to bead on Xiao Jin's forehead. Not enough. With a low growl, he exerted his formidable soul power to compress the luminous spheres relentlessly. The strength of the 49 heavenly flames was continuously condensed and gathered. The embryo of the fire lotus seemed to have taken shape. Burning event technique. Fusion of flames. Gather, O heavenly fire of the 9 heavens. Refine the universe into radiant sun. All flames unite. Rise to incinerate the heavens. Brilliance illuminating the world, shattering the mundane. Merge for me. Xiao Jin suddenly clapped his hands vigorously. In an instant, the 49 previously chaotic heavenly flames achieved an uncanny equilibrium. The flames of 49 colors intertwined, forming a magnificent tapestry at that very moment. And then, a fire lotus with a diameter of 100 zhang was born. The supreme lotus of 49 colors had come to fruition. A fire lotus adorned with 49 hues now quietly hovered above Xiao Jin's right hand. It rotated slowly, each petal of the lotus vividly alive. In this instant, the beauty of a lotus was breathtaking. As it spun, the surrounding space was distorted and consumed into nothingness by the power of the lotus. The supreme fire lotus of 49 colors had taken shape. In the distance, the semi-saint Qingming gazed at the fire lotus hovering above Xiao Jin's palm, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What kind of cultivation technique do you practice? It is so bizarre. Isn't it said that heavenly fire cannot coexist? Who exactly are you? Having lived for tens of thousands of years, the semi-saint had never encountered such an extraordinary method. Moreover, He could keenly sense that if touched by that fire lotus, the consequences would indeed be dire. Me? I am merely a disciple of my esteemed master. There are many seniors far more formidable than I. Although Xiao Jin's complexion was somewhat pale, his tone was imbued with profound respect. As a disciple of his master, he felt an immense sense of pride. Your master? Who might that be? Perhaps I am acquainted with them. The more the semi-saint delved into the essence of the fire lotus with his spiritual perception, the more he recognized the devastating power it contained. Heavenly fire is a manifestation of the forces of nature. Thus, even if he had cultivated the sacred resonance, he would not dare to claim he could withstand that fire lotus unscathed. You are unworthy of knowing my master. Xiao Jin sensed the spiritual energy within his dantian and exhaled softly. Merging with the 49-colored supreme fire lotus had drained nearly half of his internal energy. It is worth noting that the spiritual energy within his first layer of the supreme realm was comparable to that of the sixth layer. Furthermore, his spiritual power had also diminished significantly. This illustrates the immense difficulty of merging with the 49-colored supreme fire lotus. Enough. Xiao Jin observed Lu Juli before him. For this brief moment, Lu Juli had truly exerted himself to withstand the semi-saint's assaults. Even the supreme patterns upon his body had dulled considerably. Junior brother, it is my turn now. Lu Juli, not wishing to overexert himself, swiftly moved behind Xiao Jin to recuperate. With a deep breath, Xiao Jin stepped into the void, advancing toward the semi-saint Qingming. In his right hand, he cradled the slowly rotating 49-colored supreme fire lotus. Wherever he passed, even the very fabric of space twisted and ignited, appearing exceedingly otherworldly. Now then, semi-saint dog, taste my 49-colored supreme lotus. Xiao Jin fixed his gaze upon semi-saint Qingming, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the void, the power of space rippling around him, and in an instant, he stood before the semi-saint. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin swung his right arm in a wide arc. The gigantic fire lotus, spanning 100 feet, struck fiercely towards the semi-saint's head. At such a close distance, even semi-saint Qingming found it impossible to evade. For the surrounding space had been ensnared by the fire lotus's power. He could only activate his internal sacred resonance to block. In that moment, the heavens roiled tumultuously. The 49-colored supreme fire lotus in Xiao Jin's hand plummeted with a thunderous crash. Just as semi-saint Qingming prepared to deploy his defensive measures, he was horrified to discover that his right hand was already engulfed in flames. At that very instant, the 49-colored fire lotus erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. From its lotus heart, the surrounding space, extending thousands of feet, collapsed into a searing, white vortex. Impossible. I am a half-saint. How can an attack of the supreme realm inflict such devastation upon me? I refuse to believe it. A howl of anguish erupted from the lips of the half-saint of Qingming, his throat cracking. At that moment, flames surged through his mouth and nostrils, invading his 7 orifices. With a thunderous roar, his eyes shattered, transforming into 2 blazing orbs of white fire, while flesh and blood were once again reduced to ashes. As his skull was revealed, it too was incessantly consumed by this terrifying flame. Then, the fire spread downward from his cranium, cascading along the ravines of his spine. The flames capable of devouring souls and extinguishing sacred bones were now incinerating the chest cavity of the half-saint of Qingming. In a frenzy, he clawed at his own chest, only to realize that he was utterly powerless to extinguish the enigmatic fire of the lotus. Within the collapsing space, an exceedingly dreadful transformation of flames was taking place. Impossible. I am a half-saint. I have yet to step into the threshold of the mysterious heavenly gate. I cannot accept this. After countless years of strategizing, I have finally been resurrected. I will not resign myself to this fate. The anguished cries of the half-saint of Qingming echoed through the heavens. The space around him had been scorched, resulting in chaotic fissures. This was the ultimate manifestation of shattered space, where the figure of the half-saint was completely obliterated within the radiant flames of the lotus. The transformation of flames began to gradually mend, and ultimately, the lotus vanished from sight. The sky of the entire secret realm was rendered into an eerie crimson hue. Thus, that half-saint met his ultimate demise. His soul dissipated into nothingness, and even his sacred body was reduced to ashes. However, before his death, the half-saint of Qingming revealed a piece of information that left Elder Mu Xing and the others, who were already in shock, even more astounded. The mysterious heavenly gate. The legend is indeed true. There truly exists the location of the mysterious heavenly gate. Chapter 42. Ascend to supremacy and taste the nuances. In the verdant expanse of the Qingwu Plain, the lingering echoes of the reluctant cry from the semi-holy Qingming still reverberated in the ears of Elder Bai Lai and the others. Had a semi-holy truly fallen so completely? Elder Bai Lai inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on the figure of Xiao Jin, who had returned before him, unable to suppress a shiver. The formidable power of the 49-colored supreme fire lotus was vividly etched in his memory. It was a terrifying technique capable of obliterating even a semi-holy. Master, your disciple has not failed you. Upon witnessing Qin Yuan's descent before the crowd, Xiao Jin stepped forward and bowed deeply. Do not let this triumph inflate your pride. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Though you and Zhu Li joined forces to vanquish a semi-holy, it is important to note that you two counterbalanced each other, which afforded you such an advantage. Furthermore, this semi-holy's attacks were weak and unfocused, clearly a half-hearted endeavor, and having just revived, his powers were not fully stabilized at the semi-holy level. Thus, you were able to defeat him. Nodding in approval, Qin Yuan added, nevertheless, well done. At his words, Xiao Jin and Lu Juli exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Jin, remember this, Qin Yuan continued, exhaling softly, before you encounter an enemy next time. Prepare your fire lotus in advance. When the enemy arrives, simply launch a 49-colored supreme fire lotus at them, and they will be utterly obliterated. Xiao Jin's expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment upon hearing this. Your wisdom is undeniable, Master. I shall heed your teachings. Elders Mu Xing and Bai Lai, upon hearing this exchange, could hardly contain their expressions, their faces twitching in disbelief. Prepare a fire lotus before encountering an enemy, and then, when face-to-face, launch a 49-colored supreme fire lotus? Goodness, the enemy would truly be annihilated both mentally and physically. Master, earlier I heard that wretched semi-holy mention something about the Xiankei heavenly gate before his demise. What is that? Xiao Jin inquired with curiosity. The elders nearby immediately perked up, eager to hear more, having caught wind of rumors regarding it. The Xiankei heavenly gate, to be frank, I have never visited, Qin Yuan stated candidly. After all, only the most exceptional semi-holies could hope to tread there. His own strength had yet to reach that level. However, he then shifted his tone, smiling slightly. Indeed, such a place exists in the realm. If legends of the Xiankei heavenly gate endure in this world, then it must be true. At this juncture, Elder Mu Xing became visibly excited, swallowing hard as he spoke. Could it be that the Xiankei heavenly gate truly exists? I had always thought it was merely a myth, a rumor. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There are not nearly as many legends as one might think. Elder Mu Xing was once again filled with excitement. The Xiankei heavenly gate is said to be a mystical place that can only be faintly sensed through the power of the holy rhythm within one's body after one has transcended to the realm of a half-saint. For it serves as the gateway to the realm of saints. It is rumored that only upon reaching the half-saint realm and accumulating sufficient holy rhythm power within oneself, can one hope to awaken the Xiankei heavenly gate after pushing their half-saint prowess to its zenith. It is solely the holy rhythm power that can resonate with the Xiankei heavenly gate. Furthermore, according to legend, when the Xiankei heavenly gate manifests, a grand palace gate will appear before the cultivator, said to connect heaven and earth, imbued with unparalleled mystery and might. Moreover, if one's holy rhythm is insufficient, even the palace gate cannot be opened, let alone stepping inside to seek the opportunity to break through to the saint realm. Qin Yuan nodded and remarked, This Xianke heavenly gate aligns closely with the legends you have described. If you all exert yourselves, perhaps you may activate the Xianke heavenly gate in several tens of thousands of years. Elder Mu Xing and the others exchanged glances, each revealing a resigned smile. Several tens of thousands of years. It was uncertain whether they could even break through two realms by then. Once we are outside, Xiao Jin, I shall accompany you to the southern region of the empire to observe the capabilities of that little rascal Lin Chong. He has quite a fiery temperament, and I fear he may suffer in the southern region. Qin Yuan sighed, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to the first encounter with Lin Chong. Lin Chong possessed the innate great wilderness physique, perfectly suited for cultivating the great wilderness transformation technique. However, this technique is known for its intense offensive capabilities. After Lin Chong departed from the ancient tomb, things would not be so simple. Yes, master. Xiao Jin immediately nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Juli addressed Qin Yuan, saying, Master, this journey to the tomb of the ancients has greatly benefited me. I plan to retreat immediately upon our return and contemplate deeply. Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, senior, we are well acquainted with the routes in the southern region of the empire. We can serve as your guides. Elder Mu Xing promptly interjected. When else would one have such an opportunity to curry favor? Very well. Qin Yuan looked at Bai Lai, who stood beside Elder Mu Xing, and smiled. Perfect. Let's first visit the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect. The promises made by Elder Bai Lai shall not be in vain, correct? Absolutely not. Elder Bai Lai immediately perked up, repeatedly assuring him, Rest assured, senior, the 13 flames of the heavenly fire within the sect shall be presented in full. Since that is the case, I shall be at ease, Qin Yuan replied, his smile unwavering. He then took a step forward, turning his back to the crowd, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and remarked, However, given that this is the southern region of the empire, where experts abound and sects flourish, with my mere first level of the Void Realm, would I not be able to crush hundreds with a single slap? Upon hearing this, Elder Mu Xing and the others could not help but feel their skin twitch. In the realm of ordinary Void Realm, First Heaven, it is indeed somewhat lacking when compared to the southern regions of the Imperial Continent. However, you are certainly not an ordinary Void Realm, First Heaven. Very well, let us elevate our strength a bit, ascend to the supreme level, and savor the experience. Qin Yuan shook his head with a sigh once more, stepping forward again. This time, his figure directly soared to the heights thousands of miles above. A surge of energy erupted forth. In an instant, the sky above the Qingwu plains suddenly twisted and shattered. Not only that, but the very ground beneath Elder Mu Xing and the others also fractured completely. The surrounding space began to rupture, as if this entire world were on the verge of collapse. Crack! At that moment, a voice reminiscent of ancient, terrifying thunder resounded in the ears of all present. The thunder was deafening. In this shattered expanse of space, tens of millions of dark golden bolts of lightning erupted instantaneously from the rifts in the void. Following their emergence, these bolts began to coalesce with wild fervor. Soon, they transformed into one supreme calamity dragon after another. Moreover, these calamity dragons were adorned with flowing golden ancient runes. Each golden ancient calamity dragon was broader than mountains, and the lightning lava that erupted from their scales could sear the very fabric of space, leaving deep, dark imprints. The entire fragmented space was densely populated with these golden ancient calamity dragons. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai, along with the others, were filled with terror, their bodies trembling, and their throats let out low growls. Is this what you call ascending to the supreme level? Surely, there has never been such a grand spectacle for a breakthrough to the holy level. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Fire God Sect. In this moment, within the shattered realm of Qingwu, countless ancient golden calamity dragons soared and roared, their forms seemingly poised to crush the very fabric of existence. The entire space had transformed into a golden, thunderous prison. The dragon heads appeared to be in search of a target to unleash their wrath upon. As they continued to breathe in and out, the surrounding space rippled and warped. In the next instant, one thunderous dragon, having spotted its prey amidst the ocean of thunder, surged furiously toward Qin Yuan, erupting with a deafening roar. Qin Yuan stood resolute upon the boiling surface of the thunder pool, gazing as the colossal dragon approached with ferocity. He gently shook his head and, with a casual motion of his right hand, grasped the air as if capturing a mere firefly. In that fleeting moment, the most ferocious of the ancient golden calamity dragons exploded into the purest essence of supreme power, which was swiftly absorbed into Qin Yuan's being. The remaining golden calamity dragons, sensing the loss of their companion, surged toward Qin Yuan with renewed fervor, diving as if intent on devouring him. However, as a light chuckle escaped Qin Yuan's lips, the entire endless thunderous prison abruptly collapsed inward. Tens of thousands of calamity dragons were twisted into a spiraling torrent by the warped fabric of space. And then they began to explode in succession. They transformed into countless pure essences of supreme power, rushing toward Qin Yuan's form with astonishing speed. In a mere 2 breaths, as the last trace of golden thunder light dissipated, silence returned to the fractured space. The chaotic winds of spatial turbulence began to fill the void. It was evident that this secret realm had completely ceased to exist, leaving only the eternal void and its slicing winds. Is this the realm of the Supreme? Qin Yuan's aura had ascended to the first level of the Supreme Realm. With each step he took, ancient inscriptions began to coalesce beneath his feet, as if the very laws of the universe were being forged with every stride. Behind him lingered only the scorched remnants of the Supreme Thunder Tribulation space. Elder Bai Lai and Elder Mu Xing were utterly astounded. The terrifying spectacle they had just witnessed had even a single thunder dragon fallen upon them, they would have been reduced to ashes. These were no ordinary calamity dragons, but ancient golden calamity dragons. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a full-force strike from the 8th level of the Supreme Realm, while the mightiest surpassed even the semi-holy tier. They had already known of Qin Yuan's formidable prowess, yet now they realized their misjudgment. Qin Yuan was far stronger than they had ever imagined. He had ascended beyond any measure they could comprehend. Crack! The space began to collapse. In a single thought from Qin Yuan, everyone felt the world shift once more as the heavens and earth revolved anew. In an instant, they found themselves beyond the abyss of the sepulchral sovereign, in the serene expanse of the silent spirit plane. Before them lay the abyss, the very entrance to the sepulchral sovereign. Thank you, esteemed elder. Elder Mu Xing and Elder Bai Lai respectfully clasped their hands in gratitude. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Lu Juli approached Qin Yuan and knelt before his master. Master, I wish to remain in the silent spirit plane for deeper contemplation. Very well, Qin Yuan nodded. With a gentle wave, a soft force lifted Lu Juli. Juli, safeguard your identity token. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, remember to channel a thread of primal energy into the token. The crisis shall be averted. Rising to his feet, Lu Juli flipped his palm, revealing the uniquely shaped identity token. It was then that he was struck by the realization that within the token, which he initially could not sense at all, lay an indescribable, supreme power. So, Master, what you spoke of regarding the grand magical enhancement, is it truly real? Lu Juli exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. What? Do you think I jest? No, Lu Juli cleared his throat. He finally comprehended that only upon reaching the Supreme Realm could one discern such immense power. Thus, the identity token Master spoke of could indeed be a lifeline in critical moments. With this thought, Lu Juli's eyes glistened with emotion. Enough with the sentiment. We shall save that for later. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Xiao Jin, let us depart. To the southern region of the empire. Yes, Master. Xiao Jin immediately nodded and turned to Lu Juli, saying, Take care, junior brother, until we meet again in the southern region. Indeed, senior brother. Subsequently, Qin Yuan, Xiao Jin, Elder Mu Xing, Elder Bai Lai, and Master Li of the Flying Sword sect departed from the location. This journey has been fruitful. It is time for me to return to my clan. Qing Feng clan's leader, Qin Yu, gazed at Qin Yuan's retreating figure with deep respect. Father, I too have gained insights from this journey, and I shall remain here in the silent spirit plane for seclusion and cultivation, Qin Yuan declared. Very well. Lu Jiuli and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, both smiling warmly. After this period of seclusion, I shall take you to explore the central continent. My junior brother resides there. Oh, splendid. However, the journey to the central continent is long. I shall truly rely on you, my good brother. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, you should transform into your true form and let me ride you to the central continent. Heh. Beneath the vast expanse of flowing clouds, a flying vessel adorned with azure cloud patterns traversed through the heavens. At the bow of the vessel, a massive dragon head was sculpted, its eyes igniting with blue flames. The dragon's whiskers transformed into guiding locks, drawing energy from the spirit stones as a source of power. Surrounding whirlwinds enveloped the entire vessel, shielding it from the turbulent winds beyond. Upon further inspection of the interior of the flying vessel, one finds an abundance of various compartments. The necessities for the practitioners are indeed comprehensive. Esteemed elder, this is our star observation pavilion's star-chasing flowing cloud boat, a treasure of the highest caliber. By simply embedding a celestial-grade spirit stone into this astrological chart of the cosmic cycle, one can propel this vessel. Its speed surpasses that of conventional teleportation arrays by a considerable margin. Elder Mu Xing elucidated to Qin Yuan, who stood at the bow of the ship. At that moment, the scenery surrounding the flying craft elongated into slender streaks, with even hues appearing to shift. The spiritual pressure emanating from the vessel's stern left ripples in the very fabric of space. Indeed, its velocity eclipsed that of ordinary teleportation formations. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. Qin Yuan squinted and inquired with a smile. I merely wish to know, how much longer until we arrive at the Heavenly Fire Sect? Elder Mu Xing replied, Esteemed elder, we shall reach the Heavenly Fire Sect in 2 hours. Excellent, excellent, Qin Yuan exclaimed, clapping his hands. Elder Bai Lai, who had previously appeared pained, now wore a countenance of satisfaction, perceiving this as a fortuitous opportunity for the Heavenly Fire Sect to accompany one of such formidable power. Not only would 13 flames of heaven be a boon, but even offering the entire Heavenly Fire Sect would be a small price to pay. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After traversing through a thick veil of crimson mist, the star-chasing flowing cloud boat finally approached the Heavenly Fire Sect. Chapter 44. The sun is inferior to a dog. In the southern region of the Empire, the Celestial Fire Sect is not burdened with many adversaries, but rather enjoys forming connections. At this moment, the Star Pursuit Cloud Boat has arrived at the Celestial Fire Sect. This location is atop the blazing mountain range, where majestic palaces of resplendent golden red stand proudly. Due to the influence of the heavenly and earthly forces, the blazing mountain range is perpetually suffused with intense fire attribute spiritual energy. Surrounding the grand hall at the summit, various flame crystals are embedded, radiating fire day and night, seemingly everlasting in their glow. Not only that, but there are also towering fire pillars encircling the hall, each intricately carved with the insights of all previous sect masters and elders regarding the fire attribute. Should an ordinary disciple grasp even a fragment of this wisdom, it would greatly benefit their strength enhancement. Bai Lai, I recall that the Celestial Fire Sect is usually quite lively, yet today, there seem to be but a handful of disciples ascending these steps. Xiao Jin, being no stranger to the Celestial Fire Sect, as he bears within him 3 celestial flames taken from this very place, find himself intrigued by the current scene. I am at a loss as well. Although we cannot claim to be the strongest force in the southern region, it should not be this desolate. What is happening? Elder Bai Lai is also perplexed as the group arrives at the fiery stone steps. With a wave of his hand, an elder resembling a steward approaches. Greetings, Elder Bai Lai. This steward elder appears to be at the 3rd level of the divine tribulation realm. What is going on today? Where is everyone? It feels eerily quiet. Elder Bai Lai quickly inquires. Elder Bai Lai, are you unaware? The steward elder is taken aback. Earlier today, visitors from the Taishao sacred domain arrived. They announced the commencement of the Sun S contest, which occurs once every 50,000 years. They are currently searching for rare materials and treasures in the surrounding minor realms and are demanding us to provide offerings. Though the steward elder feels a surge of anger, he dares not voice it. These minor realms refer to many small thousand worlds, like the Jiushuan realm. What about the sect master? The Grand Elder? Elder Bai Lai clenches his fists, his voice tinged with frustration. The Grand Elder has been gravely injured, and the sect master is currently negotiating with the son from the Taishao sacred domain within the Blazing Hall. Just now, the sect master issued an order. The steward elder replies through gritted teeth. He has commanded all disciples of the Celestial Fire sect to withdraw from the blazing mountain range. The implication of his words is clear. It seems the sect master intends to confront the other party head-on. Huff. Although Elder Bai Lai is exceedingly furious, he retains a sliver of rationality. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The sect master is somewhat impulsive, whatever they demand. Let them have it. Upon witnessing the situation, the elder deacon promptly remarked, as soon as the Holy Sun arrived. The guardians of his family sense the celestial flames that our sacred fire sect has gathered over many years. They demanded that we surrender all 13 celestial flames to them. Our sect master was unwilling to comply. Subsequently, the Grand Elder suffered a grievous injury. The guardians of those two holy sons are none other than semi-saints. Our sect master and the Grand Elder are merely at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. We stand no chance against them. What? Elder Bailey's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He then turned to Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin, clenching his teeth. All right, you lead the remaining disciples away swiftly. I shall proceed to the Blazing Hall. After speaking, he turned to Qin Yuan with a face full of regret. Esteemed senior, I must take my leave. Very well. We shall also take a look, Qin Yuan replied, softly with a smile, his expression inscrutable. However, beside him, Xiao Jin was already fully aware of his mentor's disposition. He understood that if his master declared the 13 celestial flames to be his own, then no one could take them away, regardless of their status. What are the holy sons from the Taishao sacred domain? What are their family guardians? Those who dare to seize what belonged to them would meet their demise. In the main peak of the Sacred Fire sect, within the Blazing Hall, only a scant few individuals remained. All disciples had departed, leaving behind a dozen elders who suppressed their fury. At the lower end of the hall, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Fire sect lay on the ground, unaware of his fate. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in red, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at the 3 individuals occupying the main seats above. In the hall, a man dressed in azure garments surveyed all below with an air of disdain. A blue mark adorned his brow, and atop his head rested a blue hairpin, encrusted with various treasures, the aura emanating from which was enough to signify their extraordinary nature. Though slightly gaunt in appearance, his strength at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm was undeniable. Beside him stood 2 elderly individuals, also clad in azure, their expressions indifferent as they looked down upon everyone. As guardians of the holy sons, each of these 2 possessed the strength of a semi-saint. True semi-saints, no less. Sect Masterly, I have granted you half an hour. The 13 celestial flames may be surrendered now. The Holy Son, occupying the main seat, yawned. Please, Holy Son, grant me just another quarter of an hour. After that, I assure you that the 13 celestial flames of our sacred fire sect will be presented in full. Sect Masterly inhaled deeply, maintaining a composed yet assertive demeanor. Another quarter of an hour? The azure-clad Holy Son lowered his gaze, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. I shall now give you 10 breaths of time. Should you exceed this limit, 1 person shall perish within this hall. You. The sect master of the Sacred Fire sect suddenly clenched his fists, his aura of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm erupting forth. At that moment, the 2 guardians beside the young sage furrowed their brows. The overwhelming aura of the semi-holy presence descended instantly, causing the head of the Li clan to stagger backward. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the elder behind him, he would surely have fallen to the ground of the Grand Hall. If it weren't for our agreement with the family to avoid excessive bloodshed, would your heavenly fire sect still exist? The young sage rose, a mocking expression adorning his face. Li clan leader, remember this. before us. You are but a dog. Do you understand? Upon utterance of these words, the elders of the heavenly fire sect turned crimson with rage, yet none dared to speak further. After all, two semi-holy guardians stood beside the sage. TSK, TSK. My disciple, did you hear that? In this day and age, even the sage's intellect seems lacking. This young man dares to claim that the leader of the heavenly fire sect is akin to a dog. Yet he himself is merely at the 7th level of the supreme realm, while the Li clan leader stands at the 9th. Does this not imply that the sage deems himself inferior to even a dog? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out at the entrance of the grand hall. It was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it was heard clearly by all present. Chapter 45. Are you capable of defeating me? Not even worthy of a dog. Who is this person? In an instant, all the elders within the grand hall, as well as the leader of the heavenly fire sect, turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Standing there were 3 individuals. One of them was none other than Elder Bai Lai, whom they had recently dispatched to the central region of the empire in search of the Heartburn Flame. The 2 individuals beside Elder Bai Lai caught the attention of sect leader Li, who was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jin, he recognized well. But who was the other person? The words just uttered came from his lips. The master is indeed correct. Xiao Jin nodded, gazing at the young man in azure attire, standing in the grand hall, and remarked, "This is truly the first time I have heard a holy son insult himself as a dog. Bold, utterly audacious." This was the initial thought of everyone present in the hall. To directly insult the holy son to his face. Xiao Jin and this enigmatic figure were indeed audacious. Master? However, the leader of the heavenly fire sect and others discerned a crucial point. Xiao Jin often mentioned his master, yet no one had ever seen him. Now, as everyone looked at the man in the dark attire, curiosity arose. Could this person be the mysterious master spoken of by Xiao Jin? You dare speak to our Wang family holy son in such a tone? Seeking death. The 2 protectors beside the holy son in azure attire spoke with a hard edge. It seemed they were about to take action. Wang Li, Wang Chong, do not intervene. This time, I shall handle it myself. The holy son raised his hands, halting the 2 protectors. Ever since Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin arrived, he had discerned the strength of these 2 individuals with a single glance. Merely 2 cultivators at the 1st level of the supreme realm. He was at the 7th level of the supreme realm. Do you know who I am? The holy son in azure strode forward. Who are you? Xiao Jin tilted his head, scrutinizing the holy son. To be honest, he had only heard rumors about the Tai Shao holy domain, but he was entirely unaware of the specifics there. I am Wang Qing, the holy son of the Wang family from the Tai Shao holy domain, the 3rd holy domain. Wang Qing's eyes were filled with an air of superiority. The Tai Shao holy domain boasted 7 major holy domains, and the Wang family resided at the pinnacle of the 3rd holy domain. As the holy son of the Wang family, his status was sufficient to command respect. I do not recognize you. Xiao Jin shook his head. Wang Qing's expression grew somewhat rigid. It was to be expected. Such a barbaric land was unworthy of knowing the Wang family. Wang Qing's demeanor gradually turned cold. You just claimed that I am merely at the 7th level of the supreme realm, inferior to the leader of the heavenly fire sect. Yet I observe that you are merely at the 1st level of the supreme realm. Does that not imply that you are even beneath me? Wang Qing let out a cold laugh, seemingly reveling in the irony of his own retort. His smile widened even further. Is it just you? Xiao Jin smiled, genuinely amused by his opponent's bravado. It was as if he believed he could best me. Upon hearing these words, the crowd in the grand hall was once again taken aback. Even the 2 guardians beside Wang Qing paused momentarily. Had Xiao Jin been at the 5th or 6th level of the supreme realm, their astonishment might have been lessened. However, he was merely at the 1st level of the supreme realm. Furthermore, the 2 guardians could discern that Xiao Jin had only recently ascended to this level. While their holy son's strength might not match that of other domains, he was undoubtedly at the 7th level of the supreme realm. How could a mere 1st level supreme realm cultivator hope to defeat him? Moreover, from what he just said, does that imply he acknowledges himself as a dog? Xiao Jin suddenly remarked. You. The veins on Wang Qing's forehead began to bulge. His expression grew increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, the leader of the heavenly fire sect swallowed hard. Although he understood that Xiao Jin was formidable and bold in his actions, the current situation seemed devoid of any advantage for their side. Bai Lai, what on earth is happening? Sect leader Li inquired of Bai Lai, who had just arrived at his side. Although Xiao Jin was powerful, it was implausible that he could contend with the Holy Sun. And who is his master? Elder Bai Lai responded, reassuringly, Sect leader, rest assured, this Holy Sun is no match for Xiao Jin. Sect leader Li and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. A first-level supreme realm against a seventh-level? They might have believed it if you were facing a fourth or even fifth-level cultivator. But the Holy Sun is at the seventh level. Indeed, it seems the barbaric lands are filled with such narrow-minded individuals. Since you possess such remarkable courage, do you dare to engage me in a single clash? Life and death disregarded, Wang Qing stood with his hands behind his back, looking down with an air of superiority. Although he contemplated sending the guardians to eliminate his opponent, his anger had already been ignited. He needed to personally strike down this insolent fool. A mere first-level supreme realm cultivator dares to speak to me in such a tone? Cool me. Xiao Jin stepped forward, his palms itching with anticipation. He was genuinely curious about the prowess of this holy sun from the Taishao sacred domain. A seventh-level supreme realm? He had vanquished even half-saints before. He felt no fear whatsoever. Wang Qing also advanced slowly, raising his palm as the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge with intensity. The fire attribute energy surged forth relentlessly. It was no wonder the other party coveted the heavenly fire within the heavenly fire sect. King's destruction palm. A green flame immediately coalesced before Wang Qing, forming a palm imprint adorned with Azure Supreme inscriptions. This was also the Wang family's ultimate skill, an imperial-level pinnacle martial technique. The number of supreme realm cultivators who perished beneath this palm exceeded dozens. It was evident that Wang Qing was intent on delivering a lethal strike. With the Azure Palm imprint enveloped in searing green flames, it surged toward Xiao Jin. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the other elders of the Supreme Realm within the Grand Hall began to break into a cold sweat. They inwardly questioned whether they could withstand such a formidable strike. The heaven-burning creation palm. A technique? Xiao Jin chuckled, for he was most adept in the art of palm techniques. In an instant, he summoned 3 types of heavenly flames from within his being. Empowered by these flames, the heaven-burning creation palm would only grow in might. Moreover, its execution was astonishingly swift. With a mere lift of his hand, purple, blue, and red flames erupted forth. Before Xiao Jin, a colossal tricolor creation palm coalesced. At the moment of its release, an aura surged forth like a mighty mountain. The 7th layer of the Supreme Realm? Xiao Jin laughed again. Did this fellow truly believe he was a demigod? Bang! The azure hand collided with the tricolor palm high above the hall. In an instant, the azure flame shadow crumbled into fragments. This caused Wang Qing's eyes to bulge in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Yet before he could ponder further, the heaven-burning creation palm was already hurtling towards him. In that moment, Wang Qing felt as though he faced not just a palm imprint, but an enormous mountain forged from heavenly flames, bearing down upon him. His breath and the surrounding space were distorted and bound by this overwhelming force. The supreme escape technique could not be executed, and the speed of his engraved patterns began to slow. Wang Qing could no longer concern himself with his dignity, bellowing, "Wang Li, Wang Chong, save me." Chapter 46. The Order of Precedence. I, the Fire God sect, can discern clearly. Within the Hall of Flames, the voice of Wang Qing, laced with terror, resounded. He found himself ensnared by the opponent's martial arts, acutely aware that should he fall victim to this strike, he would not only face death, but also risk losing half of his life. Just as Wang Qing cried for help, far beyond in the southern domain of the imperial continent, lay the ghost-crying plains, a place where ordinary cultivators dared not tread. For hundreds of miles around, no living being would dare approach, not even the fiercest of beasts. This desolate expanse belonged to the Hall of Soul Refinement. At the heart of the ghost-crying plains stood an imposing dark palace. An aura of foreboding permeated the hall, occasionally pierced by the wails of souls. In the innermost and highest black hall, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an ancient character for soul etched upon his brow. Hall Master, the life tokens of the double soul elder and the withered bone elder have been confirmed. They are dead, with not even their souls having escaped. A steward of the Hall of Soul Refinement whispered from behind. Understood. The man in black nodded, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. You may leave. Yes. The steward departed, and the man in black tilted his head, then bowed slightly, uttering, Holy Sun. From the shadows of the hall, 3 figures emerged slowly. The central figure donned a black robe, with a prominent soul mark upon his brow. Flanking him were 2 gaunt elders, their eyes glowing with ghostly flames, revealing their identities. They were 2 half-saint protectors, hailing from the Soul Clan of the 2nd Sacred Domain within the Tai Shao Sacred Region. Hun Wei Yu Howie, how go the preparations you were tasked with? The Soul Clan's Holy Sun stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Han Wu Hai. In response to the Holy Sun, all has been arranged. Over the past 20 millennia, I have led the Hall of Soul Refinement to refine 200,000 extraordinary souls. The 10,000 souls Yin Dan has absorbed these spirits and is ready to be presented to you at any moment, Han Wu Hai replied, taking a deep breath and bowing respectfully. Excellent. Han Li chuckled, though his smile bore a chilling indifference to life. In the Tai Shao Sacred Region, other clans covet our formidable soul refining methods and conspire to oppose us. Regrettably, such tactics cannot be deployed within the Tai Shao Sacred Region, or I might have long since ascended to the half-saint realm. As he spoke, a flicker of brutality appeared in Han Li's eyes. He had been stuck at the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm for an extended period. If only he could condense the 10,000 souls Yin Dan sooner, he would have already stepped into the half-saint domain. However, the process of condensing the 10,000 souls Yin Dan was exceedingly cruel, requiring at least 200,000 naturally powerful souls, none of whom could exceed the age of 20. Otherwise, their essences would be tainted by postnatal influences. Such merciless methods were, naturally, intolerable to the other clans and sects within the Tai Shao Sacred Region. Thus, the Soul Clan dared not execute this plan within the holy domain of Tai Shao. Saint Child, how many saint children have arrived from the southern region of the empire? Inquired Hun Wei Yu Howie. With a flick of his hand, Han Li produced a square jade. Within the white jade, 3 names flickered. The first name was inscribed as Han Li, the second was Wang Qing, and the third was Hong Shitian, the Saint Child's seal. Han Li gazed at the jade in his hand. Should the saint children be allocated to the same realm, they could reveal each other's status through this seal. Wang Qing, the 3rd Saint Child of the Wang clan in the Tai Shao Holy Domain, possessed a strength of the 7th heaven. Hong Shitian, from the 5th family of the Tai Shao Holy Domain, the Hong clan wielded a strength of the 9th heaven. However, they're not my adversaries. My true rival is the individual from the 1st Holy Domain, that's Saintess. She is my greatest foe in becoming the foremost Saint Child. Han Li took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Hun Wei Yu Howie, Hong Me Devon Hun Yin Dan. I shall refine this elixir and ascend to the level of a semi-saint. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, coldly declaring, this time, in the competition for saint children, our Soul Clan shall undoubtedly secure the 1st position. Yes, Saint Child. Han Wu Hai presented the Wan Han Yin Dan to Han Li in the hall of blazing flames within the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect. You dare to harm my family's Saint Child. The 2 semi-saints of the Wang clan immediately raised their hands. The power of saint rhythms enveloped the hall, effortlessly neutralizing Shao Jin's Heavenly Flame Creation Palm. Although the Heavenly Flame Creation Palm had merged with 3 types of heavenly fire, it was still insufficient when faced with 2 semi-saints. How shameless! Shao Jin scoffed as he witnessed his attack being nullified, casting a derisive glance at the ashen-faced Wang Qing. Is this what you call a one-on-one? Wang Qing silently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a palpable killing intent glimmered within. Having suffered such humiliation within the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect, he was determined not to let these individuals go unpunished. Turning to the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sect, he spoke with indifference. I grant you 3 breaths to contemplate. Surrender the 13 heavenly flames of your sect to me, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Naturally, those two must be executed. Wang Qin glanced at Xiao Jin and his companion Qin Yuan. Having caused him such a significant embarrassment, they must face death. The first breath passed. Wang Qin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. 2 breaths. Very well. Before Wang Qin could finish, the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire Divine sect suddenly stepped forward. Observing this, Wang Qin's expression softened slightly. Saint Child, I have just conferred with Elder Bai Lai. I learned that when Elder Bai Lai was in the central region of the empire, he had already promised Xiao Jin and his master that upon reaching my Heavenly Fire Divine sect, he would bestow the 13 heavenly flames upon them. You, on the other hand, are the newcomers. Thus, the age-old principle of precedence holds true. As Wang Qin listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him, culminating in a face etched with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tianhua Divine sect took a deep breath, suppressing his trepidation, and approached Qin Yuan and Xiao Jin. He bowed respectfully to the two, and at that moment, the spatial ring began to shimmer with light. 13 sealed, celestial flames floated prominently in the air, which, upon Xiao Jin's gesture, were collected into his spatial ring. The Tianhua Divine sect has always upheld its promises. We are clear on the notion of precedence. Seizing the brief moment when the Holy Sun was engaged with Xiao Jin, the leader of the Tianhua Divine sect had already gleaned the full account of events from Elder Bai Lai regarding the origins of the burial sovereign abyss. Upon hearing that Xiao Jin's master had summoned countless ancient supreme gilded calamity dragons, he was left utterly astounded. It was evident that this was a being of unfathomable power, transcending realms. The minimum strength must be that of a saint, and not just any saint, but one of considerable prowess. There was no need for contemplation in making such a choice. One must embrace the most formidable ally. Thus, you Tianhua Divine sect are courting death. With that thought, a torrent of killing intent gathered in Wang Qin's eyes. Turning to the 2 family guardians beside him, he coldly commanded, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 47. A true sage emerges. Upon uttering those words, the overwhelming aura of sanctity surged into the flame hall, exerting a formidable pressure that caused the very foundations of the hall to tremble. The pillars, hewn from solid stone, began to show signs of cracking, clearly unable to withstand the divine weight of the sanctity. The elders below felt as though a colossal stone, weighing millions of tons, had been placed upon their chests, stifling their breaths and rendering them momentarily breathless. How absurd! Such bullies dare to call themselves sons of the sage? Yet, as Xiao Jin felt the oppressive force, slightly stronger than that of the half-saint Qing Ming, he exhibited no fear. Instead, he stepped forward, flames of heavenly fire swirling around his arms, preparing to unleash the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors, his most potent strike to date. Calm yourself, my disciple. There's no need for the fire lotus, at least not yet. Qin Yuan interjected, with a hearty laugh. As he lifted his foot, the terrifying pressure filling the hall vanished without a trace. The elders of the Heavenly Fire sect could finally breathe again, their pupils trembling in astonishment. What kind of power could so effortlessly dismantle the aura of 2 half-saints? This was no ordinary strength, certainly not that of a half-saint. Elder Bai Lai raised his head, brimming with confidence. Sect Master, esteemed elders, just watch. The elder I invited possesses unparalleled abilities. Qin Yuan could not help but be astonished. Before him, Xiao Jin gradually dissipated the heavenly fire in his hands and turned to his master, saying, Master, if you wield the supreme fire lotus of 49 colors skillfully, it could indeed vanquish a half-saint. However, we must not sacrifice the hall or the entire Heavenly Fire sect. With a sigh, Qin Yuan responded, after all, they have honored their promise by delivering 13 heavenly flames to us. It would be ungracious to demolish their sect, wouldn't it? Your wisdom prevails, Master, Xiao Jin replied, clasping his hands in respect. Coincidentally, I also wish to inquire of this son of the sage regarding matters of the Taishao sacred domain. Once more, Qin Yuan stepped forward. In an instant, an aura surpassing that of sanctity descended upon the hall. At that moment, a shadowy figure, reminiscent of an ancient demonic entity, seemed to materialize behind Qin Yuan. The phantom enlarged in the eyes of the onlookers, who were left questioning whether this was a tangible apparition or merely a figment of their imaginations. With a resounding thud, Qin Yuan advanced yet again. His pace was unhurried, yet each step resonated in the hearts of those present, shaking their very souls. Another step forward, and the space within the hall began to solidify, as if frozen in time. An invisible pressure akin to an abyssal ocean began to permeate the hall. The elders of the Heavenly Fire sect were drenched in cold sweat, for even the residual force of this pressure threatened to shatter the very essence of their spiritual energy. Do not speak of the Wang clan's holy son in the Grand Hall and his two accompanying guardians. With a resounding thud, another step is taken. The ethereal figure behind Qin Yuan seems to open its eyes in an instant. Within those eyes lies an aura reminiscent of an ancient epic, advancing with an overwhelming presence. At this moment, it feels as though an ancient deity of slaughter is gazing down upon the gathered assembly. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the hall, Wang Qing's complexion has already turned ashen. He stares incredulously at the phantom, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. His legs tremble uncontrollably, rendering him unable to maintain his stance. Thud! Another light step forward. A smile graces Qin Yuan's face, while the three individuals in the hall suddenly feel a pressure akin to the collapse of mountains and seas crashing upon them. With a crack, the stone slabs beneath their feet begin to fracture. Who are you? The two guardians of the Wang clan are struck with terror as they realize. At this moment, they are unable to channel the sacred power within them. Qin Yuan remains silent, advancing once more. With a bang, all three are compelled to kneel. Furthermore, blood begins to seep from the corners of their mouths, their bodies trembling like chaff in the wind. At this moment, the eyes of Wang Qing and the two guardians are filled with profound shock and fear, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. What kind of pressure is this? Such overwhelming force, the likes of which they had only sensed from the clan's venerable ancestors, beings who have transcended the semi-holy realm. A saint. As this concept flashes through the minds of Wang Qing and his companions, their faces grow even paler. Could it be a true saint? Wang Qing grits his teeth and growls. The information within the clan is unreliable. Was it not said that there is only one saint in the southern domain of the imperial continent? The two guardians beside him grit their teeth and say, "Esteemed saint, we apologize for our earlier oversight. You have granted your disciple 13 heavenly flames. Our Wang clan shall take our leave now. What say you?" Qin Yuan tilts his head, a smile playing upon his lips. "But you were not so courteous just moments ago." He chuckles softly. "Did you not declare your intent to annihilate me and my disciple? Senior, we were thoughtless earlier. Within this spatial ring lies a trove of rare treasures accumulated by our clan over the years. We are willing to offer them all." The guardian on the left hastily removes the spatial ring. Before a saint, they could do nothing but kneel, for a semi-holy being is but a counterfeit saint. Only by truly stepping into the realm of the saint can one attain the extraordinary status that effortlessly subdues semi-holy beings. Just one? Qin Yuan narrows his eyes at the floating spatial ring. No, esteemed senior. It is 3. The guardian on the left quickly exchanges a glance with the other guardian and Wang Qing. Another guardian hastily removed the spatial ring, while Wang Qing, filled with indignation, reluctantly followed suit. As he took off the ring, a flicker of anguish crossed his face. Just wait. Wang Qing silently vowed to himself. Once he departed from this place, he would immediately return to the Taishao sacred domain to report this matter to the clan leader and the esteemed ancestor. What the saints? His family was not without power. Disciple catch. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan tossed the 3 spatial rings to Xiao Jin, who stood a short distance behind. Upon receiving the rings, Xiao Jin began to rummage through them, commenting, "Master, this dog saint's treasures are indeed plentiful." At his words, Wang Qing's pallid complexion darkened with fury. "Senior, may we take our leave now?" The guardian on the left inquired softly. Qin Yuan took a couple of steps forward, settling into the main seat of the Flame Palace. However, The oppressive aura of the saints that weighed upon the two guardians and Wang Qing remained unabated. "Fear not. I'm a man of my word," Qin Yuan smiled, rubbing his hands together. "After I inquire about a few matters, I shall allow you to depart. And I assure you, today's events shall be as though they never occurred." "Excellent. As the elder has stated, once the horse has left the stable, it is hard to retrieve." The guardian on the left nodded repeatedly. Below them, Elder Bai Lai hurried to Xiao Jin's side, his expression anxious. "Xiao Jin, you ought to persuade your master. We have already offended them to such an extent. They will surely not let this go easily." Xiao Jin, still engrossed in scavenging the items from the spatial rings, looked up at Bai Lai and replied, "Didn't my master say? After his inquiries, he will ensure their departure and that nothing untoward occurs today. Now let me ask you, Bai Lai, what constitutes nothing untoward? Are we to let them leave this place? Or are we to bid farewell to the mortal realm?" Ponder that for a moment. Xiao Jin grinned, then resumed his search through the 3 spatial rings. One must admit, the treasures are indeed abundant, truly befitting a lineage of saints. Chapter 48, A Single Strike to Annihilate. One must be ruthless. "Esteemed elder," the 2 guardians beside Wang Qing respectfully addressed, "I inquire of you." Qin Yuan turned to them and asked, "How many individuals from the Taishao sacred domain have arrived? What is their purpose?" The guardian on the left, affiliated with the Wang clan, swiftly replied, in response to your esteemed question, "A total of 7 holy sons have emerged from the Taishao sacred domain. Each of the 7 domains has selected the most formidable offspring from their respective families or sects to partake in the Holy Sun contest held once every 50,000 years. Presently, 3 holy sons have arrived in the southern region of the Emperor continent. The first is the holy son of my Wang family, Wang Qing." As the guardian spoke, a hint of pride illuminated Wang Qing's countenance. Although his prowess did not match that of the other holy sons, it was noteworthy that he was the youngest among them. Given time, he was confident he could surpass his peers. The second is Hun Li, the holy son from the Hun clan in the second sacred domain of Taishao. The third is Hong Shitian from the Hong clan in the 5th sacred domain. Both possess strength at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, the 9th level. The Wang guardian cast a glance at Qin Yuan before continuing. "The purpose of the holy son's arrival here is to seek the most powerful opportunities within this realm, the Sumi Koi, in the presence of a being of saint realm might." The Wang guardian dared not conceal any truths. "The Sumi Koi?" Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, deducing that the initiator of the Holy Sun contest among the 7 domains of Tai Shao must possess at least 1 Sumi Koi. Otherwise, they would not have known of the whereabouts of the other Koi. Indeed, the Wang guardian nodded repeatedly, then proceeded to disclose further details. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yuan summarized, "Thus, 3 of the holy sons from the 7 domains of Taishao are present in the southern region of the Emperor continent. Among them, the Hun clan has a subordinate force here, the Refining Soul Palace. Your purposes for coming here are twofold. First, to seek rare and extraordinary treasures to enhance your strength, and then to depart in a month's time to return to Taishao sacred domain. Second, should you find a Sumi Koi, you may seek the initiator of the Holy Sun contest, and thus qualify for the title of the strongest holy son of this session. Furthermore, with their assistance, you may gain early access to the Xian K Heavenly Gate. Am I correct?" "Yes, esteemed elder. Your summary is entirely accurate." The Wang guardian nodded vigorously, adding, "However, our primary objective is solely the first. As for the Sumi Koi, we can only hope for a stroke of luck. Such a treasure of heaven and earth is beyond our wildest dreams." Qin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle smile gradually appearing on his face. "Well then, I have no further inquiries." Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, the 2 Wang guardians finally exhaled in relief. With a sigh, the 2 clasped their fists and cautiously addressed Qin Yuan. "Senior, are we leaving?" Their voices were laced with trepidation. "Rest assured," Qin Yuan replied with a smile. "Seated in the principal position, there is no need for such nervousness. I have stated that once I have acquired the answers I seek, I will ensure your departure." "Thank you, Senior." The 2 guardians of the Wang family nodded earnestly. They then began to retreat slowly, with Wang Qing being assisted by the two guardians as he made his way step by step toward the exit of the Grand Hall. However, as they moved, Wang Qing's gaze was fiercely fixed on everyone within the Flame Hall. "You wretched ants, await the wrath of the Wang family." In the final moment before departing the hall, Wang Qing gritted his teeth, harboring a desire to devour everyone present. Just as his words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged from the heavens above, cascading down. A terrifying phantom of an ancient deity suddenly manifested, appearing even more corporeal than before. The oppressive aura of sanctity descended abruptly. The two guardians of the Wang family were instantly brought to their knees at the entrance of the Grand Hall, their eyes ablaze with fury. One of them bellowed, "Senior, did you not promise us safe passage? You cannot go back on your word." The other guardian echoed his anger, "Senior, do you truly wish for a life-and-death struggle with our Wang family?" Within the hall, Qin Yuan glanced at the three members of the Wang family outside. "I said I would allow you to leave. Look, have you not already departed the Grand Hall?" He stated nonchalantly, "I am a man of my word." Hearing this, the faces of the Wang family members darkened. Qin Yuan continued, "Moreover, I despise threats above all else." With a sardonic smile, he raised his right hand and slowly clenched it towards the direction of the hall's entrance. In that instant, the ancient deity's phantom appeared to stir. A tremendous force, imbued with a terrifying aura capable of obliterating souls, surged violently towards the three from the Wang family. In an instant, the three, the holy scion of the Wang family and the two guardians at the semi-holy realm, were obliterated into a mist of blood. Unable to even utter a scream before their souls were extinguished, their lives snuffed out. Before long, the entire Wang family will join you. Qin Yuan's gentle eyes revealed a hint of an extraordinary ruthlessness, having dwelled within the ancient tomb of heaven for 1,000,000 years. He understood one fundamental truth. In a world dominated by cultivation, one must wield a ruthless hand. Strength is the ultimate truth. This holds true in any realm. Is this how one kills two semi-holy beings, along with a holy scion? Within the hall, all the elders of the Heavenly Fire sect swallowed hard, their throats constricting in disbelief. Gazing at the ethereal figures of gods and demons outside the hall, the crowd finally realized that this was the legendary manifestation of a sage. Such terrifying abilities could only be comprehended upon entering the realm of the sage. Once one transcends to this level, combat transcends conventional martial techniques, allowing one to engage in battle through the manifestation itself. The methods recently employed by Qin Yuan were indistinguishable from the attacks of a sage's manifestation. Truly commendable. Esteemed elder. Inside the Grand Hall, Elder Bai Lai, feeling the tingling sensation on his scalp, promptly exclaimed, "Indeed, one need only consider who my revered master is." At that moment, Xiao Jin meticulously organized all the items within his spatial ring. After swiftly arriving by Qin Yuan's side, he presented the well-arranged spatial ring to his master. Qin Yuan, without hesitation, accepted the ring, straightened his posture, and declared, "Xiao Jin, you shall refine the heavenly fire within the Heavenly Fire Divine sect in the coming days. Afterwards, we shall seek your junior brother Lin Chong, and then proceed to the Taishao sacred domain." "Yes, master." Chapter 49. The sound precedes the arrival. The desolate, celestial prison's destruction. In the southern region of the imperial continent lies a desolate expanse, a realm once adorned with a name now long forgotten due to millennia of abandonment. At the terminus of this somber world stands a colossal ancient city, its form reminiscent of a primordial beast sprawled across the land. The towering walls of the desolate city loom high, seemingly impervious to the passage of time. Yet, the weathered and fragmented fissures upon their surface reveal that even these formidable ramparts cannot withstand the erosion of ages. Overlooking the desolate city, one finds wide streets that are eerily devoid of life. Only the swirling gusts of sand and wind traverse the cracks in the stone walls. The air within this forsaken city is imbued with a pungent scent of decay. Although numerous grand halls were once situated here, they have long since lost their former splendor. Many now reduced to mere skeletal stone columns that reach towards the dreary sky, amplifying the city Yuan-esque desolation. Amidst this deserted ancient city, a sudden apparition of a cerulean figure ascends abruptly from the heart of the city. Swift as lightning, his movement conjures a tempest around him, infused with an overwhelming essence of the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, this figure cloaked in azure finds himself suspended in the void above. At this moment, he is enveloped in an intense aura of the wild, as if he has become one with the desolate city and the surrounding cosmos. His obsidian eyes, cold as ice, scan the city below with a deliberate gaze. His robe billows with an unseen wind, and he murmurs, "Desolate city, desolate city." In this gray domain, the long-abandoned city seems to lament in response. By the force of heaven and earth, this city has coalesced an unparalleled power of desolation. Lin Chong, endowed with a body of primal wilderness, finds himself most suited for cultivation in this place. Having ascended to the supreme realm, he has absorbed the entirety of this city's wild power. Gradually, his aura begins to rise. Supreme realm, first heaven. Complete. Breakthrough. Supreme realm, second heaven. Complete. Breakthrough. Supreme realm, third heaven. Supreme realm, fourth heaven. Breakthrough. In that instant, Lin Chong transcends 4 levels of power, reaching the 4th heaven of the supreme realm. After all, this is a sacred ground that has gathered the forces of nature for tens of thousands of years, now wholly claimed by Lin Chong. This feat is largely thanks to his master, who has fortified his wild body. Without such assistance, absorbing this immense power would have been an insurmountable challenge. The cerulean-clad man's countenance is stern, his words laced with profound respect for his master. He recalls the fateful moment when he fortuitously stumbled into the ancient celestial tomb, pondering how he might have perished at the jaws of a beast had his master not intervened. Not only did his master rescue him, but he also imparted invaluable skills and unearthed the potential within Lin Chong's wild body. He fortified his foundation and bestowed upon himself the formidable Great Wilderness technique, the Great Wilderness celestial transformation. Lin Chong gazed at the desolate expanse before him. In the next moment, a low chant erupted from his lips. Wilderness, celestial prison, annihilation finger. The incantation reverberated like thunder in the sky. Slowly, Lin Chong raised his right hand, extending his index finger towards the horizon with a gentle motion. From the tip of his finger, a brilliant azure light of desolation suddenly manifested, though the movement appeared languid. The surrounding realm quaked under the immense pressure of the Great Wilderness. In that instant, his finger had summoned the primal force of the Great Wilderness that permeated the cosmos. In the void, an enormous finger materialized instantaneously. Its entirety shimmered in a bluish-gray hue, adorned with ancient and enigmatic engravings of the Great Wilderness. Each inscription exuded an aura of antiquity, imbued with desolation and destruction. This finger was as stout as a mountain. As the wilderness celestial prison annihilation finger was unleashed, it descended like a cataclysm. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space fractured, transforming into shards of spatial crystals. In that moment, it seemed as though only this finger remained in the world, bearing the supreme weight of desolation as it surged forward with a thunderous roar. Boom! With a flick of his finger, the colossal azure digit plunged downward. Before it even reached its destination, the terrifying pressure of the Great Wilderness had already caused the ground below to collapse. The entire somber plain quaked violently. Countless fissures spread like a spider's web across the terrain. As this finger fell, the heavens and earth trembled. The force of desolation swept across the 8 directions. All vitality was obliterated beneath its might. The Great Wilderness celestial transformation bestowed by my master. Truly extraordinary. Lin Chong surveyed the devastation he had wrought, nodding slightly. Now I have attained the 4th heaven of the supreme realm. I wonder how my senior brother Xiao Jin's fortunes have fared. Having reflected on his course, Lin Chong discerned the direction and resolved to rendezvous with senior brother Xiao Jin at their agreed location. Meanwhile, at the edge of the gray plain, 3 fiery red figures arrived in the skies above. Among them stood a rugged figure, his beard as red as flame. Accompanying him were two elderly men clad in crimson robes, their imposing aura revealing them to be two semi-saints. The force of the great wilderness is terrifying. Who is this individual? I must forge a connection with him. Hong Shitian's voice boomed, his crimson eyes alight with unprecedented excitement. Sanson, our purpose here is to seek fortune and perhaps discover the Shumi Koi. Let us refrain from involving ourselves in other matters. Cautioned the guardian of the Hong family beside him in a hushed tone. No witties, no witties. Hong Shitian waved his hand, releasing the aura of the ninth heaven of the supreme realm. Besides, the Shumi Koi is an elusive entity. Who can possibly find it? I fear that even the soul realm adept with the arcane arts cannot trace this matter. Can they? Never mind, never mind. In Hong Shitian's perception, a figure has already emerged. Without hesitation, he soared towards the individual, his form transforming into a radiant streak of light. Behind him, two guardians of the Hong clan dared not linger, promptly following suit. At this moment, as the sensation drew nearer, Hong Shitian realized he was closing in on the figure. Ha ha! On Shitian boisterou l'auteur échoué. Just as he was about to articulate further, a thunderous shout suddenly resonated from afar. The sky-desolating, prisoning finger. Then, a massive azure finger inscribed with desolate markings emerged in the air. The colossal finger, imbued with the primal forces of the barren world, struck down fiercely towards Hong Shitian and his companions. The arrival of the attack was heralded by its sound. The zero-frame initiation. The sky-desolating, prisoning finger. Chapter 50. Friendship? Not interested. In the void above, a colossal azure finger, imbued with an overwhelming force of desolation, descended violently towards Hong Shitian and his companions. By heavens! Hong Shitian was momentarily stunned. He had merely passed by this place, inadvertently sensing a formidable aura of the great desolation. He intended to approach and forge a connection. Yet as soon as he entered the vicinity, he was met with an immediate attack. With no other choice, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him. Hong Mountain Palm. He unleashed a powerful strike. A massive crimson hand took shape before him, surging forth to clash with the descending azure finger. Boom! The moment of contact shattered the red hand into fragments, while the immense azure finger, towering 1,000 zhong, dimmed slightly in response. What? Hong Shitian was taken aback. This palm strike had utilized nearly 80% of his strength. Had he not sensed that his opponent was merely at the fourth heaven of the sovereign realm, he would have believed them to be a peak sovereign like himself. The two semi-saint guardians beside him quickly formed hand seals, channeling their powers. The sacred resonance surged forth, just enough to withstand the onslaught of that azure finger. Such profound power of desolation. This individual's talent is astonishing. After successfully fending off the attack, the guardians felt a tremor within their hearts. In fact, had their holy son not been present, they might have remarked that this person's talent surpassed that of their own holy son. To encounter such a formidable talent in this realm was truly astonishing. Esteemed friend, one of the guardians began to speak. However, before he could continue, a low voice emerged from the figure in azure. Desolation Heaven's captive finger. Hong Shitian and the two guardians were momentarily stunned. They had no intention of retaliating, yet the onslaught continued. Reluctantly, the two semi-saints prepared to defend once more. In the distance, Lin Chong focused intently on the trio of Hong Shitian, observing that they had withstood his two strikes of desolation Heaven's captive finger. He began to fervently channel the great desolation transformation technique within him, aiming to unleash an even more formidable martial skill. Esteemed friend, we are not enemies. We have no intention of fighting. One of the guardians called out loudly, seizing the moment of pause. We harbor no ill will. Lin Chong furrowed his brow. Yet the great desolation transformation technique was already in motion within him. He remained vigilant, scrutinizing the trio of Hong Shitian from afar. No ill will? My master has advised me that when encountering someone of superior strength, it is best to act first rather than engage in idle chatter. Hearing this, Hong Shitian's expression twitched. The style of this opponent's master was indeed quite audacious. We truly mean no harm. Earlier, we witnessed you demonstrating your martial skills here, and thus intended to approach you for a friendly encounter. Hong Shitian stood before Lin Chong, clasping his hands in greeting. To befriend me? Lin Chong remained vigilant. No, he rejected outright in the next moment. My master has taught me that when someone stronger than me seeks friendship, their intentions are singular, to exploit. At this, Lin Chong's gaze turned dangerously sharp. He was not one for scholarly pursuits. In matters of cultivation, he believed in a single word: action. No, no, no. Hong Shitian waved his hands earnestly. We harbor no ill will. We hail from a Taishao, sacred domain. He proceeded to enlighten Lin Chong about the competition for the sacred sun. The contest was fraught with peril. A month later, when the sacred son Yinshao of Taishao prepared the arena, we could each bring only 2 aides to the Yinshao stage. Only the top 3 victors would earn the right to enter the Xiankei Heavenly Gate for enlightenment. The Xiankei Heavenly Gate? Lin Chong tilted his head, studying Hong Shitian. After entering the Supreme Realm, he was no stranger to the Xiankei Heavenly Gate. However, it was elusive and unattainable for ordinary Supremes. If one were to indeed step within, it would be an immense opportunity for any practitioner in the Supreme Realm. Would you truly offer such fortune to an outsider like me? Hong Shitian cleared his throat. To be candid, among the 7 sacred sons, the first sacred domain's sacred maiden is certain to secure a place among the top 3. The soul clan of the second sacred domain is also a foregone conclusion. In other words, while there are ostensibly 3 slots for the sacred son Yinshao contest, for the sacred sons from other domains, there is but 1. Thus, the danger is considerable. Lin Chong nodded, grasping the underlying motive behind Hong Shitian's desire for camaraderie. In essence, he sought a formidable ally to assist him in securing one of the coveted 3 positions. Let us see how this unfolds. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Lin Chong reflected for a moment before speaking. Although the opportunity at the Xiankei Heavenly Gate was significant, meeting his senior brother was of greater importance. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight. What a character! Hong Shitian was momentarily taken aback, then transformed into crimson light, pursuing Lin Chong closely. The 2 half-saints beside him exchanged glances before hastily following. 7 days later, within the Tianhua divine sect, a supreme pressure enveloped the entire sect. Supreme realm, first heaven, great perfection, breakthrough. Second heaven, great perfection, breakthrough. Third heaven, great perfection, breakthrough. Ultimately, the fiery figure in the sky stabilized its aura at the great perfection of the 4th heaven in the supreme realm. At this moment, Xiao Jin had thoroughly refined the 13 flames of the Tianhua divine sect, though their ranks were not particularly high. Thus, Xiao Jin has only managed to break through 4 realms, reaching the supreme 4th heaven. Yet there remains much effort to be expended. Qin Yuan gazed at Xiao Jin, who stood before him, imparting his wisdom. Indeed, Xiao Jin promptly nodded in agreement. At that moment, he suddenly paused, retrieving a blue square crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal emitted a continuous flicker of light. Master, Lin Zhong has also emerged from seclusion. Moreover, he has arrived at the designated location we agreed upon. It was evident that this was a communication crystal. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan smiled with a sense of ease. Then let us set forth immediately. I am eager to witness the true extent of Lin Zhong's prowess. Ding! System task triggered. Encounter with disciple Lin Zhong. Based on the disciple's current comprehensive strength, the host will receive a critical feedback of fortune value. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's expression brightened with anticipation. In the next instant, his figure flickered, vanishing in the blink of an eye, while Xiao Jin promptly followed suit. Chapter 51. The Son of Heaven's Challenge. In the southern region of the Emperor Continent, at the Ghost Cry Plains, within the main hall of the Soul Refining Palace, a shimmering spatial fold materialized. From within, the figure of Soul Li, accompanied by 2 guardians, emerged gracefully. The palace master, Soul Wu Hai, who had been awaiting their arrival, could not help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing Soul Li. Having thoroughly refined the 10,000 souls Eam pill within the secret realm of the Soul Palace, Soul Li had ascended to the semi-saint realm. The ancient and ethereal aura of sanctity emanating from him caused a tremor of awe in Soul Wuhai. Congratulations, son, on entering the semi-saint realm. Soul Wuhai bowed respectfully. The semi-saint realm surpasses the supreme level. Now, the odds in the competition for the Sun's title have slightly improved. Soul Li licked his lips, a cold glint in his eyes. This time, in the Son of Heaven's challenge, our Soul Clan must secure the first position. Then, we shall enter the Xiankei Heavenly Gate and ascend to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. We shall make the entire Taishao sacred domain aware that our Soul Clan is the strongest. As these words fell, Soul Li flipped his right hand, revealing a crystal stone in his palm, upon which the names Wang Qing, Soul Li, and Hong Shitian flickered. Wang Qing posed little threat, yet Hong Shitian was somewhat formidable. However, I have now stepped into the semi-saint realm, making him no match for me. Just as Soul Li concluded his thoughts, he noticed that the area inscribed with Wang Qing's name on the crystal was gradually dimming, eventually extinguishing entirely. This spectacle startled even the two guardians beside him. The aura has extinguished? Soul Li gazed at the crystal in disbelief. How could this be? Is it possible that a saint has acted in this insignificant southern region? Upon reaching the supreme realm, one can inscribe their aura onto a crystal. Should the individual perish, the aura dissipates as well. This unfolding left Soul Li and his companions confounded. While the southern region of the Emperor continent harbored numerous supreme realm experts, it was essential to note that Wang Qing had been accompanied by two family guardians, each of whom must possess at least semi-saint strength. Semi-saints find it difficult to slay one another. Thus, only a saint, being above the semi-saint level, could easily eliminate Wang Qing's guardians before dispatching him. Could it be that the domain lord of the southern region has intervened? Soul Wuhai furrowed his brow. Impossible. Soul Li shook his head. That saint bears no enmity towards the Wang clan. Moreover, even if Wang Qing is unruly, he would not dare to act recklessly before saint. After a moment of contemplation, Soul Li shook his head once more. Perhaps Wang Qing's death is for the best. This way, one of the 7 positions will be vacated, which is advantageous for us. Those saints are indeed powerful. Soul Li did not regard them with particular concern, considering that the clan capable of dominating the Taishao sacred domain must possess extraordinary strength. Who among us does not have a sage in their household? My purpose for coming to the southern region of the imperial continent has been fulfilled. I shall promptly return to the Taishao holy domain. Soul Wuhai. Soul Li turned to Soul Wuhai and instructed, please take care of matters here. Remember the date in 3 weeks. Our family has dispatched me to accompany you and your elder brother, Soul Wuyo. Together, the 3 of us shall participate in the Saint Child Yinshao arena. Yes, Saint Child. Soul Wuhai nodded solemnly. He had commanded the Soul Refinement Hall in this southern region for several millennia, his prowess reaching the pinnacle of the supreme 9th heaven. He was but a step away from the realm of semi-saints and felt confident in his ability to assist the Saint Child in securing victory at the Yinshao arena. Soul Li acknowledged the 2 guardians with a nod. In the next moment, the guardians simultaneously formed seals. The spatial barriers began to ripple around the 3 of them. The distance between the Taishao holy domain and the southern region of the imperial continent spanned trillions of miles, obscured by a vast expanse of miasma. To traverse this space, one must possess at least the strength of a semi-saint. After witnessing the vanishing figures of the Saint Child and the guardians, Soul Wuhai reverted to his former cold demeanor. He turned and gestured, summoning a protector to his side. How many souls have we captured within the hall? There are 21 at the supreme level and 237 at the divine calamity level, the protector reported. Soul Wuhai waved his hand, drawing all these souls into the Soul Refinement Wheel Rotation Array. I shall personally enter the array to refine them. Though refining souls through the array was not as formidable as the Wan Solin Dan, it would grant him a glimpse into the power of a semi-saint. Yes, master. The protector replied promptly. Before long, anguished cries began to echo across the ghost-crying plains, the final wails of souls being refined. In the southern region of the imperial continent, within a bustling metropolis known as Guyong City, The geographical location near a volcanic mountain range rendered the climate somewhat sweltering. Despite the heat, Guyong City served as a vital thoroughfare among dozens of surrounding cities, thriving with activity. Both cultivators and ordinary folk frequented the city. Though most residents were practitioners of the martial arts due to the naturally conducive environment that bred adept cultivators. The city lord of Guyong had attained the 8th level of the supreme realm. Although he did not match the elite status of the Tianhua divine sect, he was capable of maintaining the city's prosperity. Brother Lin Chong, rest assured, I have reserved the entire Yipin Xianju for today. All the delicacies of the mountains and seas shall be at our disposal. In the illustrious realm of Tai Shao, the Holy Sun personally arrived to reserve the venue, prompting the other cultivators within the esteemed first-class immortal abode to recognize the situation and, having accepted Hong Shitian's spirit stones, vacate the premises. Hong Shitian had arranged for the entire first-class immortal abode to prepare a lavish feast of exquisite delicacies. At that moment, he turned to Lin Zhong, thumping his chest, and remarked, "You, the Holy Sun, are willing to offer spirit stones?" Seated in the grand hall of the first-class immortal abode, Lin Zhong had made prior arrangements with his senior brother, Shao Jin. They planned to gather their respective fortunes before convening in the ancient city of Guiyang in the southern region of the Emperor's continent. Subsequently, within the hall of the first-class immortal abode, they would utilize a communication crystal to inform each other. Lin Zhong was somewhat taken aback to witness Hong Shitian, in his eagerness to reserve the entire venue, expend tenfold the original price to disperse the other cultivators, and invest even more to secure the entirety of the first-class immortal abode. Brother Lin Zhong, your words are rather surprising. On Shitian posed, reflecting. The Holy Sun is, after all, human. Dining and drinking also requires expenditure. Lin Zhong shook his head, replying, "My master has advised me that those bearing the title of Holy Sun are often arrogant and overbearing. I must remain vigilant. Your master possesses truly profound insight and foresight." Hong Shitian remarked, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "As for the matter of inviting you to the Tai Shao sacred domain," Lin Zhong's expression regained its composure, his words devoid of any fluctuation. "Let us discuss this further when my senior brother arrives." Chapter 52. Accompanying your senior brother to eliminate a foe. Saint Sun, are we truly doing the right thing? After waiting for half a day, the guardian of the Hong family, witnessing their Saint Sun bustling about, seized an opportunity to approach Hong Shitian, speaking in hushed tones. Was this not a touch too humble? After all, their family was one of the premier clans within the 5th sacred domain of Tai Shao. Such a status, coupled with their formidable prowess, inevitably fostered a sense of pride within them. What do you understand? Hong Shitian raised an eyebrow. In that desolate expanse, did you not experience firsthand the prowess of Brother Lin Chong's techniques? Despite being merely at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, he could easily dominate our combat. More crucially, Brother Lin Chong exhibited not a hint of trepidation when faced with the two of you, who were semi-holy. Moreover, did you not notice the similarities between his cultivation of the Great Wilderness technique and that of the Arid Heaven Pavilion? One of the guardians furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the Arid Heaven Pavilion also practices the Great Wilderness technique, yet there remains a distinction from the methods employed by this young friend. However, the individuals from the Arid Heaven Pavilion are not to be trifled with. Even we, the Hong family, dare not claim to fully suppress them. I'm aware. Hong Shitian nodded. Brother Lin Chong will undoubtedly have no ties to the Arid Heaven Pavilion. Nonetheless, you are not oblivious to the formidable nature of the Great Wilderness technique. If the opportunity arises, I must invite Brother Lin Chong to join us in participating in the Saint Sun Yunqiao competition, even if we must offer him additional incentives. Upon hearing this, the two guardians ceased their further discourse. Outside Guyong City, Shao Jin and Qin Yuan had arrived at the city gates. "Master, this is Guyong City," Qin Yuan remarked with a smile, gazing at the ancient city towers. "Let us proceed to the Yipin Xianju." Upon their arrival, Qin Yuan had already activated his formidable spiritual perception, swiftly grasping the entirety of the situation within Guyong City. Within the Yipin Xianju, he sensed the presence of his disciple, Lin Chong, along with two semi-holy beings and one at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Moments later, Lin Chong, seated within the Yi-Pin Xianju, suddenly rose to his feet. In his perception, his senior brother Xiao Jin had arrived. Beside him, Hong Shitian also jolted to attention, quickly standing up and directing his gaze toward the entrance. They were both exceedingly curious about the nature of Lin Chong's senior brother, who was said to possess a rather eccentric personality. They soon beheld two figures leisurely strolling toward the hall. One was clad in dark robes, a gentle smile gracing his face. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the souls of those around him. Beside him, another man donned garments as fiery as flames, the lotus mark on his forehead resembling a real flame, as if it could ignite at any moment. Lin Chong, junior brother, look who has arrived. Xiao Jin's gaze briefly swept over Hong Shitian and the other two before swiftly moving on. He then proclaimed in a clear voice. At this moment, Lin Zhong was staring at Qin Yuan, who had already entered the hall. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and once he confirmed it was not a mere illusion, tears began to well up in his eyes. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly knelt down with a thud, his body straight. Master. The tremor in his voice revealed the profound excitement within Lin Zhong's heart. He had not seen his master in over 10,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the triggered task. The disciple's fortune crit reward is now being dispensed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 billion fortune points. Seeing this, Qin Yuan smiled with warmth, raising his hand to gently lift Lin Zhong. Following this, Lin Zhong began to recount the hardships of his journey over the millennia. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian appeared somewhat dumbfounded. He lightly nudged the guardian of the Hong clan beside him with his elbow. Am I mistaken? The person whom Brother Lin Zhong addressed as master possesses only the strength of the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, right? My senses confirm the same, replied the guardian of the Hong clan, momentarily stunned. The individual beside him wields an exceptionally potent fire attribute technique, though I cannot ascertain their exact power. They are likely formidable, another guardian whispered. After a brief moment, Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Hong Shitian. You are Hong Shitian? Ah! Hong Shitian cleared his throat a couple of times, although his senses indicated that the person before him was merely at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. The fact that Brother Lin Zhong addressed him as master suggested he possessed far greater strength. Thus, it must be a Fade. Hong Shitian had a rugged appearance, yet his thoughts were exceptionally astute. He quickly approached Qin Yuan and said respectfully, Yes, senior. I have heard from my disciple that you intend to utilize him to participate in that Saint Child Yunxiao competition, aiming to secure a spot among the top 3. Qin Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, there must be a misunderstanding. This is certainly a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian coughed violently twice. We are collaborating, not exploiting. You see, if we can secure a place among the top 3, we will have the opportunity to enter the Xinhua Heavenly Gate. This is a splendid chance to step into the realm of the saints. Surely, Senior understands? Hong Shitian did not regard Qin Yuan as merely a being of supreme realm strength. The fact that 2 semi-saints from his own clan could not discern the true level of the opponent's power indicated that the latter's strength was at least that of a saint. The Xinhua Heavenly Gate, is it? Qin Yuan gently tapped his fingers on the table, then glanced at his 2 disciples beside him. Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong both possessed remarkable talents, their innate qualities outstanding. If they remained solely in the southern domain of the imperial continent, it would be difficult to reach higher realms. For the 2 of them, the supreme realm was merely their starting point. However, to have my 2 disciples serve as henchmen for this holy son, Hong Shitian, I must candidly express my thoughts. This holy son is unworthy. Closing my eyes, as my thoughts drifted, I recalled witnessing a jade token inscribed with the Holy Son's decree within Wang Qing's spatial ring during his demise. Just as I was about to retrieve it, a tumultuous wave of black soul energy suddenly manifested in the skies above Guyong City, resembling a dark cloud that enveloped everything. The once clear sky, stretching for miles, was instantly shrouded in gloom. The aura of the Soul Clan? Could it be that fellow Hunley? Upon sensing this, Hong Shirtian furrowed his brow. No, it does not seem to be Hun Li. Who could this be? Meanwhile, within the first-class celestial abode, Qin Yuan gazed at the exquisite dishes just placed before him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He was about to indulge when he was interrupted. At that moment, Xiao Jin slowly rose to his feet. This aura was all too familiar. Master, it is the presence of the Lord of the Soul Refining Temple, Hun Wuhai. That scoundrel once pursued me when I was in the supreme seventh heaven. However, I managed to escape, though Xiao Jin spoke lightly of it. The perils he faced were nearly insurmountable. Lin Chong, accompany your senior brother. Qin Yuan set down his chopsticks, a smile still gracing his face. Go and eliminate someone. Chapter 53. The Master of the Soul Refining Hall. He. Go eliminate someone. The utterance of this statement was as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. This caused Hong Shirtian in the Grand Hall to momentarily pause in surprise. It was evident that he had discerned the individual outside releasing soul energy bore a grudge against Lin Chong's senior brother. However, under his perceptive abilities, he had also sensed that the person's strength was subtly approaching the threshold of a semi-saint. Just moments prior, Hong Shirtian had been prepared to offer his assistance in quelling the escalating conflict. Yet, he never anticipated that the demeanor of those across from him indicated an intention to eliminate that Hun Wuhai? Elder, while Hun Wuhai may not possess the ferocity of Hun Li, the techniques practiced by the Hun clan are notoriously domineering and specifically target the essence of the soul. Should we not intervene? Before Hong Shirtian could finish, Xiao Jin interjected, declaring, such trivial matters shall be resolved by us. As his words echoed, he and Lin Chong stepped forward, their figures abruptly vanishing without a trace. This scene once again left Hong Shirtian momentarily astonished. Elder, I shall accompany you to observe. Hong Shirtian promptly employed spatial powers, following suit to depart from the location. The two semi-saints beside him exchanged glances, saluted Qin Yuan, and hastily followed suit. In Guyong City, the once vibrant metropolis fell silent in the wake of the overwhelming soul energy that enveloped the skies. Are they from the Soul Refining Hall? What is the situation? Our Guyong City has never had any conflicts with the Soul Refining Hall. What could their purpose be here? This is peculiar. Fellow Taoists, that appears to be the master of the Soul Refining Hall, Hun Wuhai. What? Hun Wuhai has personally arrived in our Guyong City. For what purpose? Is it to apprehend someone? Uncertain murmurs began to ripple through the crowd below. Meanwhile, above Guyong City, Hun Wuhai gazed down upon the entirety of the city, now shrouded in his soul energy. A glimmer of ruthless determination gradually manifesting upon his visage. After refining all the souls within the Soul Refining Hall, his power surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the supreme ninth heaven, nearly touching the realm of the semi-saint. He was tantalizingly close to stepping into that domain. Just a fraction more. I am on the verge of attaining true semi-saint status. Just a fraction more. Hun Wuhai cackled maliciously, his gaze sweeping over the city below. This was a metropolis he had deliberately chosen. Due to its geographical position, the inhabitants of this city inherently possessed greater soul power than the average person. Furthermore, the city lord's strength was merely at the 8th level of the supreme realm. In Hun Wuhai's estimation, that was utterly inadequate. A supreme 8th level soul, coupled with the millions of souls within Guyong City, this should suffice to elevate him into the realm of the semi-saint. The secret techniques of the Soul Refining Hall are indeed merciless. A voice emanated from below, and Hun Wuhai turned his gaze towards the figure racing towards him like a stream of light. It was the Lord of Guyong City. Upon recognizing the identity of the approaching individual, Hun Wuhai's expression darkened further. Lord of the Soul Palace, our Guyong City has never sought enmity with the outside world. The residents of Guyong City are all law-abiding. Is there some grievance that has arisen? I shall certainly offer compensation to the Lord of the Soul Palace with the treasures I have accumulated over the years. The Lord of Guyong City bowed respectfully to Hun Wuhai. A grievance? None exists. However, Hun Wuhai abruptly raised his hand, and a torrent of dark soul energy coalesced into an arrow. It pierced fiercely towards the Lord of Guyong City. Today, I sense a breakthrough opportunity. The palace lacks divine souls. Therefore, I shall requisition the souls of all the inhabitants within this Guyong City as substitutes. Consider this your grand fortune. Ha 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 ha. With Hun Wu Hai's eerie laughter resonating, the Lord of Guyong City found himself unable to withstand this assault. The supreme markings on his body shattered, and his vitality instantly waned, sending him crashing down into the depths of Guyong City. City Lord. Dozens of cultivators rushed forward. The Lord of Guyong City was known for his kindness and had garnered great favor among the people. Quickly flee. The Lord of the Soul Palace, Hun Wu Hai, intends to annihilate this city. The Lord of Guyong City staggered to his feet, channeling his supreme power to alert the entire city. Only now do you realize the aberration? Too late. In the air, Hun Wu Hai let out a sinister chuckle. He personally initiated the 11th tier soul refinement rotating array. Under the control of Hun Wu Hai, a peak 9th layer supreme being, the array began to operate. Dark clouds like ink surged forth, continuously raining down chains infused with overwhelming soul energy. These chains penetrated the surroundings of Guyong City, encasing everything within. I previously stated today, everyone within Guyong City shall experience a grand fortune. You shall become a nourishment for my path to sanctification. Beneath Hun Wu Hai's feet appeared a black altar. A massacre of cities was merely a trivial endeavor for him. He had already laid waste to over 80. As Hun Wu Hai activated the soul refining technique, a crisp cracking sound echoed from within the encircled black soul chains. A gap emerged in the chains, and then two figures, one red and one green, transformed into streaks of light, arriving not far from Hun Wu Hai, Xiao Jin, and Lin Chong. Hun Wu Hai's gaze turned icy as he beheld the two figures before him. I did not expect you to be in Guyong City today. Very well. I shall refine you both together. Soul Wu Hai sensed the presence of the two individuals who had ascended to the supreme fourth heaven, and he was taken aback. Their terrifying pace of cultivation, if left unchecked for another 100 years, could potentially surpass his own existence. These two must be eliminated at once. Their souls must be extinguished. Their essences refined to prevent any future calamities. Has the soul refining palace sent merely an old dog? Xiao Jin, upon releasing his spiritual awareness, tilted his head and fixed his gaze upon Soul Wu Hai on the altar. You are still as sharp-tongued as ever. Soul Wu Hai chuckled coldly. At that moment, 3 beams of rainbow light emerged from the gap. The holy son of the Hong clan, Hong Shitian. Soul Wu Hai was slightly taken aback. He did not anticipate such liveliness in ancient Yang City today. Let's not disturb the peace, shall we? Hong Shitian addressed the 2 guardians as he entered this realm. Hong Shitian, this matter does not concern you, Lin Chong said, directing his gaze at Hong Shitian. This is a personal grievance between my senior brother and me and the Soul Refining Palace. Rest assured, my senior brother and I have calculated it thoroughly. He stated earnestly, in no more than 10 exchanges, we shall dispatch this old dog, Soul Wu Hai. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the air became intensely charged with tension. Chapter 54. Seize the opportunity to strike. Upholding the truth of my master to the end. 10 rounds? The expression of Soul Wu Hai, suspended above the black altar, gradually darkened upon hearing Lin Chong's words. Do not presume that your modest talents grant you the audacity to be so arrogant. At this moment, he no longer wished to engage in idle talk with the 2 before him, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. They were merely at the 4th level of the supreme realm. Even if they possessed the ability to slay those of higher ranks, it was crucial to remember that he was already on the brink of becoming a semi-holy being. Annihilating the 2 of them would be utterly effortless. The 11th order Soul Refinement Rotation Array. Activate. With Soul Wu Hai at the pinnacle of the black altar. As he exerted his control, thick black blood chains began to emerge from the void above. On the side of Hong Shitian, witnessing Soul Wu Hai commence earnest action, he felt somewhat flustered. Saint Sun, what should we do? The 2 guardians of the Hong clan inquired swiftly. After all, Soul Wu Hai was nearing the semi-holy threshold, and their clan's methods were often cunning and insidious. Should they discover that Lin Chong and his brother were at a disadvantage, they must intervene immediately to rescue them. Hong Shitian took a deep breath and replied solemnly. However, this would effectively place our Hong clan in opposition to the Soul clan. One of the guardians spoke in a low voice. Let it be. Hong Shitian clenched his fists, a flicker of madness flashing in his crimson eyes. Our Hong clan has been suppressed by the Soul clan for tens of thousands of years. We shall not fear this time. Yes, Saint Sun. The guardians of the Hong clan ceased their objections, positioning themselves nearby, awaiting the opportune moment for intervention. Meanwhile, within the ancient city of Guyong, all cultivators raised their heads, gazing at the battle unfolding in the sky, their hearts gripped with trepidation. It is Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. Among the crowd, some had recognized the identities of the two figures in the air. It was said that they had always been at odds with the Soul Refinement Palace, even to the point of being mortal enemies. After all, the aura of the great wilderness surrounding Lin Chong and Xiao Jin's innate fire affinity were quite distinctive. Above, in the heavens, dark clouds churned ceaselessly, and gales stirred up razor-sharp winds. Senior brother, I shall go first. Lin Chong stepped onto the void, his gaze as piercing as a blade. The great wilderness heavenly transformation technique within him began to operate rapidly, and the atmosphere around him was instantly filled with boundless desolation. Like an endless wasteland, the body of the great wilderness, indeed possessing some merit. Soul Wuhai narrowed his eyes atop the altar. Nonetheless, he remained confident in his ability to eliminate the present threats of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. This would ensure the Soul Refinement Palace would have no future troubles. If they would be left unchecked, they would undoubtedly surpass him one day. Wasteland, Heavenly Prison, Annihilation, Finger. Lin Chong slowly raised his hand, and with a low shout, a primitive yet resplendent azure radiance began to coalesce at his fingertips. A glimmer of azure light emerged, as if the very heavens and earth had fallen into silence. The aura of the vast wilderness wafted through the air, rendering one reluctant to lose focus. Suddenly, amidst the somber atmosphere, a colossal azure finger imbued with the essence of the great wilderness tore through the fabric of space. It seemed to originate from ancient times, carrying an overwhelming force of the boundless wilderness, and struck fiercely towards the soulless sea and the black altar beneath it. The enormous finger, etched with the patterns of the great wilderness, left a path of shattered space in its wake. Soulless sea, feeling the might of this formidable blow, dared not be negligent. He summoned all of his inner soul power to control the 11th tier soul refinement array in defense. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin, furious, was behind Lin Chong, preparing to conjure a fiery lotus. Since emerging from the grave Lord Abyss, he had possessed 49 flames of celestial fire within him. Within the celestial fire divine sect, he had refined an additional 13. Now he contained a total of 62 celestial flames, and he intended to unleash something monumental. Suddenly, 62 flames began to surge forth from Xiao Jin, swirling around his wrist. Before him, a massive illusory lotus began to take shape. Not again. On the black altar, Soulless Sea's expression shifted as he recognized Xiao Jin's infallible technique. After all, many of the esteemed elders of the Soul Refinement Hall had met their demise beneath the onslaught of his fiery lotus. Upon realizing that Xiao Jin possessed 62 celestial flames, even Soulless Sea could not suppress a gulp. Xiao Jin, are you even human? He cursed, before commanding the black altar to charge toward Xiao Jin. In front of them, Lin Chong coldly remarked, "Can you escape?" In the next moment, a tremendous aura of the great wilderness erupted from within him. Great Wilderness Heavenly Transformation Technique. 5 fingers of the wilderness. At this moment, Lin Chong's eyes were filled with a rich, desolate azure energy. He raised a finger, the first finger, a finger that confines heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, an immeasurable force of the great wilderness surged forth from the surrounding space. This desolate power coalesced into a colossal cage, enveloping the black altar. Desolate cage, confining heaven and earth. Even though Soulless Sea had approached semi-saint status, He could not break free from this desolate cage in such a short span of time. "Break from me," Soulless Sea shouted, as boundless soul power began to surge around him. Iron chains intertwined, transforming into a gigantic black dragon that bit at the desolate cage. The azure cage seemed to dim under the onslaught of his attack. At this moment, Lin Chong granted no respite to his opponent. 5 fingers of the wilderness. The second finger, the finger that shatters mountains and rivers. Once again, a colossal azure finger appeared in the void, this time infused with a more destructive force drawn from the great wilderness. A pure torrent of power, possessing the power to shatter all matter. With a resounding thud, this finger struck the obsidian altar, causing the ominous clouds above to tremble and the surging black mist to churn relentlessly. Within the altar, the corners of Han Wuhai's mouth bled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young man proved to be as formidable as his senior brother. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of soul energy within him. Observing this, Lin Chong made his move once more. His master had imparted wisdom to him. In battle against a sworn enemy, one must unleash their full strength. If the opponent is wounded, one must strike with even greater ferocity, seize the opportunity to claim their life. This is the undeniable truth. Lin Chong had consistently integrated his master's teachings into his actions, denying Han Wuhai any respite. The last 3 fingers of the great desolate 5 fingers struck with immediacy. 3 fingers to obliterate the divine soul. 4 fingers to suppress the cycle of reincarnation. 5 fingers to transmute into nothingness. The great desolate 5 fingers unleashed in ferocity. Seizing the opportunity to claim his life, Lin Chong executed his resolve with unwavering determination. Chapter 55. I expose you all. The Great Desolation Heaven Transformation Technique. Coupled with Lin Chong's Great Desolation body, along with his years of refinement and personal insights into the 5 fingers of the Great Desolation, all 5 fingers unleashed simultaneously, exuding a fierce power akin to an expansive ocean. One finger after another, Soul Wuhai could hardly react. Is this even possible? Watching the black altar crack and splinter, Soul Wuhai's eyes were filled with rage. If the black altar were to be shattered by external force, then the 11-level soul refining array would be rendered defenseless. However, he could never have anticipated that he had already stepped into the power of a semi-saint. Lin Chong was merely at the 4th heaven of the supreme realm. He did not find it surprising that a prodigy possessed the ability to fight beyond their level. After all, he was a prodigy himself. Yet to have Lin Chong, at the 4th heaven of the supreme realm, completely suppress him, who was merely 1 foot into the semi-saint realm. Was this even a human? Indeed, those who could be regarded as brothers with Xiao Jin were not to be trifled with. In that moment, the last 3 fingers launched a fierce assault. Soul Wuhai could only desperately defend his black altar. If the altar were to be destroyed, he would truly be unable to ascend to the semi-saint level in a short period. Nevertheless, the power of the Great Desolation 5 fingers was overwhelmingly strong. Even with all his might poured into defense, Soul Wuhai could only watch helplessly as the 11-level soul refining array continued to shatter. This scene had already left Hong Shirtian and his 2 family protectors beside them utterly dumbfounded. Although they had sensed Lin Chong's extraordinary talent and strength during their previous encounters, they never expected that Lin Chong alone could suppress Soul Wuhai, let alone the fact that behind him stood a senior brother unleashing a formidable attack. Old Dog of the Soul Clan, the enmity from the past would surely be repaid today. Just as Soul Wuhai felt relieved at having withstood Lin Chong's Great Desolation 5 fingers attack, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Moreover, he could sense a powerful energy mass not far behind him, emanating a destructive aura. Turning around, Soul Wuhai beheld Xiao Jin standing 100 feet away, suspended in the air. In his right hand, he held a colossal fire lotus. The fire lotus shimmered with myriad colors, slowly rotating and releasing a sense of apocalyptic energy. The hues of 62 different heavenly fires shifted continuously within. Cold sweat began to bead on Soul Wuhai's forehead. Back then, you allowed me to escape. You were like this. Xiao Jin gestured a downward thumbs up with his left hand. Now, if you can escape, you're like this. He then flashed a thumbs up towards Soul Wuhai. This series of gestures seemed to have become Xiao Jin's signature motion before unleashing his ultimate attack. Soul Wuhai, in a fit of fury, stood atop the black altar, forcefully clasping his hands together. Countless black runes rose from the altar, representing the source power within the formation. With a fervent infusion of spiritual energy from Han Wuhai, his power continually ascends. Above him, a colossal black vortex has emerged, seemingly capable of devouring souls. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin has also made his move. His eyes sparkled with a crimson gleam, surrounded by swirling flames of heavenly fire. With a single step, he manifested blooming lotuses with each stride. He resembled a war god amidst a sea of fire, as the immense fire lotus, hurled by Xiao Jin, rapidly locked onto the black altar. As the 62-colored supreme fire lotus surged forth, its petals began to unfurl layer by layer, each bloom enveloping a wave of cataclysmic energy. 62-colored supreme lotus. A low exclamation escaped from Xiao Jin's lips. The fire lotus, hovering at the vortex of the black altar, instantaneously unleashed a blinding radiance. The brilliance was resplendent, akin to the sun. Within the fire lotus, the terrifying energy capable of incinerating all things was released in that fleeting moment. With a burst, the black vortex conjured by Han Wuhai evaporated instantaneously, and his true form suffered unprecedented damage. He coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, and the surrounding black light rapidly dimmed. However, the might of the fire lotus was only just beginning. Impossible. I have already stepped into the realm of semi-saint. How could I be slain by you? It cannot be. Han Wuhai, with disheveled hair and blood pouring from his mouth, was filled with resentment. He had grown so formidable, yet the outcome remained unfathomable. Why? The bitterness and fury drove him to madness. After millennia of restraint, Han Wuhai finally broke his silence with an expletive. Damn it, I will explode with you. In his final moments, he forcibly reversed his technique. Abandoning all defenses, he channeled every ounce of his power to reverse his dantian. He intended to self-destruct. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous dark light erupted. Han Wuhai, at the pinnacle of the supreme nine heavens, self-destructed. Yet, before the 62-colored fire lotus, such power could only barely counter a third of the blast. Following Han Wuhai's detonation, the chain-sealing Guyong city shattered into ashes. The sky cleared once more, leaving behind a kaleidoscope of radiant hues illuminating the vibrant city below. Xiao Jin, you were too swift. It's a pity to lose the treasures on that old dog, Lin Chong remarked, gazing at the colorful sky in awe. Observing this, Xiao Jin opened his right palm, revealing a spatial ring from the Han family. Do not worry, junior brother. We shall not forget what our master has taught us. The two exchanged glances, both smiling. Meanwhile, Hong Shitian felt somewhat unwell. Han Wuhai is dead? Beside him, the guardian of the Han family swallowed hard. Indeed, and the guardian of the Hong family swallowed again, casting a wary glance at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. The previously demonstrated finger technique, along with the method of the fire lotus, leaves me uncertain about my ability to withstand such power. They stand here as witnesses to the entirety of the battle. Upon introspection, if the roles were reversed, even a genuine half-saint might not emerge unscathed from the recent onslaught of the fire lotus combined with the finger technique. The spectacle of this conflict transcends the confines of the supreme realm. The Holy Sun, it seems, only through the combined might of the two of us could we possibly unleash such formidable prowess, one of the half-saint guardians murmured. At that very moment, the once radiant sky began to shatter like a fragile mirror. From a fractured void, waves of overwhelming pressure cascaded downward. The two half-saint guardians beside Hong Shitian sensed this shift, their expressions shifting with alarm. Above, an ethereal figure of a half-saint appeared, seemingly occupying the entire expanse of the heavens. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, and the oppressive aura of a saint descended abruptly. Holy Sun, this is the manifestation of a saint. It is indeed a true saint. The The guardians of the Hong family immediately summoned the power of the saintly rhythm to assist Hong Shutian in resisting the saint's pressure. Although the saintly manifestation did not intentionally release its oppressive force, it was undeniable that this was a bona fide saint. Moreover, in the southern domain of the empire, a decree issued from the Taishao sacred domain's mightiest 3 palaces forbids any beings of the saint realm from entering this place. The domain lord of the southern domain is the sole saint in the empire, and he is also a saint dispatched from the Taishao palace. Clearly, the turbulence of the battle here has surpassed the supreme level, prompting the domain lord to descend upon this location. Chapter 56. What of the sage? Let him be, the true sage, above the ancient city of Guyong, gazing upon the shattered space surrounding them. The oppressive aura of the sage's power permeated the air. The eyes of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong ignited with fervor, for this was their inaugural encounter with the authentic might of a sage. Even though it was not directed at them, they could still perceive that all their capabilities were being subdued by the overwhelming force of the sage's realm. Below the sage, all are but ants. Upon entering the realm of the sage, one can condense their own sage avatar, a manifestation that encompasses the profound truths of a domain. This sage avatar can reveal itself across vast distances, appearing before others from millions of miles away, or traverse that same distance in an instant. Moreover, upon ascending to the sage realm, aside from the ability to manifest before others and the powers associated with the sage avatar, there exists an unparalleled technique, the sage rhythm. This extraordinary force, surpassing the essence of celestial energy, can only be truly mastered upon reaching the sage realm. The martial techniques unleashed through the sage rhythm will exhibit power hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary energy. This explains why a sage can effortlessly slay a half-sage. Though this pressure does not compare to a hair of their master, it still bears a degree of oppression. As Xiao Jin felt the weight of the sage avatar, the fiery lotus mark between his brows began to flicker. The heavenly fire upon his body gradually surged, and before the sage, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Lin Chong, standing to the side, mirrored his resolve. His right hand discreetly began to channel the destruction finger of the wasteland. Should the sage take offense, he would strike without hesitation. Fear, that word holds no place in his lexicon. Hong Shutian observed these 2 fearless souls and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, this was a sage. As the holy scion of the Hong clan, he understood all too well the terrifying nature of sage power. The wrath of a sage could easily obliterate an entire continent. In other words, if this realm of the empire were to provoke that sage, the latter could utterly annihilate it. Who is this individual? So astonishing. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated beside Hong Shutian. Even the 2 half-sage guardians felt a tightening in their chests and immediately activated their internal arts. Turning around, they were astonished to find that Qin Yuan had silently appeared beside them, and none of the 3 had sensed his arrival, not even the half-sages. Elder, Hong Shutian hurriedly performed a respectful gesture toward Qin Yuan, acknowledging his presence, for he surmised that this elder was likely another sage. In response to the elder's words, he explained that this was the lord of the southern domain of the empire, dispatched from the Taishao sacred domain's most powerful palace, the Taishao Palace, to guard the empire. His name was Wang Yuanhe, revered within the Taishao Palace as Sage Yuanhe, who had entered the sage realm 30,000 years prior. His strength oscillating between the early and mid stages of sagehood. Upon reaching the realm of the saints, the distinctions of the 9 celestial layers dissipate, giving way to the phases of early, mid, late, and peak stages. Although these are merely 4 subdivisions, it is imperative to recognize that the arduous journey from the initial stage to the mid-stage of a saint is akin in difficulty to a common individual striving to enter the realm of the saints once more. It is thus conceivable that a mid-stage saint possesses the power to utterly dominate several early-stage saints. The same holds true for the late and peak stages. In the Taishao sacred domain, the formidable 3 palaces, including the Far Crane Saint, are noteworthy. Qin Yuan, having extracted several key phrases from the discourse, expressed his intrigue. In comparison to your Hong family, How does the Taishao Palace measure up? Hong Shirtian clear his throat. Naturally, the Taishao Palace holds a slight superiority, and our holy son, Yin Shao, is the lord of the three palaces. The Taishao sacred domain comprises the Taishao Palace, the Taichin Palace, and the Tailing Palace. Qin Yuan nodded in understanding. At that moment, the saint's ethereal manifestation above appeared to amplify its oppressive aura, for he noticed that some individuals in the air remained unyielding under his saintly pressure. Such defiance is a slight against his dignity. Miles away, atop a mist-shrouded peak, a colossal cloud crane lay tranquil, upon which an elderly man sat. The old man gradually lifted his gaze, revealing a flicker of surprise, accompanied by a hint of discontent. Those two young ones in the air are rather intriguing. However, an overwhelming presence can be detrimental. Their temperament requires refinement. With a wave of his hand, the power of the saintly resonance subtly traversed the vast distance. Above Guyong City, the saint's manifestation seemed to carry a tinge of ire, as an overwhelming pressure cascaded from above. At this moment, even Hong Shirtian and the two semi-saint guardians beside him could not withstand the oppressive force, their forms beginning to bend under its weight. Brother Lin Chong, perhaps we should retreat. We wouldn't want to incur the wrath of the saint, though Hong Shirtian held no particular fear of the saint. He preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles for his family. Retreat? In the distance, feeling the terrifying pressure of the saint above, Lin Chong's azure eyes brimmed with indomitable fighting spirit. My spine bends only for my master. With that declaration, he commenced to channel the great wilderness celestial technique with all his might, then raised a finger. Wilderness celestial capturing finger. Beside Lin Chong, Xiao Jin erupted in triumphant laughter. My junior brother is absolutely correct. To think we would bow down? They can dream on. A saint? Pretending to be divine, and yet they dare to claim the title of saint? I embody what it means to be a saint. Upon concluding his words, the heavenly flames enveloped Xiao Jin, and a colossal imprint of a palm began to materialize before him. Heavenly fire creation palm. What matter if you're a saint? With one's own master present, it matters not whether you're merely stepping into the realm of saints or standing at its pinnacle. We shall proceed regardless. Hiss. Hong Shirtian gazed at the frenzied duo of brothers, astonishment filling his pupils. That is indeed a saint. Are they truly unafraid in the slightest? Senior? This. Hong Shirtian struggled to swallow, turning his gaze towards Qin Yuan. Composed, Qin Yuan smiled softly. What of a saint? Were he not to flaunt his power and menace before others, I might still discern reason. But this distant Saint Yuan insists on employing the saintly manifestation from millions of miles away to exert pressure. Well, I'm afraid that even a saint must be dealt with. Qin Yuan tilted his head, narrowing his eyes, fixated on that saintly manifestation. If you ask me how I shall proceed, the customary approach. 10 miles around, 8 dishes and a soup. A grand affair indeed. Chapter 57. What does the dog bark at me? The saint of wild dogs? So what if he is a saint? Deal with him. Must we still adhere to the customs of the village? 8 dishes and a soup, grandly arranged? After hearing Qin Yuan's words, Hong Shirtian's pupils trembled violently. He had encountered many who spoke harshly, yet none had been as fierce as this. This utterance completely disregarded the esteemed figure of the distant crane saint. In the span of tens of thousands of years, it was indeed the first time he had heard such audacity. In the air, the colossal manifestation of the saint seemed to have caught wind of Qin Yuan's remarks. A voice, reminiscent of thunder, suddenly erupted in the sky. Even those within the ancient city of Guyong could hear it distinctly. It was over. The saint was enraged. The wrath of a saint could shake an entire continent. This statement was far from baseless. Meanwhile, Lin Chong's heavenly prisoner destruction finger, combined with Xiao Jin's fiery creation palm, had boldly struck against the manifestation of the saint. The formidable assault caused the saint's manifestation to ripple slightly, akin to the dispersal of water waves. Young ones, the manifestation of the saint's realm cannot be shattered by mere brute force. The voice of the distant crane saint resonated slowly. At the pinnacle of the saint's manifestation, the void rippled, and an elder riding a cloud crane gradually materialized before the crowd. Clad in azure robes, with hair and beard as white as snow. He exuded an aura of benevolence at first glance. Were it not for his current exertion of the saintly manifestation to suppress Xiao, Jin, and others in the sky, one might truly mistake him for a kind-hearted individual. The distant crane saint traversed countless miles, his true form arriving directly at this location. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Very well, let us consider your audacity as youthful fearlessness. The gaze of the distant crane saint gradually shifted towards Hong Shitian. Although the methods cultivated in the soulless sea contravene the natural order, as visitors from the Taishao sacred domain, the guardians of your family are permitted to intervene only at critical moments to protect the Holy Sun. Yet, you have taken it upon yourselves to slay the soulless sea. The Hong family, you have truly placed me in a precarious position. After the arrival of the distant crane saint, he had already concluded that the soulless sea had been slain by the two guardians of the Hong family. Otherwise, who amongst them could have defeated a being on the brink of semi-sainthood? Distant crane saint, you are mistaken. Just a moment ago, the guardian of the Hong family cleared his throat. Just as this guardian was about to clarify the situation, Hong Shitian suddenly stepped forward. Speaking in a hushed tone, distant crane saint, it was I who commanded the family guardians to eliminate the soulless sea. The reason being, he had activated the cruel soul refining great array against me. Upon hearing this, the distant crane saint's eyes narrowed slightly. The oppressive aura of the saint descended upon Hong Shitian in an instant. The two guardians beside him quickly summoned their sacred resonance to shield him, yet it proved futile. The three individuals felt as though an insurmountable mountain, shrouded in enigma, loomed ominously before them, pressing down with relentless force. Hong Shitian, though esteemed as the scion of the Hong family, must not forget that he represents the Hong lineage in the Sacred Sun Yunxiao competition. Your presence in this realm is to seek opportunities, not to engage in bloodshed. According to the rules of the Sacred Sun Yunxiao competition, you must surrender the Sacred Sun token, spoke the indifferent Saint Yuanhe. Sanson, exclaimed the two guardians of the Hong family, their anxiety palpable. This competition occurs once every 50,000 years, a monumental opportunity for all clans. Which family could withstand the test of time for 50 millennia? Thus, the Hong family must welcome fresh blood. Hong Shitian, as the prodigiously nurtured scion of the Hong family, is their most formidable contender. All members of the Hong clan have placed their hopes upon him. They absolutely cannot afford to lose the right to participate in the Sacred Sun Yunxiao competition over this matter. Silence. I am well aware of my intentions. Hong Shitian gazed at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, understanding that this would be a perilous gamble. Even if he were to participate in the Sacred Sun Yunxiao competition by force, securing first place would be beyond his reach. Even placing among the top three would merely extend the family's legacy for a millennium. For true longevity, they must present a genuine prodigy. In Hong Shitian's eyes, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong epitomized true excellence. Therefore, Saint Yuanhe continued with an unhurried demeanor. Hong Shitian, surrender the Sacred Sun token. Subsequently, the two semi-saints beside you shall unveil their innate spiritual consciousness, so I may fulfill my obligations to Taishao Palace. After all, you have slain individuals under my jurisdiction. Hong Shitian's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. Saint Yuanhe, I am amenable to surrendering the Sacred Sun token. However, my two kin acted solely upon my command. Before Hong Shitian could complete his statement, the once amiable countenance of Saint Yuanhe began to chill. This is not a request, but a command. The Hong family has been rather audacious of late. It seems I must inform Taishao Palace to administer a reprimand to your clan. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the saint. Under the weight of this divine authority, Hong Shitian and his two guardians appeared visibly distressed. Sanson, perhaps we should reveal our innate spiritual consciousness after all, one guardian murmured. Pupils, one of the three most formidable sanctuaries in the Taishao holy domain, wields immense power. The Hong family cannot afford to provoke them. Just as Hong Shitian found himself at a loss, the sound of applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Yuan, with a smile upon his face, turned his gaze from the serene St. Yuan back to Hong Shirtian. What a splendid display of coercion, a scene of might overshadowing the meek. Congratulations, wild crane sage. You have now become a qualified sycophant of the Taishao Palace. Upon the utterance of Qin Yuan's words, the expression of the remote crane sage, perched upon the back of the cloud crane, instantly stiffened. He gazed at Qin Yuan with incredulity. Were you speaking of me just now? He could scarcely believe that this mere insect, a first-tier supreme realm cultivator, would dare to voice such audacious remarks. No, Qin Yuan shook his head, sighing. I was referring to a dog. At this proclamation, Hong Shirtian and the two family guardians beside him were utterly stunned. They recognized that Qin Yuan must possess considerable strength, yet his manner of speaking was exceedingly ruthless. Nevertheless, there was an inexplicable satisfaction in hearing such words. Presumptuous! Who do you think you are? A mere insect of the supreme realm dares to speak so boldly? The remote crane sage erupted with fury. Since when could a trivial supreme speak so freely in his presence? As the lord of the southern domain of the Emperor continent, you allow the soul-refining palace to harm the innocent. Had we not been present today, this ancient Yang city would have long since turned into a city of ghosts. To speak candidly, Qin Yuan continued, shaking his head, even a tied-up dog would manage better than you. Furthermore, what gives you the audacity to bark before me? I perceive your knowledge to be shallow, your sacred resonance resplendent yet insubstantial. Do you truly consider yourself worthy of the titles with your level, attained merely through the consumption of elixirs? How dare you present yourself before others as a sage? Do you believe yourself to be something of importance? Oh, but you are not. After all, mere objects cannot cultivate. Am I right, wild dog sage? Hearing their master speak, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong's faces instantly lit up with pride. Their master's strength was not only unparalleled, but his verbal prowess was equally formidable. Indeed, they had never witnessed anyone capable of countering their master's words. As expected, the remote crane sage, seated in the sky atop the cloud crane, trembled with rage upon hearing these words, seemingly on the verge of taking action. Chapter 58. The True Five Fingers of the Wasteland. What did you just call me? On the back of the cloud crane, the distant crane sage was on the verge of losing composure. Who is he? He is the only sage in the southern region of the empire. Typically, he resides beyond the cloud crane mountain, and the surrounding beings revere him as if they were on a pilgrimage. When has he ever been addressed in such a manner? Indeed, the distant crane sage could scarcely believe that someone had the audacity to insult him. Is this a death wish? It seems that after attaining sagehood, one's intellect diminishes. He insists on hearing my insult once more. I said you're the wild dog sage, do you understand? Qin Yuan was nearly at a loss for words. You, utterly outrageous. Distant crane sage. At this moment, the distant crane sage could no longer restrain himself. A torrent of fury transformed into an overwhelming pressure. He resolved to unleash the full force of his sagehood to crush this audacious individual into oblivion. Observing the tremendous sage's aura in the sky, Hong Shirtian was almost petrified. Just Qin Yuan's reckless demeanor had already left him dumbfounded. Now, a sage was unleashing all his might, and it felt as though the heavens were about to collapse. The ethereal form of the sage was inferior to that of a mere dog. Qin Yuan shook his head. He then turned to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Lin Chong, disciple is here. Lin Chong immediately responded. Earlier, I observed that your technique of the 5 fingers of the Great Wasteland had achieved some minor success. However, it is merely a trifling accomplishment. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, his aura began to transform into an increasingly desolate and barren presence. A strand of power, akin to the essence of the Great Wasteland, continuously surged forth. Next, I shall demonstrate to you the true 5 fingers of the wasteland with this wild dog sage. Yes, master, Lin Chong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At last, he would witness his master in action once more. A millennium ago, he had witnessed his master's prowess in the ancient tomb of the wasteland. It was a display of unparalleled might that could transcend the heavens and earth. Any formidable foe before his master was rendered inconsequential. Wasteland Prison Finger. 5 Fingers Technique. First finger. One finger captures the heavens and earth. Qin Yuan raised his hand and pointed towards the lofty distant crane sage. In an instant, the entire space shimmered with a verdant hue, and an aura reminiscent of the vast desolation began to permeate the atmosphere. The forces of the great wasteland intertwined, forming an invisible prison. As the barren prison materialized, the sage's ethereal form shattered before him. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated the sage's corporeal manifestation, along with the formidable pressure that had once loomed ominously. What? The distant crane sage was taken aback, for he had just exerted his full strength to annihilate his opponent. And the outcome? With a mere gesture, the opponent shattered their own most formidable power. A single finger imprisoned the heavens and earth, subjugating all things. This force, akin to an invisible hand gripping the cosmos, caused space to stagnate and time to freeze. No technique could escape this confining cage. Qin Yuan gazed at the distant saint of the crane, once more extending a finger. The second finger shattered mountains and rivers, returning the universe to the void. In the void, a second colossal azure finger materialized in an instant. This immense digit was adorned with desolate runes of the great wilderness, inscribed with the power to reduce all to nothingness. Crack! The space could no longer endure such terrifying might, beginning to shatter inch by inch. At this moment, the spiritual energy of this world began to converge frantically, as space fractured and mountains collapsed. It seemed that the entire realm had lost its balance under the influence of this finger. The very fabric of space appeared to tilt beneath its weight. Cracks in the void began to devour the surrounding space, spreading like a spider's web. Mountains lay in ruins. The universe returned to the void. Under this finger, the saint of the crane realized he could not harness the power of the surrounding heavens and earth. In other words, at this moment, all spiritual energy, laws, spatial essence, and sacred resonance in this realm had been commandeered by the opponent. Who exactly is this person? Their strength far surpasses that of the Supreme. A saint? Even a saint could not possess such formidable might. The saint of the crane hastily circulated the spiritual energy within his body, utilizing the essence and blood of his saintly origin to forcibly protect himself from being torn apart by the void's fractures. Senior, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall depart at once. When the saint of the crane noticed that his protective blood was depleting at an alarming rate, he finally panicked. Qin Yuan cast a glance at the saint of the crane, then turned to Lin Chong, saying, "Disciple, pay attention. The first 2 fingers are merely the foundations of the 5 fingers of the wild sky, the weakest among them. The last 3 fingers are the true, deadly moves." Upon finishing his words, Qin Yuan extended the 3rd finger. The 3rd finger annihilates the soul. There is no path back from the yellow springs. At this moment, as the 3rd finger slowly emerged, a dark radiance began to emanate from his fingertip. This light did not originate from the mortal realm, but from the yellow springs of the 9 nether. It was infused with the power of the abyss. This finger, unlike the previous 2, was not accompanied by a grand display, but rather an eerie silence. Yet, the strange power it contained was sufficient to freeze space and solidify time. Wherever the phantom of this finger passed, any being that came into contact would have their soul instantly torn asunder, their essence extracted. They would then be refined into azure smoke by the power of the 9 nether, returning to the cosmos. The eerie green phantom finger pierced through the void, aiming directly at the saint of the crane. "No, Senior, I truly acknowledge my mistake. Please do not kill me. Do not kill me." At this moment, the revered sage of the far crane was already imprisoned in the air from the very first gesture, rendered utterly immobile. A sage? In his current state, he hardly resembled one. The specter of death had long since enveloped his heart, his breath ensnared by that eerie green finger. He could sense that should he truly make contact with it, his very soul would be obliterated, even though he had ascended to the sage realm. From a moment he stepped into the domain of sages, the far crane sage had regarded all practitioners beneath his level as mere insects. He had personally volunteered to oversee this southern region of the imperial continent, fully aware that reaching the sage realm was the pinnacle of his life's journey. Thus, he embraced the notion of being a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes, coming here to assert his presence. In the eyes of the world, he was a sage, revered like a deity throughout the entire imperial continent. This lofty sense of superiority had ensnared the far-craned sage in its allure. Yet now, gazing upon that ominous green finger approaching him, he found himself powerless. At that moment, he realized that even sages are not invincible. With a piercing sound, the yellow spring's green finger pierced through the chest of the far-craned sage. There was no visible wound, yet the color drained from his face. Turning ashen in an instant, his primal energy ebbed away, the sage's body disintegrated, and the essence of his soul began to vanish. Merely from these first 3 gestures, he was already ensnared in a fatal predicament. However, at that very moment, Qin Yuan's 4th gesture followed closely behind. After all, he had yet to fully demonstrate to his disciple the true essence of the 5 fingers of the wasteland. Chapter 59. The River of Reincarnation. The 5 fingers of the desolate heavens. The 4th finger. The 4th finger subdues reincarnation, life and death beyond heaven. As Qin Yuan's 4th finger slowly lifted, the entire cosmos seemed to dim, and strands of the most ancient laws began to materialize. The power of reincarnation commenced its manifestation. Suddenly, as if a chasm had opened from one end of the firmament to the other, a celestial river emerged above the heavens. This river, aglow with myriad colors, appeared to cascade directly from the zenith. Such a bizarre scene allowed all beings within the imperial continent to behold. The waters of this celestial river were not true liquid, but rather an intricate tapestry woven from countless flickering souls. The waves of soul water shimmered, reflecting the myriad wonders of the world. On either side of this river, there seemed to be no fixed boundaries. The waters did not roar, but emitted a deep, resonant hum, imbued with ancient and mysterious whispers. This is. The sage of distant cranes gazed upon the boundless river suspended in the heavens. As a sage, he comprehended its significance. Indeed, there exists the river of reincarnation. His pupils were filled with dread. For countless millennia, he had never felt such terror. He had perused ancient scrolls within the Hall of Supreme Heavens, where fragments of the river of reincarnation were recorded. However, since no one in later generations had been able to unlock its secrets, these accounts have been dismissed as mere myths of antiquity. Yet now, upon witnessing the river hanging in the firmament, the sage of distant cranes understood. The very person he had targeted possessed the power to transcend heaven and earth. Odisson. This is extraordinary. This is truly the river of reincarnation. His mind was reeling at the revelation. Beside Hong Shirtian, the 2 half-saints could scarcely contain their astonishment, profanity escaping their lips. The river of reincarnation. As the holy son of the Hong family, Hong Shirtian had also studied ancient texts, grasping the significance of the river of reincarnation from its fragments. Every sentient being in this world inherently bore the mark of reincarnation. This mark was elusive, intangible, impossible to investigate, capture, or even glimpse. In essence, to awaken one's sentience, the reincarnation mark must first be possessed. The heavenly river shattered the skies, with causality binding the turbulent waves. The luminous gates of fate broke through the eternal night, as the tides of reincarnation swept across the ages. The nearby half-saints stared in horror at the suspended river of reincarnation. Each droplet within represented a being in the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! Upon the manifestation of the river of reincarnation, the sage of distant cranes found himself utterly unable to resist. His body erupted into nothingness. Amidst the chaos, a faint azure mark flickered incessantly. The cycle mark. The voices of the 2 semi-saints beside Hong Shirtian began to quaver. Their gazes towards Qin Yuan transformed, for this esteemed elder could manifest the cycle mark. What formidable power was this? At the very least, their clan leader, possessing the strength of a late-stage sage, could not summon such a mark. As the cycle mark emerged, Qin Yuan gestured with a finger, and a tremendous force began to materialize, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Even the river of reincarnation fell silent in that moment. The once tumultuous waters became calm. At this instant, even the river of reincarnation bowed to his might. The sacred cycle mark drifted slowly into the palm of Qin Yuan. He gazed at the heavenly river, as if it possessed its own consciousness but dared not defy his will. With a crack, the sound of the soul mark shattering echoed. In that moment, the so-called saint of distant cranes met his irrevocable demise. Furthermore, the cycle mark was erased. Henceforth, he would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. No trace of his existence would remain. Disciple, take heed, Qin Yuan proclaimed, not relenting. His 5 fingers, each imbued with endless lethal intent, manifested. The 4th finger had already left Lin Chong in utter astonishment. The might of this final finger was unimaginable. The 5th finger, the 5 fingers transcended the void, rendering the great path as nothingness. As this 5th finger was unleashed, all sounds in the world ceased. Even conversations between individuals fell silent. Not a whisper could be heard. In that moment, the laws of the 9 mystic realm began to shift, starting with space, followed by the laws, spiritual energy, and the order of heaven and earth. All began to shatter. To transmute into nothingness did not mean to reduce the enemy to void, but to render this realm, this mystical domain, into nothingness. This technique surpassed the great path, transcended the heavens and the earth, and even the cycle of reincarnation. The order of all powers within the 9 mystic realm began to collapse. Space itself began to implode. With a mere finger, an entire realm was extinguished. As Lin Chong and Xiao Jin beheld the surrounding space crumbling and the sky collapsing, even the river of reincarnation began to shimmer and ultimately vanished. This finger of the master was indeed terrifying. Both Lin Chong and Xiao Jin swallowed hard at the sight of such overwhelming power, while Hong Shitian and his 2 semi-saint guardians were left in sheer shock, their scalps tingling. This was the entire 9 mystic realm. With a single finger, the heavens and the earth crumbled. The very order of the 9 mystic realm could not withstand such force. With a sigh, Qin Yuan withdrew his finger, surveying the destruction wrought. He coughed lightly, realizing he had perhaps overexerted himself. I had no idea the laws of the 9 mystic realm were so fragile. Can this truly be blamed on me? He recalled the time spent within the ancient tomb, where he could summon and wield his powers freely, entirely unlike the present circumstances. Senior, let us depart for the Taishao sacred realm at once. The order of laws in the 9 Xian realm has already crumbled. At most, we have 2 hours before this realm faces annihilation. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Hong Shitian stepped lightly through the void and approached Qin Yuan and his companions, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan tilted his head, scrutinizing Hong Shitian from head to toe. Leave? And what are the lives of the myriad beings in the 9 Xian realm? Have you no sense of humanity? Hong Shitian was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the surrounding space, which was fracturing inch by inch, the order of laws disintegrating into chaotic void. Can we truly intervene? It's not that we lack humanity. Then, what does the senior imply? Hong Shitian was left bewildered. Let us restore the realm before we depart. Qin Yuan waved his hand, letting out a sigh. With the collapse of the law's order, the forces of heaven and earth are in disarray, and the very fabric of time and space is shattering. Can this truly be repaired? Hong Shitian and the 2 semi-saints beside him were at a loss for words, their faces frozen in shock. Qin Yuan glanced at the 3 of them, observing the vast areas around them that had transformed into profound voids. He smiled gently and remarked, "It is merely a matter of reshaping the heavens and the earth. Is it not as simple as grasping it in one's hands?" Chapter 60. The Grand Power of Reshaping the World. Shtin and the 2 semi-saints by his side were at a loss for how to express their astonishment in the presence of Qin Yuan. This was the act of remaking the very fabric of reality. Though the Jisoo-in realm was not the pinnacle of realms, it was by no means weak. To reshape this realm, one's power would need to surpass that of a saint, at the very least. In their understanding, Even a peak saint could not accomplish such a feat at this moment. Qin Yuan took a slow step forward. In an instant, he ascended to a height of 10,000 zhang, standing amidst the void. He gazed upon the entirety of the Ji Su In realm, which was fracturing before his eyes, and exhaled deeply. The next moment, an inexplicable ripple of energy emanated from Qin Yuan, expanding in all directions with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of light. This was a wave of pale, white energy. Wherever it passed, the shattering spaces appeared to be frozen in time, curiously suspended. Chaos, the essence of creation. The two guardians beside Shti and felt as though their minds had been struck by a mighty force upon sensing this milky white wave. The shock sent chills down their spines. If any force could mend the shattered realm, it could only be the chaotic power that transcended the realm itself. They could scarcely fathom that Qin Yuan harbored such terrifying chaotic essence within him. Was he truly human? At this moment, Qin Yuan surveyed the stilled space, then began to curl his fingers. In an instant, streams of milky white chaotic essence began to flow forth. Within the Ji Su In realm, the shattered laws transformed into golden streams of light, which then began to slither and writhe from the cracks in the heavens above. Sounds of laws, space, and order intermingled, echoing like whispers from the depths of the void. This was the sound of the heavens and earth being rewoven. At that moment, Qin Yuan swept his left hand through the void. The vast temporal and spatial fissures peeled away like snake skin, revealing a pristine, crystalline new realm beneath. With a motion of his right hand, the mountains and seas returned to their rightful places. In that instant, the entire Ji Su In realm became as still as a painting, with Qin Yuan acting as the artist, deftly wielding his brush. The laws were continuously reshaped under his command, as starlight transformed into flowing brilliance that integrated into the Ji Su In realm. The chaotic energy morphed into a liquid silver glow, winding through the fissures of the fractured heavens, mending everything in its path. Boom! 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 At that moment, it seemed as though the very pulse of the earth was resonating in response. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind him, the dualities of yin and yang began to emerge, one white and one black. In that instant, an unparalleled and supreme force transcended chaos and the great path. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand, his voice clear and imbued with strength. With a tap upon the starry river, I shall mend the heavens. With clouds shattered, I weave the fabric of reality. The profound essence calms the shattered mountains and rivers, while chaos solidifies its brilliance, defying the cycle of reincarnation. Behold, a voice as vast as the ocean, imbued with unparalleled might. At this moment, the final decree is pronounced. The 9 mystical realms instantaneously solidify, restoring their original state, even more stable and formidable than before. The very forces of heaven and earth surge with 100-fold vigor compared to prior times. The celestial and terrestrial powers possess the terrifying capability to rewrite the very fabric of existence. In this moment, Hong Shitian and his 2 companions, both semi-saints, fully comprehend that they have encountered an extraordinary and formidable being. Simultaneously, they feel immense gratitude, realizing that their arrival in the southern domain of the imperial continent has indeed presented them with a tremendous opportunity. This grand opportunity lies in encountering a terrifying senior like Qin Yuan. Lin Chong, do you see? The 5 fingers of the wasteland. Should you cultivate them to a minor completion, you could vanquish a saint. If you reach greater mastery, then the very fabric of space can be obliterated. Qin Yuan approached Lin Chong and Xiao Jin, imparting his wisdom. Disciple has received your teachings. Lin Chong responded with utmost seriousness. Xiao Jin, do not lose heart. Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Xiao Jin. The flame of heaven can consume all fires of the world. You have merely integrated a few flames, barely scratching the surface. I sense just now that there are no heavenly fires left in the southern domain of the imperial continent. However, there are certainly plenty in the Taishao sacred domain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin promptly replied, Yes, I shall diligently seek out the heavenly fires and integrate the flames of the world. Indeed, Qin Yuan smiled gently, pleased to see his two disciples so eager for progress. Xixiao, with a flick of his hand, Hong Shitian, startled, rushed to stand before Qin Yuan with utmost respect. Senior, please speak. You young man just stepped forward and took on the responsibility. It was indeed a bold gamble. Qin Yuan gazed at Hong Shitian, a smile gracing his lips. Your recent actions were quite to my liking. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to call me your master and accompany you to that so-called Saint Sun Yinshao arena, correct? Yes, senior. On Xixian nodded excitedly. Then you can forget about that. Qin Yuan waved his hand. My disciples are accustomed to high aspirations. They would never be content to play second fiddle, even as mere assistants. Hong Shitian cleared his throat, repeatedly saying, I would not dare. I was indeed presumptuous earlier. Upon reflection, with such an impressive master, how could his disciples be willing to serve as mere lackeys? However, Qin Yuan flipped his palm, revealing a square token that appeared in his hand. This token bore the inscription of Saint Sun, a remarkable artifact. Earlier, that so-called wild dog, Saint mentioned wanting your Saint Sun token. Is this it? Qin Yuan inquired, looking at Hong Shitian. Indeed it is. Hong Shitian's heart raced slightly, and he continued, there are only 7 Saint Sun tokens in total. Only those in possession of a Saint Sun token are qualified to participate in the Saint Sun Yinshao arena. Furthermore, there exists an unwritten rule. The Saint Sun Yinshao arena recognizes only the Saint Sun token, not the individual. Thus, the recently mentioned sage of the Far Crane desired the Sacred Sun token that I possess. Senior, from whence did you acquire this Sacred Sun token? Qin Yuan, idly toying with the token in his hand, casually remarked, Oh, I previously eliminated an inconspicuous Wang Qing and extracted it from his spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian was momentarily taken aback. Wang Qing, the Sacred Sun token? He swallowed hard and swiftly retrieved a square jade from his own spatial ring. Indeed, the inscription bearing Wang Qing's name had turned gray. The Taishao Sacred Domain, the third sacred domain, the Wang Clan Sacred Sun, Wang Qing, is dead. You just stated that the Sacred Sun token recognizes the token itself, not the individual, correct? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Hong Shitian nodded. Qin Yuan casually tossed the Sacred Sun token to Lin Chong, proclaiming, My disciples, your opportunity has arrived. Compete in the Sacred Sun Yinshao arena and seize first place. Moreover, let Hong Shitian secure the second position. As for the third place, let others vie for it. Lin Chong received the token, exchanged a glance with Xiao Jin, and promptly replied yes. Master, Chapter 61, The Sacred Domain of Taishao, the 3 Great Sacred Palaces. Gazing at Lin Chong, who had just received the Sacred Sun token from Wang Qing, the semi-saint guardian beside Hong Shitian could not help but exclaim, Elder, should your disciple appear at the Yinshao arena with this Sacred Sun token, the Wang clan will undoubtedly recognize it as Wang Qing's token, which may incite their resentment. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian interjected on behalf of Qin Yuan. Do you believe that the elder fears the Wang clan? The semi-saint guardian suddenly came to his senses, repeatedly tapping his own head. Yes, forgive me, elder, I overthought it. This formidable elder possesses the power to reshape the very fabric of the universe. Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that the guardian meant well. If all members of the Wang clan were as arrogant and overbearing as Wang Qing, then their existence would be rendered unnecessary. With a single statement, the fate of the Wang clan had been sealed. On Xixian en wardli marvelled, hoping the Wang clan would not court their own demise. Otherwise, they would truly face obliteration. Master, when shall we set forth? Lin Chong inhaled deeply, having witnessed his master unleash the formidable 5 fingers of the desolate heaven, which far surpassed his own strength. His desire to grow stronger intensified. The top 3 contenders at the Sacred Sun Yinshao arena could access the mysterious Xianke Heavenly Gate, a realm only semi-saints could aspire to enter. Within that gate lay unparalleled opportunities for every cultivator. He had encountered records in ancient texts detailing extraordinary prodigies who, seizing great fortunes, entered the Xianke heavenly gate during the mid-stage of the supreme realm. Upon emerging, their strength was at least semi-saint level, with some even attaining the status of a saint. Such an opportunity must not be overlooked. "We shall depart tomorrow morning," Qin Yuan said with a gentle smile before returning to the Yiping Xinju in Guiyang City. He had yet to finish the 3 origin chicken there. At this juncture, all sects and forces throughout the entire Jishuan realm remained ensconced in the shadow of that terrifying figure capable of rewriting the very coordinates of existence. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan himself sat at a table in Yiping Xinju, gnawing on a chicken leg and sipping fine wine, a picture of nonchalance, as if to say he had completed his duties and would now retreat into obscurity, concealing his merits and name. The sacred domain of Taishao lies at the convergence of numerous dimensions, forming a realm unto itself. The spiritual energy here is far more abundant than in other dimensions, resulting in a greater multitude of living beings. The population of the human race alone has reached trillions. Moreover, within the sacred domain of Taishao, there exist various smaller spatial realms. These spaces may be independent or occupied by powerful sects, or even by demonic, beast, or other races. Nonetheless, the human race remains predominant within the sacred domain. At this very moment, within the 3rd sacred domain of Taishao, although referred to as the sacred domain, it is merely a spatial realm, long occupied by the Wang family for millennia. The family head spoke in a hushed tone, bowing slightly before the man seated in the principal position. This man, appearing to be of middle age, emanated an aura of formidable power from his brow and possessed striking azure eyes, revealing him to be a sage and indeed one at the pinnacle of his realm. "Is it true that my son has perished? He did not employ the life-preserving measures I provided. How could he possibly have died?" The patriarch of the Wang family appeared to age significantly in that moment. He had but one son. When Wang Qing came into the world thousands of years ago, an extraordinary phenomenon graced the heavens. Wang Qing was heralded as the greatest prodigy of the Wang clan. Though his talents did not rival those of the other sages, he was the youngest among them. Given time, surpassing the other sages was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet now, Wang Qing lay dead, slain in the inconspicuous realm of the 9 mysterious realm. How could he accept such a fate? Patriarch, the other elders within the hall, clenched their fists in silence. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. After a prolonged silence, the family head of the Wang clan suddenly lifted his head. The oppressive aura of a sage at the peak of his power shattered the heavens, causing the entire sacred domain to tremble momentarily. His chilling voice echoed ominously across the skies. "Investigate. Discover who took my son's life. I shall flay them alive, strip their flesh, and condemn their soul to an eternal purgatory." At the patriarch's fury, the very heavens quaked. Subsequently, the entire Wang family commenced a frenzied mobilization. Various intelligence operatives were dispatched with the singular purpose of uncovering the identity of the one who had slain their scion. Meanwhile, in the Taishao sacred domain, amidst ethereal mists and encircling mountains, a sanctuary of spiritual energy thrived. The air was rich and abundant, allowing one to inhale deeply without the need for refinement, directly absorbing the essence within. Taishao Palace stood majestically in this realm, towering as if it were a bridge between earth and sky. Thousands of grand palaces nestle within, all constructed from the exceedingly rare Taishao jade, meticulously carved by those of supreme mastery. The soft, sacred light emanating from these jades greatly benefited the disciples within the Taishao Palace. At the heart of the Taishao Palace lay a celestial pool, known as the Taishao Celestial Pool. Though modest in size and perched atop a mountain peak, its waters were crystal clear, with wisps of pale mist rising gently from its surface. Should an ordinary person inhale even a breath of this mist, one may directly cleanse their sinews and marrow, stepping into the martial path, even altering their very foundation. The pool is teeming with a myriad of extraordinary flowers and herbs, enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the vicinity of the Tai Shao heavenly pool is saturated with a profound sacred resonance. To put it differently, even saints here can accelerate their cultivation. Presently, within the waters of the pool, 3 lotus platforms are discernible. Upon these platforms sit 3 venerable elders. The elder clad in red on the left side, with a somewhat rugged visage, sits in silence with closed eyes. The lotus platform on the far right is occupied by an elder in blue robes, whose azure eyes are intently fixed upon a lotus poised to bloom. In the center, the elder dressed in purple robes is the master of the Tai Shao Palace. He gently taps the void before him, causing ripples to ripple through the space, from which 3 jade vials materialize. Celestial Lotus Elixir. Gentlemen, please. The elder in purple chuckles lightly as he strokes his beard. The elder in blue smiles as he accepts the elixir and begins to savor it. Meanwhile, the elder in red furrows his brow and murmurs, "Speak if there is something to discuss." Very well. The master of Tai Shao Palace sets aside the elixir, gazing at the master of Tai Qian Palace on his right and the master of Tai Yao Palace on his left. He speaks slowly. "I have dispatched the revered saint of Far Crane, stationed in the southern region of the Emperor's domain, and he has perished. I mean to say his soul has been utterly extinguished, and his sacred bones completely obliterated. Chapter 62, having arrived. Shall one not partake in the revelry? Souls eternally extinguished. Sacred bones utterly annihilated? Within the depths of the Tai Shao heavenly pool, the master of the Taiguan Palace, upon hearing these words, registered a flicker of astonishment. Although Yuan's prowess resided within the initial stage of the Saint Realm, his mastery of the Cloud Crane Devouring Sun technique would allow him to contend even against formidable adversaries of the same tier. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, he could effortlessly retreat. How then did he meet such a dire fate? The master of the Tai Shao Palace lowered his gaze and remarked, "To obliterate sacred bones entirely. I cannot help but suspect the involvement of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect." Upon utterance of this statement, the expressions of the other 2 shifted subtly. "Xiaolei, you assert that the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, nestled within their first sacred domain, cannot remain docile and has dispatched their saintess to partake in this sacred Sun Yunqiao competition. What would be their intent?" The master of the Tai Yao Palace furrowed his brow. "This will not disrupt our plans, will it? Yao Lai, our scheme is impeccably devised." The master of the Taiguan Palace interjected, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Even if the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect has interfered, it shall not impede our agenda. We, the 3 supreme palaces, have been preparing for this opportunity at the Xiankei Heavenly Gate for nearly 50,000 years." The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became. "Qianli, do not lose composure," Xiaolei cautioned the master of the Taiguan Palace, speaking slowly. With a deep breath, Qianli nodded, recalibrating his aura. Meanwhile, outside the Tai Shao heavenly pool, the disciples began to sense a sudden alleviation of the pressure weighing upon them. The other disciples of the Tai Shao Palace engaged in animated discussion. The strength of the masters of the Xiaoguan, Taiguan, and Tai Yao palaces is nothing short of terrifying. Just a mere hint of their aura rendered our breaths momentarily suspended. Indeed, the 3 masters have already reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm 50,000 years ago. Now, after another 50 millennia, have they ascended to even greater heights? We, mere disciples, remain oblivious. Within the Tai Shao heavenly pool, Xiaolei extended his finger, causing ripples to dance across the space. Subsequently, a splendid glass fish tank materialized, within which a yin-yang koi swam gracefully. "Qianli, Yao Lai, this sacred Sun Yunqiao competition presents a grand opportunity for the 3 of us," Xiaolei intoned. The koi, in its ceaseless movement, drew near to another koi, revealing its resplendent form. In essence, Xiaolei's gaze lingered on the koi, a hint of avarice shimmering in his violet eyes. "We shall soon have the chance to acquire a second Shumi koi. At that juncture, with both koi, we can pinpoint the precise location of the Shumi Ziji pearl." As he spoke, Xiaolei's breath grew noticeably heavier. The gazes of the other 2 men sparkled with anticipation. As the masters of the Tai Shao, Taiguan, and Tai Yao palaces, they had each reached the zenith of the Saint Realm 50,000 years prior. Now, they had attained an even more complete state of perfection. No matter how one pursued cultivation, further advancement eluded them. To break the shackles of the saint's pinnacle, one must harness the formidable treasures of heaven and earth. The Shumi pearl, if found and refined, would undoubtedly facilitate the transcendence of this layer of constraints. Although the three supreme palaces are considered the apex of the Taishao sacred domain, upon reaching their current level of power, they realize that this sacred domain is but a mere drop in the vast ocean of the grand cosmos. At that moment, while the three supreme palaces conspired regarding the mystical gate of heaven, the sky above an ancient city within the Taishao sacred domain abruptly shattered like a mirror. From this rift emerged two figures. The individual on the left bore a somewhat delicate appearance, resembling a fragile scholar, adorned in flowing azure robes that seemed to ripple like water. Beside him stood a youth clad in black. "Brotherly, are you truly certain that you have not misperceived?" inquired the black-clad youth, a hint of exasperation in his smile, as if thoroughly accustomed to such inquiries. "It cannot be mistaken." The gentle visage of the azure-robed man was alight with indescribable excitement. "This time I am certain. My master has said that once I surpass the pinnacle of the saint level and reach a higher realm, I will be able to sense the river of reincarnation. This direction is infallible. The river of reincarnation has manifested." The black-clad youth shrugged, unable to suppress his skepticism, recalling how in previous instances this same assurance had been expressed. Yet, the more this unfolded, the more intrigued he became by the master of the one before him. What kind of formidable being could cultivate a talent as extraordinary as Li Ruoshui? In just a few millennia, he had surged from a common practitioner to the pinnacle of the saint level, transcending barriers as if they were mere illusions. Achieving this remarkable state a mere 10,000 years ago. Recently, he had even breached the constraints of the saint's pinnacle, ascending to an even higher realm, the great saint level. Before a great saint, even a saint must prostrate. What a terrifying gift. He has outshone the prodigies of our realm. "Brother Fong, you need not accompany me." Li Ruoshui sighed, gazing at the black-clad youth. "That is out of the question." Fong Mo waved his hands emphatically. "My family has calculated the celestial mechanics, ultimately expending the accumulated fortune of millennia to ascertain that simply following you guarantees a great opportunity will arise. Therefore, brotherly, I am resolutely by your side." Resigned, Li Ruoshui could only acquiesce. "Then where shall we venture now?" asked Fong Mo. "I am uncertain. The aura of the river of reincarnation vanished a day ago." Li Ruoshui replied, shaking his head helplessly. "Had it not been for the cultivation technique bestowed upon me by my master pertaining to the river of reincarnation, I would not have sensed its presence." Fong Mo, seemingly prepared for this, chuckled. "I anticipated this, which is why I inquired about the Taishao sacred domain before our departure. Considering the timing, the sacred domain is currently hosting the Saint Sun Yunshao tournament, a competition jointly organized by the three supreme palaces of the Taishao sacred domain. Kulme, since we are here, shall we join the festivities?" Upon noticing Li Ruoshui's hesitation, Fong Mo immediately reassured her. "Rest assured, it will be just like before. No revealing our presence. No provoking any consequences." Hearing this, Li Ruoshui finally exhaled softly in relief. "Well then, very well." Observing her response, Fong Mo smiled and said, "Let's be on our way." The moment his words fell, his figure appeared to become translucent. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be merely an afterimage left in place. In an instant, he and Li Ruoshui traversed vast distances, their passage causing a slight ripple in the fabric of spatial order. If one were to say that a sage could annihilate an entire continent, then a great sage could indeed obliterate an entire realm. It was evident that both Fong Mo and Li Ruoshui were formidable beings, transcending the pinnacle of sagehood and embodying the realm of great sages. Chapter 63. The Sacred Bone Sect and the Soul Clan in a certain area of the Rainbow Bridge within the Taishao sacred domain. Ethereal waves began to emerge from the spatial law formation. Several figures materialized from within. Is this truly the Taishao sacred domain? The spiritual energy here is indeed somewhat abundant, yet nothing more than that. Upon arriving in the Taishao sacred domain, Qin Yuan assessed the celestial energy and offered his evaluation. On behalf of the Hong clan, we welcome our esteemed elder. At the forefront of the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation array, over 100 individuals, ranging from those of the Supreme Realm to half-saints and early to late-stage saints of the Hong clan, spoke in respectful unison. The leader among them was none other than Hong Zhun, the patriarch of the Hong clan, one of the 5 great clans within the Taishao sacred domain. A day prior, Hong Shutian had dispatched one of his protectors back to the clan to relay the events transpiring in the southern region of the Emperor continent to his father. Upon hearing the protector's account, Hong Zhun was so exhilarated that he spent the entire night in restless anticipation. According to the protector's narrative, that elder possessed the ability to effortlessly tear apart the celestial canopy, allowing the river of reincarnation to descend into the mortal realm, and with a mere gesture, could shatter an entire world. Furthermore, with even more terrifying power, he could reshape that world anew. Such a super being, endowed with boundless might, was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Hong clan. Moreover, the clan's protector had mentioned that Hong Shutian's performance had been commendable in the eyes of the Exalted One. The elder had even casually promised that Hong Shutian would secure second place in the upcoming Sacred Sun Yinshao competition. This nearly sent Hong Zhun into a state of euphoria. Who were those individuals across from them? Even the patriarch of the Hong clan had come personally to extend a welcome. Who could possibly be unaware of their significance? Certainly not those of us just entering the Supreme Realm. Indeed, the cultivators bustling around them were equally astonished upon witnessing this scene. While the Hong clan was not the pinnacle of families within the Taishao sacred domain, they were certainly among the foremost here. Yet, such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. Could it be that visitors from the upper realms had arrived? That is certainly beyond our capacity to discuss. At this moment, Hong Zhun approached Qin Yuan with utmost reverence. He then bowed deeply and said, "The clan has prepared a feast, crafted by the finest chefs of the Taishao sacred domain." Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Excellent, let us proceed. In life, the joys of dining and drinking are paramount." Qin Yuan perceived the essence of life with clarity. "Yes, esteemed elder." Hong Zhun waved his hand, and a splendid flying vessel appeared above the Rainbow Bridge. The group then began their journey to the 5th sacred domain of the Taishao sacred domain. The vessel traversed at remarkable speed, crossing several continents in just an hour, arriving at the Hong clan's abode. A mere 15 minutes later, Qin Yuan sat at the head of the table, surveying the sumptuous feast laid before him, and without hesitation, he began to indulge heartily. Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong were not ones to be overly pretentious either. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Qin Yuan spoke. "Just now, during the transit at Hongxiao, I heard Hong Shutian mention that the so-called Saintess and the members of the Soul Clan are formidable adversaries. Who are these 2 individuals? Furthermore, please elaborate on the Saint Sun Yinshao arena." In response, Hong Zhun respectfully replied, "To answer your question, esteemed elder, the upcoming Saint Sun Yinshao arena is jointly organized by the 3 supreme palaces. It will take place at the peak of the Wanxia mountain range, and on the day the arena opens, countless cultivators will gather to observe. The participants in the Saint Sun Yinshao arena will be from the families within our 7 great sacred domains. 50,000 years ago, the 3 supreme palaces issued 7 Saint Sun tokens, allowing anyone below the saint level to compete for them. Those who secure a token will earn the right to participate in the Saint Sun Yinshao arena, and those who possess a Saint Sun token are deemed Saint Suns. Each Saint Sun may bring along 2 companions of the highest semi-saint realm. As long as they place in the top 3, their companions will also gain entry to the Xiankei Heaven Gate." Gently tapping his fingers on the table, Qin Yuan conjured a Saint Sun token before him, nodding slightly in comprehension. "I see. No wonder there are multiple auras emanating from this token." He gestured for Hong Zhun to continue. "As for the other families possessing Saint Sun tokens, our Hong clan is not daunted." However, Hong Zhun took a deep breath. The Bone Puppet Sacred Sect from the 1st sacred domain and the Soul Clan from the 2nd sacred domain are indeed formidable opponents. The Bone Puppet Sacred Sect specializes in the art of bone cultivation. Their saintess, Zhugu Rao, is exceptionally skilled in bone refining techniques. It is said that even saints have been refined by her. The Soul Clan, on the other hand, focuses on soul cultivation. Their Saint's son, Hun Li, wields powerful soul refining techniques that primarily target the minds of his opponents. If a novice saint underestimates him, they may very well fall victim to his bizarre soul refining methods. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. One refines bones, the other refines souls. Both are ruthless methods. Yet one cannot deny that such cultivation techniques can lead to rapid advancements in strength and surpassing combat capabilities within the same realm. What are your thoughts? He turned to regard Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Master, leave Hun Li to me. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with flames. He had long been a sworn enemy of the Soul Clan. I will handle the Bone Puppet Sacred Sect. Lin Chong's gaze remained calm. He would not show mercy merely because his opponent was a woman. After all, he practiced the Great Wilderness Technique. He had no emotions. His sole ambition was to grow stronger. Very well, it is settled, Qin Yuan declared, rising to his feet. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, heed your master's teachings. Your objective in this Saint's Son Yinshao arena is to demonstrate to the prodigies of the Taishao sacred domain what true genius looks like. Let them understand that they are, in fact, inconsequential. Instantly, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stood tall, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. They clasped their fists in salute to Qin Yuan, affirming, yes. Master. Beside them, Hong Shitian also stood up and cleared his throat. After all, he was among the prodigies mentioned by Qin Yuan. It was time for these so-called geniuses to witness the world. Qin Yuan's gaze was distant as he turned to Hong Zhun and inquired, how many days remain until the Holy Sun's Cloud Summit? In response, Hong Zhun promptly replied, 10 days remain. Is there a cultivation secret realm within the clan? Qin Yuan further questioned. Indeed, Onzen affirmed. In these 10 days, I wish to guide my 2 disciples and will require the use of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhun repeatedly urged, please feel free to make use of our clan's secret realm. Very well, Qin Yuan nodded. He then glanced at Hong Shitian and said, for these 10 days, Hong Shitian, you may also attend the secret realm as an observer. Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian felt a jolt of excitement coursing through him. He trembled with exhilaration, his words slightly quavering. Why, yes, esteemed. Esteemed elder. Hong Zhun was equally animated, his brows dancing with joy. He understood that this was an extraordinary opportunity graciously bestowed upon his son by a formidable figure. This was indeed a true fortuity. Qin Yuan, observing the elation of Hong Shitian, turned his attention to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Come, for these 10 days, I shall provide you with specialized training. Be sure to prepare healing elixirs. With a warm smile gracing his face, Qin Yuan then addressed Hong Shitian, saying, yes, you should also prepare a few more. Chapter 64. The 3 Ancient Characters. 10 days. Just these 10 days. Within the cultivation secret realm of the Hong family, Hong Shitian truly witnessed what it meant to be a prodigy. In the secret realm, Xiao Jin stood majestically in the void. As the mark on his forehead flickered incessantly, the sea of clouds above transformed into an endless expanse of crimson. At this moment, a blazing, otherworldly flame began to surge around him, all born from the heavenly fire that Xiao Jin had integrated within himself. The heavenly fire danced, each flicker radiating an aura potent enough to annihilate the heavens and earth. Xiao Jin was now operating the celestial incineration technique at a critical juncture. He was wholly absorbed, with the heavenly fire within him swirling like a raging dragon, coursing relentlessly through his meridians. Below, seated upon a stone platform, Hong Shitian watched this scene unfold, swallowing hard. Flames continuously fused in the palm of Xiao Jin's hand, causing the surrounding space to warp under the intense heat. Then, he witnessed dozens of varieties of heavenly fire merging, compressing, and coalescing under Xiao Jin's command. Gradually, they began to outline the form of a colossal ruler. The giant ruler solidified, and soon a massive, resplendently red ancient ruler appeared in Xiao Jin's right hand. The ruler, born of the integrated heavenly fire, was inscribed with ancient heavenly fire runes, the patterns of which shifted and changed in the flickering light of the flames. It resembled a breathing entity, pulsating in rhythm with the flames. The giant ruler lacked a sharp edge, yet at the moment of its formation, an invisible pressure began to emanate, intimidating all in its vicinity. The eternal fire, celestial ruler, forged from the essence of heavenly fire, had now fully materialized, radiating an oppressive heat that seemed capable of reducing all to ashes. With a colossal ruler in hand, Xiao Jin stood in the void, enveloped by heavenly fire, as if he truly embodied a fire deity from the ancient past. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings over these 10 days. They have deepened my understanding of the celestial incineration technique." Xiao Jin felt the overwhelming power contained within the eternal fire, celestial ruler, his expression brimming with excitement. "Calm down." In the sky, a jade chair hovered steadily, and Qin Yuan leaned against its back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Your development of the celestial incineration technique is barely at 20%. There is much more room for improvement." Xiao Jin solemnly bowed in Qin Yuan's direction. "Yes, Master. I shall heed your teachings with utmost diligence." "Indeed." Qin Yuan nodded slightly, and then remarked, "Now, it is time to observe your junior brother." As his words fell, Xiao Jin turned his gaze towards another direction. At the other end of the Hong family's cultivation secret realm lay a vast forest. There Lin Chong sat in the air, operating the Great Wilderness celestial transformation technique, surrounded by wisps of profound azure energy. At this moment, he stood firm as a rock. The azure energy enveloping him was the ancient and formidable power of the Great Wilderness. This force coursed around Lin Chong, rendering his figure intermittently visible and invisible. Suddenly, the operation of the Great Wilderness celestial transformation technique seemed to have reached a critical juncture, and Lin Chong's brow furrowed deeply. "Break!" A low voice erupted from his lips. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of Great Wilderness power erupted from Lin Chong's dantian, transforming into a deep azure radiance that soared into the heavens. At that very moment, it seemed as if an ethereal dragon's roar echoed through the cosmos. The roar, now distant, now near, was not particularly loud, yet it carried an ancient majesty and profound depth, as if it originated from the primordial age. As the sky began to shift dramatically, the clouds were shredded inch by inch, and the once clear sky was enveloped by tendrils of azure, Great Wilderness power. Amidst the rolling clouds, a colossal azure dragon silhouette gradually emerged. It was not a physical entity, but rather a phantasm, vivid enough that every scale upon its form was distinctly visible. Following its emergence, the azure dragon coiled directly above Lin Chong, its body stretching for thousands of miles, its majestic eyes shimmering with a brilliance akin to the sun and moon. As its whiskers swayed, an endless cascade of Great Wilderness power seemed to wander about. Below, the vast forest began to rustle in response. At this moment, everything in the world appeared to submit beneath the feet of this mighty dragon. Slowly, the azure dragon shadow began to merge with Lin Chong's aura. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward in all directions. On the stone platform below, even Hong Shirtan, who possessed the ninth heaven of the supreme realm, felt a hint of pressure. It was worth noting that Lin Chong was merely at the fourth heaven of the supreme realm. As the azure dragon phenomenon continually fused with Lin Chong, seated in mid-air, gradually opened his eyes. In the next instant, 3 ancient and profound characters materialized in the void before him. Great Wilderness transformation into dragon technique. The 3 deep and majestic ancient characters shimmered with a captivating azure brilliance. They were formed from the purest essence of Great Wilderness power, each character emanating mystery. They appeared before Lin Chong for just a moment before vanishing into his being. At this juncture, Lin Chong had thoroughly comprehended the most formidable martial arts killing technique from the Great Wilderness celestial transformation technique, the Great Wilderness transformation into dragon technique. Meanwhile, below, Hong Shirtian, seated upon the stone platform, gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the air of his cultivation sanctuary. To the left, the sky was rendered crimson by Xiao Jin's heavenly fire, while to the right, The heavens were overtaken by Lin Chong's great wilderness power, radiating azure hues. One side red, the other blue, they dominated the entire sky. A true prodigy. This was the essence of a genuine prodigy. In comparison, I am utterly insignificant. Hong Shirtian swallowed hard once. He had been the pinnacle of speed and comprehension within his family, basking in his own pride. Yet now, he was thoroughly enlightened to what it meant to be a true prodigy. He also understood that 10 days prior, Qin Yuan's words to Lin Chong and Xiao Jin had revealed to the prodigies of Taishao's sacred domain what true excellence truly entailed. Originally, those who covet the titles of Holy Son, Holy Maiden, and Celestial Prodigy are, in Qin Yuan's eyes, insignificant. Master, I have comprehended the dragon transformation technique, Lin Chong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he approached Qin Yuan after stabilizing his aura. Indeed, Qin Yuan replied with a smile, turning to Hong Shirtian below. Let us depart the secret realm. Yes, senior. On Shixian no de d'honnesterie. Upon exiting the secret realm, Hong Zhen, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately felt a jolt of energy. He quickly turned his gaze toward Qin Yuan and the others. Although Xiao Jin and Lin Chong still exuded the aura of the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, their presence now felt distinctly different. As for Hong Shirtian, despite bearing some scars, his impressive strength at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm had become even more formidable, hinting at a nascent trend toward the semi-holy realm. It was evident that they had received guidance from a superior being. Hong Zhen excitedly bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. On behalf of my son, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your guidance. Senior. Qin Yuan nodded. There is no time to lose. Let us go. It is time to meet the prodigies of the Tai Shao Holy Domain. Yes, senior. Chapter 65. The Gathering of the Holy Sons. The grand contest approaches. The Wanxia mountain range, nestled within the celestial domain of Tai Shao, is a land of eternal daylight. This enchanting locale, perpetually bathed in radiant mist, has earned its name, Wanxia, for its breathtaking vistas. Here, the twilight hours resemble the brightness of day, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Presently, atop Wanxia Mountain, thousands of figures are soaring toward this place. Whether one arrives by flying vessel from the heights, ascends from the mountain's base, or even tears through the fabric of space to land here, one thing is certain. Today marks the most bustling occasion in the Wanxia mountain range in 50 millennia. For today, the grand competition for the title of Holy Son, held every 50,000 years in the Taishao sacred domain, is about to commence. This remarkable event is jointly organized by the 3 most powerful palaces of Taishao. At the summit of Wanxia Mountain, a colossal platform appears as if cleaved by a mighty sword. Surrounding this platform is an arena capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. At the heart of the main peak stands a structure crafted from yinxiao stones, fortified by a grand array, capable of withstanding the assaults of semi-saints. Even the power of a saint can be resisted to some extent. In this moment, elders and leaders from various sects arrive, accompanied by their most esteemed disciples, eager to witness the spectacle. Although none may attain the status of a holy son, observing the battles among these prodigies is immensely beneficial for them. At this juncture, in the southeastern corner of the spectator stands, the first row features Fong Mo offering a platter of fruits to his companion, Li Ruoxue. Brother Li, will you not partake? Such an occasion demands a fruit platter. He urges. Dressed in a green robe, Li Ruoxue replies with a hint of exasperation. Brother Fong, as agreed, after we conclude our observation of the Holy Sun contest, we shall depart immediately. I still need to continue my search for my master. The resonance of the river of reincarnation has become so faint that it is nearly imperceptible. Yet Li Ruoxue is reluctant to abandon hope. 2 millennia ago, he had inquired about it from his master in the ancient tomb, who had informed him that should he ever sense the river of reincarnation, it would signify his master's emergence from seclusion. Reflecting on this, Li Ruoxue's breath quickens. His master has bestowed upon him profound blessings, imparting the most formidable techniques of reincarnation, enabling him to shine brilliantly as a new star upon leaving the ancient tomb. swiftly advancing through all realms beneath the Great Sage to reach the Great Sage level within merely 2 millennia. The gratitude he feels towards his master is indelible. Rest assured, brotherly, there is no need for haste, Fong Imo swiftly reassures him. Once we have witnessed the contest among the holy sons, we shall set forth without delay. Moreover, this contest is the most vibrant spectacle in the Taishao sacred domain. Were your master to be present in this realm, he would undoubtedly join the festivities. Perhaps your master is here among us. Hearing Fong Mo's comforting words, Li Ruoxue can only nod in resignation, indeed. Subsequently, the method of reincarnation continued to operate quietly within, seeking traces of the river of reincarnation. At Mount Wanxia, the main peak, the reception hall for the Holy Sun was bustling. The party from Qin Yuan had already arrived at this location. Hong Shitian approached the Grand Hall and produced the Holy Sun's token. The 2 attendant maidens at the entrance nodded immediately, then escorted Hong Shitian into the hall. The trio from Qin Yuan advanced to the front of the hall. Lin Shong took out the Wang family's Holy Sun's token. Upon uttering these words, the expression of the attendant maidens subtly shifted. There were only 7 Holy Sun tokens in existence. While it is true that the token is recognized rather than the individual, the unusual actions of the Wang family in recent times had not gone unnoticed. The token had been seized, and the Wang family's Holy Sun had vanished without a trace. Other families in possession of the Holy Sun token could ascertain through Fong Yu that the Wang family's Holy Sun was deceased. Presently, it was a man of no notable reputation who held the Holy Sun token, which elicited such a reaction. Under the attendant's guidance, the trio from Qin Yuan entered the reception area of the Holy Sun's Grand Hall. Once inside, the maidens softly instructed, "Please wait here while I present the Holy Sun token." Very well. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Just inform us when the conflict arises." With that, he settled onto a wooden chair in the hall, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. After a brief interlude, at the highest observation platform of the arena atop Mount Wanxia, 3 of the 7 great families and factions had already gathered: the Wang family, the Gigu Holy Sect, and the Hun family. Opposite them, the lords of the supreme 3 palaces sat regally upon jade thrones. The master of Taishao Palace glanced at the jade stone in his hand, his brow unfurling as he turned toward the Wang family. He had just received word that the Wang family's Holy Sun token had been presented, with 3 individuals in attendance. Among them, only 2 were there to partake in the battle for the Holy Sun. The 3rd appeared to be their master. How audacious of them to come! They must be tired of living. The head of the Wang family exclaimed, crushing the intricately carved dragon's head on the jade seat with his right hand. The immense pressure of a late-stage saint surged forth. "Patriarch, steady yourself," the elders beside him urged in hushed tones. "The master of the supreme 3 palaces has assured us that we will receive an explanation regarding this matter." Hearing this, Wang Shanyue restrained the tempestuous power within him and forcibly closed his eyes. He truly had not anticipated that the murderer of his son would dare to use his son's Holy Sun token to participate in this Holy Sun Yunqiao arena. Rest assured, Wang Patriarch, while we cannot address this openly, after the contest for the Holy Sun concludes, we shall seek those 3 individuals to provide a satisfactory explanation to your family, Xiaolei stated, narrowing his eyes. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Gigu Holy Sect and the Hun family seemed indifferent to the affair. Their sole objective was to ensure that their own holy son or holy daughter claimed victory in this Holy Sun Yunqiao arena. Then, upon entering the celestial gate of profound secrets, one achieves the status of a sage. Sages can be classified into 2 categories. The first type ascends to sagehood through the accumulation of cultivation, a gradual and arduous process marked by the relentless passage of time. This constitutes the majority of those in the sage realm. The second type, however, gains enlightenment and attains sagehood upon crossing the celestial gate of profound secrets. Remarkably, there are even exceptionally talented individuals capable of leaping across several levels in one stride. This is precisely why the Bone Puppet Sacred Sect and the Soul Clan aspire to secure the top position. The 7 prodigies, along with their companions, are already prepared. With a deep breath, Xiaolei rose from the jade chair, gazing at the bustling cloud summit arena before him. He exchanged a glance with Qianli and Yaolai beside him. In an instant, the trio vanished, only to reappear amidst the stone platform of the arena. "Please, a moment of silence," Xiaolei's voice, tinged with a hint of age, swiftly quelled the cacophony that enveloped the gathering, rendering it as though only his voice resonated through the heavens and earth. The oppressive aura of a sage at the pinnacle of perfection began to gently permeate the atmosphere. "I hereby declare, the Sacred Sun Cloud Summit is officially commenced." Xiaolei wasted no time and immediately announced the initiation of the grand contest of Sacred Suns, held once every 50,000 years. At this moment, Qin Yuan had also brought Xiao Jin and Lin Chong to the viewing seats of the arena. After selecting a prime location, Qin Yuan reclined comfortably. A glance at the three individuals on the platform below quickly extinguished his interest. They were merely sages who had painstakingly reached their peak through the relentless passage of time. However, in the next moment, Qin Yuan's gaze shifted to the southeast corner of the viewing area, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The power of reincarnation. After sensing it, he gasped softly. "Li Ruoshui, this little fellow has also arrived? Let me assess his prowess." Qin Yuan focused intently for a moment, then smiled softly. "Not bad, not bad. He has reached the great sage realm. Clearly, he has not been negligent in his cultivation." He nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, a system task was triggered. Ding! System task activated. Encounter the disciple, Li Ruoshui. Reward: 50 trillion points of disciple fortune feedback. Just then, Xiaolei in the arena began to announce the rules for the Sacred Sun battle. Chapter 66. The Prodigies, we have arrived. Xiaolei surveyed the surroundings before proclaiming in a resonant voice. The rules of the Sacred Sun Yunxiao Arena are quite straightforward. There are a total of 7 Sacred Sun tokens. The first match will be a free-for-all, where the 7 holders of the Sacred Sun tokens will enter the arena alongside their companions. The objective is simple: to eliminate one team of Sacred Suns, leaving 6 teams to draw lots for their subsequent battles. Ultimately, 3 teams will emerge victorious. Xiaolei exhaled deeply. These 3 teams will have the opportunity to enter the Xiankei Heavenly Gate, granted by the fortuitous encounters of our supreme 3 palaces. Of course, the title of the foremost Sacred Sun must be contested as well. The final 3 teams will face off against each other, and the victor shall be crowned the Sacred Sun. He then outlined some fundamental competition rules. For instance, in the contest of the Sacred Suns, one must exert their utmost efforts. If one perishes on the arena, it is simply a testament to their inadequacy. There are 2 methods of defeat: being knocked off the Taishao Stone Arena or meeting death. After all, this is the Sacred Sun contest of the Taishao Holy Domain. Held once every 50,000 years, trivial skirmishes do not merit the title of Sacred Sun. Upon concluding Xiaolei's explanation, Qin Yuan, reclining in his chair in the stands, rubbed his brow. After all this time, it amounted to nothing more than a lawless brawl. One succinct sentence encapsulated Xiaolei's elaboration on the Sacred Sun competition rules. "Disciples, the stage has been set for you. Now let's astonish these prodigies," Qin Yuan exclaimed, tossing a linglong fruit from the platter on the side table into his mouth. "Yes, master." Lin Chong and Xiao Jin nodded confidently. At that moment, Xiaolei had returned to the hosting platform and began to call out, "Now, may all holders of the Sacred Sun tokens enter the arena." As his words echoed, a peculiar black mist suddenly enveloped the previously empty Yunxiao arena. As the mist swirled, 3 figures gradually stepped forth. Leading them was none other than Han Li. Beside him were his 2 companions. One was Han Wuyo, while the other was meant to be Han Wuhai. However, Han Wuhai's life token had shattered a fortnight prior, inciting Han Wuyo's fury. Yet, with the Sacred Sun competition imminent, he suppressed his wrath and followed another guardian of the family alongside Sacred Sun Han Li to participate in this Yunxiao arena. The Sacred Sons of the Han clan, Han Li and Han Wuyo. The other appeared to be the clan's second elder. Their strength, gasp, they're all semi-saints. Upon sensing the presence of Han Li and his companions, the cultivators in the stands swallowed hard. The requirement to participate in the Sacred Sun Yunxiao arena is to be below the rank of a saint. Yet here stood the three from the Han clan, all of whom were semi-saints. This clearly illustrates their grand ambitions for this contest. As soon as the trio of souls appeared, a subtle distortion rippled through the space hundreds of feet in front of them. It was as if something was lurking beyond the veil of reality, yearning to tear through the fabric of space. In the next moment, the air was violently sliced open by a pair of skeletal hands. A chilling sound echoed ominously, revealing two stark white skeletons relentlessly prying apart the rift in space. Within the hollow sockets of their eye sockets flickered a ghastly purple flame. Following this, a woman clad in crimson stepped forth with grace. Her beauty was striking, yet an unsettling aura enveloped her entire being. Her violet gaze swept across the arena, causing those of lesser cultivation to feel as though their very souls were being siphoned away, leaving their bones trembling with dread. As they regained their composure, a chill ran down the spines of all present, and cold sweat broke out upon their brows. The woman in red stood proudly, flanked by the two eerily white skeletons that loomed silently beside her. The Sacred Bone Sect. They possessed the terrifying ability to transform the living into bone puppets. Moreover, they could cultivate these puppets through methods as cruel as the soul-refining techniques of the Soul Clan. Zhu Guzhao, the saintess of the Sacred Bone Sect. Legends spoke of those who pursued her, only to be refined into mere bone puppets themselves. How utterly terrifying! Her power, astonishingly, was at the half-saint realm. And what of her minions? Did she require assistance? The two skeletal servants at her side were already formidable enough to rival a half-saint. As the cultivators murmured amongst themselves, the focus shifted to Hong Shitian of the Han clan from the Fifth Sacred Domain. Alone, he ascended the celestial arena, a sight that left the onlookers utterly baffled. The Han clan? Just the saint alone? Had they conceded defeat? This seemed implausible, although the Han clan might not surpass the Soul Clan or the Sacred Bone Sect. They were certainly stronger than many of the other saintly families. Could it be that he harbored confidence in breaking into the top three? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, on the celestial arena, Han Li regarded the solitary figure of Hong Shitian with a raised brow. Hong Shitian, did your clan sin but you alone? Hong Shitian cast a glance at Han Li, rolling his eyes in disregard. What concern was it of his? After all, a powerful ally had already promised him a place among the top three. Perhaps it was better to face this alone. Hong Shitian, it has been a while, yet your temper remains as fiery as ever. Han Li narrowed his eyes, a cold glint surfacing. You are still as you were, atop the supreme nine heavens. You have yet to step into the half-saint realm. I wonder what audacity empowers you to participate in this saintly, celestial arena. Hong Shitian simply closed his eyes, choosing to ignore Han Li. In days past, he might have shown some deference to Han Li, but with the backing of his formidable ally, he now relished the comfort of having a solid foundation. Immediately following, the remaining holy sons from the Liu, Ma, and Liu families, accompanied by two companions each, ascended the Holy Sons Cloud Summit. Although these three families ranked lower, their holy sons possessed formidable strength, standing at the 8th or 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Thus, the arena was now graced by 6 factions, with only the Wang family yet to make their appearance. Where one might wonder is the holy son of the Wang family. It is surprising not to see him, as I recall the Wang family's holy son being quite arrogant. Logically, one would expect such a figure to emerge shortly after the initial contestants. Have you not heard? The Wang family has been scouring the entire realm for the past 2 weeks, as it is rumored that their holy son has been slain. What? Moreover, the holy son's token was also seized by the assailants. How ruthless! Which formidable adversary could have done this? I cannot say. Just as the surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong exchanged a glance, bowed respectfully to Qin Yuan, and then stepped forward in unison. In an instant, the space rippled, and they found themselves in the arena of the Holy Sons Cloud Summit. At that moment, all eyes were upon Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. They slowly surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, "The prodigies of the Tai Xiao Holy Domain have arrived." Chapter 67. The master once said, "Let you lie and win." As Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stepped into the arena, all the surrounding cultivators, along with the holy sons upon a Yunxiao platform, fell into a profound silence. Every gaze converged upon the two figures standing resolutely in the center. One cloaked in crimson, the other in azure. They presented a striking contrast. The red figure bore a faint smile, while the fiery lotus mark upon his brow stood out prominently. In stark contrast, the blue-robed man exuded an air of indifference, a desolate aura slowly emanating from him. Their names soon appeared inscribed upon the stone beside the Yunxiao platform. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong. These are the ones who kill my son, roared Wang Shangyue, the head of the Wang family, as he fixed his furious gaze upon Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. They are merely at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Suddenly, the previously closed-eyed master Qin Yuan opened his eyes, momentarily disregarding Wang Shanyue's words, his expression betraying surprise. Beside him, Master Yaolai of Taiyao Palace gazed at Xiao Jin with a slightly greedy glint in his eyes. That Xiao Jin, impressive indeed. He possesses such a myriad of heavenly fires, yet manages to harmonize them all. Clearly, he wielded an extraordinarily potent fire control technique. It bears striking similarities to the methods of my Taiyao Palace. Observing this, Qin Yuan immediately deduced the fate that awaited the one named Xiao Jin. Meanwhile, within the audience of the Yunxiao platform, whispers began to circulate. What is happening? Can those at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm truly participate in this holy sun battle? If that is the case, can I, at the 5th level, join as well? Join? Can you even contend with Han Li or Zhu Guirao? Cough, cough. How dare they step up? Surely they possess some hidden trump cards. As discussions ensued, in the southeastern corner of the spectator area, Fang Mo regarded Xiao Jin and Lin Chong with a hint of astonishment. Supreme. 4th level? Impossible. Do they possess some treasure that conceals their true aura? Gently probing with his perception, Fang Mo's expression shifted to one of incredulity. They indeed possess the strength of the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. However, their spiritual energy and divine essence were remarkably solid. In fact, he could not assure himself that, at the 4th level, he had such a robust foundation as they did. Given time, their strength would undoubtedly surpass his. Fang Mo silently assessed their potential. Beside him, Li Ruoshui nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the duo, feeling the fierce and unyielding aura that surrounded them. Somehow, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps he was simply yearning for his master too much. Li Ruoshui took a deep breath and continued to silently cultivate the cycle technique within him, solely to sense the fluctuations of the previously manifested cycle river. Brother Li, you are rather dull. Since we have arrived here, why not take a guess at who might secure a top 3 position? Fang Mo gazed at the contemplative Li Ruoshui and couldn't help but tap his arm. Li Ruoshui reluctantly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the saints in the arena. After a moment of reflection, he countered, "Then, Brother Fang, what do you think? I believe the top 3 will be Zhu Guirao from the Skeleton Saint sect, Han Li from the Han clan, and then either Xiao Jin or Lin Zhong." Fang Mo pondered for a moment before continuing. "I think Zhu Guirao will take 1st place, Han Li 2nd, and the 3rd will be a contest between Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. Although the power within Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong is remarkably solid and robust, the disparity in their cultivation levels is indeed substantial. Both Zhu Guirao and Han Li are semi-saints. Not to mention they have semi-saint companions and semi-saint puppets at their disposal." Fang Mo's analysis was quite astute. At that moment, Li Ruoshui shook his head and remarked, "My master has advised me never to underestimate any opponent based solely on their cultivation level. And is this level disparity truly significant? I, at the 3rd heaven of the Supreme Realm, have slain several semi-saints." Fang Mo's expression shifted slightly at these words. "How can anyone compare to you? A prodigy? Your mastery of the cycle technique allows you to transcend great realms and defeat foes without difficulty. I can only say, those semi-saints must have failed to choose an auspicious day when they ventured forth to flaunt their prowess. A fortunate day turned into an ill-fated one. How can one make sense of that?" Fang Mo redirected the conversation. "So, Brother Li, what is your perspective?" "I believe the 1st place will go to Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. Li Ruoxue felt an inexplicable confidence in Lin Zhong and Xiao Jin. All right, let us wager on tonight's banquet. Feng Mo chuckled. Loser treats. Li Ruoxue smiled and nodded lightly. At that moment, on the podium, Xiao Lei announced loudly, "Since the 7 holders of the Saint Sun decree and your companions have taken the stage, let us begin. In the first match, the first to concede or be knocked off the stage will be eliminated." As the voice fell, Xiao Jin suddenly raised his right hand. "May I inquire, what if more than one person is defeated?" He looked towards the master of Tai, Xiao Palace, and spoke gently. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback by the question before responding. Then, naturally, they will be eliminated together. That's good. After receiving the answer, Xiao Jin exhaled with relief. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong had already begun to silently cultivate the great wilderness finger technique. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense with Xiao Jin's inquiry. "You arrogant brat." The saint of the Liu clan scoffed at Xiao Jin. Then, he turned to the other scions of the families beside him and said, "Gentlemen, why do we not join forces and first defeat these two who have reached the 4th realm of the Supreme?" The scion of the Ma family nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I concur." The scion of the Liu family echoed his sentiment. At that moment, Hong Shitian swiftly approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, turning to face the scions of the 3 great families opposite them. "Hong Shixiao, have you lost your mind?" The scions of these families were momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing their faces. "These 2 are my brothers," Hong Shitian proclaimed, patting his chest. This scene also drew the attention of Hun, Li, and Zhu Giru. "Hong Shitian, our master has instructed us to let you secure an effortless victory. You need not lift a finger." Xiao Jin gently patted Hong Shitian on the shoulder. He then slowly stepped forward as a pattern resembling a fiery lotus began to emerge beneath his feet. A wave of intense heat gradually surged forth. Gazing ahead, Xiao Jin declared, "Before ascending the stage today, our master informed my brother and me of 2 choices for you. First, you may withdraw voluntarily and face a modicum of disgrace. Second, I shall forcefully remove you from the stage, resulting in equal humiliation. Should you fail to make a choice within 3 breaths, the second will be assumed." A smile graced Xiao Jin's face, exuding calm confidence. Lin Chong, standing beside him, could not help but marvel. "Truly impressive, brother. You have indeed learned well from our master." Chapter 68. One strike shatters all 9 of us in the 9th heaven. Are you even human? Upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, all the cultivators who had gathered to witness the battle gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this person? His demeanor is so overbearing. Yet, he is merely at the 4th level of Supreme Realm, while his opponents are all at the 9th heaven of Supreme Realm. Even with the backing of the Hong family's saint, there is no way they could triumph over their adversaries, is there? The saint of the Ma family, witnessing this scene, waved his sleeve in disdain. "Arrogance! I have never encountered someone so audacious. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat us." The saint of the Liu family stepped forward, scoffing. Beside them, several companions at the 9th heaven of Supreme Realm began to prepare for battle. With the saints of the Ma, Liu, and Liu families united, they formed a formidable alliance, accompanied by a total of 9 cultivators at the 9th heaven of Supreme Realm. "Brother, there is no need to waste words on these individuals." Lin Chong stepped forward without any preamble, raised his hand, and pointed the desolate heaven prisoner finger. He preferred action over speech. If a fight was to ensue, he would engage directly. With a thunderous crack, a massive azure finger manifested in the void, enveloped in a dense aura of the great desolation. Golden inscriptions coiled around it, radiating a terrifying power. The fiery anger lotus. Without further ado, Xiao Jin followed suit. As his junior brother had already made his move, the fusion of the 3-colored fire lotus was now effortless for him. In an instant, a colossal tricolored fire lotus appeared in his palm, and he hurled it fiercely towards the Ma family's saints and their companions. As the fire lotus spun, the very fabric of space began to shatter. The desolate heaven prisoner finger continued to obliterate everything in its path. This horrifying spectacle left all the cultivators present at the St. S. Cloud Summit feeling a chill run down their spines. On the cloud summit, Confronted with such a terrifying display of martial prowess, the Ma family saints furrowed their brows deeply. Indeed, a flicker of fear was discernible in their eyes. Their auras were firmly locked by their adversary's technique, leaving them no avenue of escape. Moreover, they dared not flee, for such an action would imply that 9 cultivators at the 9th heaven of Supreme Realm were outmatched by 2 at the 4th level. Steeling themselves, the 9 of them gritted their teeth and began to unleash their family's ultimate techniques. Yet alas, the might of the fiery anger lotus and the desolate heaven prisoner finger was far too immense. The power of a casual strike was comparable to that of a half-saint. Boom! Bang! At the moment their techniques clashed, the outcome was already decided. The 9 saints of the 9th heaven and their companions were sent reeling. Spitting blood, their spirits utterly depleted. Stumbling backward, the force of that finger, infused with the power of the fire lotus, remained undiminished, striking directly toward the edge of the cloud sky platform. However, upon contact with the platform's periphery, a golden radiance emerged, resembling a vast, luminous shield that dispersed the oncoming energy. That formidable attack was effortlessly neutralized. How terrifying! The might of this finger technique and the fire lotus was astonishingly potent. Is this truly the strength befitting a supreme being of the 4th heaven? What have I been cultivating? A fellow practitioner, also of the 4th heaven, had already breached their defenses. The others, witnessing the attack being mitigated by the luminous shield, exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the sacred rhythms of the esteemed leaders surrounding the cloud sky platform were in place. Otherwise, had that finger and the fire lotus struck the spectators, the casualties would have been unimaginable. Dark horses. So they're the dark horses. The world has never been devoid of such unexpected talents. There have been instances where formidable prodigies emerged from obscurity, initially unrecognized, only to annihilate all peers of their rank, becoming dark horses. With a single strike, all 9 contestants of the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm fell. They lost their combat effectiveness, gazing vacantly at Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, their eyes filled with palpable terror. Is there no justice in this world? 2 practitioners of the 4th heaven defeated us, 9 of the 9th layer, with a single move? This is unfathomable. This singular thought reverberated in the minds of the 9. How ruthless! Hong Shitian watched this scene, swallowing hard. He realized that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had grown far stronger than during their time in the 9 Xin realm. Their ascendance was evident, evolving at a visibly remarkable pace. Indeed, one must compare and contrast. The strong prevail over the weak. On the platform, Xiao Lei observed with a hint of astonishment on his face. Meanwhile, Yao Lai could hardly contain his excitement, gazing fervently at Xiao Jin. The method of fire integration. This is precisely what our Tai Yao Palace has long sought after. How utterly unexpected that heaven would bestow upon me such a grand gift. If only. Yao Lai's throat quivered rapidly. If he could acquire such a technique, he could refine all 6 types of heavenly fires that rank within the top 20 on the heavenly fire list, which have been passed down in Tai Yao Palace. At that moment, breaking through the shackles of the Saint Pinnacle would be a mere formality. The realm above the Saint Pinnacle is the very pinnacle of Yao Lai's aspirations. Reflecting on this, his eyes brimmed with unabashed greed. Seeing Yao Lai's demeanor, Xiao Lei chuckled. Yao Lai, I extend my early congratulations to Tai Yao Palace for soon gaining another genius disciple. While Xiao Lei was also astonished by Xiao Jin's technique of fire integration. He practiced the Tai Xiao Lei method, not the heavenly fire method, and could only watch in silence. At this moment, Qian Li turned his gaze and spoke. Yao Lai, do not rejoice too soon. Xiao Jin indeed possesses a master. But what of having a master? He is merely a cultivator at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Even if his master is formidable, he is still just a sage, is he not? Yao Lai waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. In our Tai Yao Palace, a sage is merely an elder. As long as he joins our Tai Yao Palace, he can freely learn our techniques, and all the elders will be available to guide him. Qian Li shook his head and replied, what if he refuses? Does he dare to refuse? Yao Lai's gaze suddenly turned perilous. If he were to decline, one could only lament his fate, a prodigious talent squandered, perhaps destined to perish along the way. Qianli narrowed his eyes. They were all too familiar with Yao Li's temperament. He had devoted his life to mastering the Tai Yao divine art. Yet this technique was excessively domineering, requiring the consumption of myriad flames to augment one's power. However, each act of consumption invited a backlash from the essence of fire itself. At Yao Li's current level, he could no longer afford to endure such repercussions. Failure would lead to his demise. Now, suddenly emerging atop the Yunxiao arena was a remarkably powerful, fire-controlling genius. Moreover, this individual possessed the very technique Yao Li had long desired. He was compelled to take action, even if it meant slaying the opponent to seize it. As he had stated, who knows, perhaps this genius would meet an untimely end. An extinguished talent is nothing short of tragic. Chapter 69, Who is Your Brother? The Destruction of the Dark Sky Prison. In the majestic Wanxiao mountain range, atop the towering Yunxiao arena, Xiaolei gazed at the radiant and fierce Yao Li, gently pinching his brow as he murmured, Yao Li, do not overexert yourself. Be wary of your opponent's master seeking an explanation for his disciple. Ha ha! Yao Li laughed heartily. Let his master accompany him in his downfall. Qianli, sitting nearby, chuckled softly in response. Observing this, Xiaolei refrained from further comments. After all, they were the formidable triad of the Taishao, sacred domain, faced with two prodigious talents at the fourth level of the supreme realm and their master, who was at most of the saint realm. There was truly nothing to fear. Rather, to be chosen by one of the triad was a stroke of fortune for them. They should be grateful. In the spectator area, in the southeastern corner, Fang Yemo's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the 9 supreme realm practitioners being effortlessly defeated without a chance to retaliate. Monstrous talent. Why do I feel that these two are as extraordinary as you, brotherly? Li Ruoshui expressed his astonishment. Indeed, they are remarkably strong. It has been a long time since I encountered a genius of similar caliber. Had I not met my master back in the day, I would likely have been on par with you, Brother Fang. His words pierced Fang Mo's heart twice. The first remark clearly indicated that Li Ruoshui did not regard Fang Mo as his equal in genius. The second was even more cutting. What did he mean by implying that without encountering his master, he would merely be like Fang Mo? Am I truly lacking? Fang Mo pondered, questioning himself. Aside from being a millennium older than Li Ruoshui, their cultivation levels were indeed the same. Contemplating this, Fang Mo felt a twitch in his eyelid. In comparing themselves, it seemed he had little to boast about. Indeed, those capable of slaying Wang Qing were no ordinary adversaries. On the Yunxiao arena, Huanli observed the effortless defeat of the other 3 holy sons before locking his gaze onto Xiao Jin and his companion. Huanli and Xiao Jin's eyes met, igniting a fierce battle spirit. Unfazed, Huanli stood confidently, having already stepped into the semi-saint realm. Lin Chong approached Zhu Gu Rao with deliberate steps. Without uttering a word, he fixed his gaze upon her, for he and Xiao Jin had already predetermined their battle targets prior to this encounter. On the Yunxiao arena, Xiaolei inhaled deeply and proclaimed, as 3 holy sons have fallen in a single instance, the format of this competition shall be slightly altered. We shall continue the free-for-all until only 3 factions remain, at which point the top 3 will be decided. The ultimate victor will then claim first place. With the change in rules, the surrounding cultivators erupted into fervent chatter. On one side stood the unexpected dark horse, while on the other were the holy maiden of the skeleton sacred sect and the holy son of the Han clan. This was bound to be a spectacle. It seems you have already chosen your opponents. Huanli's gaze turned icy, his voice as haunting as a specter. He cast his gaze towards Zhu Gu Rua not far away and said, Zhu Gu Rua, let's first join forces to eliminate those 3 together. Then, we can contend for the position of the saint's son, shall we? Zhu Gu Rua lightly waved her sleeve and replied, no problem. Thus, the battlefield had become starkly clear. Zhu Gu Rua, accompanied by 2 half-saint puppets, faced Lin Zhong. Huanli seized 2 half-saint companions to battle Xiao Jin. Each was pitted against 3 half-saints. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Yunxiao arena grew tense and charged. Why not? I shall also join, stepped forward Hong Shitian, who stood behind Xiao Jin. But before he could finish, Xiao Jin interjected, "My master has said, allow you to win effortlessly. You need not take action. However, you must understand that each of you is facing 3 half-saints." Hong Shitian still harbored concerns. Although they had just joined forces to defeat 9 supreme beings of a 9th level, the disparity in strength between a supreme being and a half-saint was akin to a chasm. What's a mere half-saint? Xiao Jin grinned. I have slain one before. In the past, within the grave of the respectful, he had taken down a half-saint. Hearing this, Hong Shitian coughed twice. Hong Shitian, your presence here will hinder my and my senior brother's performance, Lin Zhong stated at this moment. His words made Hong Shitian's lips twitch in response. All right. Lin Zhong, Xiao Jin, I shall withdraw to the side, he conceded. Very well, both Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong nodded. Hong Shitian obediently moved to the edge of the Yunxiao arena. Hong Shitian isn't fighting? Hun Li observed this scene, narrowing his eyes. Against you? That is unnecessary. Xiao Jin's palms began to radiate with scorching heavenly fire, with a multitude of luminous streams dancing around him. His eyes also emitted a golden flame. Hun Klen, come forth in battle. With that declaration, he stepped into the void, each step blossoming like a lotus. One man stood against 3 half-saints, boldly initiating the onslaught. The right half of the Yunxiao arena had already been claimed by Xiao Jin and Hun Li, while on the left, Zhuge Ruo was still scrutinizing Lin Zhong from a distance. He was indeed a handsome man. Why not become my disciple? I may offer you some delightful advantages, she suggested, casting a gentle allure. Just give a nod, and I can grant you pleasures beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Her voice dripped with seduction. Even from the stands, despite the barrier of the holy rhythm, some cultivators were affected, their minds ensnared. Had it not been for their companions promptly delivering slaps to their faces, they would have succumbed entirely. Amidst the sharp sound of slaps, they regained their senses, filled with trepidation. Thank you for those slaps that brought me back to reality. No need for thanks. I can bestow another slap if you wish. Please no. Such terrifying charm. This is the unique allure of the saintess of the puppet saint sect, the soft bone charm. It is rumored that she has wielded this enchanting power to vanquish numerous geniuses of equal standing, subsequently refining them into skeletal puppets. Indeed, it is terrifying. On the left arena, Lin Zhong furrowed his brow. He could distinctly sense a gentle force enveloping him. However, Lin Zhong did not perceive the so-called gentle bone enchantment. Meanwhile, Zhu Gu Riao, standing across from him, exhibited a change in expression. How could the opponent endure within her gentle bone enchantment for such an extended duration? Not even a ripple in his aura. Could it be that he is a mere blockhead? Lin Zhong, dear brother. Zhu Gu Riao exerted her utmost in channeling the gentle bone enchantment. Yet before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Zhong's gaze, imbued with an aura of desolation, swept coldly over Zhu Gu Riao. Do not call me brother recklessly. Who is your brother? If you wish to fight, then let us engage rather than waste words. Although I am unaware of what you just did, my master has warned me that women only serve to hinder my cultivation speed. The next moment, Lin Zhong resolutely struck. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips. Désolate et venez prise en destruction finger. Chapter 70. What are you looking at? Taste my wrathful heavenly lotus. With a single finger pointed, heaven and earth wept. On the left side of the Cloud Summit Arena, Lin Zhong struck without a hint of hesitation. A colossal finger, imbued with formidable destructive force, mercilessly descended upon Zhu Guo Rao. This scene left Zhu Guo Rao, not far away, utterly bewildered. She was confident that her cultivation of the soft bone charm, perfected over millennia, was immensely potent, capable of stirring the hearts of all men. Even the most resolute cultivators, when faced with her, would inevitably be swayed to some extent, hindering their true potential. Yet, this fellow named Lin Zhong appeared completely unaffected, as she gazed at the ferocious azure finger advancing towards her vital point. A hint of displeasure crossed her face. What is going on? How could Lin Zhong remain entirely impervious to the influence of her soft bone charm? Was his composure truly so formidable? Furthermore, It was said that Zhu Guorao, having reached the semi-saint realm, could still exert some effect on even saints with her charm. Could it be that this Lin Chong's resolve surpassed that of a saint? Hiss! The cultivators at the edge of the arena began to murmur among themselves. Just as the azure giant finger was about to strike Zhu Guorao, her two semi-saint puppets suddenly sprang into action. Boom! The semi-saint puppet unleashed a powerful palm strike, colliding fiercely with Lin Chong's overwhelming heavenly imprisonment finger. A wave of ethereal energy surged in all directions. Even the indomitable Cloud Summit Arena trembled slightly. It is worth noting that the entire arena was constructed from the most resilient Cloud Summit stone, reinforced by the powers of Xiaolei, Qinli, and Yaolai. Ordinary saints could not shatter this platform, let alone create a crack. Thus, cultivators below the saint level could unleash their ultimate techniques freely upon this colossal arena. What a formidable finger! Zhu Guorao observed her two semi-saint puppets with furrowed brows. No wonder they could defeat 9 supreme beings in the 9th heaven with a single coordinated strike. The power of that finger alone was likely comparable to a semi-saint's palm. Underestimating him simply because he was a 4th-level supreme would be a grave mistake. Lin Chong, upon witnessing the puppets neutralize his attack, showed no signs of surprise. After all, the opponent was reputed to be the most capable of claiming the title of Saint Son in this Cloud Summit arena. What are you looking at? Taste my wrathful heavenly lotus. Just as Han Li was momentarily stunned by the commotion from Lin Chong's side, the voice of Xiao Jin echoed in his ears. Following closely was a blooming, tricolored fire lotus. The terrifyingly intense heat made Han Li feel as though his very soul was ablaze. Indeed, there was something formidable here. Han Li dared not be careless and activated his soul techniques to block with all his might. Bang! The fire lotus, upon reaching its target, erupted instantly. In an instant, extraordinary lights and colors manifested. Meanwhile, Han Li retreated repeatedly, barely able to withstand the might of his opponent's fire lotus. Heavenly fire was the bane of the Soul Clan. Benwui, make your move. Let's resolve this swiftly. Han Li took a deep breath, unleashing his soul technique, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Dark chains, as black as night, began to entwine around him. The Soul Lock chains, a quintessential artifact refined by the Soul Clan, targeted the essence of the soul. When the Soul Lock was unleashed, even the most formidable beings would tremble. Benwui, Xiao Jin tilted his head, gazing at Han Wui, and inquired, "What is your relation to Han Wui?" Han Wui paused momentarily, instinctively replying, "He is my younger brother." So they are of the same ilk. Xiao Jin nodded, raising both hands to reveal 2 floating fiery heavenly lotuses. "I shall send you to meet your brother." Fiery dual lotuses. Upon hearing this, Han Wui instantly comprehended the grim truth. His brother had been slain by the adversary. "You shall perish." In the next moment, the soul energy within Han Wui surged violently. An endless black mist enveloped him, his eyes turning crimson as he summoned his soul lock chains and charged at Xiao Jin. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, a sight to behold. To the left, a fierce battle raged between desolation and animated corpses. To the right, the clash between soul power and heavenly fire unfolded. A visual spectacle commenced. On the lofty platform, excellent. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Ha ha ha. We must recruit this Xiao Jin into our Tai Yao Palace. The master of Tai Yao Palace, Yao Lai, clapped with delight. The more formidable the fire control exhibited by the opponent, the more it piqued his interest. Just then, a peculiar voice resonated through the platform. "Yao Lai, this young man is irreconcilably opposed to our Soul Clan. Are you certain you wish to recruit him into your Tai Yao Palace?" A mass of black mist had appeared here unbeknownst to anyone. As the voice emerged, a slender figure stepped forth from a mist. The members of the Han family present immediately rose and knelt upon hearing the voice. "Patriarch." As the black mist dissipated, the gaunt figure revealed itself. A venerable elder, marked with the insignia of the Soul Clan, surveyed the crowd with hollow eyes. "Han Ning." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yao Lai's brow furrowed slightly. "Did you not enter seclusion? My son is participating in the Son of Heaven's Cloud Summit. as his father. Could I not come to support him? Han Ning glanced behind him, and then a dense soul energy manifested. A throne, entirely formed of condensed soul energy, emerged, upon which Han Ning seated himself, from which mournful whispers seemed to emanate. At this moment, Xiao Lei also furrowed his brow. Han Ning's power was at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, on par with the three of them. However, he had not anticipated that this elder would emerge from seclusion. The souls of the cultivators below were indeed impressive. Han Ning gazed at the cultivators gathered before him, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Ben Ning, this is the Wanxiao mountain range. Once you leave the mountains, what you choose to do is beyond our concern. But know that this territory falls under the jurisdiction of our esteemed Sengong." Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. "Rest assured, I am merely expressing my thoughts," Han Ning replied, turning his head with a raspy chuckle. At that moment, the air shimmered once again, and a pair of skeletal white hands slowly tore through the fabric of space. "Such a spectacle. Even I must partake in the excitement," an onlooker remarked. As the skeletal hands parted the space, an elder clad in blood-red robes emerged, exuding an unmistakable aura of a peak saint. Zhu Tianhai, the master of the Kuaigu sacred sect, a relentless practitioner who had honed the art of bone manipulation to its utmost limits. Apart from his head, which still bore flesh, the rest of his limbs were nothing but skeletal remains. He had transformed himself into a being of bone. At this juncture, the leading figures of several major sects had all arrived. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei, Qin Li, and Yao Lai exchanged worried glances as the situation appeared to spiral beyond control. Chapter 71. "You practicing your moves on us?" Zhu Tianhai, I never imagined that you, old relic, would emerge from your seclusion. Hun Ning Geist of Chu Tian, a hoarse chuckle escaping his lips. Our puppet bone sacred sect has finally produced a gifted saintess surpassing me. Naturally, I must ensure her victory in this contest for the sacred sun. Then she shall step through the mysterious threshold and ascend to the realm of the saints. Zhu Tianhai observed the battle unfolding before him, noting that both sides were evenly matched. Yet, he remained confident that his sect's saintess would secure the first position. "I beg your pardon, but this time, the top honor belongs to our Han clan," Han Ning replied with a subtle smile. Although the puppet bone sacred sect and the Han clan share no significant enmity, the essence of their cultivation methods, both centered on refinement, fosters an inherent rivalry in their hearts. Xiao Lei cast a few glances at Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning. Beside him, Yao Lai whispered Xiao Lei, "Do you think they might jeopardize our plans? If there would be a mishap with the mysterious threshold, our esteemed master might not be pleased." Xiao Lei lowered his gaze slightly and replied slowly, "It matters not. Once the mysterious threshold is opened, we shall accomplish our task, and at that moment, we shall advance further. Why will we fear them?" Yao Lai nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Qin Li, who had been squinting, spoke softly. "This may well be our last opportunity to ascend beyond the realm of saints in this lifetime. We must give it our all." His tone was gentle, yet the conviction in his words was unmistakable, even if it meant offending the puppet bone sacred sect and the Han clan. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the saint realm, one can naturally create a barrier of separation around oneself. Thus, the exchange among the three was beyond the hearing of Zhu Tianhai and his companions seated across from them. However, the demands of their esteemed master were indeed stringent. As the mysterious threshold manifested, the 9 sacred hearts coalesced. Sigh. Qian Li pinched the bridge of his nose. Including those in the arena, we cannot even muster 9 individuals. Originally, the selection of 9 was sufficient. Yet, the puppet bone sacred sect intervened, their saintess counting as merely 1, and her puppets were utterly useless. The Han clan accounted for 3. Unexpectedly, the dark horses Xiao Jin and Lin Chong burst forth. With the Han clan contributing only 1 participant, that brought us to 7. Just as Xiao Lei and his companions were grappling with their predicament, the rhythm of the battle below abruptly faltered. Something is amiss. Very amiss. How is it that this fellow can always counter at the critical moment? With minimal cost, he could dismantle our offense? Han Li swiftly distanced himself from Xiao Jin, adjusting his breath his expression suddenly turning dire. "Xiao Jin, are you practicing your moves on us?" Similarly, Zhu Gu Rao noticed the anomaly. Lin Chong showed no signs of retreat against her two attacking puppets. At times, he even displayed vulnerabilities. However, these flaws were swiftly rectified by his opponent. Upon hearing the questioning voice of Han Li, she suddenly realized that he was using her two semi-saint puppets to compensate for his own combat skills. How could she have been so oblivious? Xiao Jin stood suspended in the void, gazing down at Han Li and his companions. The duration of this battle, neither excessively long nor overly brief, was nevertheless efficient for him to consolidate his own strength completely. Indeed, his master was correct. The swiftest way to solidify one's combat techniques was to engage a foe 7 or 8 levels stronger in battle, with 3 semi-saints as sparring partners. His progress was remarkably rapid. "Xiao Jin, today I shall end you." Han Li seethed with rage. The scion of the esteemed Han clan found himself honing his skills against a mere 4th-tier supreme rel practitioner. His eyes were ablaze with fury, and the surrounding soul energy surged violently as he began to condense his lethal attack. At this moment, he disregarded any semblance of competition rules. The two semi-saints beside him mirrored his fervor. As members of the Han clan, they had been accustomed to pride since childhood, never before having endured such treatment. In an instant, the 3 semi-saints gathered their lethal strikes in unison. Meanwhile, Zhu Gu Yao's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. "Daring to use my puppets for practice. You are the first to provoke me. Soon, I shall refine you into my puppet, ensuring you never escape the cycle of reincarnation." As her words resonated, her skin paled, and intricate skeletal patterns began to emerge. It was evident that she, too, was preparing her lethal technique. In the southeast corner, Fong Mo scoffed, "Brotherly. That saintess claims she will ensure her opponent never reincarnates." Never reincarnate? If Li Ruoxue said it, I would believe it. But anyone else? Mere bluster. Li Ruoxue chuckled softly, glancing at Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong in the arena. He then remarked, "The outcome will soon be revealed. Brother Fong, you are definitely treating tonight's meal." Brother Li, while I find the scion of the Han clan and the saintess of the puppet sacred sect rather disagreeable, their strength cannot be dismissed, Fong Mo replied, astonished. "You have such faith in Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong?" "For some reason, I do believe in them," Li Ruoxue asserted confidently. On the Yinxiao arena, both Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong stood poised in the void, having sufficiently fed their techniques. "Junior brother," Xiao Jin turned to Lin Zhong, "let us conclude this contest." "Understood." Senior brother, Lin Zhong nodded in agreement. Such an air of contempt for their adversaries ignited an uproar among Zhu Gu Liao and Han Li's side. Xiao Jin gazed down at Han Li and his companions, suddenly tilting his head with a chilling smile. Did these 3 semi-saints truly believe themselves formidable? In the words of his master, "You are nothing." In the next moment, he clenched his right hand in the void, summoning forth the celestial fire from within. Flames of various colors coalesced atop his hand, and the terrifying heat began to ripple through the very fabric of space, which could scarcely endure such extreme temperatures. In the next moment, a colossal celestial fire ruler materialized in Xiao Jin's right hand. The ruler, entirely composed of crystal, was infused with various celestial flames. And intricate engravings emanated an overwhelming pressure. The ruler, forged from 62 types of heavenly fire, was astonishingly revealed, the everlasting fire ruler. At the instant this celestial fire ruler coalesced, a mere casual swing caused the very fabric of space to fracture, exposing the eerie black void within. If the offensive power of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus was expansive, then the assault of the everlasting Fire Ruler was decidedly focused. It amalgamated the explosive force of the Fire Lotus into the ruler's body, with each strike wielding a might comparable to the explosive release of the 62-colored Supreme Fire Lotus. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong was enveloped by an ethereal azure dragon apparition. The dark green power of the wasteland surged tumultuously. The space around him began to crack inch by inch. The azure dragon apparition seemed to solidify further, ultimately merging with Lin Zhong's very being. the Wasteland Dragon Transformation Technique. The two formidable martial arts, merely being unleashed, completely overwhelmed the opposing Zhu Gu Rao and Han Li with their sheer aura. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong struck simultaneously. As Zhu Gu Rao and Han Li felt their attacks lock onto them, a singular thought pierced their minds: death. Not only that, they realized escape was utterly impossible. The spatial runes shattered, rendering flight futile. Their breaths were ensnared, leaving no avenue for retreat. Should their adversary's strikes find their mark, certain demise awaited them. Subsequently, Zhu Gu Rao and Han Li could no longer afford to maintain their dignity. They cried out in desperation, "Master, save me! Clan leader, save me!" Chapter 72. The Master has no choice but to be invincible. In the arena of the Celestial Sun, the desperate cries of Zhu Gu Rao and Han Li echoed. This startling revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the spectators who had gathered to witness this battle of the Holy Suns. They had not anticipated that the two dark horses, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, would overpower their rivals. Even when faced with the saintess of the Skeleton Bone Sacred Sect and the Holy Son of the Han clan, they still maintained the upper hand. At this moment, the searing heat of the 10,000 Fire Celestial Ruler had approached Han Ning. Meanwhile, on Lin Chong's side, the Qinglong finger technique had ruthlessly descended before Zhu Gu Rao. Under the onslaught of such formidable martial prowess, their options for retaliation were utterly obliterated. In the next instant, the arena was engulfed in a tumult of soul and bone energy. The presence of two peak saints suddenly descended upon the battleground. Zhu Tianhai had swiftly appeared before Zhu Gu Rao, extending his pale, bony hands to block the attack. On the other side, Han Ning channeled the overwhelming soul energy within him, continuously wrapping around Han Li. At this moment, the rules of the Celestial Sun arena had been shattered. This is dire. If this situation continues unchecked, chaos will surely ensue, jeopardizing the plan they had promised to that esteemed figure. Swiftly, three figures, one clad in purple, another in red, and the last in blue, descended upon the platform. Once again, the air crackled with the aura of three peak saints, reaching perfection. In an instant, the celestial arena was home to five peak saints. The spiritual energy swirled, obscuring the view of those outside. After a brief pause, the gathered spiritual energy dissipated. The scene before them left all surrounding cultivators gasping in disbelief. On the side of the Han clan, even with Han Ning's intervention, he could only save Han Li. Tragically, Han Weia and another half-saint of the Han clan, who had entered the fray alongside Han Li, had perished beneath the 10,000 Fire Celestial Ruler. Han Li's complexion was ghastly pale, and his aura wavered precariously. It was evident that had Han Ning delayed even a moment longer, Han Li would have met a grim fate as well. Turning to the other side, Zhu Gu Rao had blood trickling from her lips, and the two half-saint puppets in her grasp had completely vanished. Her situation mirrored that of Han Li. Had it not been for the swift intervention of Zhu Tianhai, she too would have succumbed. "Young one, did you strike a bit too harshly?" Zhu Tianhai remarked, examining Zhu Gu Rao's injuries with a furrowed brow. His dim eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Meanwhile, Han Ning, with a malevolent gaze, fixed his attention on Xiao Jin. He was utterly astonished that his three half-saints had been bested in a single move. What kind of technique was this? Moreover, that bizarre method of transforming heavenly fire into a ruler was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Not light, not light. Xiaolei stood resolutely between the two factions. Xiaolei, both Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning directed their gazes toward him in unison. Xiaolei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The rules of the Holy Sun's cloud platform competition are thus. One side may cease fighting only upon defeat, being thrown from the platform, or voluntarily conceding. Just now, your Holy Sun and Holy Maiden did not declare surrender, which naturally falls within the rules. At this point, Xiao Lei's gaze shifted toward Qianli. Qianli stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The Puppet Bone Holy Sect and the Soul Clan, your intervention in the matters of the platform competition signifies your defeat. Moreover, according to the rules of the Holy Sun's competition, the Puppet Bone Holy Sect and the Soul Clan shall henceforth be forever barred from participating in the Holy Sun battle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning furrowed their brows deeply. They did not place much importance on this so-called Holy Sun platform contest. What they valued was the opportunity for their Holy Son and Holy Maiden to enter the mysterious threshold of heaven. Dear friends, in the interest of our supreme three palaces, let's not dwell on the puppet bone Holy Sect and the Soul Clan. This time, the first place in the Holy Sun's cloud platform belongs to you. Furthermore, we shall multiply the original reward of heavenly materials and earthly treasures tenfold for you, Xiao Lei said, offering a respectful gesture toward Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, his demeanor appearing somewhat sincere. Xiao Jin closed his eyes lightly. He did not respond to Xiao Lei's words, but instead approached Lin Chong and gently said, "Junior brother, do you remember this feeling in your heart?" "I do," Lin Chong replied, slowly clenching his fists. "Before coming to this Holy Sun's cloud platform, our master had forewarned us that this competition would not be so simple." Xiao Jin inhaled deeply, casting his gaze towards Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, two peak holy beings at the pinnacle of their realms. Even if one could defeat his opponent, he might have to confront even stronger allies. A spark of understanding ignited within Xiao Jin. Their master was immensely powerful, capable of dispatching these individuals in an instant. Yet, junior brother, if we encounter such situations in the future, we cannot always rely on our master. Some hurdles we must overcome ourselves. Junior brother, do you not recall the vow we made before our master departed? Lin Chong nodded solemnly. Of course, it remains etched in my heart. To follow in our master's footsteps and become a powerful individual like him. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, behind us stands our master, yet behind our master, there is no one. Faced with the effortless dissolution of their strongest attacks by the two peak holy beings, they once again grasped the terrifying nature of their master. They could not match these foes, yet they had their master to support them. However, their master was not invincible from the start. What did he do when confronted with formidable opponents? He could only perish. Thus, their master must win. He had no alternative but to be invincible. Contemplating this, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong suddenly found themselves enveloped in a profound realization, a realm of enlightenment washing over them. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the arena continuously. This is a profound epiphany of belief, an enlightenment that transcends space, defies rules, and surpasses the powers of heaven and earth. It is a unique realization of the Tao shared solely between Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. At the moment this field of comprehension takes shape, a mighty force of the great Tao descends from the heavens with thunderous resonance. It appears that within a 100-foot radius surrounding Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, a sacred ground is formed. Immediately thereafter, a powerful wave of energy pushes away all present. Even those at the pinnacle of the saint realm, such as Xiao Lei, cannot withstand this overwhelming force of the great Tao. At this moment, the Cloud Summit Arena has entirely transformed into the stage for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Their eyes gently close as they levitate 3 feet above the ground in the void. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Lei and the others are left awestruck, their voices trembling in disbelief. This is the enlightenment of the Tao heart. Chapter 73. The Master's Presence. Inexpressible, incalculable, unapproachable. The enlightenment of the Tao. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Lei, the expressions of Qianli, Yao Lai, Zhu Tianhai, and Han Ning transformed dramatically. The enlightenment of the Tao. Indeed, is the enlightenment of the Tao. Qianli swallowed hard, gazing at the 2 figures of Xiao Jin, who were already immersed in the realm of enlightenment. His eyes brimmed with insatiable greed. It turns out, there truly exist individuals who can enter the enlightenment of the Tao. Zhu Tianhai observed this scene, his parched throat slightly convulsing. Even his skeletal frame quivered with anticipation. Meanwhile, Han Ning was even more agitated, clenching his fists tightly. Were their innate talents this terrifying? The enlightenment of the Tao does not directly enhance the cultivator's prowess. However, it fortifies the cultivator's Tao heart. As for the extent of this enhancement, it hinges upon the individual's comprehension. Xiaolei and his companions had presided over the Taishao sacred domain for countless years and had naturally encountered records pertaining to the enlightenment of the Tao within ancient texts. As long as one could invoke the enlightenment of the Tao, even the most mediocre talent could effortlessly transcend to the pinnacle of sagehood, the great sage realm. In other words, the meticulous plans that Xiaolei, Qinli, and Yaolai had devised over millennia were utterly overshadowed by the innate gifts of Shao Jin and Lin Chong. Meanwhile, in the southeast corner of the viewing platform, brotherly, Fong Mo exclaimed, repeatedly tapping his arm. Li Ruoxie, overwhelmed, could only lament, Brother Fong, my arm is about to break. Coughing lightly, Fong Mo realized he had become somewhat unrestrained. I am merely exhilarated, brotherly, the enlightenment of the Tao. This is a realm that neither you nor I have ever stepped into. Indeed, the ancestral teachings proved to be true. It was wise to accompany Brother Li and broaden my horizons. Fong Mo's breath quickened. Perhaps ordinary cultivators could not fathom the power of the enlightenment of the Tao, but he was acutely aware of its significance. He even possessed complete records of the enlightenment of the Tao. Entering this state, even an ordinary person devoid of cultivation could undergo a metamorphosis, although it does not directly enhance one's cultivation level. Upon completion of comprehension, one could feasibly advance in minor ranks every 3 days and in major ranks every 5 days. Brother Fong, allow me to interject. Li Ruoxue raised his hand. I stepped into the enlightenment of the Tao 2,000 years ago. Fong Mo froze, his expression turning ghostly as he stared at Li Ruoxie. Why have I never heard you mention this? You never inquired. Fong Mo fell silent for a moment before finally exclaiming, I implore you, be a person. Li Ruoxie gazed at Shao Jin and Lin Chong, who were currently undergoing the enlightenment of the Tao, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude welled up within him. It felt as though an invisible thread connected them. Such sentiments might be beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. However, Li Ruoxie, who majored in the art of reincarnation, could perceive this existence that ordinary people could not comprehend. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate the power of reincarnation. At another corner of the observation platform, Qin Yuan gazed at his 2 disciples who were engaged in the profound enlightenment of their hearts, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. They have surpassed my expectations, arriving at this stage sooner than anticipated. Truly worthy of being my disciples. Initially, he had predicted that Shao Jin and Lin Chong would undergo their heart's enlightenment within the Xiankei heavenly gate. Yet to his surprise, they had directly invoked it on the stage of the Holy Sun Yunshao. Indeed, the saying that pressure breeds motivation holds true. Had the leader of the Bone Holy Sect and the patriarch of the Soul Clan not intervened at the critical moment of the Yunshao stage, it is uncertain whether Shao Jin and Lin Chong would have entered the state of enlightenment so swiftly. It appears they regard the leader of the Bone Sect and the patriarch of the Soul Clan as their rivals. Qin Yuan rubbed his brow. The causal connections stirred by this competition could be seen as a trial on the path of strength for Shao Jin and Lin Chong. For now, he did not intend to intervene. However, should the leader of the Bone Sect, the patriarch of the Soul Clan, or any formidable figures from the 3 palaces lack discernment, he would have no choice but to ensure their demise, banishing them from the cycle of reincarnation forever. With this thought, Qin Yuan continued to savor a linglong fruit, chewing it thoughtfully. In the next moment, above the Holy Sun Yunshao platform, an invisible barrier seemed to shatter silently. A profoundly mysterious aura began to surge into the void like a tidal wave. On the stage of the Holy Sun Yunshao, this arcane essence filled every inch of space. It was a force transcending the mundane, breaking free from the shackles of time and the confines of space. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth appeared to be guided by an unseen power, illuminating the air with resplendent brilliance. Tens of thousands of radiant lights intertwined, each strand imbued with supreme meaning. Meanwhile, in their moments of enlightenment, Shao Jin and Lin Chong found that the obscure aspects of their cultivation, which had once eluded them, now flowed into the depths of their souls like a clear spring. It was as if the martial arts and techniques they had mastered truly belonged to them. A series of low murmurs began to emerge, seemingly articulating profound truths, the sounds not emanating from the void, but from the depths of their consciousness. In that moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong felt as though time around them had halted and space had solidified. Everything became extraordinarily clear and transparent. They suddenly realized they could see their true selves. Upon regaining their senses, they discovered they had unknowingly entered a perspective of spiritual awareness. Senior brother, Lin Chong's consciousness stood beside his true self, and upon seeing Xiao Jin's spiritual form, he exclaimed, "What a marvelous sensation!" Xiao Jin was immersed in this unprecedented, profound experience. Everything around them came to a standstill. The master. He found himself curious about what the master would look like in this state. However, the moment Xiao Jin directed his spiritual consciousness towards Qin Yuan, an overwhelming pressure surged through his mind. Wherever his gaze fell, there lay chaos and void. A searing pain caused Xiao Jin's spiritual form to tremble slightly. Indescribable, incalculable, unbearable to behold. This was his immediate impression. Lin Chong, standing beside him, experienced the same sensation. He steadied his mind and observed the myriad phenomena. At this moment, Qin Yuan's voice echoed in their spiritual ears. Lin Chong and Xiao Jin instantly understood that the master was aiding them. They promptly seated themselves back in their physical forms. Their hearts became as tranquil as still water, their thoughts as fluid as drifting clouds. They focused their minds and settled into a state of serene repose. Their souls returned to their origins, their intentions guarding their dantian. All thoughts converged into one, and their Tao hearts remained steadfast. As Qin Yuan's voice faded at that moment, the profound understanding of the Tao heart celestial insight was thoroughly absorbed by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. At this juncture, both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had comprehended the highest level of the Tao heart. Eternal firmness of the Tao heart. Eternal firmness of the Tao heart. Had they both truly grasped this supreme realm? By heavens, brotherly, I once thought you were the only one not of this world. Now it appears all three of you are beyond the ordinary. Observing from the stands, Feng Mo witnessed this scene unfold and felt his composure utterly shatter. Chapter 74. The True Celestial Gate of Sun Q. At this very moment, the holy son of Yunxiao stood upon the arena. Slowly, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong opened their eyes, having achieved the profound understanding of the Tao heart. Although their strength had not visibly changed at this moment, they had stepped into the ultimate realm of spiritual cultivation. The Tao heart was eternally solidified. In other words, henceforth, their path of cultivation would be free from any inner demons. From a certain perspective, the benefits they had garnered far exceeded the rewards designated for the top three of the Holy Sun's Yunxiao competition. In one corner of the spectators' area, Qin Yuan observed the two who had successfully solidified their Tao hearts on the stage and nodded in approval. One must admit, the audacity of his disciples was truly remarkable. Qin Yuan was astounded. Just moments ago, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had audaciously employed their spiritual consciousness to delve into their own essence during their epiphany. This was akin to courting death. Fortunately, as Qin Yuan's disciples, they ultimately stabilized themselves under his calming mantra. Had any other prodigy dared such an act, their spiritual consciousness would likely have been violently rebuffed by overwhelming forces upon witnessing their own essence, potentially leading to madness. Congratulations to both of you. After the understanding of the Tao venue dissipated, Xiao Lei and the others approached Xiao Jin and Lin Chong once more. Xiao Lei said with a broad smile, "This is your reward for claiming first place." With that, he produced a green spatial ring. Xiao Jin, without pretense, accepted the ring and began to explore its contents. Indeed, it contained numerous heavenly materials and treasures, yet none of them were what Xiao Jin sought. How should one evaluate this battle? Xiao Jin glanced at the side of the arena where Han Li stood. Xiao Lei then proclaimed loudly, "I hereby declare that the top three positions of this Holy Sun Yunxiao competition have been established. First place, without a doubt, belongs to Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. As for the second place..." At this, Xiao Lei turned his gaze to the sidelines where Hong Shitian had not intervened throughout the competition. He then announced, The second place goes to Hong Shitian of the Hong family. At this moment, Hong Shitian found it difficult to swallow. He finally understood the meaning of a lei win. He had merely taken the stage and had become the second-place winner. On the spectator side, the members of the Hong family were also filled with excitement. Truly, they were the disciples of remarkable masters. They had indeed secured a victory while merely lying in wait. Xiaolei cast another glance at Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, acknowledging that these two old fellows were not to be underestimated. He continued, "The third place is awarded to Han Li and Zhu Guirao." Thus, the top 3 positions of the Holy Sun Yinshao competition were firmly established. "Brother Fong, the banquet this evening is entrusted to you." Li Ruoshui gently patted Fong Mo's shoulder in the southeast corner. Fong Mo's expression twitched, his face clouded with perplexity. He could not fathom it. Why was it that all of you could enter the realm of Tao hard understanding, yet I could not? Before meeting you, Brother Li, I too was considered a prodigy in the eyes of many. At this moment, Fong Mo truly felt his defenses shatter. It would be one thing if Li Ruoshui, this formidable practitioner, were the only challenge he faced. Yet, after merely accompanying Li Ruoshui, he had now encountered 2 other prodigious talents whose cultivation exceeded his own. How could one possibly maintain composure in such circumstances? "Brother Fong, do you know how my master perceives prodigies?" Li Ruoshui inquired softly. "How does he perceive them?" Fong Mo asked with curiosity. "My master has once told me that prodigies are merely meant to be trampled upon," Li Ruoshui replied earnestly. Meanwhile, the Saint Sun Yunshao and all the cultivators surrounding the arena showed no signs of departure. For what lay ahead was the true pinnacle of excitement, the Xiankei Heavenly Gate. Even though they lacked the qualification to enter, merely witnessing the Xiankei Heavenly Gate would be immensely beneficial for them. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the proclamation of the Lord of Tai Shao Palace. On the arena, the Lord of Tai Shao Palace, Xiaolei, gazed at Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. He then produced 2 golden square jade pieces. "Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, this is the jade required to step into the Xiankei Heavenly Gate. We shall soon employ the combined might of the 3 strongest palace leaders and utilize the accumulated fortune of 50,000 years from the 7 Saint Sun tokens to open this gate. At that time, those of you who possess the Heavenly Gate jade will be able to enter." As Xiao Lei presented the jade, the Heavenly Gate jade began to float towards Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Beside him, Yao Lai also produced 2 pieces, handing them to Zhu Guirao and Han Li. Qianli then presented one to Hong Shitian. "Qianli, Yao Lai, are you prepared? We are about to open the Xiankei Heavenly Gate." After Xiao Lei's voice fell, both Qianli and Yao Lai nodded in unison. In the next moment, the 3 of them stepped directly into the void. As they formed their incantations, the winds and clouds above the summit of the Yunshao arena began to surge wildly. Golden radiance continuously cascaded from the clouds above. At this moment, an indescribable aura of saintly pressure enveloped the entire Wanxia mountain range. In the sky, Xiao Lei, Yao Lai, and Qianli occupied 3 distinct positions. "Yao Lai, Qianli, prepare the 7 Saint Sun tokens." "Understood." Yao Lai and the others nodded. In an instant, 7 ancient tokens materialized in the air. These were the Saint Sun tokens. Over the course of 50,000 years, these tokens had changed hands repeatedly, amassing an extraordinary fortune within. Coupled with the presence of 3 peak saint-level palace leaders, the power within the 7 Saint Sun tokens was being unleashed. As the 7 tokens appeared, Xiao Lei and his companions exchanged glances. Their hand seals synchronized rapidly. The 7 Saint Sun tokens erupted with various hues of radiance, as if summoning something. With a crack, a colossal phantom slowly emerged from the void, resembling an immense ancient gate. This was the Xiankei Heavenly Gate. The Xiankei Heavenly Gate. The Xiankei Heavenly Gate, although it may not be as grand as recorded, is indeed a rare sight. How terrifying! Is this the method of those at the pinnacle of saintly power? Such an extraordinary opportunity, typically elusive for ordinary cultivators, can be effortlessly grasped by those at the apex of sanctity. At this moment, 7 saintly tokens shattered, transforming into 7 radiant beams that surged directly into the ethereal gate of Qianke high above. On the massive gate, intricate and obscure patterns began to delineate golden lines, an ancient aura swirling around, with a creaking sound reminiscent of an ancient wooden door being slowly pushed open. The celestial gate has swung ajar. Beyond it lies a resplendent golden realm, seemingly connected to a sacred world. Hurry inside. The gate of Qianke is open. We can only maintain its opening for 3 breaths, thundered the voice of Xiaolei. As the words fell, Zhu Guerrero, Hun Li, and Hong Shitian wasted no time. Brother Lin, Brother Xiao, let us hasten and enter, they urged, swiftly grasping the heavenly jade and plunging through the gate. Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, you too? Quickly make your entrance, Xiaolei urged. However, the next statement from Xiao Jin left Xiaolei and all the surrounding cultivators utterly bewildered. When did we ever say we would enter the gate of Qianke through you? Xiao Jin replied nonchalantly, mimicking his master's demeanor. My master has stated that your approach to entering the gate of Qianke is quite ordinary. It lacks sophistication. The method of entering the gate of Qianke must be worthy of my master's elegance. As everyone stood in stunned silence, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Indeed, my disciple. Now, let me show these individuals what the true gate of Qianke truly represents. Chapter 75. The Path to Sanctity in 9 Steps. A hearty laughter resonated across the Cloud Summit arena, causing all the surrounding cultivators to swiftly turn their gazes towards the source of the sound. The master who could nurture such formidable disciples must surely be a remarkable individual. At that moment, Qin Yuan had risen to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the arena. The cultivators closest to him were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? This cultivator at the first level of the Supreme Realm was, in fact, their master? What do you understand? Those of great skill often delight in concealing their true prowess while traversing the world, do they not? Indeed, if that is the case, it implies that this esteemed figure has been by my side all along. At this instant, all the cultivators in the arena, along with the trio of Xiao Lei and Madare, and Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning, fixed their eyes upon Qin Yuan. This was the master of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, the supreme, first level. Xiao Lei appeared slightly astonished, and he promptly employed his spiritual sense to scrutinize further. The look of disbelief in his eyes deepened into a weighty apprehension. He hesitated to accept the truth. When he glanced at his companions, Yao Lai and Qian Li, he confirmed they too had explored the identity of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's master. It truly was merely the first level of the Supreme Realm. What could this possibly mean? The first level of the Supreme Realm? Could it be that he has suppressed his cultivation? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Even with my strength at the second level of the Great Sage, I am unable to discern the nature of any suppressive aura he may be wielding. Either he is more powerful than we are, or he genuinely is at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Meanwhile, in the southeast corner of the spectator area, Fang Yamo was equally intrigued by the master capable of training such extraordinary disciples. However, upon focusing on Qin Yuan, a look of sheer astonishment enveloped his face. At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that Li Ruoxue beside him was quaking as if struck by lightning, her entire being trembling with indescribable excitement. Master, it is my own master. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards Xiao Jin and Lin Chong on stage. They are indeed my junior brothers. It makes perfect sense. Only a master of such unparalleled skill could cultivate such remarkable talents. Do not sense me. Qin Yuan felt the overwhelming presence of countless spiritual perceptions probing into his strength. He smiled wryly. For the time being, I indeed possess the strength of the first level of the Supreme Realm. Upon hearing his admission, the crowd was once again left bewildered. What does it mean to say for the time being? Can one's realm truly be temporary? At this moment, Qin Yuan tilted his head and raised his right hand, gently pressing towards the southeast corner. Although the crowd was puzzled, Li Ruoxue began to tremble uncontrollably. It turns out that Master had long since noticed her presence. However, Li Ruoxue was astute enough to understand that this was her Master's domain. All she needed to do was wait for everything to conclude before seeking him out. At this moment, Qin Yuan lifted his head, gazing at the gradually closing Xianke heavenly gate, shaking his head. The golden light faded, and the celestial portal vanished. He deemed this particular Xianke heavenly gate to be of the most rudimentary level. His assessment caused the onlookers to collectively inhale sharply, for his words effectively struck a blow to the face of the master of the supreme three palaces. Indeed, the expressions of Xiaolei and his companions darkened considerably. Your two disciples have likely missed this grand opportunity now that the Xianke heavenly gate has closed, Xiaolei remarked as he descended from the arena. Qianli squinted, scrutinizing Qin Yuan closely. If you wish for your disciples to step into the Xianke heavenly gate, they may only have a chance after they break through to the half-saint realm. However, even with their formidable talents, it may take them at least a millennium to reach that level. At this juncture, Yao Lai stepped forward, turning his gaze toward Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, why not join our Taiyao Palace? How about it? If you become my closed-door disciple, I can guarantee your ascension to the half-saint realm within a few hundred years. Yao Lai extended a direct invitation to Xiao Jin. His desire for the cultivation method Xiao Jin possessed evident. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Joining the Taiyao Palace was an immense opportunity. Should someone named Xiao Jin seize this chance, he might indeed break through to the half-saint realm within a few centuries. How imbibit. Yet, was it appropriate to snatch a disciple right in front of his master? Foolish. This was a rare opportunity. How would one choose when faced with such a grand prospect? Indeed, at this moment, Yao Lai looked at Xiao Jin with unwavering confidence, his eyes filled with longing. Xiao Jin tilted his head, assessing Yao Lai. At the peak of the saint realm, do you consider yourself worthy to be my master? He chuckled derisively. Such a character was hardly fit to be compared to his exalted master. He wouldn't even be worthy to hold his master's shoes. At this remark, a hint of arrogance emerged, leaving Yao Lai's face frozen in shock. Just as his anger surged, Xiaolei swiftly restrained him, frowning. But you truly have missed the Xianke heavenly gate. Xiao Jin scoffed again. Is it merely the Xianke heavenly gate? For my master, entering and exiting at will is a trivial matter. Xiao Jin held an unwavering trust in his master. This statement once again cast Qin Yuan into the spotlight. He took a slow step forward, his aura suddenly surging, instantly elevating him to the second heaven of the supreme realm. The Xianke heavenly gate, as it is known, serves as an opportunity for a half-saint to ascend to the realm of saints. A smile graced Qin Yuan's face as he took another step forward. Ripples in the space appeared as his presence escalated from the second heaven of the supreme realm to the third heaven. The astonishing speed of this breakthrough rendered all the surrounding cultivators visibly awestruck. What is happening? 2 steps, 2 realms? Is this truly a human being? Meanwhile, the trio of Xiaolei also gazed intently, recognizing unmistakable signs of a cultivation breakthrough rather than a mere reawakening after suppression. In other words, the master of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong was indeed undergoing a genuine breakthrough. At this moment, Qin Yuan took his third step. Instantly, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. His aura surged to the 4th level of the supreme realm. He continued, stating that if one does not wish to remain an ordinary saint, one must invoke the appearance of the Xianke heavenly gate within the semi-saint realm. However, this is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity within the saint realm, a phenomenon that is more often sought than found. Bang! With another step, he ascended to the 5th level of the supreme realm. Thus, unlocking the Xianke heavenly gate is not a formidable challenge. Qin Yuan smiled as he casually took his 5th step. Bang! 6th level of the supreme realm. Bang! 7th level. Bang! 8th level. Bang! 9th level. The notion of a cultivation bottleneck, it was utterly non-existent. The rule that one must stabilize their current realm and cultivate for a century before making another breakthrough was entirely shattered in Qin Yuan's case. Subsequently, he took his final step, the 9th step. Bang! Qin Yuan's aura, profound as an abyss, instantaneously transcended from the 9th level of the supreme realm into the semi-saint realm. He then approached Xiao Jin and the others, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the entire assembly, having achieved sainthood in 9 steps, gazing down upon the world with a commanding presence. Chapter 76. That is also my master. Is that truly a human being? What have I just witnessed? 9 steps to sanctity? Did that individual just ascend for the first heaven of the supreme realm to the half-saint realm in merely 9 steps? This is utterly insane. The half-saint realm. I have spent over 10,000 years in cultivation, and I have only barely entered the 3rd heaven of the supreme realm. That man in the dark robe accomplished this in just 9 steps? Ha ha ha. This world has finally turned upside down. Ha 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 ha. Around the arena, numerous cultivators have succumbed to madness. This scene is profoundly shocking for them. They have witnessed a person's cultivation level ascend from the 1st heaven of the supreme realm to the half-saint realm in less than 9 breaths. It was as effortless as taking a sip of water. At this moment, the members of the Xiaolei clan gazed at Qin Yuan with astonishment. They had just exerted their full strength, utilizing their peak saint-level prowess to perceive his abilities. The results confirmed that his cultivation realm indeed rose step by step from the 1st heaven of the supreme realm. 9 steps to sanctity. Who exactly is this man in the dark robe? Qian Li's azure eyes fixed on Qin Yuan, filled with deep contemplation. After all, within this Taishao holy domain, there is no such terrifying figure. Could it be he hails from the upper realm, just like that esteemed individual? Qian Li's words caused Xiaolei to pause slightly. Then he frowned and replied, "It's hard to say. However, we can confirm that although this person is somewhat peculiar, his strength has indeed just reached the half-saint level. Even if he becomes a saint, we have no fear." Qianli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yao Lai cast a glance at Qin Yuan before shifting his focus back to Xiao Jin. This Xiao Jin, he truly does not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Just moments ago, he had the audacity to reject my invitation in front of thousands. Oof. A trace of murderous intent flickered in Yao Lai's heart. Though the other possesses immense talent and has awakened a high-level comprehension of the Tao heart, his current strength is still lacking. If he could be of use to me, that would be one thing. If not, then he must be eliminated. Yao Lai. A low voice rang in his ear. Xiao Lei was staring intently at Yao Lai, signaling him to exercise restraint. Yao Lai closed his eyes and fell silent. At this moment, Qin Yuan's gaze had slowly turned towards the void. Mystic gate to heaven. He spoke softly with a smile. The mystic gate opens a sliver, and the torrents of calamity surge forth. As his clear voice resonated, a thunderous sound of the great Tao erupted. The celestial firmament above suddenly split apart. In an instant, every peak of the Wanxiao mountain range trembled. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. The clouds began to churn violently, and at this moment, the space beneath Qin Yuan's feet began to ripple with ethereal waves. Ripples incessantly stirred, transforming into blossoms of lotus. The 9-turned life lotus platform. The celestial gate of the mysterious threshold opens. Crack! Thunderous roars. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous clouds above the firmament, thousands of golden bolts of lightning erupted. Unlike ordinary lightning that descends, these bolts coalesced into an unprecedented cascade of inverted thunder. Between the clouds, the serpentine light of the lightning surged from the heavens. The golden radiance illuminated the surrounding mountains for miles, revealing every detail. Boom! Another dull sound resonated. The onlookers beheld, from the heavens above, an unexpected crimson golden fissure appeared. The rift descended from the sky, as if piercing through the very fabric of existence. Within it there stood a resplendent golden gate, towering tens of thousands of zhang high. In the next moment, a sound akin to the cry of a phoenix reverberated throughout the universe. It seemed as if the phoenix's call cascaded from the night sky. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the intricate patterns on the magnificent gate were awakening a golden ancient phoenix. It unfurled its wings as if to shroud the heavens. The golden gate slowly opened. Its interior radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, evoking a deep yearning within the hearts of many. At that very moment, before the gate of the mysterious threshold, a gilded suspended ladder began to unfold step by step, ultimately resting at the feet of Qin Yuan. The mysterious threshold gate had actively extended the ladder. Such an anomalous occurrence was unrecorded in any ancient texts, yet everyone understood that only a superlative, formidable opportunity could elicit such a special treatment from the mysterious threshold gate. In stark contrast to the arduous efforts of Xiao Lei and his companions to slightly open a half-concealed gate, this resplendent, fully open celestial portal, with its actively descending golden ladder, was the true mysterious threshold gate. So this is the authentic mysterious threshold gate. Now I comprehend why Xiao Jin previously remarked that the gates summoned by the three supreme palaces lacked grandeur. In comparison, what did they even summon? Hush! Lower your voice. Are you courting death? Ahem. In summary, this visit to witness the battle of the Holy Sun was not in vain. Just the sight of this golden brilliance has already loosened the bottleneck I felt. I can scarcely imagine the fortune that would await me should I step into this realm. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves. At this moment, Qin Yuan's aura was steadily approaching the realm of the sage. Shout, Jin Linzhong, let us go. Qin Yuan smiled softly, casually stepping onto the golden ladder. Behind him, Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong followed suit without hesitation. Amidst the ethereal mist, the three figures swiftly arrived before the magnificent golden gate that descended from the heavens. Qin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing down upon the myriad of radiant mountains below. Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong were drawn into the golden portal, their figures vanishing within its radiant embrace. Qin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled upon Li Ruoxue, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. My dear disciple, do not fret. Await my emergence from the heavenly gate. Although this statement seemed somewhat abrupt, those around him paid it no heed, assuming it was directed at Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. Little did they know, in the southeast corner of the viewing platform, Li Ruoxue trembled with excitement, his entire being quaking with fervor. As Qin Yuan stepped into the golden portal, the luminous glow began to shimmer ethereally, hovering in the void with an enigmatic presence. No one could ascertain when it might open again. Yet, all were acutely aware that when it did, those fortunate enough to emerge would possess unimaginable potential. Li brother, can you see? 9 steps to sanctity. The Xianke heavenly gate descends, presenting a golden staircase in welcome. The masters of those 2 prodigies are even more extraordinary than the prodigies themselves. Fang Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Li Ruoxue's lips twitched in response, and he replied, because he is also my master. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo appeared as though struck by lightning. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, he turned back, bewildered, and uttered, Chapter 77, The 4 Realms of the Great Sage. Wait a moment, my friend. Fang Mo's mind remained in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable while of mental deliberation, he finally uttered an exclamation of astonishment. What? Brotherly, are you saying that the man in the dark robe, cough cough, the esteemed elder in the dark robe, is the very master you have been ardently searching for? Fang Mo swallowed hard, his expression brimming with incredulity. Indeed, Li Ruoxue inhaled deeply, his face betraying an undeniable excitement. So my master is truly here. I sensed a certain familiarity from Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. It turns out they are my junior brothers. Ha ha ha. Li Ruoxue, typically reserved and seldom given to laughter, was genuinely overjoyed in this moment. Fang Mo was taken aback. So, all these prodigious talents have gathered in one place, have they? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of happiness for Li Ruoxue. Congratulations, brotherly, on finally locating your master. Once the elder emerges from the Xianke heavenly gate, I shall certainly extend an invitation on behalf of the Fang family for the elder to visit our clan. Fang Mo took a deep breath, his tone solemn and sincere. Well, it ultimately depends on my master's wishes. I shall heed whatever my master decides, Li Ruoxue remarked, pacing back and forth on the viewing platform. How long will the heavenly gate remain open? If I recall correctly, when I first stepped into the realm of the sage, I lingered inside for approximately an hour. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo smirked. Brotherly, you actually stayed in there for a full 3 days. Is that so? It was that long? Li Ruoxue responded with a hint of exasperation. With my master's cultivation, doesn't that mean he could be inside for tens of thousands of years? Feng Mo fell silent. The Xianke Heavenly Gate represented a tremendous opportunity for semi-sages to ascend to the realm of sages. Such opportunities varied in magnitude. If it were merely a minor opportunity, many cultivators would exit within less than an hour. The majority of sages typically could only remain for half a day. Those who could endure for half a day would emerge at the very least in the mid-stage of sagehood. Li Ruoxue, a prodigious genius, had spent a full 3 days within the Xianke Heavenly Gate, emerging directly into the late stage of sagehood. Such an accomplishment had astonished his contemporaries thousands of years ago. Now, he claimed that his master would need to remain for tens of thousands of years. How terrifying! My master is indeed that formidable. Li Ruoxue discerned Feng Mo's thoughts and declared, moreover, he is even more terrifying than you can imagine. This is my master. My master commands the heavens. While others may not comprehend the extent of Qin Yuan's might, Li Ruoxue was acutely aware of his master's immeasurable strength. At that moment, his thoughts drifted back over 20,000 years. By a stroke of fate, he had entered the ancient heavenly tomb, receiving the benevolence of his master and becoming one among his many disciples. He had also been imparted with the cycle of reincarnation, complementing his innate reincarnation abilities, which propelled Li Ruoxue's strength to unprecedented heights. He also began to maximize the development of his reincarnation physique. Through the reincarnation techniques imparted by his master, he devised numerous formidable methods, subsequently overwhelming all the prodigies of his generation. Perhaps ordinary cultivators have not heard of the name Li Ruoxue, but in this interconnected realm of mysteries, his name has become resoundingly prominent. The phrase reversing weak waters to determine life and death, with a single hand measuring the heavens and reincarnation, refers to Li Ruoxue, who possesses the art of reincarnation. After all, in this world, those capable of wielding the techniques of reincarnation are few and far between. This is because reincarnation is intertwined with causality, and even saints, let alone those of greater realms, dare not claim to comprehend it. Brotherly, earlier your 2 junior disciples had some friction with that puppet bone holy sect and the Soul Clan. Shall I intervene and eliminate their leader? Feng Mo suddenly spoke, his gaze seemingly drifting towards Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning not far away. At that moment, both of them shuddered involuntarily, instinctively sensing that their lives hung in the balance. However, this thought was fleeting, leading Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning to believe they were merely experiencing an illusion induced by the celestial phenomenon. After all, both possessed the pinnacle of saintly power. In this Tai Shao holy domain, who could pose a threat to them? No need. This is a trial for my junior disciples. Li Ruoxue replied with a gentle wave of his hand, a smile gracing his face as he spoke in a remarkably amiable tone. If my disciples find themselves unable to prevail, I shall invite them to cleanse themselves in my river of reincarnation. His words, though delivered with a smile, carried an ominous undertone. The river of reincarnation, Li Ruoxue's most potent means of extermination. Once he summoned the river of reincarnation, any who fell into its waters would be eternally ensnared in the hell of reincarnation he had constructed, never to rise again, until their souls shattered and transformed into sustenance for his river of reincarnation, thereby further augmenting its power. Faced with such an opponent, few cultivators of equal standing wished to confront Li Ruoxue. Even those stronger than him were reluctant to engage in battle. For Li Ruoxue, possessing the might of the second realm of the great saint, had slain those of the third realm. The so-called great saint realm signifies a transcendence beyond the limitations of the peak saintly stage, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The great saint realm is divided into 4 extremes. The first realm focuses on the physical body, where one refines every vein and sinew. A practitioner at this level embodies the essence of the first great saint realm, bearing a stronger resonance of sanctity. They can summon the sacred resonance from the void at any moment, in any place, for cultivation. In simpler terms, Even in areas of sparse spiritual energy, the cultivation of those in the Great Saint realm remains unaffected. The second realm of the Great Saint, however, concentrates on the sacred bones. Upon entering the realm of the saints, the sacred bones manifest. However, to truly shed the mortal coil, one must reconstitute an entirely new set of sacred bones. Upon ascending to the second Great Sage realm, the sacred bones reach their zenith, granting the power to breach dimensions with but a mere finger. For instance, Feng Mo and Li Ruoshui, both formidable beings of the second Great Sage realm, possess the ability to traverse the Xian realms at will, weaving through various dimensions with ease. Beyond this lies the third Great Sage realm, where one primarily cultivates the sacred soul. This pivotal advancement solidifies the spiritual strength of the Great Sage, allowing the sacred soul to even detach from the body, catching adversaries off guard in battle. Furthermore, upon cultivating the sacred soul, one can access the enigmatic domain of the sacred soul, a mystical realm filled with countless extraordinary individuals and serendipitous encounters. Ascending further, one reaches the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, the fourth Great Sage realm, where the Sacred Heart is cultivated. Upon entering this exalted realm, one can manifest their reincarnation mark, integrating it into the Sacred Heart. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, one may swiftly escape with both the reincarnation mark and the Sacred Heart, traversing multiple Xian realms to reconstitute their physical form. Although this may result in a significant drop in both strength and rank, it serves as a remarkable means of self-preservation. The sacred body, sacred bones, sacred soul, and sacred heart collectively define the four realms of the Great Sage. At present, Li Ruoshui has resolved to await the reopening of the Xiankei Heavenly Gate at the Yunshao Arena. Simultaneously, within the Xiankei Heavenly Gate, Xiao Jin, Lin Chong, and Qin Yuan have already stepped into what is heralded as the greatest opportunity for a saint. Chapter 78, Confronting Opportunities, the True Mantra. The golden gate of the heavenly portal shimmered enigmatically in the sky. The countless cultivators gathered here chose not to depart, but instead awaited in quiet anticipation. After all, they were curious about the realms the individuals who entered the mysterious portal would reach upon their return. Among them were the saintess of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, Zhugu Riao, the saint of the Soul Clan, Hun Li, and Hong Shitian from the Hong family, alongside the Dark Horses, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, along with their extraordinarily gifted master. This competition among the saints was indeed a grand spectacle. No one had anticipated the terrifying talent of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's master. Xiao Lei gazed quietly at the golden gate in the sky, his brows gradually relaxing. However, they were to stand still. The mysterious portal might present a great opportunity, but not at this moment. That esteemed figure would not blame them for the insufficient number of entrants. After all, those who had entered the mysterious portal were all prodigies among prodigies. A fierce glint appeared in Xiao Lei's violet eyes, as long as they fulfilled the tasks assigned by that esteemed figure. Transcending the saint realm and stepping into the great saint realm would not pose a problem for the three of them. It was just unfortunate that he had yet to obtain the techniques he desired from Xiao Jin. Yao Lai frowned at this moment, somewhat displeased. What is the hurry? Qianli squinted beside him. Have you forgotten my capabilities? Upon hearing this, Yao Lai smacked his forehead. Right. I almost forgot about your abilities, Qianli. Ha. That being the case, I am reassured. Qianli nodded with a smile. His ability allowed him to directly search for the techniques of cultivators, even if the individuals had already passed away. Rest assured, what that esteemed figure desires is the fortune they carry. The bodies will be entrusted to us. Xiao narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. For now, we simply need to await that esteemed figure's action. Indeed, Yao Lai and Qianli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the mysterious portal, as Xiao Jin and Lin Chong stepped through the Golden Gate, they suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. And then they found themselves in a realm of emptiness. In this void, there seemed to be no distinction between up and down, left and right. Their bodies felt as though they were floating, and before them loomed floating islands, each tethered by a golden chain. All the chains led in one direction, towards a vast emptiness where no sights could be discerned. In the next moment, A golden radiance emanated from Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. An enlightening sensation surged within their hearts. "Brother, that island seems to harbor what I seek." Lin Chong pointed towards a gray island bound by a golden chain. "I feel it too. The island on the right contains what I desire," Xiao Jin exclaimed, astonished, as he pointed to another island. Soon after, he glanced at the golden light enveloping him and expressed his curiosity. "Indeed, this is the Xianke Heavenly Gate. This golden radiance appears to enable us to swiftly discern what is advantageous to us. No wonder practitioners aspire to enter the Xianke Heavenly Gate upon attaining sanctity. Do you presume that everyone is endowed with this golden light?" Qin Yuan's voice resounded. "Master." Xiao Jin and Lin Chong immediately turned, bowing respectfully to Qin Yuan. This sacred golden light only materializes when a superlative powerhouse, possessing unparalleled fortune, activates the Xianke Heavenly Gate, Qin Yuan stated with a calm demeanor. "It is evident that this golden glow has been bestowed upon you by me. I am that superlative powerhouse." Qin Yuan was never one to shy away from self-praise. "Thank you, Master." Xiao Jin and Lin Chong expressed their gratitude. "Enough." Qin Yuan waved his hand, gesturing towards the floating islands before them. "Each of these islands holds immense opportunities for you. The culmination of the golden chains of the islands leads directly to the Xianke Heavenly Palace. Within that palace lies the most formidable creation of this Xianke Heavenly Gate. Since this is your cultivation journey, I shall not interfere. You have 3 days. We shall convene at the Xianke Heavenly Palace in 3 days." Once Qin Yuan's words settled, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded earnestly. "Yes, Master." "Very well." Qin Yuan smiled, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. To be candid, there might be opportunities within the Xianke Heavenly Gate that could drive saints to madness. However, in Qin Yuan's eyes, these trivial opportunities were hardly worthy of his attention. "Junior brother, shall we commence?" At this moment, the fire lotus mark on Xiao Jin's forehead flickered incessantly, and flames began to erupt from his eyes. "Yes, senior brother." "Junior brother, do you recall Master S' teachings? When confronted with such opportunities, we must adhere to the 8-character mantra." Xiao Jin assumed his stance. "Of course I remember." Lin Chong fixed his gaze resolutely upon the gray island. In the face of opportunity, the 8-character mantra. The two exchanged glances and proclaimed in unison, "Adi, Adi." "All are Adi." As their voices echoed, they transformed into a crimson and a verdant light, swiftly merging into the 2 floating islands. Opportunity must be seized to be deemed genuine. Anyone who dares obstruct the pursuit of opportunity becomes an adversary. In the face of foes, one must show no mercy. Before long, the sounds of various beastly roars emanated from the 2 islands. After all, treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by fierce beasts, especially within the Xianke Heavenly Gate. At this moment, on another dark island, abundant with soul energy, the cries of ghostly infants could be heard. Here, the soul master had arrived. He sat cross-legged in the void, silently channeling the soul cultivation techniques within him, beginning to absorb the abundant soul energy of this place. The clan leader's words were indeed true. Within the Xianke Heavenly Gate lies an island suitable for soul cultivation. It now appears that if I can absorb all the soul energy here into my being, I shall undoubtedly attain the status of a sage. Once I reach the realm of the sage, I will seek vengeance upon you, Xiao Jin. Ha ha ha. As Soul Li contemplated this, he fervently began to cultivate the soul techniques within him. However, not far from this island, another island radiating a fiery red hue seemed to dim. In merely a moment, Xiao Jin had absorbed all the laws from this island of flame. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation quietly ascended to the 5th layer of the supreme realm. His master had mentioned that there were a total of 99 islands of laws here. What would happen if all were absorbed? After all, his master had once said, "Master one law, master them all." In the next instant, Xiao Jin's gaze fixated on a nearby black island brimming with soul energy. Noticing a slight dimming of the soul energy emanating from the island, he immediately realized that someone was encroaching upon his opportunity. Damn! Xiao Jin sprang to his feet. Stepping like a blooming lotus, he began to condense a fire lotus with the 62 colors of heavenly fire, You fool. That opportunity belongs to me. This time, he recalled his master's earlier teachings. Along the way, he must cultivate the fire lotus. Chapter 79. The pendant bestowed by the master. Do you not utilize it? Upon the ethereal black, floating island, an extraordinary level expanse lay before one's eyes. Though the terrain beneath was uneven, the island itself resembled a vast and unblemished plain. Within this plain, an array of rich black soul energy meandered ceaselessly. However, this black expanse was not boundless. Peculiar, gnarled brown trees grew sporadically, each adorned with eerie visages. At the heart of the island, Hanli was greedily channeling the cultivation technique within him, voraciously absorbing this soul energy. This essence had lingered here for an indeterminate duration, having transformed into the purest form of energy. All that remained for him to do was to draw it into his being. In that moment, Hanli cursed the sluggish pace of his own technique as refinement. Gazing at the obsidian plain, reminiscent of a golden mountain, he intensified his fervent absorption. Fool! As Hanli reveled in the euphoric act of siphoning soul energy, a sudden, thunderous voice erupted from above. Immediately, a radiant blaze appeared in the chilling void above the black plain, manifesting as a six-colored supreme fire lotus, exuding incinerating temperatures capable of annihilating the very fabric of space. Hurtling towards Han Li's head with ferocity, "Xiao Jin, have you lost your mind?" Feeling the terrifying heat radiating from above, Han Li shuddered in fear. He quickly withdrew from his refining stance and exerted all his strength to defend himself with his soul power. The dreadful supreme fire lotus descended in an instant. No matter how swift Han Li was, he could only watch helplessly as the six-colored fire lotus exploded before him. Burning soul technique. Black soul raging tide. Faced with such a vicious fire lotus at such close quarters, Han Li had no recourse but to ignite his own primal spirit. Simultaneously, he erupted in furious exclamations. "Xiao Jin, is this how you initiate your assault?" In the wake of his words, his spirit waned, enveloped by a thick, dark mist. The fire lotus detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! In an instant, what had been a pitch-black plain erupted into a dazzling array of colors. The pure soul energy that had drifted across the expanse dissipated significantly. With the explosion of the fire lotus, a gaping, bottomless pit appeared at the center of the massive black island, and the bizarre trees surrounding it ignited in flames. Coughing violently, a shadow emerged from the depths of the pit. At that moment, Han Li's complexion was ashen, his soul power nearly halved. Moreover, his primal spirit had sustained injuries. It was safe to say that recovery would take no less than a millennium. Climbing out of the pit, he gazed up at Xiao Jin, who was beginning to condense another supreme fire lotus, and bellowed with rage, "Xiao Jin, what on earth do you intend to achieve? What connection does this island of dark souls have with you? What is your purpose for coming here?" He was truly on the verge of collapse. After enduring so much to attain such a great fortune, what was the result? Nearly one-third of the soul energy on this island was obliterated by the opponent's fire lotus. These opportunities are mine. You cannot touch them. Xiao Jin gazed at the newly blossoming 62-colored fire lotus in his hand, his eyes icy as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, Han Li immediately fell apart. "This is soul energy. What does it have to do with your fortunes? When I claim it as mine, it is indeed mine." Xiao Jin tilted his head, insisting that this soul energy had not been tainted by your soul clan, but was the purest energy found between heaven and earth. Why should I not absorb it? You, the disheveled Han Li was nearing his breaking point. What are you staring at? Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Jin hurled the supreme fire lotus once more toward Han Li below. You think you're so formidable? Just wait. Han Li truly dared not confront the fire lotus in Xiao Jin's hand directly. While he might not fear his opponent's cultivation level, the opponent's methods were exceedingly abnormal. Who would dare to withstand a fire lotus fused with 62 types of heavenly flames? Certainly not Han Li. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and activated his escape technique. His figure transformed into a shadow and vanished. Although this black soul energy island was most suitable for the cultivation of his clan, it had already been marked by Xiao Jin. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon this place and seek opportunities elsewhere. Heavenly fire, manifest and refine for me. Xiao Jin observed the soul energy below. This was not the filthy soul power cultivated by the Han clan, but rather the purest soul energy in existence. Once absorbed, it could enhance the strength of his own soul. Xiao Jin possessed 62 types of heavenly fire. The heavenly fire served as a refining accelerator. For Han Li to absorb all the soul energy of this island would take at least a day. Yet for Xiao Jin, it required merely a quarter of an hour. After all, his master had provided him with extraordinary abilities. Why not utilize them? Damn you, Xiao Jin, my pure soul energy. At this moment, Han Li had already passed over a dozen islands and arrived at one emanating a greenish glow. Although the soul energy here was not as potent, upon reaching this place, certain thoughts that had plagued his mind suddenly cleared. Han Li gazed at the picturesque island, finally exhaling in relief. Upon arriving at the peak of the most pure energy mountain, he seated himself in meditation. Very well, this island can also enhance my understanding. Han Li inhaled deeply and began to silently circulate the techniques within his body. Just as he entered a state of deep concentration, a surge of lethal danger abruptly invaded his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spat out essence blood and shouted, "Ignite blood escape technique." In the instant, his figure vanished. A colossal, deep green finger suddenly appeared in the sky. The giant finger seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the once resplendent mountains and rocks transformed into a desolate wasteland, enveloped by an endless aura of decay. The cataclysmic finger of desolation descended, crushing the peak beneath its immense weight. On another summit, Lin Chan's gaze was as frigid as ice. Was there truly someone so reckless as to invade the island he had claimed for himself in pursuit of fortune? The soul, known as Han Li, having narrowly escaped this verdant isle, was still reeling from the encounter. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with unbridled fury. Was it not said that the celestial gate held great opportunities? Why then did everything seem amiss upon his arrival? First, he encountered the perverse Xiao Jin, and now this ruthless Lin Chong. Han Li felt his sanity teetering on the edge of collapse as he beheld the intertwining red and green lights flitting between the islands. It suddenly dawned on him that these two brothers intended to seize all the fortunes scattered across the islands. Watching as the once radiant isles began to dim, he cried out in despair, "Have you no humanity?" Chapter 80. Congratulations to Lord Zhu. Congratulations to the Soul clan leader within the Xiankei Heavenly Gate. As the anguished wails of Soul Li echoed, the radiant light from two islands began to wane significantly. It was evident that this diminishing luminosity was undoubtedly due to the two individuals, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Only these two extraordinary beings could absorb energy at such an astonishing rate. How could this be? Soul Li bellowed in frustration, swiftly making his way towards a deserted island in the distance. Upon reaching the island, he cautiously extended his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Once he confirmed the island was devoid of any presence, he commenced the cultivation of his internal techniques. At this moment, Soul Li was no longer discerning. He disregarded whether the opportunities on the islands were suitable for him or not. If this continued, his journey to the Xiankei Heavenly Gate would indeed be in vain. However, at that instant, a searing flame abruptly descended from the heavens. Soul Li felt as if his very soul was about to be expelled from his body. "Xiao Jin, I, Soul Li, will not rest until you are vanquished." His techniques were entirely countered by Xiao Jin, leaving Soul Li with no choice but to retreat. Several islands away, on a skeletal all blanketed in bones, Zhugu Ruo had just activated her bone-refining techniques. To her astonishment, a colossal azure finger materialized above her head, the prison of the celestial finger. The immense digit crashed down with tremendous force. Zhugu Ruo was compelled to halt her cultivation and retaliate. However, without the aid of two semi-saint skeletal companions, she was no match for Lin Chong. "Lin Chong, have you lost your mind?" She glared furiously at him. "My apologies, but the opportunities here belong solely to our brotherhood," Lin Chong replied indifferently, standing aloft in the air. Do not force my hand to end your life. Zhuge Ruo's heart brimmed with fury. The Xianke Heavenly Gate represented an invaluable opportunity for her, perhaps even leading to a breakthrough into the mid-stage of sainthood. Or even a late stage. Lin Chong tilted his head and laughed derisively. You think you can kill me? Grinding her teeth, Zhuge Ruo summoned her skeletal techniques, launching a frenzy of lethal attacks towards Lin Chong hovering above. In response, Lin Chong slowly raised his hand, pointing into the void. 5 celestial fingers. 1 finger to imprison heaven and earth. At that moment, an oddly surreal scene unfolded. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were relentlessly pursuing Soul Li and Zhuge Ruo within the Xianke Heavenly Gate, all the while absorbing the pure energy from the islands. Meanwhile, the cultivation levels of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were steadily rising. An hour later, both had reached the 6th layer of the Supreme Realm. 3 hours later, they ascended to the 7th layer. After 10 hours, they attained the 8th layer. And 2 days later, they reached the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm. In stark contrast, Soul Li and Zhuge Ruo, who were being hunted, remained stagnant at the semi-saint level, showing no signs of advancement. At the terminus of a myriad of islands, there lies a dark jade platter. Qin Yuan reclines leisurely in a rocking chair, awaiting the arrival of his 2 disciples. Elder, I believe I have attained further enlightenment. Beside him, Hong Shirtan had encountered Qin Yuan a day prior, and has since followed closely in his wake, despite having already grasped his own fortune. Ordinarily, the Sun Qtnmn would have dispatched Hong Shirtan, yet due to his persistent presence at Qin Yuan's side, that force has remained dormant, allowing him to linger within the Sun Qtnmn. Indeed, Qin Yuan replied with a smile, casting a glance at Hong Shirtan, who has now stepped into the early stage of a sage and is faintly progressing toward the mid-stage. Subsequently, Qin Yuan casually surveyed his surroundings. Behind him stood the core of the Sun Qtnmn, the Sun Qting. This was a miraculous palace suspended in the void. Majestically towering at the end of the Sun Qtnmn, its primary hue a flowing jade green, interspersed with shades of dark hues, imparting an aura of profundity and mystery. Every intricate detail of the palace exuded an exquisite, natural grace, adorned with various luminous runes. This locale was imbued with the essence of great laws. Even standing nearby, Hong Shirtan could subtly sense the allure of such power, drawing from within. Calculating the time, Qin Yuan mused that there remained about half a day. With a flicker of his consciousness, he perceived the situation concerning Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong. The pure energy from all the islands had been entirely absorbed by the duo. At their current pace, they would reach the jade platform beneath him in no more than half a day. The fortunes ahead were merely appetizers for Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong, the true opportunities. However, would only manifest once they arrived at the jade platform. Qin Yuan felt no urgency. Meanwhile, in the external realm of the Taishao sacred domain, amidst the Wanxiao mountain range, laughter echoed. Ah, Master Zhu, what joyous news indeed! Ha ha ha! Exclaimed the leader of the Soul clan, sharing in the merriment. Since a day ago, the sounds of Zhu Tianhai and Han Ning's laughter have resonated throughout the Wanxiao mountain range. At this moment, on the high platform, although Zhu Tianhai appeared emaciated, his face radiated with vitality, matched by Han Ning seated opposite him. Their banter was lively, as if they were on the verge of forming a brotherhood. At the same time, Xiao Lei and his companions gazed in astonishment at the half-visible golden gate in the void. It had been 3 days since they entered the gate. A remarkable duration indeed. Xiao Lei marveled, considering that while Xiao Jin and Lin Zhong, alongside their exceptionally gifted master, might endure such a stay within the Sun Qtnmn. It was astonishing that even the holy maiden of the Skeleton Saint sect and the holy son of the Soul clan could remain for such an extended period. Might it be that the talents of these 2 individuals are not to be underestimated? It is worth noting that upon their entrance into the celestial gate of Xianke, they lingered there for merely a day. Xiaolei, do you think it possible that the esteemed one has already intervened? Otherwise, given the qualifications of Zhu Guoreo and Han Li, it would be improbable for them to remain here for such an extended duration, would it not? Yao Lai murmured at that moment. It is impossible, Xiaolei replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the partially concealed celestial gate, and continued slowly. If those within the celestial gate of Qianke were to perish, their remains would be automatically expelled. For now, we can only proceed step by step. Indeed, Yao Lai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, across the elevated platform, Zhu Tianhai rubbed his skeletal hands together, contemplating the passage of time. It seems we are nearing the 4th day, is it not? Indeed, it is almost 4 days. Han Ning chuckled broadly. It is said that those who comprehend within the celestial gate of Qianke for 3 days emerge with a minimum strength at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Should they exceed 4 days, they ascend to the late stage of the Saint Realm. Zhu Master, it appears we have successors at last. Zhu Tianhai clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Indeed, we have successors. At this moment, within the celestial gate of Qianke, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had thoroughly absorbed all the opportunities surrounding the heavenly palace, leaving not a single fragment for Zhuge Reo and Han Li. As for Zhuge Reo and Han Li, they had retreated to the desolate islands that had already lost their fortunes, hiding away. For if they did not conceal themselves, they would surely be struck down by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Furthermore, due to their complete lack of absorption of the opportunities here, the power of the gate had not been dispatched to them. Master, Lin Chong and Xiao Jin had now arrived at the Jade platform, their auras having ascended to the semi-saint level. Indeed, Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, retracting his rocking chair and turning to behold the magnificent heavenly palace before him. Together with me, we shall tread upon the heavenly palace and seize our fortunes. Yes, Master. Chapter 81. The Radiant Sword Saint. In the ethereal realm of the Qianke heavenly palace, shrouded in profound mystery, ordinary cultivators can only access this enigmatic domain through a singular path before reaching the Great Sage realm. That path entails ascending to the semi-sage stage to invoke the insights of the sage, thereby opening the celestial gates. Before them looms a palace suspended in the void, adorned with jade tiles that emit a gentle azure glow, illuminating the surroundings with an exceptional brightness. Upon entering the palace, one is greeted by a floor covered in flowing star sand. A closer examination reveals reflections of starry rivers within, and it appears as if a miniature world resides within the grains of sand. At present, your levels are insufficient to comprehend this realm's essence. Qin Yuan discerned the bewilderment in Xiao Jin and Lin Chong's eyes. He smiled and remarked, as the saying goes, a grain of sand is a world. A leaf is a Bodhi tree. When your cultivation reaches a higher level, you will understand. For now, it is premature for you. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded in agreement, acknowledging their master's wisdom. They recognized that in the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid the folly of overreaching and instead remember the principle that as long as one's future self surpasses the present self, it suffices. Accompanying them, Hong Shitian could not help but swallow hard. Merely walking upon the flowing sands inspired profound realizations within him. At that moment, on the exceedingly spacious courtyard of the palace, a blue radiance and a red aura suddenly manifested. Here it comes, Qin Yuan expressed with little surprise. The azure glow coalesced into a colossal monument, a steel grove brimming with ancient engravings that concealed an immense power from the green wasteland. Conversely, the crimson haze transformed into a fiery platform, resembling a vast cauldron filled with swirling flames. This bizarre spectacle elicited awe from Xiao Jin, who had never before encountered liquid flames. The fiery platform and the steel grove commanded Qin Yuan's attention, prompting him to encourage Lin Chong and Xiao Jin, go forth. This is your opportunity. The extent of your breakthrough depends on your own fortuity. I shall remain here to provide protection. Yes, Master, Lin Chong replied earnestly. Xiao Jin then inquired, and what of your own opportunity, Master? After all, those who enter the Qianke heavenly gate are expected to invoke their own fortunes. Yet, since their arrival, they had yet to witness their master's chance manifest. Me? Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Upon entering the heavenly gate, I veiled my own celestial secrets. The fortunes I invoke may overwhelm the Qianke heavenly gate within mere moments. Besides, he grinned, Do you believe I require these so-called sage opportunities? At this, Xiao Jin smacked his forehead in realization. Right. I almost forgot. This opportunity for a saintly realm is insignificant for my master. Though the words may be coarse, the meaning is clear. Qin Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Yes, master. Xiao Jin swiftly leaped towards the fire ruins platform, his form plunging directly into the sea of flames, with only his head remaining visible. At this moment, Lin Shon was also seated before the towering stone forest, deeply immersing himself in the overwhelming power of the great wilderness. Hong Shirtan, meditate and cultivate here, Qin Yuan instructed, observing Hong Shirtan. Though your talent pales in comparison to that of my disciples, even a moment of cultivation within this heavenly palace will greatly aid your future advancements. Yes, senior. Hong Shirtan promptly nodded, feeling that this opportunity was already a tremendous gain for him, while Xiao Jin and the others began their final insights. In a magnificent expanse of the sacred rhythm within the vast universe, there existed one of the realms among the 3,000 great worlds, known as the Tongtian Sacred Realm. Similar to the Taishao Sacred Domain and the Jiushuan Realm, this place belongs to the lesser realms, while the Tongtian Sacred Realm is classified as a greater realm. A single greater realm can connect to thousands of lesser realms, and the convergence of these lesser realms is collectively referred to as the upper realm. At this very moment, atop an ancient mountain in the Tongtian Sacred Realm, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion was sipping tea and pondering the Tao. His spirit was vibrant, and a gentle smile adorned his face. Opposite him sat another elder, albeit in a semi-transparent form, ethereal. It has been a long time. Your cultivation has significantly progressed. The elderly man in red remarked warmly. Your strand of sacred soul has already reached the realm of the great saint. It seems your true body has touched upon the fourth stage of the great saint. As he spoke, a flicker of inscrutable meaning shone in the eyes of the red-clad elder. You jest, sect master of the blood sacrifice sacred sect. The black-robed elder slowly opened his ghostly eyes. This was not his true form, but merely a strand of his sacred soul. His true body had already reached the third stage of the great saint and had cultivated a sacred soul. This manifestation was merely a fraction of his sacred essence. The red-clad elder was also at the third stage of the great saint. You did not summon me merely for tea, did you? The ethereal soul inquired, narrowing his ghostly eyes. Of course not, the blood Mingzi replied, lifting the teacup and slowly continuing. You must have heard that the sacred extreme Tongtian Tower has descended within our Tongtian Sacred Realm. According to ancient texts, this tower contains the ultimate secrets of the great saint realm. However, several other ancient sects have set their sights on this tower, including 3 particularly troublesome adversaries: the leader of the Dan sect, the group from the Fong clan who meddle with heavenly mechanisms, and the sword saint of sharpness. Upon hearing this, the ethereal soul's brows furrowed slightly. Blood Mingzi, you truly are remarkable. These 3 opponents are indeed quite formidable. The Dan sect and the Fong clan already pose considerable challenges. Now you have provoked the formidable Sword Saint of Radiance? This individual is undeniably fierce. After all, his catchphrase is renowned throughout the entire Tongtian Sacred Realm. A true master of the sword emerged in this realm. Since his rise 3 millennia ago, he has honed his swordsmanship to an extraordinary level, transcending mere technique to attain enlightenment through the sword itself. His approach to encounters is characterized by a bold and domineering demeanor, with his well-known phrase, "I evade his brilliance," echoing through the ages. Upon stepping into the Great Saint realm, he was bestowed with the title of Sword Saint of Radiance. The Dan sect and the Fong clan might be willing to engage in discourse with you, yet when faced with the Sword Saint of Radiance, his initial declaration, "I evade his brilliance," renders any response utterly futile. Contemplating this, the figure opposite, Blood Mingzi, expressed his resignation. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of this great saint realm? After a brief silence, the enigmatic Hun Wuxing slowly replied, I shall convey this matter to my elder brother. He will decide the course of action. Upon finishing his words, his form gradually dissipated, as though he had never been present, his very essence vanishing without a trace. Such is the power of the great saint realm. At that moment, a blood-red lotus imprint suddenly manifested on Blood Mingzi's brow. Has the matter in the lower realm been resolved? Very well. By refining more of these so-called holy sons, my strength shall be further solidified. With this thought, in the Taishao sacred domain, atop the Wanxia mountain range, within the Xianke heavenly gate, a blood lotus abruptly appeared upon the apex of the palace's flowing tiles. The hidden sacred souls of the great saint realm, concealed here, were activated by Blood Mingzi. As the blood-colored figure emerged, his aura surged to the first level of the great saint realm. He merely cast a cursory glance at the few individuals in the square, and the overwhelming pressure of his great saint realm presence began to pour forth. Chapter 82. The True Face of the Villain. I hold you in high regard. This pressure far exceeds that of the pinnacle of the sage realm. Is this the great sage realm? While meditating, Hong Shitian suddenly sensed an immense pressure looming above him. This overwhelming force nearly shattered his spirit. He had previously encountered the pressure of the pinnacle sage realm, yet in comparison, it was utterly feeble. The only force capable of surpassing the pinnacle of the sage realm must be the great sage realm, which transcends the sage realm itself. At that moment, Hong Shitian struggled to swallow, his gaze filled with confusion. How could a being of the great sage realm manifest in this sacred realm of opportunities? The two auras exuding a profound sanctity were exceptionally strong. However, why were there not enough individuals present? As Blood Mingzi appeared, he immediately employed his formidable perception as a great sage to sense the surrounding space. Upon realizing that only 6 individuals had entered this realm, he was momentarily taken aback. His gaze shifted to a distant point, where 2 indistinct auras, possessing only the strength of half-sages, were barely perceptible. Their internal sanctity was nearly undetectable, leading him to disregard them entirely. He then refocused on the 4 individuals before him, the Fire Ruins platform and the Steel Forest seat. The pure energy of fire intertwined with the primal energy of the wilderness. The 3 juniors of Xiaolei had indeed procured 2 excellent supplements for me. As Blood Mingzi regarded Xiao, Jin, and Lin Dong, his blood-red eyes gleamed with increasing brilliance. However, upon directing his gaze toward Hong Shitian and Qin Yuan, his interest waned. For the fortune radiating from them was pitifully scant, particularly the man in the dark robe, whose sanctity was almost imperceptible. It was evident that he had not acquired any opportunities here. Xiaolei? Juniors? Hong Shitian swallowed nervously. What do you mean by this, senior? Blood Mingzi glanced at him, but did not respond, instead murmuring to himself, I shall hold those 3 accountable later. They claimed there would be 9 sons of the sage. Yet there are only 6 now. Nevertheless, one of these 2 can suffice for 9. His crimson eyes began to emit a scarlet glow. Blood Mingzi fixated on Xiao, Jin in the Fire Ruins platform and Lin Chong before the Steel Forest seat, his gaze brimming with greed. Indeed, Qin Yuan was not the least surprised. As early as 2 days prior, upon his arrival in this heavenly palace, he had already sensed the presence of the great sage's sacred soul fragment. Senior, how should I interpret this? Hong Shitian asked softly. What is there to interpret? Their cultivation is tied to their bloodline, he stated, mentioning the names of Xiaolei and the others. It is undoubtedly a transaction among them. Qin Yuan remained comfortably seated in the jade rocking chair, composed and untroubled. Senior, do you mean to say that we have been deceived by the triumphant 3 palaces in this contest for the sons of the sage? As Hong Shitian's mind raced, he quickly grasped the situation. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. What should we do, senior? Do we have a chance? Hong Shitian spoke with great difficulty. Qin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. What do you mean by having a chance? If I wish, I could extinguish this creature with but a mere finger. However, he continued, have you not noticed the aura surrounding my 2 disciples? Upon hearing this, Hong Shitian swiftly turned his gaze towards Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. He observed that both of them, standing amidst the fiery ruins and before the steel forest, were imbued with an overwhelming martial spirit. This indomitable spirit was directed at none other than the ominous figure atop the glazed roof, the Blood Mingzi. He was indeed a formidable being of the great sage realm. Senior, Your disciples truly seem to be oblivious to fear, Hong Shutian remarked, his parched throat barely able to articulate. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had yet to reach the true realm of saints, even if they did, they would still be facing a bona fide transcendent of the saint realm, a true powerhouse of the great sage. Fear, Qin Yuan chuckled. His laughter was echoed by Xiao Jin, who was fervently refining the purest energies within the fiery ruins, and Lin Chong, who was absorbing the vast energies from the steel forest. We genuinely do not comprehend the meaning of fear. As Qin Yuan's voice resonated, atop the palace, the blood Mingzi, sensing the two surging auras below, became intrigued. Indeed, the youth are formidable. But do you think I shall simply wait for you to break through before I take action against you? Ha ha! The blood Mingzi laughed heartily, a swirling mass of blood-red malevolence emanating from his hands. Only a fool would do such a thing. I do not delude myself with false grandeur. Today, I shall first refine both of you to bolster my divine soul. Ha ha ha! As soon as the blood Mingzi's words fell, the blood-red malevolence in his hands swiftly coalesced into two enormous blood-colored serpents. The serpents, flicking their tongues and appearing extraordinarily solid, seemed as if they were alive. If a saint could manifest an ethereal form, then a great sage could solidify that form into substance. The resulting power would be far more ferocious. It was evident that the blood Mingzi's method of attack involved these blood-colored serpents. Their bodies were adorned with various blood-refining inscriptions, and his intent was clear: to refine all present into nourishing supplements for his divine soul. Seeing the blood Mingzi take such audacious action, Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. This is the cunning one would expect from a villain. Rather than vacantly arrogant and waiting for Xiao Jin and Lin Chong to break through before acting. Meanwhile, Hong Shutian stood in bewilderment, gazing at Qin Yuan. Senior, your two disciples are currently at a crucial moment of breakthrough. They cannot afford to be distracted or to withdraw. Qin Yuan smiled and said, I know. Didn't I just mention it? I am their guardian. The moment the words left his lips, two blood-red giant serpents, each stretching hundreds of feet in length, shattered and disintegrated in the air. The assault from the great sage realm dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye, mere smoke and vapor before Qin Yuan's will. Who? Xue Mingzi's expression shifted as he watched his attack dissolve unexpectedly. He swiftly glanced between Qin Yuan and Hong Shutian, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qin Yuan. Could it be you? Upon reaching the great sage realm, he had developed an uncanny perception of danger. The instant his assault was dismantled, he began to suspect the figure of the cloaked man reclining in the rocking chair. Although he had not sensed any direct action from him, the only one who could remain so composed before his great sage presence was undoubtedly that individual. Blood Serpent Hand. Reluctantly, Xue Mingzi raised his hand once more, summoning an even more robust, blood-red giant serpent. Yet, as before, it shattered the moment it approached. His pupils constricted. Although he possessed no concrete evidence implicating the cloaked man, he dared not take the gamble. Something is amiss. Retreat. Xue Mingzi was not foolish, confronted with such a bizarre occurrence. Even though he coveted the fortunes of the two individuals at the Fire Ruins platform and the Stone Forest, he did not dare linger any longer. However, just as he prepared to unleash his great sage abilities to escape, he was suddenly struck by the realization that he was unable to tear apart the space around him. Below, Qin Yuan's voice rang out slowly. Indeed, you have proven yourself. Recognizing the unusual circumstances and opting to flee rather than arrogantly remain. This is the hallmark of a true villain. Qin Yuan smiled reassuringly. I truly admire you. Chapter 83. Appreciating you does not conflict with killing you. At this moment, even Xue Mingzi, devoid of wit, realized who had struck. It was none other than the enigmatic figure before him, clad in an unadorned black robe, exuding an aura devoid of fortune. While secretly invoking the divine powers of the great sage realm, Xue Mingzi remained vigilant, fixating his gaze on Qin Yuan. What method have you employed? Although the spatial fabric here cannot be traversed, Xue Mingzi was not overly daunted by his adversary. After all, this was merely a fragment of his sacred soul. At worst, It would be a case of mutual destruction, as his true form would remain unharmed. It was merely a modification of the spatial laws, rendering escape impossible. Qin Yuan regarded Xuemingzi with satisfaction. Altering the spatial laws? Upon hearing this, Xuemingzi's composure faltered. His true form, at the third level of the great sage realm, was incapable of altering the spatial laws. Yet this black-robed man could achieve such a feat? What power did he possess? The fourth level of the great sage realm? Or perhaps, transcending the pinnacle of the great sage? Contemplating this, Xuemingzi's tone softened considerably. He spoke slowly. Esteemed one, we harbor no grievances. You have just expressed admiration for me. I acknowledge my misstep this time. Should fate allow us to meet again in the future, I shall prepare ample gifts to show my gratitude. Qin Yuan tilted his head, gazing at the distant Xuemingzi. Had I not intervened just now, my two beloved disciples would have perished at your hands. You claim there is no enmity between us? Furthermore, my admiration for you does not contradict the notion of your demise. Upon hearing these words, Xuemingzi's expression darkened. Consequently, he ceased his idle chatter and began to unleash the martial techniques of the great sage realm with fervor. A blood-red giant python surged forth. Yet every attack as before dissipated into nothingness. The sensation was akin to striking against cotton. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. Moreover, despite currently being a fragment of his sacred soul, he could not communicate with his true form. Only by voluntarily relinquishing his connection or upon his demise could his true self perceive the events transpiring here. Yes, sever. Xuemingzi suddenly slapped his forehead. In the next moment, he began to rapidly form hand seals. His sacred soul sought to sketch the very fabric of heaven and earth. Even if it meant sacrificing this sacred soul of the great sage realm, he was determined to escape. Just as he began to weave the threads of his sacred soul, Qin Yuan's voice resonated calmly. Sever. With but a single utterance of this word, the threads of the sacred soul were instantly severed. Xuemingzi was immediately struck with alarm. The threads of the sacred soul existed beyond the laws of heaven and earth, an entity impossible to grasp, yet it was shattered by a mere word. His opponent had already transcended the great sage realm. Realizing this, Xuemingzi's complexion began to pale gradually. He had anticipated the possibility of encountering a formidable opponent, but he never imagined this was akin to confronting a steel plate. It would be prudent to humbly serve as a sparring partner for my disciple. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan summoned a force of nature that enveloped Blood Mingzi in an instant. The power of the heavens and the earth transformed into ethereal chains, binding Blood Mingzi completely. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even the sacred energy within him came to a standstill. This celestial technique revealed to Blood Mingzi the true meaning of beyond man. There are men beyond heaven. There are heavens. Calculating the time, it would take another 2 hours for them to complete their absorption. Qin Yuan glanced at Blood Mingzi and offered a slight smile, a gesture that sent a shiver down Blood Mingzi's spine. What are your intentions, esteemed one? Qin Yuan replied candidly, I wish to explore your soul and pass the time. Blood Mingzi was momentarily taken aback, and in the next moment, he felt a throbbing in his head. Qin Yuan then employed the soul-searching technique, delving into Blood Mingzi's memories. This scene left Hong Shitian, who was observing, utterly astounded. In previous days, the devastating technique of the reincarnation river that Qin Yuan had demonstrated had already made Hong Shitian acutely aware of his formidable power. However, at this moment, the mere manipulation of words to ensnare a great sage further illuminated the unimaginable heights of Qin Yuan's strength. After all, one cannot conceive of things they have never witnessed. The peak of the great sage realm is a height that all cultivators within the entire Taishao sacred domain yearn to reach. It is a pinnacle that the leaders of the 3 supreme palaces aspire to achieve in their lifetimes. Such extraordinary beings, in the presence of Qin Yuan, were as insignificant as ants, easily controlled at will. Just how powerful could he be? At this moment, Hong Shitian finally comprehended that the invincible master spoken of by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong was indeed truly invincible. The celestial sacred realm, the sacred extreme celestial tower. Oh, there are also members of the Soul clan. However, their foundation has existed for at least 80,000 years, the Soul Formless. The Soul Formless. And there's also the Pupils sect and the Radiant Sword Saint. The Radiant Sword Saint? I will evade his brilliance. After the soul-searching concluded, a hint of surprise flickered in Qin Yuan's gaze. This little fellow, when he first came under his tutelage, radiated an aura of brilliance, most suited for cultivating the radiant sword intent. Qin Yuan had imparted a few insights on combat to him, one being, when faced with a formidable enemy, one must not retreat. The phrase, "I will evade his brilliance," was a lesson imparted by Qin Yuan. He reflected, somewhat moved, realizing that the little one he once knew had grown to become a sword saint, though his temperament had become somewhat fiery. If he were to encounter Lin Chong, they would likely get along splendidly, as their natures were quite similar. One, taciturn and serious, unleashing the desolation prison obliteration finger in silence. The other, domineering and fierce, declaring, "I will evade his brilliance." They would indeed be a perfect match. Qin Yuan found himself genuinely looking forward to the moment his two disciples would meet. At this point, Blood Mingzi's gaze towards Qin Yuan had shifted from initial disdain to profound fear. The soul-searching technique, while not an esoteric secret, allowed the opponent to probe his consciousness in an instant. This serves as proof that his soul power is at least 1,000 times greater than his own. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to conduct a soul search of his own great saint realm in such a brief span of time. A soul power of at least 1,000 times that of a great saint. Can this truly be human? At the very least, Blood Mingzi, who has lived for 80,000 years, has never encountered a soul as ferocious as this. Not even the terrifying leader of the Dan sect possesses such might. However, the leader of the Dan sect has always remained enigmatic. Blood Mingzi does not even know their name or appearance. He has only caught a distant glimpse, 40,000 years ago, of the soul pressure released by the leader during the process of pill condensation. That soul pressure was such that even a formidable being at the fourth realm of the great saint level would not dare to confront it directly. It is precisely for this reason that the Dan sect has consistently been one of the most formidable forces within the celestial sacred realm, feared by all. In the next moment, Blood Mingzi abruptly realized that the restraint upon him had vanished. Initially believing that the man in the dark robe had become complacent, he prepared to invoke a secret technique, only to discover that two potent and murderous auras on the plaza of the Qin Yuan Heavenly Palace had firmly locked onto him. At this moment, Lin Chong and Xiao Jin exuded an intense and unparalleled battle intent. Behind Xiao Jin, an ethereal fire lotus towering hundreds of feet high slowly manifested, while Lin Chong was accompanied by the apparition of an ancient wild dragon, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. This was the manifestation of their saintly forms, signifying their official entry into the realm of saints. In the next instant, their gazes locked onto Blood Mingzi. Battle. Chapter 84. The Power of the Great Sage. Keep going. In this moment, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong simultaneously stepped into the realm of the saints, filled with fervent combat spirit. Confronting the formidable Blood Mingzi of the great sage level, they exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. With the Wanhua Hung Tianqi and the Huang Tianhua Longju, despite merely having just entered the initial stage of the saint realm, the combat power they unleashed far surpassed that of their peers. Beholding the bizarre heavenly fire coalescing into a colossal ruler and the primal forces transforming into a verdant dragon, Blood Mingzi dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. The techniques mastered by these two were peculiar and warranted utmost caution. He uttered a low growl, intertwining his hands to cast a spell. Even when faced with opponents of lesser strength, Blood Mingzi had never underestimated them, a wisdom gleaned from his long existence. Thus, the moment he sensed something amiss, he sought to flee, yet found no opportunity to do so. With a commanding shout, a gigantic blood-red serpent, spanning 1,000 feet, materialized from thin air. This was the very essence of Blood Mingzi's power. At this juncture, he could not afford the slightest carelessness. Controlling the massive blood serpent beneath him, He urged it to mercilessly constrict Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. Clang, clang, clang. The Wanhua Hung Tian Chi surprisingly struck sparks upon the serpent's body. As Lin Chong executed the Huang Tianhua Long Ju, a phantom azure dragon manifested around him. Each attack that landed on the blood serpent merely left faint traces, seemingly unable to breach its defenses. You two are merely at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. I, on the other hand, possess the strength of a great sage. Observing that his blood serpent was not easily breached, Blood Mingzi felt somewhat reassured. However, he remained vigilant, casting a wary glance at the man in the dark robe, aware that his attacks could be effortlessly dismantled by the opponent. Why not cease your efforts? Blood Mingzi proposed. Yet Xiao Jin and Lin Chong persisted in their martial techniques. Indeed, upon reaching the Saint Realm, it seemed impossible to slay foes of a higher tier as they once did. To do so would betray their master's teachings. The heavenly fire in Xiao Jin's eyes blazed fiercely, while Lin Chong remained silent. Below, Hong Shitian observed the terrifying battle, his scalp tingling with apprehension. The strength at the initial stage of the Saint Realm could contend equally with a great sage, and yet they felt their own power was lacking. Hong Shitian discerned that although the great sage was formidable, he could not capitalize on the offensive capabilities of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong. It could only be said that the current state of both parties was one of equal footing. Contemplating this, he shivered once more, never having imagined that one day the powers of the initial stage of the Saint Realm and those of a great sage would be so evenly matched. A dim island near the celestial palace of Sun Qiu. The opportunities here have long been thoroughly absorbed by Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. The fluctuations of battle in this vicinity have drawn the attention of Zhu Gu Rao and Hun Li. Presently, the two of them are hiding within this island. Damn Xiao Jin and that cursed Lin Chong. Hun Li's expression is grotesquely contorted. It has been 4 days since he entered the celestial gate of Sun Qiu, yet he has gained not a single fragment of opportunity. His strength and comprehension have stagnated, remaining in the semi-saint realm. Beside him, Zhu Gu Rao is no better off. Under the siege of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, she has also reaped no benefits. Her current power still lingers in the semi-saint realm. Boom! In the distance, another thunderous clash of martial techniques reverberates within the celestial palace. Hun Li and Zhu Gu Rao immediately look up, witnessing 3 figures soaring from the palace. On the left, a figure clad in azure and another in crimson rise with overwhelming force. The power of the great wilderness and the heavenly fire permeates the void, continually releasing the oppressive aura of the saintly realm. They have broken through to the saintly realm. Hun Li gazes at the distant figures, his eyes bulging with rage. At this moment, he feels as if death itself beckons him. Zhu Gu Rao, pale-faced, trembles as she points at another blood-soaked figure, struggling to utter that aura. It seems to surpass that of the sect leader. That is, Hun Li quickly focuses his gaze. When he sees the figure of Shui Mingzi, his entire body shudders in terror. He exclaims that is, the Grand Saint Realm? He has sensed the oppressive aura of the peak saintly realm from his own clan leader. That pressure pales in comparison to the elder in the crimson robes before him. In other words, this is a formidable being of the Grand Saint Realm. Is this not the secret realm of becoming a saint? Why does a Grand Saint appear here? Hun Li is utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Have they lost their minds? Zhu Gu Rao's voice rings out once more. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, are they battling the Grand Saint powerhouse? Madness. I truly believe they have lost their sanity. Do they think that just because they have recently entered the saintly realm, they can challenge the Grand Saint realm? She is acutely aware that the disparity between each level after reaching the saintly realm is extraordinarily vast. She once witnessed her own sect leader, Zhu Tianhai, at the peak of the saintly realm annihilate 4 opponents at the late saintly realm. That technique remains etched in her memory. To dare challenge a grand saint so soon after entering the saintly realm? Insanity. This world is truly turned upside down. At this moment, Hun Li feels a chill run down his spine. He wishes fervently for his presence to vanish without a trace, fearful of being targeted by that Grand Saint powerhouse. If that time comes, a mere glance from them, and he, a semi-saint, would likely perish on the spot. In this instant, how regretful is Hun Li, lamenting why he provoked ruthless characters like Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, who were willing to risk their lives. The Empire of Zhou, the branch of the family, the soul refining hall. It is all the fault of that damned soulless sea. Otherwise, how could the family have attracted such a terrifying killing deity? Hun Li gritted his teeth in frustration. Beside him, Zhugu Rao quietly remarked, Hun Li, we need not be so pessimistic. Or rather, do you truly believe that the newly ascended saints, Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, could possibly defeat that formidable great sage? Zhugu Rao's words illuminated Hun Li's gaze. Indeed, although their audacity is immense, it is utterly implausible for them to triumph over that great sage. Zhugu Rao narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness and danger emanating from her, as she slowly continued, this opportunity at the Xianke Heavenly Gate is no longer ours. Currently, the pressure from the Xianke Heavenly Palace is nearing its end. Once that great sage slays Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, we shall immediately communicate with the Xianke Heavenly Gate and secure our departure. At that point, the threat posed by your soul clan and our Sacred Bone sect will be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Hun Li could not help but cast a deep glance at Zhugu Rao. He then silently urged the mysterious great sage in his heart. Great sage, may you prevail. Chapter 85. The roots remain, spring winds bring new life. Do you truly wish to engage in a fight to the death with me? Amidst the clashing of martial arts, Blood Mingzi felt a surge of anger within him. He had contemplated swiftly defeating these two newly ascended beings of the Saint Realm. Yet as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly astonished. He realized that he could not overpower his adversaries with an overwhelming force. This revelation nearly breached his defenses. Although he was but a fragment of a saintly soul, he had at least attained the first level of the great saint realm. Surely, a great saint should easily handle two novices at the saint level. Yet the battle remained fiercely contested. In that moment, Blood Mingzi began to doubt the authenticity of his own great saint status. Junior brother, this is a trial bestowed upon us by our master, a test of our true capabilities. Xiao Jin's gaze was fixed upon Blood Mingzi in the air. In the next moment, the fiery lotus mark on his forehead began to flicker wildly. Thus, I shall exert myself to the utmost. I have just comprehended a new system from the Fire Ruins platform and wish to put to the test. As he spoke, a frenzied glint sparkled in his crimson eyes. Me as well. On the other side, Lin Chong took a deep breath, forming subtle hand seals. The power of the great wilderness began to emanate from him. I too have derived a system suited to my nature from the Monument Forest. I was just lamenting the lack of an opponent to test my skills. Lin Chong's eyes transformed into a deep azure hue. The method of heavenly fire. The celestial flames within Xiao Jin began to levitate around him. From his frenzied gaze, it was evident that the technique he was about to employ would possess immense power. Heavenly fire metamorphosis. As Xiao Jin's voice resonated, the 10 floating celestial flames surged into his body. However, this time, rather than merging with them, he unleashed the primal force of the heavenly flames, absorbing it temporarily and forcibly converting it into energy. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Jin's aura began to escalate rapidly. Within mere moments, he advanced from the initial stage of the Saint Realm to the mid-stage. Madman, Blood Mingzi, witnessing such reckless fervor, could not help but swallow hard. The ability to merge celestial fire within oneself was already extraordinary, yet he never anticipated that his opponent would allow the primal force of the flames to burn within him so freely. Any common cultivator would have been incinerated by the heavenly fire by now. The 9 transformations of the Great Wilderness. First transformation. Lin Chong was equally relentless. The power of the Great Wilderness continually coalesced within him, forcibly opening the meridians in his body and inviting the primal force of desolation within. Gradually, he awakened the Great Wilderness power within him. Second transformation. Third transformation. The blood of the wilderness surged. He instantly reached the third transformation. His aura now, at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, However, Lin Chong understood. Even the strength of a mid-stage saint cannot contend with the great sage realm. The overwhelming power of the great wilderness surged relentlessly. Lin Chong, endowed with the power of the great wilderness and honed over countless millennia, possessed an extraordinary capacity for endurance. After a brief moment of perception, he commenced the final 6 transformations of the 9 changes of the wilderness god. The 4th, 5th, 6 transformations. The essence of the wild spirit entered his body. Upon reaching the 6th transformation, Lin Chong's aura ascended to the late stage of a saint. Moreover, intricate great wilderness runes began to manifest upon his body, emanating a profound and ethereal glow. Lin Chong's eyes transformed from a cerulean hue to a deep emerald green, as if they were no longer those of a mere mortal. With each breath, a rich aura of the great wilderness continuously blossomed forth. On the other side, Xiao Jin summoned 20 flames of heavenly fire anew within himself, subsequently unleashing his primal power to merge it into his being. Faintly, the marks of the fire lotus began to appear upon him, radiating a resplendent light. Xiao Jin's aura also advanced from the mid-stage of a saint to the late stage. Yet, upon exchanging glances with Lin Chong, they both understood this was still insufficient. To cross the threshold and slay those at the great sage realm, they must become even stronger. Understanding each other's thoughts through their gaze, the 2 men synchronized their actions, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. Xiao Jin summoned all remaining heavenly fire within him, channeling the transformation of heavenly fire into a myriad of forms. The primal power of the heavenly fire was released in its entirety. The robes adorning Xiao Jin transformed into blazing crimson flames. Even the heavenly fire coalesced autonomously into a set of deep red armor, enveloping his form. Meanwhile, Lin Chong let out a primal roar. 9 changes of the wilderness god. The 9th transformation. The wilderness god descends. In an instant, the power of the great wilderness surged forth as if from another realm, flooding into Lin Chong's being. His aura began to rise exponentially. Moments later, he reached the pinnacle of the saint realm. Beside him, Xiao Jin, clad in heavenly fire armor, similarly forced himself to ascend to the pinnacle of a saint. In this moment, they stood side by side, one in crimson, the other in azure. One wielding an overwhelming pressure of heavenly fire, the other enveloped in an aura reminiscent of ancient wilderness power. Their gazes locked on a Schwemmingzi. No more idle talk. Both Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were acutely aware that they could not maintain this state for long. Therefore, they must conclude this swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. As for Schwemmingzi, he was the most perceptive to the fluctuations in the auras of Lin Chong and Xiao Jin. He sensed their cultivation levels forcibly ascend from the early stage of a saint to the pinnacle stage, leaving him stunned. Schwemmingzi, the leader of the blood sacrifice sect within the heavenly sacred realm, possessed a strength that had reached the 3rd tier of the great sage realm. While he could not claim to be the most formidable presence within the heavenly sacred realm, he was certainly among its most elite great sage powers. Such a rapid enhancement of cultivation was not beyond his capabilities. However, this method may prove effective in the realm of the supreme. Yet upon reaching the saint realm, the enhancement of power can only be deemed marginal. But what is the outcome? In the mere blink of an eye, these 2 individuals, who have just entered the initial stages of the saint realm, have audaciously surged to the pinnacle of sainthood. Are they even human? Blood Mingzi, at this moment, has been thoroughly overwhelmed. Today I concede defeat. You truly are not of this world. A torrent of bloodlust surged through Blood Mingzi. He could barely handle 2 nascent saints. Yet now his adversaries have transformed into 2 peak saints. What is there to fight? Indeed, the attacks from Xiao Jin and Lin Chong have become exceptionally sharp. The blood-colored giant python could hardly withstand 2 exchanges before it was utterly shattered. Countless drops of blood rained down from the sky. Blood Mingzi gritted his teeth and roared in fury. You are ruthless. We shall see what the future holds. Uttering these fierce words, Blood Mingzi could only watch as the towering figures of the great wilderness and the celestial measurement of endless flames approached him. He was powerless to resist. Bang! A blinding, piercing light instantaneously illuminated the entire Qianke heavenly palace, dazzling beyond measure. In the next moment, Blood Mingzi's body was on the verge of shattering. He gritted his teeth, feeling the dissipating vitality of his saint's soul, casting a malevolent glare at the figures of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong, as well as the man in the dark robes below. You all wait. With one final threat, his body began to crumble inch by inch, ultimately transforming into a sky full of ashes. Thus, the saint soul of Blood Mingzi at the great saint realm perished. Qin Yuan gazed at the dissipating fragments of the saint's soul and then smiled faintly. Do you think that with the dispersal of the saint's soul, I will be unable to find you? Since a grudge has been forged, I could never allow a hidden danger to persist. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. In that moment, his eyes seemed to shimmer with the movement of stars, crossing the boundary of divine souls. At this instant, he intended to transcend and take a life. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots of the grass, the spring breeze will cause it to flourish anew. Chapter 86. Beyond a Celestial Mechanism. Within the Qianke Heavenly Palace, the breaths of Xiao Jin and Lin Chong had returned to normal. Their foundation was remarkably solid. Thus, what typically enables a semi-holy to ascend to the mid or even late stages of a saint could only allow Xiao Jin and Lin Chong to reach the initial stage of a saint. They swiftly returned to Qin Yuan's side. Master, they called out. Remain composed. Qin Yuan replied with a casual smile. What you just vanquished was merely a fragment of the saintly soul left behind by this fellow. His true body does not reside in this realm. However, as you know my nature, since he has become our adversary, we must resolve this matter on the spot. Step aside and observe. Xiao Jin and Lin Chong nodded solemnly and quickly moved towards Hong Shirtian. The latter was already in a state of shock, gazing at them with difficulty swallowing. The formidable being of the saintly realm had perished just like that. Although it was merely a fragment of a saintly soul, it was still undeniably a legitimate force of the saintly realm. What is the senior intending to do? Hong Shirtian inquired, glancing at Qin Yuan, who was already standing in the void above the Qianke Heavenly Palace, filled with curiosity. Did not Master just state that the adversary must be dealt with on the spot? Xiao Jin explained. What Master intends to do next is to resolve this enmity. But how will that be accomplished? Hong Shirtian was momentarily bewildered. That saintly realm powerhouse should not be in our dimension, right? At the very least, he has not encountered any beings of the saintly realm in the Tai Shao holy domain for tens of thousands of years. You shall see, Xiao Jin replied, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at his master in the sky. Meanwhile, outside the Qianke Heavenly Palace, Zhu Guerrero and Han Li were nearly overwhelmed. The techniques displayed by Xiao Jin and Lin Chong were astonishing, and they had indeed slain that formidable being of the saintly realm. However, from their recent conversation, they keenly discerned that the saintly being had seemingly only left behind a fragment of his soul here. Therefore,